Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The explosion pits appeared. He always dreamed of being powerful enough to conquer Muram. The warrior bowed down and said, damn him. In order to fulfill his dream, he became the patriarch of the Celestial Steed clan. The warrior then asked that he killed so many people, does he really not fear God at all? To which the man with the sword in his hands asked again. Standing in front of him, he said that he did nothing wrong, so why should he be afraid of him? He was just using the power he earned through hard work, so what's wrong with that? To which the guy wheezed. Finally, he got what he wanted. Smiling, the man said that anyway, it was pretty funny to be human. That was when he first met Carl. The guy shouted that he was not human. Then he suddenly flew up to him with a weapon in his hands. The ground around them began to crack. The guy lay on the floor and wheezed in pain. Looking at him, Carl said angrily that he was the very embodiment of evil. He swore to wipe all evil from the face of the earth. White smoke rose, an explosion thundered. Many explosions appeared. The fight with Carl was fierce, but he was confident in his strength. Swinging his weapon, the guy screamed. Furiously swinging his sword, the guy screamed for him to get off. However, in such a tense moment, he let his guard down. A blue beam appeared near the guy. Carl grabbed him from behind and began to strangle him, to which he asked, what the hell? Standing behind him, the guy said that he was the embodiment of evil, so let him taste divine retribution, he would take him to hell with him. Looking to the side, he said that he thought he would humbly accept this, told him to stop. Carl is a truly valiant man, so he chose such a selfless and noble way to defeat him. A bright light was visible among the mountains. A huge glowing dome began to grow, but he was not going to give up on his dream. It seemed like many people were shouting to attack and running straight. And since then, he was reborn, embodying evil itself and trying to take possession of Muram. The hero stood, and many warriors ran around him. He thought that he would never suffer like this again. The guy looked at the huge army and thought about the fact that he, the patriarch of the Heavenly Horse clan, became one step closer to becoming a deity. The warriors began to swing their swords, and the hero thought that however, he appeared again. A red line appeared. Carl stood, a white glow emanating from him. The undisputed master of the sword Carl once again stood in his way. The hero smiled broadly, looked straight ahead and thought that he would not let history repeat itself. Red and blue beams appeared, and the protagonist thought that he had become stronger. The beams began to fly rapidly over the rooftops. Explosions thundered on the rooftops. A building appeared after the explosion. The hero stood in front of the wounded sword master and thought that he had lost again. Looking straight ahead, he thought that he could not believe that he had smeared the sword with poison, the bastard. Blood flowed from the hero's mouth, and he added that he did not even hesitate to use such a dirty trick to kill him. And every time he was reborn, Carl found him and defeated him. A guy sitting on a stone appeared, and the head of the Blood clan, also known as the Blood God, remained in charge of Muram. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that this was his 5th reincarnation. In order to protect himself from making the mistakes of his past lives, he decided to expand his influence by taking over the borderlands. It seemed like two armies were fighting each other. He had trained himself to the point that he simply could not lose to Carl. There was a loud explosion. The smoke began to clear and the hero appeared. Having attacked him with a sword, the guy said that he was a nasty bastard. Turning around, the hero asked, it was him again, how did he get it? It seemed like a blue and red beam were intertwined with each other. It was audible that this time everything would be different. The guy and the main character were fighting each other. They both grabbed their weapons. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that he should admit defeat. What was all this for? The battle was over, to which he replied, what else? It would only end when he gave in. The hero opened his mouth wide and said that he really enjoyed ruining everything for him forever, to which Carl replied that who, if not him, would destroy him, the embodiment of evil. The weapons in their hands began to crack. Having hit the guy shouted that he was out of the way. The swordsman, sliding along the ground, flew to the side. Swinging his sword, the hero told him to say goodbye to life. The ground began to crack, blue rays appeared. The hero pierced the guy with his sword. Smiling widely, he said that well, that's it, he lost. The guy said that he didn't want to, but he was forcing him to do it. Opening his eyes wide, the hero thought about the smell of burning. Then he looked at the guy in surprise. Leaning on the hero, he said that only the devil's weapon could destroy the castle. After he used his 1000 lightning strike, this place would be burned to the ground for hundreds and hundreds of feet, all the way to the foot of Mount Chenmak. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked if he was really going to go all the way. Smiling, Carl asked why not. Looking ahead angrily, the protagonist thought that he was crazy. He was kind of planning to get out of here alive, so why was he so calm? The guy said through a grin that he should just accept his fate. The ground around them began to crack. The hero shouted loudly that nothing. Stone cliffs appeared, and the hero thought, damn. The aftermath of the explosion was visible, and the protagonist thought, impossible, he can't believe that he will die like this again. A meditating child appeared. The child began to cry. The woman, walking straight, said, "Oh, this guy, where the hell is he?" She came as soon as she was free. Holding the child in her arms, the woman angrily said that she would show him he would not get off with a simple reprimand. All the people turned around, hearing the announcement from the control room that a spatial portal had been discovered in the Guveldong area. People began to run away quickly. Hearing that an 8th level demon had come out of there, the unique association was about to arrive. They were asking civilians to remain calm and head to the nearest shelters. Holding the baby by the head, the girl said that no, she had to find the guy. An explosion thundered in the skyscraper. All the people looked at it in fear and shouted that the building was collapsing. They were running. The building suddenly fell to the ground. A monster appeared, who screamed loudly. Heading further through the city, the monster screamed. The corpses of people appeared on the ruins. The girl with the child sat on the ground and wheezed. Looking down, she said the guy's name and what she was supposed to find. Then she fell to the ground. The man came up to her. The guy with the bag over his shoulder, smiling, looked straight ahead. The people turned their attention to him and said that this is unique. Let them look. He is one of the special ones. He will save them. Yes, let him kill the demon and save them. The guy furiously told them to shut up. He is not here to fight demons and save them. The people looked at him in bewilderment. The man said that he is one of the special ones. Shouldn't people from Unique fight evil? They were trained, to which he laughed and said that it was funny. Smiling widely, the guy took the bag. Throwing money around, he shouted that they better look at it. The people looked at the flying money, and the guy said that it looks like fortune is on his side today. The monster destroyed the bank. It seemed like the guy was throwing money out of the bag, and the man said that the special one was robbing a bank. It couldn't be, and why were they only paying taxes to their association? White smoke appeared around the people, and the guy told them to shut up. Turning around, he asked what they thought, that Unique was fighting evil for free. Lying on the ground, the man asked what he thought. They wouldn't tell about the chaos they had caused here. Attacking the people, the guy told him to finally shut up. Smiling, he said that he would get rid of them all as soon as he dealt with the demon. Then he laughed and said that when he defeated the demon, he would become a hero, right, and make a lot of money. From the side it was heard that it was a pity that he would die before that. The guy turned around and looked at the boy. Looking at him, he asked what kind of a brat is he, thinking that some 8th-level demon can defeat him. Looking up, the hero said that this demon is not an 8th level at all. Frowning, the guy asked what he was talking about. A huge monster appeared behind him. Turning around, he thought about what it was. It did not look like an 8th level demon, it was at least a 6th level. An announcement was made from the control room that a 6th level demon had come out of the portal, asking residents of the central district of Incheon to immediately leave the premises. An explosion thundered in the city. The guy lay unconscious on the ground after the attack. A huge demon stood in front of the boy. Looking at it, the hero said that he had chosen the wrong area. A woman with a child appeared, lying on the ground, and he added that he had scared his family. The huge demon screamed furiously. Looking up, the hero said that he admitted that he was strong. Swinging, he added that in his past life, defeating a dragon like him was not worth mentioning. The demon opened his eyes wide, watching the glow. The glow spread more and more, and then completely covered him. The demon was left without a head, and the main character, standing in front of him, said that so much effort, and he was still on the 2nd level. Raising his hand, the hero said that this time he would have to strain himself. In this life he would never lose to Carl. Space appeared. 30 years ago, humanity evolved. For an unknown reason, people were given powers akin to superpowers. This raised many questions. Since these powers were previously unknown to mankind, all countries in the world began to study them in order to learn as much as possible about them. The first country to figure out how to develop these superpowers was the United States. A city appeared, but they kept their developments a secret from everyone, thereby spurring other countries to start a kind of race for information. Everyone sought to get as much data as possible regarding these superpowers. 10 years ago, 20 years after the incident, cracks suddenly began to appear in the fabric of space, portals through which demons could attack the Earth and its inhabitants. The girl stood in front of the dead demon and thought. A dead guy appeared, lying on the ground. Ordinary weapons were powerless against these monsters. Only those few who were able to develop their superpower could defeat demons. They were called special. Looking ahead, Adam thought that it was impossible for a 6th level demon to be defeated with only strength. The hero appeared, and he added that he checked all the security cameras within a 5-kilometer radius, but it yielded almost nothing. Looking at his hand, he thought about the fact that all he managed to find out was that the demon was defeated by a boy. It seems that the kid is a real monster. He heard someone call out to him. He turned to the boy and heard him go with him, and then thought about, well, this guy is not inferior either, so it is not surprising that there is someone just as powerful, he guesses. Adam turned towards the child and added that 2 monsters were born at the same time. A child appeared, smiling widely. A portrait of the protagonist appeared. He was reborn 6 times in an attempt to conquer Murim, lost this battle 5 times, and is currently training hard to finally defeat Carl. Looking down, the hero thought about Carl. He defeated him in all his lives. It seemed like 3 masked people were attacking the hero. They pierced him with swords, and he thought that since he was reincarnated, then he should have too. The hero disappeared and thought that he was strong, so he should make every effort to defeat him. Blood began to flow from the people, and the thought arose in the hero's head that he had fooled him so many times. Jack glowed with blue flames and thought that in this life everything would be different. He would train tirelessly and become stronger. This time he would never lose to this guy. The main character stood in a virtual reality helmet and someone shouted his name. The main character's mother came out from around the corner and asked why he was playing this stupid game again early in the morning. What would happen to him when he grew up? As soon as he got up, he immediately buried his face in his toys. Turning around, Jack said that this was not a game, he was training, to which the woman asked why he was training, to beat up those poor guys again. Putting his hand forward, the hero said okay, he got it, he turns it off, he sees no fighting. Approaching him, the mother asked if it was true, he promises, to which he replied that yes, he promises. Then she repeated the question again, and the hero angrily replied that he did. Leaving, the mother told him to wash his hands and sit down to breakfast, to which the hero agreed, and then thought that in his past lives he had learned to kill and torture people without any regret. Thanks to this he had become stronger. A dining table with food appeared. Putting a fork in the hero's mouth, the woman said that he should eat all the carrots, and then thought how much longer this would go on. Ugh, chicken skin. The mother knocked over the plate and told him not to hurry, to eat calmly. They still had time before kindergarten, and the hero thought about the fact that, but strangely enough, he even liked this food. A sign for a kindergarten appeared. The children were playing on the playground. A question was heard, was he seriously going to do this? To which he was answered that yes, and he said that he thought it was a bad idea. The boy turned around and with a smile on his face said that if he was such a coward, then get out of the way. The child said that no, he was not afraid at all, and then turned to the boy and asked if he was absolutely sure that he could defeat the hero, and the other said that if he decided to challenge him, he could get hurt. Clenching his fist, Joe said that they didn't know who he was. He was the heir to the Golden River clan, the strongest clan of the Great Eight. Looking at him, the boy said that well, yes, but every time he challenged the hero, he would beat him to the punch, to which he replied that it was true, but looking away, Joe said that this time the victory would be his. For this he asked his dad to teach him the secret technique of their clan. Do they want to see? Then he abruptly stepped on the ground. Stretching his hand forward, he said about the Golden River. Hitting the tree, he shouted about the steel fist of rage. The tree flew apart. It seemed like chips from the trees were flying forward. Surprised, the guys said that Joe was so cool now. He was now the strongest in the kindergarten by any means. Clenching his fist tightly, he said that of course, he was a descendant of the Golden River clan. A portrait of the main character appeared in his head and he thought that Jack was ugly. He humiliated him in front of the girl. Gritting his teeth, the boy thought that he would never forgive him for this. Looking at each other, the child asked if he was sure the hero would agree, to which the other said he doubted it, and Joe thought about what. Looking to the side, Jack said that he accepted the challenge. All the boys looked at him in surprise and asked what? Seriously. Frowning, the boy thought about why he accepted it so easily. Hadn't he seen his steel fist of rage? The hero smiled widely and thought why he was acting tough in front of everyone. He was the boss in this kindergarten. Well, what, were you scared? Smiling widely, Joe thought that he was ready anyway. He even had an ace up his sleeve just in case. Turning around, the main character thought that he didn't know what he was planning, but he would never defeat him. The Golden River clan's domain appeared. Many people were sitting at tables. The main character stood in the middle of the crowd of people and looked away. Smiling, Joe said that he was so glad that everyone had come, thanked them. The best dishes had been prepared for them, so let them help themselves. All the children raised their hands up and thanked him for inviting them, congratulated him on his birthday, and said that they would definitely eat everything. The main character stood with his arms folded and looked straight ahead. He looked to the side, hearing someone say, "Look who's come." A girl with flowers in her hands greeted everyone. Looking at her, the hero thought that Jane was a commercial star. Putting his hands forward, Joe happily said that she had come. Looking at this, Jack thought, seriously, in kindergarten everyone looks the same, both boys and girls. Having given the flowers to the boy, she congratulated him on his birthday, to which he thanked her and said that he was so glad that she had come. Looking to the side, Jane was surprised. Looking at the main character, she asked that he was there too. Joe started shaking with anger, hearing that she heard that he was the best in VR fighting games in the whole class, and here there is nothing complicated, really? Maybe then he will teach her too someday. Looking at them, the boy angrily said that the hero should leave the girl alone. A room appeared and someone asked that Joe was now celebrating his birthday. The person said that yes, that's right, and the man sitting on the couch said that he wanted to beat someone today, and even asked to teach him a secret technique of their family. Smiling widely, Tom heard that Joe was a tomboy and then asked that he lied to him. Adjusting his glasses, Alex said that this is why he is not very adored by his children. Let everything go its own way. After all, it is his birthday. Putting his hand to the side, the man said that okay, he got it, stop whining. To which Alex replied that he hasn't even started yet. Looking down, the boy asked that he still kept the portal core. Leaning on his fist, the man asked, well, yes, what's the big deal? The cores are just transmitters that support the portal from which demons emerge. They are priceless artifacts that can only be obtained by killing demons. Smiling, Tom said that besides, it can be sold for good money, everything he likes, to which the deputy replied that this is an unusual core. A glowing stone appeared in the guy's head and he said that it was cursed. Anyone who touched it was wiped off the face of the earth along with his entire family. Looking at the deputy, the man asked, and what? To which he asked again. Smiling broadly, the head asked what he thought. He would be cursed with some kind of trinket. Hearing a strange sound, they both turned to look at it. It seemed like Joe was standing in front of a huge hole in the wall. The protagonist was lying unconscious and someone screamed his name in fear. Jack was lying in the middle of stones, strewn with sand. Smiling, Joe looked ahead. The children behind him were happily shouting that he had just defeated the main character. Cool, awesome. Turning to the girl, he asked, well, what will he say? Maybe now they won't be afraid of the hero. He will protect her. With her arms folded, Jane asked what he was talking about. She had never been afraid of him. The boy asked in surprise what, but she had said that she didn't like him, to which she replied that besides, the main character hadn't lost yet. Pointing to the hole, Joe asked what she was talking about. He laid him down with his steel fist of rage. Yes, he would still be unconscious for several more hours. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked that if he didn't believe her, then maybe they could argue. Looking at her eyes in fear, he asked again about the argument, and then thought about what was right. Jane's power was the divine eye. Thanks to it she could determine the enemy's condition. This was a first-class skill. Looking away, he thought about what they should just not tell him. He then looked at the hero in confusion. He jumped back and screamed, then asked if he was okay. The protagonist held his hand up and said, well, he let him hit him, consider it his birthday present. Frowning, a question popped into the boy's head. Looking at the angry boy, the hero thought that he had reincarnated countless times. It was the least he could do at 7 years old. But the hero's eyes glowed red and he added that hitting him was one thing, but challenging him, and then said that it was his turn now. Jack rushed towards the boy and thought that he would show him the difference in their strength. Holding his hand out in front of him, he thought that he would forever remember this lesson and would never dare challenge him again. Punching him in the face, Joe yelled at him to stop. A portrait of a guy appeared. His occupation was a member of the Unique Association. He was brought up in such a way that in the future he could become one of the leaders of the association. A corridor of the palace appeared. Putting his hand to his face, the leader asked what they were fighting again. Alex looked at him and asked. He was not going to burst into a children's party. Scratching his head, the man replied that he was just wondering who his son was fighting there. Looking straight ahead, the deputy said that he was more concerned about the portal core, asked what he was going to do with it. Turning around, Tom furiously said that it was enough to talk about it. He got it. Standing in front of the deputy, he asked, he just didn't know anything about him, did he? Adjusting his glasses, Alex shouted that he knew. He at least imagined what kind of reputation they now have among other clans because of this. They consider them empty-headed barbarians who do not understand anything about the current situation in the world. Smiling broadly, the man said that what the hell difference does it make? Standing behind him, the deputy said that this core used to belong to the previous head of the Unique Association. Frowning, Tom asked about it belonging to him. Looking ahead, the guy answered that it was true. A man's hand appeared among the blood. 2 years ago, after his entire family was killed, he personally went inside the portal and got this core. After that, the core was passed on only to trusted people, but they all soon died along with their families, which is why they called it the Damned Core. Looking straight ahead, the guy asked to answer whether he could defeat it. Looking away, the man said that well, it's hard to say right away. Frowning, Alex said that he died without having time to do anything. He was going to continue to delay the decision on this core. Scratching the back of his head, the man turned to the deputy and said that to be honest, it seems like he lost it. The boy asked again, opening his mouth wide, what, lost? Broken plates appeared, lying on the floor. All the children looked straight ahead in surprise. The main character was sitting on a broken table. Looking at this, all the children shouted that he defeated the hero again. Cool, he is so strong. Looking at Joe, the girl thought about what it was. Red and purple particles were studied from the boy, and she added that Joe's aura had changed. Leaning on his leg, the hero thought about what this aura was. Putting his hands to his face, Jane thought that she was scared. The boy with glowing eyes smiled widely. Looking at the guys, the girl told them to leave. The sign of the Golden River clan appeared. Adam looked at the huge gate with the sign. Looking up, he asked, what is this boy here? A memory of the hero popped into his head, and he thought about how, after reviewing the video from the security cameras, he noticed that he was wearing the uniform of the Yungsan kindergarten. he was sure of it. A smiling Joe appeared, and he thought that most likely it was Tom's youngest son. Looking straight ahead, Adam thought that it was not surprising. Where else, if not in the Golden River clan, could such a monster be raised? He must make sure that the monster from the security cameras was really Joe. The children began to run away quickly, screaming that they were scared. The boy got horns and a red glow. Lowering her head, Jane asked him to calm down. Looking straight ahead, she added that, well, really, let him come to his senses. Joe smiled widely, looking straight ahead. The girl clenched her teeth and thought that she was so scared she could not move. Looking at her, Jack thought that thanks to the divine eye, Jane can sense imminent danger. If she continues to improve, then in the future she can become a real thorn. The boy's eyes glowed red and he said menacingly that he would kill anyone who gets in his way. Turning around at the hero, Jane shouted for him to run. A blow flew into the girl's face. She flew to the other end of the room. Joe stretched his fist forward and laughed menacingly. The girl was lying against the wall. Blood was coming from her mouth and she thought about how painful it was, asked her mom and dad for help. Looking at the boy, she thought about someone saving her, anyone. The boy was approaching her and she asked again. Suddenly, Joe abruptly jumped to the side. Jane was lying on the floor unconscious. The hero, with a smile on his face, swung towards the boy. White smoke appeared, the boy began to fly down. Joe clenched his teeth tightly. Phrases appeared in his head about what he couldn't do normally. It was wrong. He had to do everything right. He was the heir to the Golden River clan, but his brother already had superpowers at his age. At this rate, he would never catch up with him. Standing with the cup in his hand, Joe happily told his father that he had done it. The man turned to him, hearing that he had won the martial arts tournament among kindergartners. Looking at the boy, the leader furiously said that there was no need to brag like that, as if it could have been different. The boy looked straight ahead with tears in his eyes, and then lowered his head down. The man put his hand on his head and stroked it. Looking at his son, Tom smiled and said that he was still a good boy. The boy smiled widely and laughed. Lowering his head, Joe said that it was all because of him. Sitting on the broken table, the boy said that then his father praised him for the first time, and then a hero appeared. A blow flew across the boy's face. The blow sent him flying into the wall. Smiling, the protagonist asked. Sitting on one knee, the boy asked what? Smiling broadly, Jack said that there was no need to whine. It was his own fault that he was such a weakling. The boy laughed and said that it was true. It was not proper for weaklings to complain, and then he opened his eyes wide. He flew up sharply and swung his leg at the hero. After the blow, the hero flew to the side and winced in pain. He bounced off the floor several times and crashed into the wall. Gritting his teeth tightly, the protagonist wheezed. Standing in front of him, Joe said that he had correctly noted that the strongest always wins. Smiling broadly, he asked if that was true. A portrait of Joe appeared. His occupation is a student of the special school Unique, the direction of magic, the second son of Tom. The awards appeared on the shelf. It was heard that how could he lose something so important, and the answer that how could he know that this thing was so dangerous. Standing near the shelves, Alex said that he should find it as soon as possible. Looking straight ahead, Tom said that but what is this, after all, for a curse that even the chairman of the Unique Association himself could not cope with, to which the deputy replied that, frankly speaking, he himself did not really know, but from rumors. Joe, smiling, swung his fist. It was heard that the curse core can subjugate the spirit of the one who uses it, and the question is, what to subjugate the spirit? The boy hit the protagonist, and Alex said that, simply put, the owner of the curse core becomes as if possessed by the devil himself. The hero grimaced in pain. Jack crashed into the wall from the blow. Smiling widely, Joe asked what he would say now, what it was like to be beaten by someone stronger than him. Looking straight ahead, he added that he always considered himself better than everyone, right? Looking at the glowing stone, the boy said that from the very first day he dreamed of getting the power to crush him like a bug. A stone appeared and the boy thought about taking it. He slightly opened his mouth looking at it and thought that it would give him power that he had never dreamed of. Touching the stone, a bright flash appeared. Smiling widely, Joe said that with this power he could defeat anyone, and even him. Now his father would be proud of him. The hero, lowering his head, smiled. The boy looked at him angrily and then asked why he was smiling. The hero's eyes lit up red and he said that it was just so funny the way he pretended to be Joe. Swinging his fist at him, the boy asked what he was talking about. The hero deftly dodged the blow. Then he touched the boy's head. Then he struck with his fist. White rays and dust appeared after the hero's blow. Joe ran into the wall and wheezed. Then he furiously screamed that the hero was a bug. Jack held his hand out and laughed and said he was asking about the parasite that had taken over his body. The boy waved his hand and told him to shut up. The hero grabbed his hand abruptly. The boy looked at it in surprise. Then the hero kicked him into the wall. Joe croaked and said it hurt so much, his mouth wide open. The hero took a few steps forward. Looking at him, the boy thought he was nuts. The hero smiled widely and he added that he was a real monster. Holding his hand, the boy thought he couldn't defeat this monster in this weakling's body. He needed a better body. Adam walked into the room and turned to them, asking what they were doing there. Looking forward, he asked if Joe was by any chance among them. Jumping on him, Joe thought that this guy would come, and he asked what. Looking down, Adam asked what happened. It was him, Joe. Then his eyes glowed red. The guy leaned back and screamed loudly. His eyes filled with red light. Holding his face, he said that this is better. Looking forward, he added that the hero should say goodbye to life. Tom, looking at them, asked what the hell was going on here. A boy appeared, bleeding. The man looked straight ahead in surprise. Looking at the guy, the father asked if he was the one who brought his boy to this state. Gritting his teeth, Adam asked if he didn't see that he was in a lousy mood, let him get out while he could. Smiling broadly, the leader asked again, he says he's in a lousy mood, but what does it matter to him? With his eyes wide open, he added that he, was also in a bad mood somehow. Approaching him, he spoke of heaven's punishment. A devastating explosion occurred in the room. Sitting on the floor, Adam cursed loudly. Gritting his teeth tightly, he said that he wouldn't get away with this, he would kill him. And then he looked down and was surprised. A man with a clenched fist was standing above him. Then he hit him with his fist, shouting about the punishment of heaven, and the guy asked him to stop. A core appeared. Alex, looking at it, shouted that it was a damn core. The man turned to him, and the guy told him to grab it faster. Stretching his hand forward, Tom said that he understood, let him stop yelling. The stone disappeared, and the man made a surprised sound. The main character held the core in his hand and looked at it. Looking at the main character, Alex said that it was dangerous, let him give it to them, they should hide it in a safe place as soon as possible. Clutching the core in his hand, Jack said goodbye to it. Thoughts arose that he would take pity, spare him, and he would grant him unprecedented power. Smiling broadly, the hero asked, unprecedented power? It was funny to hear this from someone who was about to turn into a handful of dust. The hero crushed the core and the thought occurred to him that he should stop. Reaching forward, the man shouted that no, why do this? The stone turned to dust. A portrait of the head of the Golden River clan, one of the 8 great clans, appeared, an ordinary fighter striving to become even stronger. The blue sky was visible. Parents were hugging their children. Adam bowed before the man was taken away on a stretcher. This is how the incident with the cursed core was resolved. It was heard that it hurt, but it was impossible to be more gentle. Treating the boy's wound, Alex asked him what he remembered of what happened yesterday. Joe, with tears in his eyes, answered that nothing. The last thing he remembered was how the guests began to arrive. Looking straight ahead, the deputy thought about the fact that, as he thought, his soul was under the control of the cursed core all this time. Crying, the boy said that his party was a complete mess, now all his friends were afraid of him, and they would no longer play with him. Wiping his tears with his hand, the boy said that he also remembered fighting the hero and him beating him again, to which the boy replied that he must have just dreamed it. Turning around, Joe asked where his dad was, to which the boy replied that, well, the thing is. They opened their eyes in surprise, hearing a loud sound. Looking at the deputy, Joe asked what that was, which made him hesitate. The guy was flying, putting his feet forward. The guy fell in front of his father. The protagonist stood and looked straight ahead. The eldest son leaned on one knee and sighed. Looking down, he apologized to his father. Tom looked at the protagonist and said that, as he thought, it was he who beat Joe on his birthday. Looking up, Jack asked what he was blaming him for this. Smiling, the man said that at first he thought that Adam, being possessed by the cursed core, had arranged all this, but then it dawned on him that his son had also succumbed to the effects of this core. Looking at the man, the hero heard that so what, in other words, Joe had fought with someone before Adam showed up. Pointing his finger at his son, the leader said that that was why he had offered him to spar with his other son. Although he had been considered a young talent until he was 15, he had beaten him in no time. The protagonist smiled widely. The man smiled widely and said that he liked his smile, asked if he wanted to practice. Grinning, the hero thought about how enthusiastic he was. He had certainly expected something like this, but he was much more stubborn than he had assumed. William shouted that his father should not do this. He was Joe's friend. Smiling, the leader asked, so what? He said that the choice was his. Gritting his teeth tightly, the guy thought about the hero refusing, otherwise he was dead. Grinning widely, Jack asked about whether it was free. The guy thought with confusion that this kid was completely crazy. The father laughed loudly. Clenching his fist tightly, the man said that he liked his answer. The most important thing in a fight is strength and steadfastness of spirit. The one who is strong physically, but weak in spirit, barks but does not bite. The one who is strong in spirit, but lacks strength, will never be able to appreciate what he has. Looking at the main character, the man added that the one who has both these qualities, strength and steadfast spirit, is truly strong. Looking up, the hero thought that this is why he likes such simple, uncomplicated types. Lowering his head, Tom asked what he was worried about his superpowers, to which the hero replied that no, not really. Smiling, the man said that it was good. Looking at him, Jack asked if he was afraid that he would have to use them. The man raised his fist and said, "Of course." The hero's eyes glowed red. Many fists flew towards the protagonist. After the blow, he collided with the wall. The man looked straight ahead. The protagonist looked to the side. Approaching the hero, Tom shouted about the divine dragon strike. Joe and Alex ran straight ahead and the boy said that they needed to stop their father before he went too far. Looking to the side, the guy asked what he was doing. He didn't understand why the gentleman wanted to test a 7-year-old child at all. They were both scared, seeing the wall collapse. The man lay on the stones, his eyes rolling back. Alex and Joe turned to the man. A hole appeared in the wall. Suddenly, a strange sound arose. The man stamped his foot. Smiling, the guy said that 10 years had passed since he made this hole here. The hero appeared and someone said his name in surprise. Holding an earphone in his hand, the protagonist smiled broadly. The hero touched the destroyed wall. His friend called out to him, asking what he was doing there. The guy sighed, thought about how 10 years had passed, and wondered how much longer this hole would gape here. Joe scratched his head and replied that his father did not allow him to close it. Tom exclaimed with a sparkling smile, "Why close it?" The hero and Joe stood in front of him. The man said that this hole was a reminder of the first defeat of his hitherto invincible self. Jack screamed, "This is not something to brag about." The man agreed. Being defeated for the first time in his life, and even at the age of 7, is really nothing to be proud of, but everything is fine. He grinned evilly, said that Jack was strong. He rushed at the guy, adding that he was no slouch either, but compared to him. He attacked using a thunder strike, but the guy dodged. The discharge hit Joe. Tom laughed, asked what he would say. After all, it was all his divine Kai. Jack frowned, thinking that the divine Kai had once been one of his main trump cards during battles. In past lives he would not have dared to think about passing it on to someone else. He chuckled, but now he didn't care anymore. In any case, this time he was not destined to conquer Murim, so he decided to do as he pleased, have fun to the fullest and just enjoy life for the rest of his days. Joe was struck by a discharge. He screamed at his father to stop. At this rate he would kill him. The man removed his fist, apologized. The guy fell to the floor. Tom clenched his fist. Discharges flashed around. His son screamed at him to stop using the divine Kai so thoughtlessly. The man apologized, said that this Kai is so powerful that it's a sin not to brag about it. Suddenly, Alex told the head that he really should be more restrained. After all, he didn't get it for free. Jack was confused, asked to remind him, did he get anything out of it? Alex said that he sold it to him for 10 billion won. The guy threw up his hands. "It can't be," shouted. "Sold it for 10 billion? Seriously, when did that happen?" The man gritted his teeth as if he was mocking him, asked, "So he forgot?" The hero said confusedly that, it seems, he is starting to remember, but somehow vaguely. The deputy head reminded that 10 years ago they wanted to buy his divine Kai, to which he said that if they do not pay him 10 billion won, then he will sell it to their competitors. Jack raised an eyebrow, shouted, "Yes, but then they only paid 1 billion. The man adjusted his glasses, asked again, "Only 1 billion? Actually, after he handed over the divine Kai to the head, they appointed him vice head of the Golden River clan with a salary of 300 million won a year. Jack thought, in that case, it's all fair, considering the position and salary. It's not a bad side job. He said guiltily, "Well, yeah, exactly." Tom put his hands on the shoulders of the deputy head and the hero exclaimed, "Oh well, who cares? Who lets bygones be bygones? The main thing is that their clan has become much stronger, and all thanks to Jack giving him his divine Kai." The guy looked back. The girl called him cute. She hugged him. It was Laura, the youngest daughter of the head of the Golden River clan. The guy asked to call him Appa, asked where she got that idea from. The girl pointed her finger at her father, said that he taught her. The man loudly declared that he would do anything to marry his youngest off to him and make him his son-in-law. The girl patted the guy on the cheek. Jack was shaking with anger. He thought, even if so, forcing a 10-year-old child to call him honey, is it too much? And why is he teaching his daughter such a thing? The mind does not understand. The head closed his eye, asked the hero to be kind to his daughter, because his wife and the hero's mother are best friends. Jack was seething with anger, thought, so that's what he had thought up, decided to push all the blame onto his mother. Maybe it's worth teaching him a lesson again, like in the good old days. The man recoiled, feigned fear, shouted that his son-in-law wanted to beat him. The guy objected. He was not his son-in-law, let him stop fooling around. The guy turned away. Tom reached out to him with his hand, asked what he was doing, because soon he would become one. Jack answered that he was not a fortune teller and did not see the future. The man thought. He was becoming increasingly convinced that no matter how much stronger he became, thanks to the training of divine Kai, the gap between him and the young man did not shrink, but rather even widened. He told his daughter to hurry up and lasso the guy before someone else did it. Laura raised her fist, shouted, "Okay, let's do it." The guy thought, crazy. The portal core is a stone that helps increase the strength of the owner. They can be found in the bodies of demons, formed in the bodies of demons of the 6th level and above. The hero and Joe walked side by side on the street. A friend asked Jack if he was really marrying his sister. The guy replied, "Who knows?" Joe stopped, asked if it was true that he decided to enter the magic department. The hero answered affirmatively. Joe asked why he suddenly decided to go there. Jack looked back, said that he was quite good as a swordsman, but his fighting style was still lame. The friend was surprised, limping, thought he was making fun of him. He himself said that he was a swordsman, so why would he need magic? Jack smiled and replied that he couldn't walk around in broad daylight with a sword at the ready. He attracted too much attention. He thought that in this life he should become stronger, although he had given up the idea of conquering Muram, but he couldn't shake the feeling that he could still run into Carl. The building of the unique special school. The State Guild is a collective name for institutions sponsored by clans and engaged in training people with superpowers so that they could later become full members of Unique. In addition to regular school subjects, students of the State Guilds are taught survival and combat skills. To get into the Unique Academy, you need to pass an entrance exam. There are 10 people per place. The heroes saw a crowd of journalists ahead. Joe said it was amazing. He didn't think it would be so lively here. They looked around. The girls screamed enthusiastically. They recognized the guys from the Red-Eyed Clan and Innovation. A crowd of fans ran towards them. Joe said sheepishly that he, of course, looked a little like this guy, but still, they asked him to move. Behind him stood a guy with a piercing on his face. He sternly said, "Out of the way." Two girls angrily screamed for the guys to get lost already. "Stand like statues, let them move from here." The blonde pushed Joe, loudly declared that he told you, "Out of the way," called him a gorilla. Joe rubbed his cheek, was indignant. That is, simply pushing him away seemed not enough for him. He also called him a gorilla. The girls screamed angrily. Yes, because he was the spitting image of a gorilla, blocked their entire view, let him disappear. A monster, he was insulted. The crowd screamed with delight. The new album is just something. They asked for an autograph. Joe asked, "He is a monster." He was furious. The air of the Golden River would not tolerate such treatment. Suddenly, this idol flew between them. Jack frowned. He was lying on the ground. The fans became worried. The guy with a tattoo on his neck said with disdain, "Look who's here, Fat Joe." Behind him stood a group of guys in identical suits. He added, "Is it really him?" Joe recognized Michael. Jack frowned. Michael looked down on the schoolchildren, said that the junior tiger of the Black Tiger clan had arrived. Joe gritted his teeth, said that this time he would not get off so easily. The guy stepped forward, but Jack stopped him, grabbing him by the shoulder. Joe was indignant and demanded to let him go. Can't he see that he's at his limit? The hero nodded. The girls rushed to Michael, shouting, "Who is he? Let him apologize to his appa." Michael mockingly asked, "What?" The girl pointed at the victim and shouted, "Exactly, let him apologize. He doesn't see what he's done." They helped Mark up. The guy in the cap asked him how he was. The girl told him to take a deep breath. The singer's fans surrounded Michael, shouting for him to apologize. He put his hand behind his head and replied that apologizing was not his strong point. He smiled evilly and said, "Well, since they all ask for it." The guy extended his hand forward. The girl standing next to him shuddered. Green smoke appeared in his palm. An apple appeared in his hand. The girls screamed, "Great." He threw the apple into the crowd and told them to catch his apologies. The schoolgirl was holding the fruit in her hands. The others looked at her with bewilderment. She said, "What nonsense." Suddenly the apple disappeared, leaving behind a cloud of gas. The girls grabbed their throats. They were suffocating. Michael looked at them with a smirk, asked what was wrong. He apologized to them, and they made faces at him. The guys in his group laughed. He added that he hoped they would learn their lesson. One of the girls extended her hand to him, asking for help. He put his hand on her head, asked why she made such a noise. Did his apology not suit her taste? Joe jumped at him, swung his arm, called him crazy. Michael blocked the blow with his foot. He smiled evilly, asked if Joe was just like his father, did not know when to stay away, or was he so eager to disgrace his clan? The guy looked at him furiously, said that if he wanted to give up, let him say so, because the only one who would be disgraced here would be him. There were schoolchildren standing next to Jack. A guy with glasses asked if it was Joe himself. Another one asked if a battle between the clans was brewing. Someone took out a phone and started filming. The hero grinned, thought it was funny, a fight between the heirs of the Golden River and Black Tiger clans, dividing the sphere of influence over Inchin. He thought that Michael was just a helpless kitten, so Joe himself would cope with everything perfectly well. His friend called the enemy a coward. How could he poison defenseless schoolgirls? There was at least something human left in him. The guy threw up his hands, asked where they were. Poisoned. When did this happen? He had proof. Joe was indignant. The poor girls were still lying right in front of him, and he dared to say such things. Michael said that if he did not believe him, let him see for himself. The girls sat on the ground. They suddenly felt much better. He grinned cheekily, said that his only fault was teaching a lesson to that arrogant upstart who was blocking everyone's path. He turned to the group of schoolchildren, asked if he was wrong. The guy with glasses touched his cheek with his finger, said that, to tell the truth, Mark had been a conceited man since high school. Another agreed, because, you see, he was a pop star, he looked down on everyone. Jack smiled evilly. He thought Michael was a helpless kitten, but he was more like an impudent hyena, becoming more and more interesting. Joe was indignant at the student's answer, asked what they were talking about. Were they scared of this smug guy? Michael pulled his hand back, exclaimed, and rightly so. He moved his hand towards Joe. The guy grabbed him. The members of the group were shocked. The girls raised their fists, shouting that they were rooting for Golden River. Joe said through clenched teeth, well, what was he trying to achieve? He underestimated him, so it serves him right. Michael tried to remove his hand from his neck. Joe smiled evilly, asked if he was going to use the poison technique again, but he already knew that his poison techniques did not work on his body. The guy narrowed his eyes, asked in response if that was true. He squeezed his hand. He heard a hissing sound. Jack wondered what it was. The teacher ran out of the crowd, shouted what they were doing here. How dare they start a fight in front of the main gate. He ordered everyone to disperse. Joe let the guy go, said that today was his lucky day. The guy added that this was said by a weakling who did not even suspect that he was on the verge of death. Joe gritted his teeth, said that he was not finished with him yet. When Michael left with the group, he looked back and said goodbye to his opponent. The teacher angrily shouted at the students whether it was time for their exam or whether they had decided that they didn't need it anymore. The cans fell out of the machine. Two friends were standing by the machine and drinking soda. The hero told Joe that he had screwed up. The guy choked. He wiped his mouth with his hand, said that sometimes Jack was simply unbearable. If it weren't for the teacher, he wouldn't have gotten off so easily, but otherwise, he was a diligent student. Jack looked in his direction, said that if he started a fight, then he should bring it to the end. Otherwise, what's the point of all this? When you step on a snake, you should be prepared to get bitten. He smirked, noted that this was the second time Michael had picked a fight with Joe. The guy lowered his head, said that it was even kind of creepy. The hero looked at him seriously. He suddenly grabbed his hand. Joe screamed in fear. What was he doing? There were marks on his hand. Jack shuddered, as he thought, this is absorption. He crushed the kin in his hand, wondered if the demon had been reborn. Unique special school. Jack looked gloomily ahead, thought about the Blood Clan Master Greg. He met this man in his 5th life. The hero ran forward, struck the enemy. This was the 11th. He continued to strike, counted 12, 13. The enemies fell to the ground. The guy thought only 7 people remained to be cut down and he could sleep peacefully tonight. He stopped in bewilderment. Someone laughed and said that it seemed he would not be able to sleep tonight. A warrior stood opposite him. Tied people were sitting by the tree. Greg turned his head, laughed evilly, because he would kill everyone who was left. The girl screamed with desperate hope for him not to kill them. She did not want to die yet. The guy covered her mouth with his hand. He stuck out his tongue, apologized, asked if she was scared, but he would quickly put her to bed. With an evil smile, he said, energy sucking. The veins on the girl's face bulged. She opened her eyes wide. Greg spread his arms to the sides. A vortex of red energy rose up. The hero covered himself with his hands, could not understand what was happening. He froze in amazement. He saw how the energy of 2 young men was absorbed. The prisoners were suffocating. Greg took a deep breath. Everything stopped. He asked when the hero would go to bed if he killed them all one by one. He licked his lips, added that he just needed to absorb them all like that, in one go, right. Jack thought that since then he began to catch up with him and got to him until the fight with Carl. Although, of course, in the end he tore him in half. If only he had not used so much strength then, he would not have been so weak in front of Carl. The guy looked forward. Still, when Greg was dying, he said something. He shouted at the hero not to be so proud that he defeated him. He had absorbed more than 10,000 people, so if only the blood soul body had been completed, then Jack would have died now. The boy remembered. The blood soul body, a devilish technique that could only be completed if he absorbed the internal energy of more than 10,000 people. He thought that Greg, even having absorbed less than 3,000 people, could still compete in strength with him, who was undoubtedly the strongest man at that time. Greg shouted in impotent rage to remember, in the next life he would definitely complete the blood soul body and tear it into small pieces. The boy thought that first he needed to find out if what Michael used was the absorption of the Blood Clan Master. His friend called out to him, so that's where he was. Joe raised his hand, said that he had been looking for him for so long. Jack looked back and asked why he wasn't going to the exam. Joe had no words for him. He said it was because he looked at his wrist and abruptly left, asked what had suddenly happened. The loudspeaker announced that the last test in the direction of magic was starting. Those taking the test were asked to stand in line. Joe demanded to say it faster. The guy turned away. It was his turn. He asked his friend if he was going to the office. Joe was indignant at how he didn't tell until the very end. He answered that he was going. Jack looked after him, thought that he himself was not sure yet, so there was no need to tell him anything yet. The teacher was writing with chalk on the board. The students were sitting in a large hall. The board was covered in formulas. The man inquired. Someone seemed to be asking why they studied complex mathematical formulas in the direction of magic. He turned around, holding a book in his hand, said that if they wanted to understand the magic they used, they must know such subjects as higher mathematics and physics. He laughed and asked, "Did everyone understand?" The guys shouted, "It's still hard, very hard." They asked the professor, "Is it possible not to understand?" There was a knock on the door. The guy in the cap apologized to the teacher, said that now there would be an interview with the examinees. The man frowned, remembered, right, he was told. The students gathered in the gym. Jack had a card with number 3 hanging on his chest. Elizabeth had number 1. Michael called out to the hero. The guy thought he also applied to the magic department. This is unexpected. He thought that he wanted to find him after the exam anyway, so it's even for the best. Michael arrogantly said that he thought that he was at least something since he was hanging out with Joe and he was only at level 3. He grinned condescendingly, told the hero to go to the emergency exit after the test. He thought that if he used it correctly, it would be possible to deal with Joe. Elizabeth noticed their conversation. Jack asked indifferently why he should listen to him. The guy looked at him questioningly. The guys from his group were indignant, as he says, asked him to choose his words, or he got so bold while he was with this Joe. Michael stroked the hero's cheek, said that if he did not want problems at school, he should come while he spoke to him nicely. The girl came up to them, shouted what they were doing now, mocking their friend. Elizabeth looked at them seriously. Michael sighed heavily, asked who she was. The girl bowed, answered that she applied to the magic department this year. The guy was indignant, and what next? Elizabeth sternly said that perhaps she was mistaken, but it seemed to her that they were mocking their friend now. Michael grinned darkly, so he answered a question with a question, asked what all this was for. The girl waved her hand towards Jack, demanded that she apologize to him. The hero was perplexed. A guy with a mohawk came forward and shouted, "How dare she? She's crazy." A glowing pentagram appeared in front of the girl. She wondered if this was something only crazy people could say. She exclaimed, "Barrier." The guy was thrown aside. Jack was shocked. The students watching from afar screamed, so loud, so cool, it seemed like magic. Michael looked askance, said that she had come forward because she had something to say too. Elizabeth frowned, told him to quickly ask him for forgiveness. Michael waved his hand, said with a grin that today there were surprisingly many lovers of apologies. They liked receiving them so much, asked him to come here. Jack smiled, noticed that it would be better for him not to move. Michael looked at him with disdain, asked what? The hero repeated, didn't he clean his ears? He told him not to move. Michael frowned and asked who he was to give orders. What do you mean? Some small fry will be his. The protagonist looked closely at the guy. He narrowed his eyes in bewilderment. He began to tremble and thought, what the? The guys were standing behind him and shouting what he was doing. Let him smash him. And won't he leave this impudent guy like that? Michael turned around and told them to wait. He thought about what it was and that his stomach was sharp. The main character smiled. The girl came up to them and said that it was really so hard to admit that he was wrong and ask for forgiveness and let them just apologize and they would end it there. Michael bared his teeth. Then he thought fearfully that his stomach hurt a lot, and the further, the more. He looked at the girl and thought that he needed to finish this quickly. The guys encouraged him and shouted to crush them and take revenge. Michael jumped in a blow, but the girl put up a shield. The people covered their noses and started saying what the hell? They didn't hear anything, and that there was a rotten smell from somewhere. Michael squeezed his knees and trembled. The guys started calling him and asking what was wrong with him, and what happened. The guy frowned and told them not to come any closer and to get lost. He narrowed his eyes and cursed. Then he shit his pants and shouted loudly that no. The voices around were shouting what that smell was and to open the window. Professor Richard was a professor of magic at Unique Special School. Although he was known as a fairly ordinary magician, his skills were not inferior to great wizards. The sun was shining through the windows. The students covered their noses and shouted to turn on the air purifiers as loud as possible. Let them wipe it off there too. They stood near the window and talked about that smell. The professor covered his nose and thought. The man came up to him and said that the professor had arrived and that there had been an incident here. Richard replied that everything was fine, he had seen everything too. The inspector adjusted his cap, asked again and said that then it was necessary to stop. The professor laughed and said that it was a very interesting fight. Therefore, the man replied that by the way, it was such a mess now, what should they do? Richard replied with a smile that everything was fine. He had already selected those who had passed the first round with a mana scanner. The inspector smiled and said that as expected of him, he was doing his job well and asked who had passed. Richard looked at the students and replied that there were students they had already seen. Looking at Elizabeth, he thought that for sure his eyes had not deceived him. Mana reached 5 circles. She was even more than a genius. and that even in America or England it was very rare to meet someone her age who had reached 5 circles. The girl bowed to the man and asked if he was Professor Richard, apologized for causing trouble. She would humbly accept his decision. Even if he did not accept her into the faculty, the professor thought that among the best magicians she occupied one of the leading positions. Richard replied with a smile that she had quite a lot of mana, would watch her in the future, and that she had passed. The girl asked again in bewilderment. Then she happily jumped and began to thank him, and that she would try. Then the man looked at the protagonist and said that he too, quite impressive. Jack thought with a smile that this meant that this guy was Professor Richard. Although his profile said that he was a mid-level mage, he was at least at the highest level. Richard told him that how the amount and purity of mana could be so terrible. He did not even know if it was possible to put him on the 3rd level. Elizabeth covered her mouth and laughed. The protagonist looked at her offended. The professor continued that whether it was necessary to let him through, he did not even know. The guy mentally called the professor. The man thought in surprise that a wordless conversation. The man puzzledly continued the thought that he uses complex, high-class techniques at such a young age. As expected, he was not mistaken. Richard wordlessly answered him why the owner of such techniques came to study magic, and that he thought that it was possible to learn both magic and combat techniques at the same time. Jack replied that he knew the techniques anyway. He didn't need to learn them, but magic was an unknown area and it was hard for him to meet a person like him. The man, looking at the students, replied that perhaps it seemed like a good idea to be both a mage and a swordsman, but in the end one might not succeed in either direction, and that if he wanted to study magic just because he was blessed with mana, then this was a huge mistake and arrogance. The guy replied that a special school was a place to learn combat skills and abilities, as well as to eliminate their shortcomings, and that he did not want to separate combat techniques and magic. The only thing that mattered was that he was developing. Richard frowned and replied that, as he thought, he did not take magic seriously. The man looked at the protagonist and asked what he would do if he did not let him through. The guy said that he thought it was possible. The professor asked him why he was so confident. Jack replied that he needed to be assessed fairly. The professor asked him if he was sure he wanted to go, and that then he would ask him about magic. The protagonist replied that he studied pretty hard. Unique special school. The students were leaving the grounds. The guy called the protagonist and asked if he did well, and then added that although, of course, he did well. The guy raised his hand and said that, by the way, he definitely did. Then he left. His eyes were watering and he said that they said that this psycho, Michael, got diarrhea right where they were taking the exam, and that it was fucking crazy. Jack answered with a smile that it was heart poison. The guy asked again about heart poison and said that it meant that Michael had diarrhea because he used heart poison. The protagonist answered affirmatively. The guy held up 2 fingers and said that heart poison was a technique used by poison emperors and warrior stories, and he used it freely. He was simply the best. Jack punched him in the stomach and told him not to blabber, and that he just wanted to check if Michael's technique would react to heart poison. Joe opened one eye and said that yes, come to think of it, he wanted to say something about him even before the exam, and asked, so what? Jack said that Michael had an absorption technique, and heart poison reacted even more strongly to such people. Joe asked again about absorption and asked what else it was. The protagonist exhaled and said yes. Then he continued that it was a technique used by one disgusting guy. His image appeared in his head. The bed stood in the middle of the room and strange sounds were coming from somewhere. There were more and more of them. The girl was lying under the bed. She was breathing in fear. She raised her eyebrows and there was a click. Someone came into the room. He came up to the bed. The girl clutched something in her hand in fear. Someone was standing right next to her. The girl looked at the man in fear. Then he turned around and went out. The door closed. The girl lay silently. Then she crawled out from under the bed. She opened her mouth. There were mutilated people hanging on the wall and the door. The girl left the room. The entire corridor was covered with mutilated people. She put her mouth to her mouth and said that this couldn't be happening, the devil had done it, and that it was probably a dream. A voice behind her said why she had come out again. Then he put a knife to her neck. He continued in her ear that she should have continued hiding under the bed. The girl said no in fear. The voice continued that although he wouldn't have left her alive anyway. The girl screamed in fear. A scream was heard in the New York hotel. Elizabeth was a student at the unique special school, Department of Magic, a genius, the daughter of the head of the clan of Heavenly Warriors, part of the Great Eight. The sun illuminated the room. Someone said that those who had passed the selection round, let them stand in their specialties. The introduction would begin soon. The guys were standing next to each other. Joe thoughtfully said that it seemed like the girl was looking in their direction every now and then. The girl was looking ahead. Then she turned around to look at them. The protagonist looked at her questioningly. Elizabeth opened her mouth in fear. Then she put up a barrier, which the guys hid and said that so suddenly, a barrier. Joe asked in bewilderment what it was, and that she definitely did it after she met his gaze. Jack told him not to talk nonsense. The guy replied that it was good. His little sister was still a very small thing, The protagonist said that this was also complete nonsense. The guy turned to the protagonist and said that okay, that's fine, but absorption is actually such a scary technique that even he needs to worry about it. Jack asked again what he should worry about. Joe said that he would say no again, he knows him. The protagonist looked up. He looked at the guy and said that it was Michael. He was walking with his eyebrows down. Joe frowned and said that this was a psycho. He recognized his fortitude. If he were in his place, he would not be able to go to this school anymore from shame. Jack walked away from him and told him to wait for him here. The guy asked what he was going to do. The protagonist turned around and answered that there was something else that needed to be checked. Jack called Michael. He angrily grabbed him by the jacket and called him a henchman, and that he was just about to find him. Then he continued that he did not take his words seriously, was not going to bring Joe, that he was nothing to him, and that today was his last day. Jack grabbed his hand. A moment later, he knocked him to the ground. The guy's eyes widened. He was flying to the ground. Michael angrily said that it turns out he knows how to use techniques and that he tricked him well. Jack asked if he asked him, and that although he uses techniques, he has no reason to tell about it. What kind of fool tells everything he knows? Then, looking at Michael, he continued that only an idiot like him. The guy furiously told him to shut up and to die. The protagonist looked at him. Michael threw punch after punch, saying that bastards like him only come to their senses when they get their asses kicked, but the protagonist dodged every punch. People around started saying that there was a fight. They had been fighting since the beginning of school, and that wow. Michael angrily said that he should stop running away like a cowardly rat. Jack replied with a smile that he could do as he wished. A moment later, he punched the guy in the face. Blood came out of Michael's nose. He flew into the wall. Jack looked at the guy lying on the ground. He angrily said that he was a bastard. The protagonist delivered another blow. Michael hit the wall, then fell face down on the ground. Jack crushed his face with his foot. Then he grabbed his head. Crouching down, the protagonist asked if they would continue. Michael angrily said that he knew who he was, thought he would be fine, and that he would kill him. The protagonist slammed his face into the asphalt. Then he lifted his head. Jack smiled and asked again if they would continue. Michael's entire face was covered in bruises. The guy thought angrily that he was a bastard, laughing as if he had found an interesting toy. Then he asked who he was. Jack said with a smile that he was finally getting interested. But that was not the most important thing. Why wasn't he answering? And asked if they would continue. Jack grabbed his head again and the guy started saying that he was from the Black Tiger clan, a junior tiger. He screamed angrily and the protagonist screamed his name. He covered himself from the blow. The students around him were saying what he was doing all of a sudden, that he had counterattacked and that they should look at it. The protagonist had something on his face and someone said that it was poison. Ron was a fourth-year student at Unique, a member of the student association, and was responsible for discipline at the school. Rumors were circulating that he was on secret missions. People were shouting that he was crazy, that he seemed to have been hit, that poison had been used in the fight, and that he was out of his mind. Looking at them, the students continued that even a person could be killed that way, that he had gone completely crazy. Michael said with a smile, who else was crazy? He swung at the protagonist and said that if he was going to fight, he had better win. Then his eyes widened. Jack clenched his fists and a blast wave emanated from him. Michael covered himself and asked what the hell. The students asked what it was and that it was poisonous gas. Everything was like a fog and the voice told them to close their mouths and that they couldn't see anything because of the poisonous gas. Michael frowned and wondered if he had really released the poison he had injected into him. The protagonist said that he hadn't wanted to get this pathetic poison from him. The guy shuddered. Then he started screaming that he was a cowardly bastard. Where was he? That he should stop hiding like a rat and that he should come out. Someone grabbed his face. Then the protagonist made a strong blow. His eyes were burning and he asked him to answer one question, where he had learned the absorption technique. Michael lay on the ground and said what kind of nonsense he was talking about and what kind of technique was he talking about. A moment later his face changed. Jack kicked him again. He said with a smile that if he didn't want to, he shouldn't say it, though. Something flew by. He hit the guy again and said that it would be better to tell him everything. Michael opened his mouth in pain. Jack swung again and Michael shouted that it was enough. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. There was a blow. Jack covered himself from the dust. Then he raised his head and thought that this was a familiar move. What kind of technique? The protagonist's eyes widened. Ron was approaching them. Jack thought that it looked very similar to that guy's technique. He looked at the guy and thought that he had really been reborn. No, their character was different and their properties had been added. Then he continued to think that this guy was also weaker. If he were the one he thought he was, he would not have ended the battle like this. Ron introduced himself and said that he was a member of the student association, a fourth-year student. Looking at Michael, he continued that according to the school's rules, confrontation is a free choice. However, Ron frowned and continued that he thought he had exceeded the level of what was permitted. The protagonist looked at him and replied that what if he said that he used poison? The guy said that yes, it seemed to have no effect on him. Jack, frowning, said that his condition was not so important. What was important was that he used poison to kill him, and besides, this poison remained in his body. Ron looked at him and thought that he was right, and that if the opponent uses poison, then the fight should be on the same level. He looked away at the sitting Michael and continued the thought that in addition, Michael is the heir of the Black Tiger clan, and that not only did the heir of the Black Tiger clan attack an ordinary schoolboy, but he also used poison. He turned to the students and thought that too many people saw this battle. It was impossible to hide this matter. The guy said that he used poison. He hoped they would not leave this matter just like that. They answered him that, oh well, hardly. Jack kicked the guy in the face again. Ron looked at it and thought that this guy was deliberately showing off, like if he didn't like something, he would tear everyone to pieces. Then he asked the protagonist to listen and said that maybe he would remove his leg first and then talk. Jack turned around and grinned and replied that it just wouldn't be very nice if he used his poison again. Ron frowned and said that he was unconscious. How could he use poison? Jack replied that he was good at pretending. The guy thought that it seemed like it was in his nature to get under people's skin, and that he seemed to know why Michael decided to use poison on this man. Then he said that if he continued to act like this, he would have to fight him too, and asked if he was confident in his strength. Jack smiled and replied if he was confident that he could withstand the consequences. The protagonist thought, goosebumps, he was dangerous. Ron tiredly replied that if he stopped, he would pretend that nothing had happened, to which the protagonist remained silent. Then he replied that it was wise and removed his foot from the guy's face. Ron put his hands in his pockets and said that he would like to know his name. The protagonist turned to him with a smile and replied that the Faculty of Magic, first year, Jack. The students stood around him and said that yes, some first year had beaten him. Ron watched the protagonist and thought that the atmosphere was like a funeral, but still a little different. The guy exhaled and said that he would soon turn the whole school upside down. The sun illuminated the room. Jack walked down the corridor and thought that Michael did not even really know about the absorption technique, but he used it. Then he looked up and continued his thought, what does this mean? Hotel New York. Vincent was the head of the Black Tiger. He frowned and said that it is. They were standing in a hallway full of mangled bodies and the man asked how it happened. The guy next to him stuttered. He frowned and continued that he sucked everyone dry, including the guards, and then ran away. Vincent hit the guy furiously, called him an idiot and shouted that they were doing such a bad job that he had already reached the unique association. Looking at the dead girl, he shouted that he was standing. Quickly start searching, let all the employees of the main office join in. Just let them find him for him, and that they thought that this was a common thing. A distorted male face appeared before his eyes. Two men were standing in a dark hallway. The man licked his lips. A view of the unique special school opened up. Students were sitting at their desks. The protagonist was looking at a pile of gifts. The girl, looking at him, asked what they were saying. He took care of her, and the other asked, so it was him, the handsome one. The girl standing to the side came up and asked, they, there, can move. Jane, adjusting her hair, said that she actually wanted to go. Then she quickly walked past the students. The girl sat down next to the main character. Looking away, the student asked Jane what she thought she could do since she was a celebrity, to which the other replied that she did, as if she was dating the hero, and she added that she stuck to the main character during every lesson. Clenching her fist tightly, the girl said that there was no need to talk about her behind her back. If that's what they wanted, then let them fight. Looking at her, the girl said that she had a dog-like character, and the others stood up and said that they avoided her not because they were afraid, but because she was dirty. She would tell everything about her character on SNS. Jane jumped up sharply, surprised, and asked again. Folding her arms, she said that they only knew how to chat, to which the hero turned to her and asked, she was a celebrity, how could she behave like that? Jane looked at the hero furiously and asked him what he said, to which he replied that he just did nothing. Looking at her, Jack said that okay. But she had a divine eye, why did she come to study magic? To which the girl replied that he knew nothing, magic was the optimizing part of the divine eye. Smiling, the girl said that at least he knew how competitive the show business was lately. In this industry you need to stand out somehow, relax a little and a crowd of young girls will immediately come running. The girl grabbed the hero by the hand, and he said that they say she is also from a rich family. Looking at her, he sharply told her to stop clinging, to which Jane replied that he should sit still, he knows how she feels. Looking away, the girl thought about the fact that he is the hero. It seemed like the main character kicked the boy and she thought about how he was a prince who saved the nation's little sister who was in danger. Jane approached the main character and looked at him. Frowning, the hero asked why she was looking at him like that, embarrassingly. Looking away, the girl said that kissing was too annoying, asked if maybe they should slow down a little. The man abruptly put a stack of books on the table. Elizabeth abruptly sat down next to the hero, and the girl looked at her in bewilderment. Turning to her, the hero said that she had come, asked if she had done all her homework. Smiling, the girl said that of course, she had done everything, it took almost nothing. Looking at her angrily, Jane wondered what kind of fox this was. Turning around, the hero thought, what other fox? This is the head of the faculty, Elizabeth. Looking at him, the girl frowned and asked, already knows the name, to which he replied that they study together, of course he knows. Looking straight, she told the hero to shut up, she looks like a fox. Both girls turned their heads at each other. They began to drill the main character with their eyes. Suddenly, the sound of a notification from the main character's phone was heard. Looking at the phone, Jack said that it was his younger sister. His sister wrote that if he was not busy, they could go to the cinema, today she would pay. The main character answered her that today he would be busy all day, they would go next time, to which the sister asked again, and he answered that he definitely did and apologized. A portrait of Kate appeared. She has no field of activity. She is the younger sister of the main character, diligently studying the technique of the black sky, which the hero taught her. A movie theater sign appeared. The girl turned to her sister and asked if Jack had said he would come, to which she, looking at her phone, replied that he said he had a lot of homework. The girl sadly asked again, and then said that she had dressed up especially because of her brother Jack, to which Kate replied that well, nothing could be done, she would have to watch the movie without him. Looking at her sister leaving, the girl said that she wanted to watch with the hero, to which she replied that she didn't want to. No need. Running after her, she added that yes, she would watch, she would. A night city street appeared. Running quickly forward, the sister said that after the movie they had started talking too much, now she was late, her mother would kill her. Then she stopped abruptly. She opened her eyes wide, hearing a strange sound. A dark alley appeared. Looking ahead, the girl asked what it was. She heard something. A man appeared behind the wall. The man looked away in surprise. The girl turned to look at him in fear. Then her eyes widened in surprise. It seemed as if 3 people in masks were running towards her. She screamed sharply. There was a devastating explosion. Gray smoke appeared. The girl stood, and a whirlwind formed in front of her. Surrounding her, the man said that, as they thought, she was not an ordinary girl, and the other added that they had better not relax. Clenching her fists tightly, Kate asked who they were. If they did this, the police would catch them. Looking straight ahead, the masked man said that it seemed she was relying on the security cameras, but they had blocked the area from the outside world. The police would not come. Rushing towards her, they shouted that they should not underestimate this 13-year-old. They caught her. Hitting them, the girl said that how dare they. Then she suddenly jumped up. Looking away, Kate told them to wait. This was too much. Suddenly, a masked man appeared behind her, swinging his hand. Smiling widely, he said that he had caught her. The guy ran straight ahead. The protagonist opened the doors to the emergency room. Looking to the side, he shouted his sister's name. Sharply hugging her brother, the girl turned to him and then asked why he had come so late. Holding her hands, the protagonist apologized and then asked if she was okay, what happened, why she was in the hospital. To which she, looking to the side, hesitated. Pointing to the patients, she said that those guys over there wanted to kidnap her. There were people with bandaged limbs lying on the hospital beds. Looking at them, Jack asked who did that to them, to which she replied that it was this. Putting a finger to her face, she added that well, that's how it was. The man swung at her, and she said that when she almost got caught by that guy in the Captain Canada mask. Kate turned around abruptly. She closed her eyes and called out loudly for her brother. Suddenly, someone hit the man in the back. The masked man noticed the explosion and asked in surprise what it was. Looking at him, the girl asked what uncle was. A huge crowd of people in black suits appeared in front of her. Gritting his teeth, Oliver said that he had no excuses and apologized for being late. Looking at him, the girl asked again and then said that she was not a lady. The masked man asked in surprise who they were, how they got in here, and then said that they thought they would leave peacefully after they had interfered with them. Looking straight ahead angrily, the man asked again and then said that even before they entered here, they knew that it would not be peaceful here. The masked man asked what he was saying, and the other one clarified, even before they entered. The man said furiously that he didn't need to know, they needed to grind them into dust to survive themselves. Then he shouted for the Black Gold group to move forward, told them not to let anyone escape, and the men ran forward. The people in suits struck the people in masks. Looking at this, the girl asked in surprise what was this. Oliver looked straight ahead in surprise. Then he leaned towards the girl, to which she became scared and asked what. Pointing to her bruise, he asked if she really hurt her hand, to which she replied that maybe she grazed it a little with her fist. The man was furious, and Kate, looking at him, said yes, it was just a graze, it will heal if you lubricate it with saliva, and then turned to him. Putting his hands to his face, he said that no, this can't be, to which she replied that no, she says she's fine. The man clenched his fist sharply, and the girl looked at him in surprise and asked. Looking straight ahead, Oliver shouted that the highest alarm signal, kill everyone. Wiping away tears with her hand, Kate asked the hero if he at least knew how scared she was because he did not come, said that she hated him. Patients in masks appeared, and the girl added that she also felt a little sorry for those uncles. A portrait of a man appeared. It was Martin. His area of activity is the head of the unique squad and Adam's uncle. A hospital sign appeared. The hero stood with his head bowed down. Suddenly, footsteps were heard behind him. A whole crowd of people in suits were walking towards him. 3 men in black glasses looked at him. Bowing, Oliver said that the lady had safely arrived home. Looking at him, the main character thought that he had dedicated himself to creating and growing a group of brothers of steel. It seemed as if the man's head was shaking, and the main character was thinking about the fact that its participants were bandits with unforgivable sins and inhuman usurers, those who would not be mourned if something happened to them in battle. Looking down, the man shouted that he should kill him because of his mistake. The lady was thrown into danger. Turning around, the hero said that it was enough for today. They could kill next time. It was too late now. They were coming. All the people bowed and shouted that they obeyed. Suddenly, they all suddenly disappeared. The hero walked straight and thought. He stopped and looked straight ahead. Looking at the tall buildings, the hero thought. Then he walked further along the parking lot. Suddenly, he disappeared from sight. A man appeared behind the wall. He smiled broadly. The palace of the Black Tigers appeared. The warriors raised their fists up, and the man asked, "Do they all know what kind of place this is?" The children raised their hands up and happily said that this is the clan of the Black Tigers. The teacher, looking at them, said that that is right, this is the clan of the Great 8 Black Tigers. One of the children turned to her. Raising her hand, the girl asked, "Then the Black Tigers are the most terrible in their country?" To which the woman said, "And this." Smiling, she said that in Korea, the unique squad, guilds and the 8 great clans all together protect them from monsters coming out of portals, so it is impossible to say which of them is stronger and which is weaker. Watching from around the corner, the man laughed and then said that anyway, if he had to choose, their Black Tigers were the strongest. Walking straight, Vincent introduced himself as the head of the Black Tigers. Looking at him, the woman greeted him and then said that she would never have thought that the head of the clan himself would come out to them. It was such an honor, to which the man chuckled and then said that it was not worth it. Smiling, Vincent said that the kids who would become the future of our country had come. Of course he had to come out, and then asked if they at least knew how much he loved children. The children suddenly ran up to him, saying that their grandfather was the strongest man in the world, asked to take a photo with him, said that he was cool, to which he replied that fine, they would take a photo. The guy looked away. Frowning, he thought about how disgusting this guy was. Gritting his teeth, he added that he would take off this mask from him. Looking at him, the girl asked if maybe they should call for reinforcements. Turning around, Martin said that they had to be careful. Their opponent was the Black Tiger clan, which was part of the Great 8. Their careless actions could lead to a war between Unique and the Great 8. Frowning, the girl asked if he had forgotten about the incident that happened during the scientific expedition. A huge room appeared, and the girl added that 300 people gathered there disappeared for no reason, and then asked and thought that was all. It seemed like 3 buses falling into the ocean, and she said that 3 tourist buses that were rushing through the Kugok tunnel simply evaporated. A luxurious hall appeared, and the girl said that all the visitors in the Anyang City Hotel disappeared. Looking at her, Martin said that all 3 of these incidents were related to monsters that came out of the portal, to which she asked if he believed it too. The monsters did not touch the buildings, they only took people. The Black Tigers were involved in all of these incidents. The man said that these were just official statements. He did not say that the tigers had nothing to do with it, to which she asked why he hesitated then. Turning his head to the side, the man said that they also knew that they had started moving. He understood that she wanted to find her twin sister, who had disappeared during an investigation into the Black Tigers, but, lowering his head, he said that a year ago the Black Tigers had found something in their ancient burials, after which all of these events had started to happen. It seemed as if Vincent was holding a child in his arms, and the man added that until they knew what they had found there, they should not act carelessly. The child said goodbye to the man, and Martin added that they had to wait patiently until they figured out what they were going to do. Smiling, Vincent waved. Then the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. Turning to the man, he asked, says that Michael has returned, to which he replied that he has. A portrait of a man appeared. He is the head of the Black Tigers, part of the Great 8, also known as the Emperor of the Peninsula's underworld. Nothing is known related to his techniques. The clan's palace appeared. Michael was sitting on a bed with bandages on his head. Entering the room, the man said that he looked bad. The guy turned sharply to him and turned around in surprise. Falling to his knees, the guy said that he would not cause any more problems. Just once, let him forgive him. Frowning, Vincent said that he did not care whether he caused problems or not, but if he started something, he must finish it. Looking up, the boy said that he would crush him. Gritting his teeth in anger, the man said that just because he was called his son, he should pass on their clan to him. The boy's head shook and he apologized to him. He fell to the floor and apologized for being wrong while the man hit him and called him names. Throwing his hand out, Vincent asked him in anger that he thought he could take over the Black Tigers if he was like this. Holding his head, the boy thought that it was right, he should become strong. Opening his eyes, Michael thought that he would become strong and take revenge for all these humiliations. A heavy rain appeared. People in raincoats were carrying boxes. The man shouted at them to carry them carefully, to which the boy replied that yes, of course. Suddenly, the box slipped from the boy's hands and fell to the ground. It hit the ground with a loud thud, and the man shouted at them to be careful. Vincent looked at him furiously and asked if he even knew what those objects were, to which he apologized and said his hand slipped. Leaning toward the box, the guy said yes, but he told him to be careful right away. He knows his character. A man appeared lying in the box, and the guy apologized, to which the man replied that yes, let them finish quickly. Michael looked straight ahead, frightened. Someone was holding the man by the head. Michael watched and observed this. Then he turned to the guy and asked if he wanted to get out of here. Greg looked at him frowning, and the guy added that there was no way he could get out of here in this state. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that this would change if he helped him. In return, he had a condition. Spreading his arms out to the sides, Michael asked to teach him that technique. Greg looked straight ahead carefully, and then he smiled broadly. The guy stood on the street and looked down. The man approached him and, bowing, said that the head of the clan ordered to continue training after all his wounds were healed. Looking straight ahead, the guy asked what was more important. There was no news from the ghostly face squad yet, to which the man replied that yes, it was quite strange, but there had been problems with communication for several hours. Looking at him, the guy asked how could this be? The Black Tigers had so much equipment for communication, and he was saying problems, to which the man replied that he would take action as quickly as possible. Gritting his teeth tightly, Michael said that everything was not going according to plan, to which the man apologized. The guy looked at him. Then he turned and asked him to give him his hand, to which the man asked again. Grabbing his hand, Michael said that yes, it was fast, let him give it faster, to which the man objected. Black particles appeared in a wheeze from pain. The guy threw it next to him. Looking at his hand, Michael wondered what the heck, did it really work? The bandages began to tear sharply, and the guy thought that it was true. As he said, it seemed that new energy was spreading throughout his body. A portrait of the main character popped into the guy's head, and the thought appeared that if so, then he could fight that bastard again. Suddenly, an explosion thundered nearby. Turning his head to the side, Michael wondered what those sounds were. A city street appeared. A dialogue was heard about the fact that the connection was blocked and an approving answer, and then a question about the communication device, and the answer that they were turning it on. Men in suits waved batons. It was said that a training session was taking place with an imitation of the opening of a night portal, asking citizens to go to safe places. The guy looked straight ahead and asked what the drills were again, to which the other sighed and said that he was so tired of all this. It was said that the roads and surrounding areas would be blocked, noise and chaos were possible. They hoped for their understanding. The protagonist stood in front of a huge crowd of people in suits. Ben fearfully turned to the leader, to which he responded. Looking ahead, the guy said that he froze and seemed unable to move, to which he asked again, and the guy added that he had never seen the founder of the squad so angry. Smiling broadly, the protagonist said that today the Black Tigers would be wiped off the face of the earth. An explosion thundered near the clan palace. People jumped on the roofs. It was heard that the Blue Tigers should move faster. The enemy had already penetrated the general headquarters. The Blue Tigers are one of the three groups that make up the Black Tigers and are in second place among them. Harry looked ahead. He could hear how they dared to attack them, the Black Tigers, so abruptly. Who was so brave? Suddenly he looked to the side sharply when his clansmen were hit. Turning around, he shouted that it was an enemy attack, let them dodge. There were blows and wheezing from pain. He jumped sharply behind the wall. Looking out from behind it, Harry said that these bastards, he would kill them all, asked where they were, let them come out right now. Suddenly, behind him, he heard a question, how bastards? Folding his arms, the protagonist said that he came alone, so let him not exaggerate. Putting a blade to the hero, the leader said that how dare he say anything else? The protagonist smiled broadly. Suddenly, he sharply hit the man in the mask. Harry flew far away, leaving behind white smoke. A broken board appeared. The man leaned on his sword and wheezed. Holding the sword in his hand, he said that such stupidity to attack the Black Tiger clan. And then he opened his eyes wide in surprise. Looking at the pile of clanmates lying on the ground, he thought about Looking back, he thought about how this happened. A smiling Jack appeared, and Harry thought that this was a joke. It couldn't be. He really did it all by himself. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what? He didn't believe it even after he saw it himself. There was nothing to think about. The Black Tigers would close their gates today anyway. The hero was surprised to hear that some brat had a torn mouth. Many people in red masks appeared, and one of them said that it seemed that he was talking too much with his torn mouth. The Red Tigers are one of the three groups that make up the Black Tigers and are in first place among them. Harry looked at them in surprise and thought that the best squad of the Black Tigers, the Red Tigers. Smiling, the man asked if he at least knew where he was opening his mouth. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that of course he knew, it was a lair of human traffickers. Portraits of Ben and Oliver appeared. It was written about the Brotherhood of Steel. They belonged to the Golden River Clan, the Brotherhood of Blood, the guard created by the protagonist from the villains he brought, who could not be restored to society. Due to the fact that the immortal berserker and submission techniques were used on them, they cannot die, but the moment they decide to rebel against the protagonist, their heads will explode and they will die. An explosion thundered in the palace. Raising his hand, the guy asked, "What is going on there?" and the connection is not working. He will die of curiosity now. The girl, looking at him, said that it seems that someone attacked the Black Tigers, to which he asked again. Opening his mouth in surprise, he wondered what kind of crazy squad decided to attack the Black Tigers at such a time. Who is it? And then said that this cannot be. Looking away, he thought that this would not work. First he needed to go to a place where he could get a signal and tell Unique everything, and then he said that he needed to report first and let her follow him. The girl bowed her head down and thought. Then she jumped up and apologized to the squad leader and said that she had to find her younger sister. Looking up, the guy asked where she was going and told her to come back. Suddenly, the girl was struck by lightning and the guy looked at it in fear. Looking at the shocked girl, he asked if she was okay. Approaching her, he wondered what the hell, how did this happen? A barrier suddenly appeared that wasn't there before. People from the Red Tiger squad were flying back from the blows. The protagonist stood surrounded by them. Looking at him, they said that he was an impudent bastard. Kill him. Jack spread his arms out to the sides and said that flying like moths to a flame, they will ultimately remain moths. Suddenly a glowing sword appeared near his hand. The man in the red mask shouted in surprise about the shapeless sword. The hero swung his weapon, a whirlwind appeared, and they shouted for everyone to run. Suddenly the people in black masks began to be covered in smoke. Looking forward, they wheezed in pain. A pattern appeared on the ground after the hero's strike. The man, looking at it, said that this could not be a shapeless sword. A shapeless sword is a technique that even the head of the clan could hardly learn. Lying on the ground, the man asked the hero who he was, why he was doing this to them, what they did wrong. Looking back, Jack asked about the fact that it seemed like they all felt injustice. Were they interested in the reason? Looking straight ahead, the man said that of course, because of which he wanted to kill them all. Turning to him, the protagonist replied that it was good. They say that you need to listen to the dying man's last wish. He will tell them the reason. Lying on the ground, the people looked at him in surprise and asked what it was, only now. Smiling widely, the protagonist said that it was because they were going to kidnap his younger sister, although their attempt ended in failure. Opening his mouth, the man thought about the fact that he was crazy, really. Looking at the hero, the man in the mask said that they did not even kidnap him, but only tried, and then asked that he was killing hundreds of people because of this. Frowning, the hero asked, just says. Looking straight ahead, Jack said that those who earn their bread with a sword want to say that they have human rights. The men looked straight ahead in surprise, hearing that of course, human rights are a luxury for them. Turning around, they saw the guy and turned to him. Looking at him, the man told him to get out of here. It's dangerous here. Suddenly, Michael grabbed his armor. Looking at the man, the guy said, "Who is he?" and the man asked again. A bright glow appeared, and the guy added that who is he to worry about him, and the man wheezed in pain. The masked man turned to the guy and asked what he was doing. Looking down, Michael smiled widely. Two people in red masks were lying on the ground. The guy grabbed the man by the neck, and he turned to him in fear. Suddenly, red beams appeared, the man wheezed, and someone told the guy to stop. The man behind him turned to the guy while he was strangling his clansman. The man clenched his teeth tightly, looking straight ahead. Suddenly, a white beam flew at the guy. A request was heard for him to stop. Michael slid back along the ground. Holding a sword in his hand, the masked man asked what he was doing. Turning to look at him, Michael asked what was that. Smiling, he added that he was letting them play their part. The man looked straight ahead in surprise and repeated these words. The man clenched his fist and shouted that they were protecting the Black Tiger clan. Looking straight ahead, he added that they were giving their lives in his name. The roof of the palace appeared. A small boy was sitting in the corner of the room, his knees pulled up to his chest. The man bent down in front of him and asked if he was okay. The boy lowered his head and remained silent. Looking at him, the man turned to him and told him to pull himself together. The clan leader was doing this only to make him stronger. Looking down, the boy said so what? Even if he practiced techniques every day, his skills did not improve. The man looked at him and thought about it. Raising a finger up, he asked about what then? How about he start helping him in training? Michael, with tears in his eyes, raised his head up and asked if it was true. The man smiled broadly and said of course, and he should grow up strong and accept the Black Tiger clan with dignity. The boy hugged him abruptly. The man looked at him in surprise, and the boy said something unintelligible. Bursting into tears, Michael said that he would do so, he would definitely do so, and he should definitely help him. The boy sobbed as he hugged the man. The masked man looked straight ahead and said that their purpose, the red tigers. His neck was squeezed by a hand, and he added that the protection of the black tigers. Michael lifted him off the ground, and the man said that dedicating his life to their clan. Smiling broadly, the boy said that he seemed to be a little mistaken. They were the ones who were raised for the sake of the Black Tiger clan. Squeezing his neck tightly, he shouted that they were his slaves. The man grabbed his hand and wheezed from suffocation. With his mouth wide open, he turned to the guy and said that he was very strong, so he should be careful. The guy continued to hold him above the ground and choke him. The man fell to the ground, and the guy said that he became the leader of the Red Tigers. No wonder his energy was good. Looking at the protagonist, Michael asked why he waited so long. He should thank him for waiting. Looking straight ahead, Jack said that well, he killed those who would have died at his hands anyway, so thank him. But he was more interested in who he learned this disgusting absorption technique from. White beams appeared. The guy sharply hit the protagonist and said that he did not need to know. The hero's eyes glowed red and he wheezed. Having hit the hero several times, the guy said that it was enough to just become strong. Having struck the hero's head, Michael said that today he would try to get some punches too. The protagonist stood and held the sword behind his back. Strange sounds were heard in the room. Several people were fighting among themselves. One of them asked where they were going. There was no way they could get out of here. Leaning against the wall, Oliver asked how much longer they had to do this. Turning around, Ben replied that until the founder of the squad cuts out the entire Black Tiger clan. The masked man approached the guy with a sword in his hand, and he said that they just need to maintain the barrier. The deputy sharply hit the masked man in the face. The man flew into the wall. Looking at each other, the man said that it seems they have sorted everything out here, to which the guy replied that it seems so. Suddenly, they sharply turned around, hearing that they were being treated rudely. Suddenly, the leader suddenly disappeared. Looking at the explosion, the deputy shouted his name. A blow was dealt to the man. It was heard that they dared to turn the Black Tiger clan into this. Ben flew into the wall and wheezed. Writhing in pain, he said what kind of guy did that so suddenly. Suddenly, a kick flew into his face. Looking at him, the man said that they were creatures that were lower than dogs and pigs. Vincent gritted his teeth and asked if they still hadn't figured out who the bastards were. The guy with glasses looked at him and said that the barrier around the clan was very strong and they couldn't contact the outside world, so they hadn't figured out who they were yet. The man pressed his foot on the guy's face and turned to him and told him to tell him who they were if he didn't want to die. Grabbing his leg, Ben said that they came from the Golden River. The man frowned and asked what he said, the Golden River. Looking at him, the guy turned to the leader and said that he wanted to confuse them, otherwise he would never have confessed so easily. Making a face, the guy asked if he even knew why he was revealing who they were because they would all be killed by their founder anyway. The man glared at him and said that he was a bastard. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard from behind him and the wall began to crack. The wall broke, a man flew out of it. The protagonist fell to the floor unconscious. Looking at him, the deputy shouted his name. The protagonist was lying on the floor, strewn with pieces of the wall. The man turned around and asked what. Suddenly, a guy appeared behind him, emitting red particles. Looking at him, he asked if it was Michael. Frowning in bewilderment, he said that his kind, really. Smiling widely, the guy asked what was going on. Doesn't it look cool that he became stronger? Looking at the man, he said that he, the father, got that monster out of the burial in order to become stronger. Vincent furiously shouted that he was a complete idiot. He was going to use him and not become a monster himself. Smiling, the guy replied that it didn't matter what he did. Taking hold of the guy, he added that it was enough to just become strong, and the guy asked again. The man looked in surprise at the bright light that appeared. The guy's wheeze was heard. Turning back, Michael said that as he thought, delicious, the leader is better than he thought. Looking at him, the man shouted in rage that he was a bastard. Looking straight ahead, he said that he was no longer his son. From the moment he learned absorption, he became a pathetic monster. Throwing the guy to the floor, Michael grinned and said that when he was weak, he said that he was not his son. Because he was weak, he became strong, but he says that he is a monster and therefore is no longer his son. Turning his head to the side, the guy asked what he should become then. The man looked at him in fear. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the guy said that now it was time for him to rest. From now on he would lead the Black Tigers. Frowning, the man said that he succumbed to madness because he learned absorption. Smiling broadly, the guy said that if he didn't like something, he could beat him. He always said that the strong get everything. The man frowned with rage and said that he. Suddenly they heard someone ask why they dropped their fists and fought with words. Sitting on the floor, the protagonist said that they should take advantage of this opportunity and show a real fight between a father and son. A smiling portrait of the hero appeared. Turning around, the guy asked in surprise that this bastard didn't die. Looking straight ahead, the hero smiled and asked, did he die? Even his guys didn't die. Michael asked in amazement about what he said. Looking at his men, Jack asked, are they not going to get up? An immortal berserker was used on them, so they will not die even if their throats are slit. Suddenly, the men in suits stood up abruptly and answered approvingly. Looking away, the protagonist told them to go and protect the barrier. Suddenly, they abruptly evaporated, obeying the order. Shaking himself off, the protagonist said that now everyone who could interfere had left. The man suddenly rushed towards him, and the hero said that he said, "Let them try to fight for real." An explosion thundered in the room. Holding a sword in his hand, the protagonist laughed and said that it was a good try, but with this level, they would not be able to defeat him. A man with glowing eyes appeared behind the hero, saying that Michael became like this because of him. The man's eyes appeared, and the hero thought that they were behind. Throwing the hero away, the man told him to die and called for the roar of a black tiger. The protagonist slid along the floor. Gritting his teeth, Jack thought about the fact that he was definitely in front. Why did he appear from behind? Suddenly, Vincent abruptly appeared behind the guy, and he was surprised. Striking the hero in the back, the man shouted about the black tiger's sortie, to which the guy croaked in pain. A black wave was approaching the hero, and the man shouted about the black tiger's ongoing attack. Looking back, Jack said that it means that he forms a space in the darkness and can quickly move around it. Holding a red sword in his hand, the man said that even if he has black sky techniques, it does not matter. Then, widening his eyes, he added that he should give him his life. The protagonist flew back after the man called for Black Tiger's explosive massacre. Many black beams appeared in front of the hero, and he said that good, he recognizes his skills. Then, smirking, Jack said that if he wants to catch him with this, he will rather get caught himself. The man opened his eyes in surprise and asked him again what he said. A blue beam appeared on the ground. White waves were approaching the man, and he shouted about an explosion. A bright glow appeared in front of the man, and he began to curse. Looking forward, Vincent said in surprise, "How could an attack be like that?" After that, he frowned. Swinging his sword, the protagonist caused a destructive whirlwind. A huge explosion appeared near the palace. Flying back, the man said that the hero was a bastard. Covering one eye, Vincent thought that this could not be. How could someone like him have such strong internal energy? The man landed on the roof of the building. Suddenly, a whirlwind flew towards him, and he jumped to the side. The hero continued to use the skill, and the man thought that because of this technique, he could not get closer to him. Smiling widely, the protagonist said that this is the end, asked if he was ready. Suddenly, someone grabbed him by the neck from behind. The man, looking forward, shouted the name Michael. Standing next to the hero, the guy said that he should have already prepared himself. He will suck out all the internal energy from him. Suddenly, red particles appeared, flying upward. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, being covered in them. The guy smiled widely and thought about the fact that the power was pouring into him very quickly. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly. Squinting, the guy thought about what the hell he remembered. Thoughts with apologies arose in his head with the phrase that he was very sorry. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought about why he wanted to kill this bastard. Smiling, Michael thought that it was huge. Who was he anyway? Then he opened his eyes wide in bewilderment. It seemed like black rays were radiating from them, and the guy thought about the power. He was sucking out his power. The man quickly ran towards them and shouted for Michael to get away from him. Smiling widely, the hero said that it was too late. Suddenly, the guy's hand began to dry out and he wheezed. The guy standing behind the hero completely lost his life force. Looking straight ahead, the man shouted that no, Michael, no. Taking the dead guy by the hand, the protagonist said that he had been reborn so many times. Wouldn't he have learned absorption during this time? He just doesn't use it so as not to sink to the level of that bastard. Throwing the guy to the ground, the protagonist wished the man a good journey. Frank's portrait appeared. His affiliation is the North River family. Although he is the third heir of the family, he does not look very strong. The man clenched his teeth in anger and looked straight ahead. Running up, he shouted that the hero is a bastard, so that he immediately revives his son. Raising his sword behind his back, the protagonist asked how he would revive the dead man. White smoke appeared. Blood was coming out of the man's mouth. Being wounded, the man called the hero a bastard. Looking at him, Vincent asked who he was. He wants to kill all the black tigers. Jack sharply thrust the sword into the man's body. Smiling broadly, he said that he talked too much. Turning around, the protagonist added that if you get caught doing something bad, you have to take responsibility. The man fell to the ground. Standing between two corpses, the hero asked if this was the end. Looking at the guy, he said that for sure you should have first found out how he learned absorption, and then kill him. Well, nothing can be done. The protagonist turned around in surprise, looking at the stone. Looking ahead, he asked what the hell, it was a core, and then said that he placed the core in his body and sucked out its power so he could use the black sky technique as much as he wanted. Turning around, the hero grinned and then asked what the Golden River advisor was doing. He should find out and report all the important information. Other groups carry cores in their bodies to become stronger. Suddenly, the hero was surprised to hear a strange sound. It seemed like the man quickly jumped to the side. Flying away, Frank said that the hell he noticed. The guy swung his sword sharply and summoned a blade of mixed lightning. The protagonist looked straight ahead and heard about the North River family's technique. Suddenly, a blue glowing sphere appeared in front of the protagonist. A blue beam appeared near the guy's head. Pressing him against the wall, the protagonist said that he didn't have time to play, so he shouldn't get into trouble, to which the guy replied that he would wait a minute. At least he knew who he was. Smiling, the hero asked again, and then said that judging by the fact that he used the family's technique, he was not one of the Black Tigers. The guy, looking at the protagonist, shouted that he was the third heir of the North River family. He was just a person who received the Black Tiger's invitation. He didn't know who he was, but if he harmed him, his family would not let it go so easily. Approaching the guy's face, the protagonist asked what he said. Smiling broadly, the hero said that in past lives, when he was bored, he slaughtered his family. He understands what he is talking about, to which the guy thought about what this bastard was talking about. Stretching his hand forward, Jack said that everything turned out well. He was just thinking about how to finish the extermination of the Black Tigers well. It would be necessary to present everything as if it was a battle between the Northern River family and the Black Tigers. Frank, looking forward, shouted about what he was talking about, how it was their family that fought the Black Tigers. He was a friendly delegate who came at the invitation of this clan. Smiling, the hero asked, "He wants to live, then let him get up." The main character pointed his finger at the guy, and he replied that he wants to live. A white pill flew into the guy's mouth. Looking at him, the main character said that he should swallow it and get used to his new self, then he will be able to live. Putting his hand to his mouth, the guy asked what to get used to. Jack smiled and said that he would control him with the devil's spirit suppression, but there was no need to be afraid of it. Then, looking to the side, the protagonist called the head of the Brotherhood and told him to take this guy, train him and add him to the Brotherhood of Steel. The guy opened his eyes wide and something flew into his neck. Grabbing him, Oliver said that he would train him so that next time he would not even dare to look at him. Looking to the side, the protagonist turned to the Brotherhood and told them to leave traces of the family's techniques on all the bodies. In any case, all sword techniques are similar, so just let them leave a few marks, to which they obeyed the order. A dark sky appeared. There were 2 corpses on the ground. The blue core was emitting a glow. The man grabbed it with his hand. Smiling, Greg looked at the stone. Leaning it against himself, a bright red glow appeared. He clenched his teeth tightly and screamed. Then he leaned forward. Red and black rays emanated from him. The guy leaned forward. Looking at his hand, he sighed heavily. Smiling widely, he said that finally the body of the bloody deity was finished. The city's high-rise buildings appeared. A man and a woman were sleeping on the bed. The protagonist quietly walked past their room. Then he went to the door, sighing. Jack said that getting home unnoticed by his parents was 100 times more difficult than defeating the Black Tigers. A question was heard about who he defeated there. The sister, sitting on the bed, said that his clothes had turned into rags. Greg's portrait appeared. Looking at Kate, the protagonist asked how she felt, why she was sitting here and not sleeping, to which she replied that she was waiting for him. Unbuttoning his shirt, the protagonist said that it was quite touching. It was already late today, so they would talk tomorrow morning. Looking ahead, the girl angrily told him to talk, asked what he was doing, what was going on. Smiling, the hero thought about how they would look at her. Clenching his fingers, Jack asked, wondering what happened, or was she asking because she needed something? Clenching her fists tightly, the girl said that of course she was wondering who he took her for, of course she was asking because she was interested. The hero took out several bills. Kate furiously said what he was doing, she was almost kidnapped by bad guys. Taking out several more bills, the girl looked at them and asked what he thought. She would fall for the money. If he didn't tell, she would tell her mother everything. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, hearing the hero say, "Okay, then 500,000 won." Sweat ran down the girl's face and she repeated the amount. Holding the money in his hands, the hero asked if he wanted it, and then said that he didn't want it. No need. How much, he said, was a ticket to the bulletproof performance this time. Suddenly, the money disappeared from the hero's hand. Clutching the bills tightly, the girl said that she wasn't asking anymore because he could get into trouble, not because of the money. Raising his finger up, Jack said that of course she was his sister after all, and thanked her, to which she thanked him in return. Looking at her, the main character asked if she was really okay. If she was worried, he would assign her a bodyguard, to which the sister asked again in surprise. A memory of people in suits beating up people in masks popped into the girl's head. Opening her mouth wide, Kate said that she didn't want it. No way, now she could protect herself. She had worked out the black sky technique he had taught her well. Hitting with her hand, she told the hero to look. The hero parried the blow. Smiling, he held 2 bills in his hand and asked, "What? That's all." Then he opened his eyes wide. Quickly waving his arms, he intercepted the money. Holding 2 stacks of bills in his hand, he asked, "What is this late attack?" The girl crossed her arms and asked, "What is he like?" Looking at her, the protagonist thought that she had already risen to the 4th stage in the black sky technique. He thought that with such a level she could quite well stand up for herself, and then said that it was still not enough, let her try harder. Leaving the room, the girl said that it was always the same. Then the door slammed shut. Sighing, the protagonist said that confronting his sister can be more difficult than fighting bad guys. Then he abruptly fell onto the bed and sighed. Looking at the ceiling, Jack said that the black tigers had disappeared, which meant that chaos would come with the dawn. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he was really sorry and apologized. Grabbing his head, the hero said that it was enough, let him stop. Gritting his teeth tightly, he said that he was talking enough, now he didn't even remember his name. The voice introduced itself. Sitting under a tree, the hero asked what was wrong and what of it. Holding a piece of meat in her hand, the girl asked if he wanted to eat. Looking forward, the hero asked that she had added poison. Biting into the meat, the girl said that he was a pest, it seemed that he wanted to live a long time. Lowering his head, the hero said that this was a place where everyone would kill each other until 3 people remained. How could he believe her and eat it? To which she replied that that was true. Smiling, the girl turned to him and asked if then maybe he would become her subordinate. The hero asked again in surprise. Standing in front of him, the girl said that she would become the Empress and unite Muram, so she needed a right hand. If she did not want to be an assistant, she could marry her. Smiling, the hero asked, "What, Empress? The conquest of Muram?" The hero said that long before he was born, he made the conquest of Muram his goal, to which she replied that he should not make her laugh. Now it was her goal. The guy smiled widely, turned to the hero and asked if he would kneel down or kill her. Holding the girl by the neck, he added that the hero should choose faster. The hero frowned, looking straight ahead. With tears in her eyes, the girl apologized to the hero. Clutching his head, Jack said that the devil, he cannot sleep because of all sorts of bad thoughts. Opening one eye, he thought that, as he thought, Michael's absorption appeared because of this bastard. This problem will not be solved so easily. The roof of the clan's palace appeared. There were many corpses on the ground. The guy stood in front of them and looked straight ahead. Martin said that they were currently checking all organizations that had enough power to defeat the Black Tigers, so they would be able to quickly identify those who had done it. Turning his head to the side, the guy said that he had done it alone. The guy asked again in surprise. His eyes lit up and he said that he had cut out all the Black Tigers alone, and one evil spirit had also stirred. Trees and the moon appeared. The men in suits ran forward and someone said that they should be faster. This was the founder's order. The deputy said that they should thoroughly search the area. Holding the guy, Oliver said that there was no time to train this kid yet and asked what they needed to look for. The deputy gritted his teeth in anger and asked that he had just sworn at the order of their leader. Oliver shouted that no, he seemed to be thinking a little because of the large amount of work, to which Ben replied that he should be careful. If the boss heard this, they would all die, to which he obeyed. Looking at the forest, the guy said that so, now they need to rummage through the entire forest near the Black Tigers and find the strongest creature. The people in suits looked around in surprise, hearing a strange sound. The guy turned his head to the side and asked what it was. A portrait of a smiling protagonist appeared. A view of the night city opened up. People turned around in surprise, hearing announcements that a third-level portal had been opened, a request for all residents to immediately leave the city. All citizens began to quickly run forward with frightened screams. It was said that they needed to quickly get out of Incheon. Looking at the guy, Oliver said that they said that a third-level portal had opened. They needed to quickly evacuate the Brotherhood of Steel group. Frowning, Ben asked which one to evacuate. He forgot about the order of their leader. Running into the forest, the guy added that he said to find the strongest creature nearby. A third-level demon could be the strongest. We need to check this and report to the leader. And the other said that they should go together. Looking to the side, the guy said that he should tell everyone they are against a third-level demon. Under no circumstances should he see them. They will check his condition and retreat. Suddenly, a bright flame appeared in front of him. He looked at it in surprise and said that the trees began to burn. Oliver shouted about what was there. A creature with a stone in its body appeared. Hiding behind a ledge, the guys watched the demon. Slightly peeking out from behind it, Ben said that it would not be possible to get closer, and Oliver added that this is a truly unheard of and unseen demon. The demon turned its head to the side. Frowning, the guy said in fear what he noticed. Jumping sharply to the sides, he added that he should dodge. Flames appeared, flying straight. Gritting his teeth tightly, the guy thought that it was terrible. If they got caught, they wouldn't be able to collect the bones. The man stood, and a fiery attack was flying at him. Crossing his arms, he wheezed and asked what else was this. The guy, looking at him, turned to the leader of the squad. Lowering his head down, he thought about the fact that he was dying. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought that he didn't want to die like this. He hadn't been able to pay for all his sins yet. Tears appeared in his eyes and he thought that he didn't want to die like this, and then he was surprised. Clenching his fists, he looked straight ahead and asked what. Everything had suddenly calmed down. The man turned to him and, pointing his hand to the side, told him to look there. The man tightly squeezed the demon's neck. Greg lifted him from the ground, smiling. Looking at him, the guy asked why he was so strong. The demon opened his mouth wide and screamed. Red particles appeared and the guy continued to strangle him. The demon grabbed the man's hand and screamed. Putting his hands in front of him, the guy screamed what it was. The monster began to slowly crumble in the guy's hands. Ben screamed that it was a third-level demon, and Oliver that in one go. The man looked at the guy who killed the monster in surprise. Frowning, the man said in fear that he looked here. Running quickly to the guy, Oliver said that they needed to run, and Ben made a sound. Lowering his head, Greg said that they are under the technique of the immortal berserker. The man opened his eyes wide and asked how is it? Greg smiled widely, and the man added that then this is definitely his rebirth. It was heard that the Black Tigers were defeated, Vincent was killed. It was announced that the 8 great clans had gathered to discuss the death of the Black Tigers. No, now the representatives of the 7 great clans had gathered in front of the United Heavenly Warrior clan. For the first time in history, reporters from foreign publications had also arrived in the country and were fighting for the opportunity to interview first what awaited them at today's meeting. The palace of the Heavenly Warrior clan appeared. The reporter pointed at a man, saying that the head of the Heavenly Fire clan had just arrived. Looking to the side, Marcus said that he had not been to the Heavenly Warriors for a long time. Smiling, the reporter said that while she was speaking, the head of the Skillful Blade clan had come here. Connor folded his arms and looked to the side. The entire crew was surprised to hear that this was a camera. Were they going to be shown on TV? Smiling widely, Tom said that if he had known, he would have come in a suit instead of a uniform. Turning to the hero, the man whispered that he should be careful in today's actions, to which Jack asked why. He was afraid that he would be beaten. Smiling, the man asked that he would be beaten. He, who had single-handedly slaughtered all the Black Tigers, he was afraid that he would get angry. And all 8 clans, no, already 7 clans, in general, were worried that he would kill all these hypocrites. Looking directly, the protagonist said that he was not in such a mood now. Last night the connection with the Brotherhood of Steel, whom he had sent on reconnaissance, was broken, to which the man asked again in surprise. Frowning, the hero said that although he had persuaded him to come, he would only be at the meeting, and thought that he would need to leave quickly, to which the man replied that fine, then let him do so. Tom turned his head to the side and said that even if he came to the meeting, let him focus on him. He didn't know about the others, but with the head of the Heavenly Warriors, it was better to be careful. The girl who came up from behind asked why it was necessary to be careful with her father. Elizabeth adjusted her glasses, and the hero said her name in surprise. Looking at her, Jack asked what he was doing here. The man in the suit asked that he knew his daughter. Robert stood with his hands in his pockets, and the girl turned to him. Looking at her father, Elizabeth said that he was her classmate. Looking at the main character, the man asked if he was Tom's son from the Golden River, and the girl said that it was Jack. He was not the son of the Golden River, but was only responsible for security there. Tom smiled and said that they say that the daughter of the Heavenly Warriors is a genius of magic. Apparently it is she. Asked how about marrying his son, Joe. Although he is simple, he fights well. Looking straight, the man laughed and said what nonsense this is. Nothing changes at all in this clan. They still think that they can get everything they want. Tom smiled and said that a man should be honest in what he wants. He does not have the same character as some who try to quietly come up from behind and give a slap on the back of the head. Is not that so? Looking at each other, Robert said that in their world are there still those who get slapped on the back of the head, to which the man laughed and replied that he still pretends to be tough. Standing in front of the man in the suit, the reporter addressed the clan leaders and asked who they thought had exterminated all the Black Tigers, what they planned to discuss at today's meeting. Looking at the man, Elizabeth's father asked how about going inside first, to which he replied that it was great, he hated those bugs. Pointing his hand forward, the man said that this way. Looking at the protagonist, the girl asked him if he was surprised to see her here, to which he replied that he was a little surprised because she used magic. He thought that she had nothing to do with combat techniques. Turning around, the girl said that a simple magic technique had also been discovered. Her father wanted her to study the combat techniques of the Heavenly Warriors, but she could not focus only on them. Smiling, Elizabeth said that in any case, welcome to their home. It seemed like the girl leaned against the table. The guy, sitting on a tree, watched the crowd. A memory popped into his head, how he was told that he alone had slaughtered all the Black Tigers, and also one evil spirit had stirred, and then he thought about the fact that the Black Tigers were the largest clan, part of the Great Eight, and besides, the head of the Black Tigers, the Emperor of the Underworld, Vincent, was one of the strongest warriors. Leaning against a tree, the guy thought about what they were saying, that they died at the hands of one person. It seemed like people were running in fear along the city streets, and the guy was thinking about the fact that yesterday's incident with the opening of the 3rd level portal. Because of this, the entire city should have been evacuated, but the portal dissolved like smoke. A view of people sitting at computers opened up, and a thought arose in the guy's head that the control center was saying that it was a false alarm due to a system error. But the opening of the 3rd level portal was definitely related to the fall of the Black Tigers and the appearance of evil spirits. Frowning, the guy thought about the one who destroyed the Black Tigers. Putting his hand to his face, he thought that he did not understand anything. A portrait of the guy appeared in his head and he thought about the fact that he could not say it more simply, now he cannot even ask. Looking ahead, the guy thought that it was good, he would find it on his own, then first he needed to monitor the meeting of the 7 great clans. It seemed like all the clan leaders were sitting at the table. Looking away, Marcus said that they had been talking about the same thing for how long. Asked what they were even doing, the evidence was obvious, so what was the problem? Folding his arms, Connor told the leader of the Fire Sky that he spoke well. Looking at him, the man asked what his words meant, to which he asked again. He thought they were sitting idly by because they knew nothing. The man furiously said that no, well then let them act. There were a huge number of traces of the North River family's techniques on the bodies of the dead black tigers, which meant that they, even knowing the killers, were sitting and doing nothing. Connor shouted that it was the North River family. Leaning on the table, he added that the Chinese government was behind them, so if they stood up to them, they could be subject to economic sanctions. If they ignored this and attacked them, all of Korea would be in danger. Robert looked at the man and told him to pull himself together, then asked if they were not there to argue with each other. The man sat down on a chair and apologized, saying that he had gotten a little carried away. Tom looked away in confusion. The man held out his hand and said that he would speak his mind, but what worried him was that the evidence was too obvious. Marcus looked at him and asked if he was saying that someone had something against the Chinese clans. The man looked away and said that he didn't necessarily mean that, but he thought that even the North River family wouldn't be able to slaughter the tigers in such a short time. It was hard to say for sure without a more detailed investigation. The man placed his hands on the table and turned to the head of the Golden River and told him not to sit there like a pillar and to say something as well. And Marcus looked at him and said that he was right. The Golden River would benefit the most from the fall of the black tigers, since all of this would go into their possession. Tom smiled broadly and asked what they considered it a question. If you are strong you live, if you are weak you die, what's wrong with that? Robert frowned in confusion. Closing one eye, the man thought that this was crazy and he himself was a fool to ask him. Looking at the man, Tom asked what. He didn't like the way they looked at him. Lowering his eyebrows, Robert said that it didn't matter, so he, the head of the Golden River, didn't worry about it. Getting up from his chair, the man said that they weren't talking about anything important at this meeting anymore. It seemed like it was already over. He asked, so it was time to go. Looking straight ahead, the man said that of course, it seemed, in general, they had discussed everything. To begin with, he suggested ending the meeting. After that, everyone could do whatever they wanted. A gazebo appeared on the street. Slightly squatting, the girl turned to the protagonist and said that it seemed like the meeting would drag on for a long time, to which he confirmed. Turning to him, Elizabeth said that by the way, she asked him to wait for her here a little bit. She would bring the cake she baked this morning, to which the hero asked again. Smiling, the girl clarified that he did not like cakes, to which Jack replied that no, everything was fine. Leaving, the girl asked if this was true, and then said that then she quickly asked him to wait a little. Looking away, the protagonist said that Elizabeth was the daughter of the head of the Heavenly Warriors. Somehow he was completely confused. It was not surprising that he did not want to come here. Sighing, the hero said that no matter what they decided at their meeting, it would not change the fact that the North River family were murderers. Biting his lip, Jack said that it was true, but were all of the Brotherhood of Steel killed, and then thought that there was no one in the world who could kill them, those who had been subjected to the Immortal Berserker technique. The hero was surprised to hear a notification on his phone. Putting the phone to his ear, he greeted the advisor. Then, surprised, he asked what they had found. A hole appeared after an explosion in the forest. Alex said that this was the place where a fierce battle with the Brotherhood of Steel had taken place yesterday. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that this was not the place of the battle. It seemed that Greg grabbed the guy by the head with a smile on his face. The picture came closer, and Jack said that this was the place of a merciless murder. Looking at the protagonist, the guy asked, "Murder," he said, "were the Brotherhood of Steel killed?" The hero suddenly jumped forward, and the advisor shouted his name. The protagonist landed near a tree. Then he looked in surprise at the pit strewn with corpses of the Brotherhood members. Leaning on the hero's shoulder, Alex asked how this happened. Then his eyes widened at what he saw. A human corpse appeared, and the hero said that the entire Brotherhood of Steel had perished, becoming mummies. Jack screamed furiously that the Brotherhood of Steel. Looking at the lying people, he continued that they were the ones who needed to be ground into dust. How long would they lie around? And asked if they were going to get up. The man frowned. The other widened his eyes. They got up and walked slowly, saying that they are, Chief, and so sir. Alex angrily screamed what was going on, and didn't they die? Jack replied with a smile that after the Immortal Berserker technique was used on them, they would not die even if they were killed. Golden River. The man approached the protagonist, handed over a notebook and said that he had drawn it, and it looked like this. The other man continued that he was an unprecedented and unheard of warrior. Jack looked at the drawing and said that it was as he thought. He then continued that Lawrence could not draw at all and asked if he called it a drawing. The protagonist asked him for his pen and the man replied that here you are. Jack began to draw something. He then showed him the drawing and asked if it looked like this. Lawrence enthusiastically replied that it was absolutely right. It was him. The protagonist looked at the guys and thought that he thought so. It was Greg. Then he thought that then he definitely was. An image of a dead girl appeared before his eyes. The protagonist pounced on Greg and called him a bastard. The man opened his mouth in rage. The protagonist thought that then he was definitely dead. Besides, looking at the guys studying the drawing, he continued to think that if he could show such a level of techniques. Frowning, Jack thought that the body of a bloody deity. Greg's image appeared before his eyes and the protagonist thought that he had completed the body of the blood god. But how could he? Greg grabbed the man by the head and Jack continued to think that no, that was not important now. He had encountered the Brotherhood of Steel and most likely guessed that they had been given the technique of the immortal berserker. Greg stretched his lips into a grin and the protagonist thought that but he did not kill them. He definitely understood that he had been reborn in this life. Jack thought about why he held back. The stars covered the sky, a voice shouted to catch. Greg ran and turned around to see people shouting for him to stop and that they needed to catch the target before it got away from them. The man ran after him, attacked with a ghostly attack, a fireball, and said that he was too fast and they had no choice, they needed to attack. Greg hummed. He smiled and called them small flies. One of the men screamed in agony. Greg kept running and the men screamed at them not to get too close, to split up and surround them. The guy screamed with a smirk that they were getting on his nerves. He held his hand out in front of him. Then he clenched it into a fist. All the men flew into the air and burst into flames. Then they fell to the ground with distorted faces. The guy laughed, called them idiots and said they thought they wouldn't get hit. A moment later, the guy ran into Greg screaming. Greg waved him off and the guy screamed at him how dare he destroy all the fighters they trained with their sweat and blood. Greg walked away from him and said that judging by the way he looked a little different, he seemed to be their captain. The guy introduced himself as Peter, captain of the 12th team of Unique Squad, and asked who he was. Greg smiled and introduced himself. Peter asked again and said that he had never heard of such a thing, where was he from, and that he was from the Great Seven, from the government, or from the guild. Greg answered with a smile, what nonsense, the Great Seven, the government, what is this anyway? The guy started running at him, saying he was being insolent and if he didn't want to talk, he would make him do it himself. The guy held out his hand and said he didn't think he could do it. Peter yelled furiously that he would definitely catch him. He ran up to Greg. He then said he would find out who he was before he died, but Greg grabbed the guy by the face. The guy frowned and said he still didn't understand what they were telling him. Peter started screaming. He then yelled disintegration. Peter's body started to disintegrate. Greg said with a smile that it was interesting. A moment later, his eyes widened. Peter appeared behind him and asked again what was interesting. He grabbed Greg and yelled that disintegration and reunification was his technique and called him a pathetic guy. Peter yelled angrily and asked him to tell him who he was before he died. Greg, smiling, said that he had already said that he was Greg. Peter asked him not to talk nonsense, to quickly say where he was from. The guy said that he should not rush so much, in the future he would hear a lot about the great Greg, who would dominate Neuron. Peter asked again and said what domination, what kind of nonsense, and that it seemed that he was generally sick in the head. The guy was holding something in his hands and said that none of this mattered, so what, if Miram was gone, he could create it again and dominate there. Peter said that he did not know what kind of nonsense he was talking, but he did not intend to listen anymore. Then he widened his eyes. Greg's eyes lit up, a flash formed around them and Peter screamed. He fell to the ground with a disfigured face. Greg turned around and asked him what happened. He turned to the guy and asked if he thought so too. Looking at the guy, he called him Liam. Lightning flashed in the sky. Then a silhouette appeared. It was a skeleton with a scythe. The dragon screamed furiously. It towered over the skeleton. The dragon twisted the skeleton and screamed. The skeleton swung its weapon at it. The dragon screamed. The protagonist opened his eyes. He got out of bed and thought it was a dream. Then he looked in front of him. He looked out the window. Jack stood on the railing. A moment later, he jumped down. The protagonist landed on the ground. Then he ran at a fast pace. The sky was lit by stars. The protagonist looked down. There was a huge hole on the ground. The protagonist frowned. The Golden River and the Black Tigers, as neighboring clans, had many disputed territories. It would not be an exaggeration to say that more than half of the territories they owned were disputed. In addition, due to the fall of the Black Tigers, these places were left without an owner and naturally passed into the possession of the Golden River. Golden River. There was a sign on the door that said no trespassing. People were sitting at the table and the man said that the Mansiok District Merchant Association had sent a request for protection to the Golden River. The girl continued that the Hwapyeong District was also asking for the Golden River's protection. Tom put his hand to his face and said that yes, This was their protection, and what would happen if he did not agree? The man shouted that of course this was not possible. The clan leader, the girl, said that the territories belonging to the Black Tigers were continuing to join the Golden River, and that if this continued, their Golden River would become the largest clan in the Republic of Korea. Alex shouted furiously that enough was enough. Then he pointed his finger at the man and told the clan leader to tell those raccoons to shut up. The man asked again what raccoons were, and the girl asked Alex what was wrong with him. Tom turned to the guy and asked if he was crazy. Alex screamed and asked to be quiet. He is like this because the clan eats like a pig, and he does not have time for anything. Tom turned to him and asked if he was going to choose his words. He also cannot hold back forever. Alex screamed not to hold back, to quit, and asked what he thought, that he has no character. Everyone looked at him in shock. Tom called the advisor and asked what was wrong with him. Maybe he ate something wrong? Alex answered that yes, of course, he ate something wrong. Then he said that now their Gold River has become very large due to the constantly annexing territories of Black Tigers, and that they need to replenish the staff, and in order for everything to function effectively, it is necessary to rebuild the system again. The girl said that of course, and the man said, doesn't it go without saying? Alex banged on the table and said that he should do all this work and that he will die from all this. Tom thought about it and said that there was certainly more work lately. Alex angrily replied that he, the clan leader, instead of absorbing the power of the Black Tigers, had signed an agreement to exterminate the one who had destroyed them. Tom asked with a smile, wasn't that obvious, and that after all, by destroying the Black Tigers they had increased their strength so much, that was the least he could do. Alex replied that he loved this loyalty. Tom angrily shouted that he was speaking informally again. The guy angrily asked how he would fight the one who had destroyed the Black Tiger clan. That meant they would fight the Peng family of the Northern River. Tom smiled and said why not. Alex shouted that no matter how calmly he said it, there was a high probability that it would not be the Peng family, but the guild. Then he would fight the guild too. Why was he creating enemies all over the world? Looking at the clan leader, he asked him to say. Tom grabbed his head and said that his head hurt, and where Jack went, in such difficult situations you need to ask the protagonist. The sun was shining on the building and the voice asked that he was not there. Alex was holding the phone in his hands and said that not only was he not there, he was not even picking up the phone. Tom replied that he was not picking up the phone. He was talking. Then he said that the person who is most happy when such things happen, and that perhaps he is still like this because of the Brotherhood of Steel. The protagonist was sitting in a cafe. He was holding his head. Jack was thinking that it was interesting, crazy how interesting, Liam was reborn. He was smiling and thinking that this was definitely Liam's trace. Greg and Liam were fighting there. An image of a dragon and a skeleton appeared before his eyes and the protagonist continued the thought that tearing each other apart, they were fighting not for life, but for death. Jack looked straight ahead and thought that he, like a fool, did not see the rebirth of Greg and Liam right before his eyes. Someone nearby said that he did not hear, that he told him to get lost. The man stood above him and said that a gentleman was heading to the cafe, did not hear, that he needed to leave, and that he should not pretend, just get lost faster. Jack asked again about the gentleman. The men were the twins of the Northern River and said that the heir of the Peng family of the Northern River did honor to this cafe and personally visited it. So everyone inside this cafe should leave, because the gentleman hates nothing more than to meet such lowly creatures like him. Jack said with a smile, what are they talking about? The Northern River, what and where? The twin delivered a flowing fist of destruction. The protagonist flew back several meters. He grinned and said that he was speechless. Jack sat on the floor and said that suddenly many interesting things appeared, and he was going to live quietly for a while, because he had a lot to do. Money began to fly at the protagonist. The man threw money at him and said that he would not die, he would get treatment with this money. The twins stood up straight and said that they were at attention. They bowed and said that the garbage collection was complete. The guys called the guy sir. It was the Peng family of the Northern River, Chuck. The guy put his feet on the table. He turned to the twin and said that if he was cleaning up the garbage, he should clean it more thoroughly. The guy replied that he did. The twin turned to the protagonist and asked in surprise where he had gone. Jack thought that the heir of the Peng family of the Northern River, Chuck, had already managed to fly to Korea. The protagonist looked down and continued the thought that although yes, one of the foundations of the country's engine, the Black Tiger clan, had disappeared, of course they were alarmed. The protagonist looked at the city and thought that of course their asses were burning, because their plan to build up power in Korea and then win the fight of the 5 families with the help of the Black Tigers had failed. Jack thought that they wanted to drag the Korean Murim into the battle of the Chinese Murim. For starters, he would entrust the search for Greg and Liam to the Brotherhood of Steel, and he himself would probably deal with the Peng family and the Great Seven. A voice called the protagonist and said that, as he thought, he was hiding here like a real rat. The guy widened his eyes. Ethan stood on a dais and said that he had undoubtedly been beaten and had hidden. The protagonist asked who he was. The guy answered with a smile that he really did wonder who he was. A fire appeared and Ethan shouted that they would meet again soon. Jack cursed and jumped back. Then he shouted who he was. Chuck was holding a cup in his hands and turned to face the fire. A wave cut through the air. The protagonist landed on the roof. He bared his teeth and said that he had already left. How dare he disturb him? Heavenly warriors. People were sitting at the table. A man entered the room, saying that Chuck from the Peng family of the North River was coming in. The guy came in surrounded by twins. Robert chuckled and said that it must have been hard for them to get here and that he was the head of the clan of Heavenly Warriors. The guy stood there with a grin. Chuck said to listen here. The people asked again in bewilderment and said what kind of speech this was. Chuck continued that as a result of the struggle of the Korean clans, a member of their Peng family had disappeared. Frowning, he said that therefore their family was taking away all rights to investigate this incident. The man jumped up and said that he was taking away the rights to investigate. And by what right? Even though he was from the Peng family, this was too much. Chuck hit the table. The entire table cracked. The people looked at what was happening in shock. Tom looked at the table with a smile. Chuck shouted sharply that if they did not want to give up the rights, let them bring the criminal. Tom laughed and said that I wonder if Chuck thinks he is sure that he can withstand this provocation since he is acting like this. Robert said what he was doing, he had already forgotten what they had discussed here, and that he should stop right now. Tom asked again if he was going to stop him. Robert shouted furiously for all the clan leaders to listen, and from now on if the head of the Golden River, Tom, starts to act rashly, he asks everyone to attack him. The man said that he absolutely did. It was a little dangerous to say such things now. The girl said that it was nothing personal. Someone added that even if it was him, it would be hard for him to fight 6 clan leaders, and he should give up. Tom smiled and said that it was hard, he said. He laughed, clenched his fists and said that they would only find out when they tried, and let everyone attack if they were sure. Chuck frowned and called them savages. Then he continued that, in general, they would end with the fact that they were taking away the rights to investigate. If they suddenly interfered, they would be considered a kidnapper, so he asked them to behave with dignity. The protagonist stood in the gazebo. He thought that Chuck was probably provoking the clan leaders and demanding the right to investigate, because if they got it, they could change the information that they use Korean Murim. Then he continued the thought that they would then choose a suitable opponent and announce that he was the kidnapper, and let them do what they wanted, because in the end he would still wipe everyone out. Elizabeth ran to the protagonist and called her. Jack thought that it was definitely Elizabeth. The girl grabbed his hand and asked why he disappeared last time. The guy answered that he had not disappeared. Urgent matters had come up and he had gone away for a while. The girl angrily said that lately he had not even been going to school much. Jack answered that it was also because he had a lot of important matters, and he thought that he had completely forgotten that Elizabeth was from a family of heavenly warriors. Robert looked out from behind a tree and said that it was him. Looking at the protagonist, he continued that the head of the Brotherhood of Steel, Jack, is the man who has been causing the Gold River to rise so much lately. The man asked, so what is he going to do? Robert turned around and said that didn't he just see what Chuck from the Peng family did? He only acts so arrogant because he has the Chinese government behind him. The man asked, what does that mean? The guy said that it means that they have no choice but to accept their terms. They are in no position to fight the Peng family. The man thought about it and said that yes. Robert continued that even if they give them the right to investigate, they need to do it in a way that does not affect the clan unification part. If they don't, then everyone in the world will laugh at them, and besides, it is a bigger problem. Tom appeared in front of his eyes and the guy said that in order to hand over the right to investigate, they need to convince that psychopath Tom. The man turned to the guy and asked if he thought it was possible. A little earlier he almost started a fight. Robert replied that for this it would be necessary to break the power of the spirit of the Golden River. The man asked, and how? Looking at the protagonist, the guy said that this is why they need him, and if they deal with the protagonist, then the power of the spirit of the Golden River will also be shaken. Ethan called Elizabeth. The protagonist called him angrily. The girl took the guy by the hand and told them to go faster. Jack thought that this was the guy hiding on the roof. The protagonist asked again in shock. Elizabeth said with a smile that by the way, she will introduce them. This is Jack, he is the head of the Flame Squad, and that he grew up with her since childhood. Ethan leaned against the girl and said with a smile that he grew up together. The girl replied that they promised to get married. Jack frowned and thought that they would get married. Ethan said exactly, but who is he to pester his bride? Then the guy hit the protagonist and called him an idiot. The Celestial Warrior clan. Tom angrily asked where Jack had gone. He had told him to wait in front of the meeting room. Joe replied that he was right, he was just here. Tom looked at his phone and asked what Jack had been so busy with lately, and that he kept turning his phone off. Joe grabbed his head and said that he didn't know either. He hadn't told him anything either, and that it seemed like someone had attacked the Brotherhood of Steel, but he hadn't even told him that. The man grinned and replied that that was fine, but he grinned and said that those idiots, they were really going to fight him. Lightning started coming from the man. He laughed and said that was good. They were the ones who were asking for trouble. Joe yelled at his father that no, he should stop using techniques every now and then. Top asked with a smile what he thought. He could calm down now, and at least he knew how much he had been waiting for this chance. Then he asked what that sound was. Joe pointed to the explosion and said what was there. Ethan used the soul-destroying flame of fire. The protagonist cursed. Elizabeth called the guy, asked what he was doing, and to stop right now. Ethan frowned and said, "Just watch, that's not all." Ethan used the soul-tearing flame. The explosion, the voice asked if that wasn't Ethan, the leader of the Flame Squad from the Heavenly Warrior clan. Robert looked at what was happening and said that Ethan would be able to quickly catch that bastard Jack. The man asked if Ethan, the leader of the Flame Squad, was one of his favorite students, and that if this continued, the Heavenly Warriors and the Golden River would actually clash with each other. Robert turned around and said, "Don't worry about it. This is not the battle of the leader of the Flame Squad, it's just a skirmish for personal reasons," the man asked again. Ethan flew at the protagonist. He struck the flame fist of the Supreme. The protagonist bared his teeth. The boy flew up and Jack landed on his haunches. The boy started running at the protagonist saying that he would kill him. Elizabeth teleported in front of the protagonist and asked him to stop. Ethan yelled at her what she was doing and to move away right now. The girl angrily said that she didn't want to and he didn't think it was too much. The boy yelled how it was too much and what exactly was too much. Little Ethan greeted Elizabeth. She happily asked him how he was doing. The boy handed her a box and said that here was a gift. The girl enthusiastically covered her mouth. She thanked him and the boy told her to take care of it. Someone grabbed the box from them. Robert held the gift in his hands and asked who he was. The boy hesitated and said that he was the head of the clan. Then he folded his arms and introduced himself as a junior apprentice of the Flame Squad. Ethan, greeting him, Robert asked again. Then he said furiously how dare some junior student even think about being friends with the daughter of the clan leader, and what an impudent boy he was. Ethan asked again in surprise. Elizabeth told her father what a guy, she was scared, and not to talk like that. The man continued what a cheeky guy he was, and to get lost quickly. The stars lit up the sky. The boy was sitting on the floor, his legs tucked under him. A guy came up to him and cheerfully said that he knew he would be here, and that they said he was scolded today when he gave a gift to the daughter of the clan leader. Looking at the boy, he continued that he was okay, it seemed he had not been beaten, and that he should be glad that the leader had finished there with his character. Ethan shouted that how could this be, it was unfair. The guy answered with a smile that it was because he was still small and did not know what this world was like, and called him a fool. Then he spread his arms and said that if he really wanted to date the daughter of the clan leader, then he should try to become the strongest here. The boy sadly asked again and asked that if he became the strongest, he would be able to date Elizabeth. The guy told him that of course, the strongest can get whatever they want. The boy replied that then he would become the strongest, to which the guy laughed and said that he would tell after he defeated him. A huge rock stood in the middle of the forest. Ethan climbed the rock. He fought with the students and shouted for them to attack, to keep attacking. The guys were lying around him and he shouted that he said, "Attack." Ethan said that he became stronger. He took the girl by the shoulder and said that this was all for her. Elizabeth grimaced and said that it hurt. The guy frowned and said that he had tried so hard to become a man suitable for her, she knew very well. The girl asked him not to be like that and that he was a little scary now. A moment later, he shouted that she, Elizabeth. A memory appeared in his head, how the protagonist talked to the girl. Then the girl flew for the cake and Ethan said that how could she leave him and be interested in a guy like Jack. He furiously continued that she knew how much he liked her. He looked at the girl and said that from now on she should get his permission for everything, and asked if she understood. Elizabeth screamed at him to stop talking nonsense. The girl was shining and the guy was praising her. The girl screamed that this is how he was, she was disappointed, so now he should stop. Ethan, frightened, asked what she was talking about and how she could do this to him. He ran into the girl and asked how she could. The protagonist appeared in front of Elizabeth and hit the guy. Jack said angrily that he had been patient with everything, but he had gone too far, that bastard. The guy's body was vibrating and he called Jack a bastard. The protagonist said that he had a lot to deal with lately without him, and by the way, he was going to just watch since this was a lover's quarrel, but this was too much. Ethan asked again that it was too much. Then light began to emanate from him and he asked the protagonist if he thought he was a bad guy, and that it seemed he had lost his mind from wanting to die. Jack smiled and said that such power deserved to be played with and thought questioningly. Ethan ran into him and told him to die. Jack thought that the body was not moving. The guy swung and asked the protagonist who he was to get in his way. Jack replied that he seemed to think that what he was doing to Elizabeth was love. He grabbed him by the chin and continued that in fact it was violence and coercion. Ethan asked again about violence and coercion. Then he screamed that he should not insult his love and that he did not know what he had done in order to date Elizabeth. The guys suddenly stopped and a voice screamed that she did not like it. The girl angrily said that she had not asked him to do this. She frowned and continued that these were one-sided feelings. Ethan asked again in surprise. He said in fear that one-sided feelings, he said. The protagonist told the girl to leave here. Elizabeth stumbled. Then the guy continued that she was in the way, so let her go. The girl looked down. She began to teleport, saying that she understood and that he should be careful. Ethan grabbed his forehead and left. He said furiously that he was trying to trample his feelings until the very end and that he would kill him. He rushed at the protagonist screaming for him to die. The voice asked if it was okay that Ethan was doing all this right in front of his daughter. Robert turned to the man and said that it didn't matter, only winning or losing the fight was important. The man thought that he knew that the leader of the Heavenly Warrior clan, Robert, was different from the outside as he was inside, but he didn't think that he was so inhumane, and that how could he consider the fight more important than his daughter's life. Robert said that he might think that he was heartless, but let him look around. Chuck was standing with the guards. The man turned around and there were people standing near them. One of them said that the two of them were watching such a great show. The man turned around and said that although this was an unofficial duel, this battle showed Ethan's sincerity, and that if he lost now, then in the future it would be difficult for them to break the power of the Golden River. He continued that this was a battle that could not be lost in any way. Ethan shouted about the return of the Fiery King. The protagonist frowned and thought that the body again. A bright fiery flash appeared near the protagonist. Dust rose up. A devastating explosion thundered and a voice shouted that it was not all over. The Fire King's random shooting. Someone asked that Jack was about to lose. Joe looked at what was happening and told his father that this was a dream and let him say that he was sleeping. Tom said seriously that he had heard that the head of the Flame Squad from the clan of Heavenly Warriors possessed an unusual technique and that it seemed to be true. Joe turned to his father and asked again about the unusual technique and what it was. The man looked at his son and replied that he did not know exactly what it was, but he was told that with its power he could knock down even the strongest warriors in one go. He looked at the flying protagonist and thought that Ethan, so with the help of his technique he did not allow the body to move. The protagonist's eyes widened. Ethan created a huge flash and screamed at him to die. Jack was lying in the pit and thought that if he did not allow the body to move. The guy swung and screamed at the protagonist that this is not all, and that this is not the end. Jack thought with a smile that then you just need to make it move. Ethan bared his teeth and struck a blow of flaming fire. Joe frowned and screamed at the protagonist to dodge. Fire flared up around the guy and he screamed at the power of the Flame King. The man said in shock that this is a huge force. The guy watched them and said that it was over. Joe sharply screamed that no, there. The voice asked what it was. Jack jumped up abruptly and people said what happened, and that suddenly the situation had changed. Ethan bared his teeth and asked how. Jack stretched his lips into a grin and said that until now, he thought he would fall for his suppressive technique. Ethan asked in surprise how he did it. His fingers were shining and he thought that no, he couldn't have learned about the technique's properties so easily and that he had definitely made a mistake somewhere. Jack swung his arm angrily and said that it didn't matter now and called him a brat. The boy's nose started bleeding and he thought that his skills really weren't working. Someone asked the boy how he felt. The boy sat down next to his bed and continued that he hadn't overdone it and that he would really die that way. The boy thanked him. The boy handed the boy a book and said that it was a book with the flaming fist of the Almighty. If he mastered it, he would win the exam. Ethan stuttered and called him brother. The voice shouted that he had won. He said he had won. Ethan continued that from now on he was the deputy head of the Flame Squad, which he thought was cool. The guy hugged Ethan and asked him what the vice leader was, that he was doing well, and that when he became the leader of the squad, even the clan leader would recognize him. The guy sadly said that but in order to become the leader of the squad, he needed even more power. He could get it only if he helped him. The guy asked what he needed his help, and what kind. Then he frowned. Blood dripped onto the floor. Ethan stabbed him in the back. Then he apologized to his brother and said that he needed his suppressive technique. The guy frowned and said that he was an idiot, he should have just asked. Ethan replied that but he was stealing technique and that a thief must kill to get what he wants. The guy smiled and said that it was true. He grabbed the guy by the head and called his name. Then he said that she would definitely become stronger and create the world he wants. Ethan furiously shouted that he would never lose. The protagonist smiled and glared. The guy opened his mouth and hit the Flame King with submission. The protagonist smiled and noted that after he figured out the technique. Then he hit and added that these were all useless attacks. His opponent flew into the wall. The blonde sat leaning against the wall. The protagonist stared as the guy began to get up. The opponent coughed. Then he opened his mouth and asked how he was able to free himself from his technique. Jack opened his mouth and replied that he hit him several times with his technique and became proud. Although it was a rather difficult technique, after a few hits he began to understand what was what, and besides, someone gave him a hint. The opponent opened his mouth and asked who gave him the hint. Elizabeth stood behind him and shouted that she had given him the hint. The blonde opened his mouth and was surprised. The girl opened her mouth and shouted that she said it was a suppressive technique with which he turns human muscles and immobilizes the enemy. The main character smiled widely and said that that's why he turned his muscles the other way. There is a so-called bloody berserker technique which turns muscles in the opposite direction. The blonde opened his mouth and shouted where she found out about his technique. Elizabeth looked down and said nothing. Then she remembered how Michael put his hand out and asked how she felt about the technique, and she replied that she couldn't move. The guy lowered his hand and noted that he was not worthy of such a strong suppressive technique, and Elizabeth noted that no matter how unworthy, if he were to master this technique, he would become unusually strong. Michael smiled and asked that she really thought so, but it would be better if she went to Ethan. The girl smiled and noted that he was saying such things. She suited him very well. Michael smiled and noted that Ethan would be better at using such a skill than him. Ethan lowered his head and opened his mouth. Then he began to cry and said that he was the devil who killed his brother, who had always been on his side. Then he smiled widely and noted that he was the devil, so he would live like the devil. Ethan stood up and asked if he understood the reason why he had to kill him. Then he smiled and added that only by killing him here and now could he gain recognition. He needed to gain the recognition of the clan leader and get the girl. The protagonist stared at him intently. Then Ethan jumped with a blow and shouted that then he would be able to look into the face of his brother, who died for him. Jack swung and noted that it was a sad story. Then he powerfully hit his opponent and added that the outcome of the battle is not decided by desire alone. Ethan flew back and mentally apologized to his brother. The sky was clear. The guy was sitting in a cafe. Then he took the glass and asked if the battle of the Heavenly Warriors was not incredible. Romeo opened his mouth and noted that the fighter was definitely strong. Chuck smiled and noted that he had abilities stronger than the techniques of the clan leaders. Then he stood up and added that he thought the rise of the Golden River recently was due to Jack. Romeo opened his mouth and asked that then shouldn't he be gotten rid of before he became even stronger. One of their duties was to eliminate the strongest warriors of the peninsula. Chuck smiled and noted that if he could, he would even want to help him. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that he had seen at the meeting. Chuck introduced the meeting, looked at the guy and said that the attitude of Hook and the other clan leaders was like water and oil. Even if a war broke out, no one would find it strange. Then he smiled broadly and added that he was also the leader of the Heavenly Warriors. He pretended to be perfect on the outside, but he was a cunning devil on the inside. There was definitely a huge battle coming, and in the meantime, they would be doing their own thing and watching the internal war of the Great Seven. The building of the Heavenly Warriors appeared. The man hit the wall. Then he turned around and shouted, "What kind of crap is this?" And the servant pointed out that they didn't have enough information about him. Robert gritted his teeth and shouted that this guy Meng, if he could even kill Hen, who was like a brother to him, then he had to win now. He was so overconfident and betrayed him like that. The butler nervously opened his mouth and heard that this is why you can't use such trash, understood from the very bottom. Elizabeth covered her mouth and heard that she needed to quickly go and kill him. They couldn't use this cripple anymore. The crowd moved forward. Then she opened the door. They looked closely at the bed and asked where Alex had gone. Hadn't they said he couldn't move a finger? Then they looked at the open window and added that they had problems. They needed to quickly find and kill him. The building of the Golden River appeared. Alex was walking quickly down the corridor. The guy smiled and asked, "Good morning, isn't it?" Alex passed by and noted that it wasn't good. The guy turned and asked why he was angry again, and Alex shouted that he was asking because he didn't know. Then he abruptly opened the door and the teacher asked what had happened this morning. Alex stood next to him and replied that he had come because there had been a complete commotion. Then he gritted his teeth and added that he had said that their Golden River was receiving restrictions from all the other clans. Then he opened his mouth and shouted why he beat the head of the Flame Squad of the Heavenly Warrior clan to death, and in a place where all the clan heads were looking at him, and the man shouted that it wasn't him this time, it was Jack. The protagonist opened his mouth and pointed out that, to be more precise, the Peng family of the North River was also watching this, and Alex shouted that he had something to brag about. How could a protector of the Golden River make life difficult for his clan? Jack held out his hand and said that they say that the best defense is an attack. The conflict between the Great Seven and the Peng family can explode at any time, even from a light touch. He set this conflict on fire, so a huge explosion will happen soon. Then he smiled and added that the Golden River only needs to wait for this explosion, restoring order to its organization. The guy stared at him and thought that the explosion that Jack spoke of began where no one expected. The city hospital appeared. There was a noise in the alley. The noise began to increase. The guy got hit in the face. The bully folded his arms and said that since middle school, he was an official outcast, and now he was admitted to the special school Unique. After that, they started kicking the guy and shouting that he got in here because he had some pathetic abilities. And now he looks down on them, what he can do with his uncontrollable skills. One of the bullies took out his phone and noted that the little sister of this brat was very beautiful. The guy put his hand out and shouted that it was impossible. his sister. The bully hit him in the arm and shouted that it was impossible. Then he smiled and told him to listen carefully. Then he turned on the camera and said that if he did not want to introduce his sister, then let him take off all his clothes and run around the school, and he would take care of the filming. The bullies jerked sharply when they heard a shout, "Who would take off their clothes and run around here?" The girl put her hand on her side and said that it was so childish that she couldn't turn a blind eye to it. They really wanted to hit her. The guys started running towards her and shouting that it was her, so she was also studying at the university, after which one of them got hit. He flew into the wall and the girl noticed that he was talking nonsense about autographs. Then she turned around and shouted that they were all dead. The guy grabbed the girl and asked who decided that, after which he got a kick in the forehead. The bully opened his mouth and shouted that isn't she a celebrity, why is she so strong? The girl opened her mouth and replied that she trains every day so as not to listen to nonsense from people like them. Then she remembered her training and thought that in fact, she didn't want to lose to Jack, so she specially improved her techniques every day. It just so happened that she uses them here. Then she looked at the guys and shouted to apologize to their friend if they didn't want to get it again. The guy opened his mouth and asked again. Then he jumped on her from the side and asked what kind of nonsense this was with apologizing. The girl quickly dodged. Then she crouched down, hiding from the blows, and thought that this was a combined technique in which 3 people attack at the same time. Then she jumped back and noted in her head that this was dangerous. First she needed to move away. The guy swung and shouted that there was no point in running away. His fist approached her face. Someone stopped his fist. Jorg looked at the guy carefully. The bully opened his mouth and shouted who he was. The girl opened her mouth. Jorg smiled and greeted the girl. The bullies moved away and noted that this couldn't be. Then they sat on their knees and began to beg for mercy. Jorg waved his hand and noted that they should get up. It would be better if they treated their friends well. The bullies started to lift the fat man and shout at him to forgive them, to beat him until he stopped being angry. Jorg looked at them and remarked that it was nice to see their friendship. The girl looked at them and remarked that they were so afraid of him, and Jorg remarked that he was just a sunbee, so that was why they treated him like that. Then he turned around and asked if maybe she had some free time. He needed to tell her something. The girl turned around and asked what he needed to say. The protagonist looked at his phone. He was leaning against a pole. Then he threw his head back and said that the girl was busy with something. Anyway, he came to school not because of her, but because he was bored. A drop of sweat ran down his face and Jack thought that it felt like he had been deceived. The protagonist walked away from the pole and said that it was good, it was for the best. Because of the heap of things he rarely went to school, at least he came like this, and that was good, he could practice magic. Then he stepped back and added that she had said that she would not be able to attend classes for a while, then she would go and ask Professor Richard about magic. Then he remembered his last fight and thought that Ethan and his opponents, all of them, using magical techniques, showed skills greater than their original abilities. If he wanted to survive in this world, then he could not be lazy in studying magic and magical techniques. The guy folded his arms and noted that he was reporting. Then he raised his hand and noted that there were fewer leads than expected, so they expanded the search circle, and Jack noted that he should say first what they found out. The guy opened his mouth and noted that they had found absolutely nothing, as if he had evaporated after that day. The protagonist looked at him and thought that the idiot running here and there like crazy had quietly disappeared. It seemed he had changed the plan. This meant that he had become stronger. Then he smiled and added that there was no point in worrying about it now, hiding. He would accumulate power and then he would come out himself, and then he would kill him. The guy opened his mouth and noted that he had managed to find out something, and Jack asked something about reincarnation. Then he rolled his eyes and noted that that was it. Although they had not found out exactly who it was, there was a high probability that he belonged to the unique association. The protagonist opened his eyes. The guy put out his hand and noted that the unique association watching the portals, the 7 clans and the union of guilds were collectively known as the Tri-Power, and it seemed they were plotting something. Jack raised his hand and said that that was right. The unique association had enough power to grow the best masters from warriors. The guy opened his mouth and added that on the way here he saw the lady coming out with some guy. The protagonist opened his mouth. The lobby of the restaurant appeared. The girl looked at the guy and asked what he wanted to say. He said that it was related to his father. That's why she came, but she had an appointment, so she needed to go faster. Jorg smiled and noted that he understood. She needed to marry him. The girl opened her eyes and asked again. Jane was very surprised when she was told about marriage. Jorg knew that she would be surprised, so he would explain the reason. The girl replied that she did not want to. The guy explained that if the company she belonged to and their company merged. The girl began to scream that she did not want to hear it. She ate well and quickly left. The guy ruined her mood. Jorg sat and was not surprised, when suddenly he laughed. His smile became sinister. He thought that the girl would behave as befits an aristocrat, but he was disappointed. There was a guy with blue hair. It was evening. The unique special school was standing. Jane apologized for being late. Jack explained that he hadn't come to school because of her, so he didn't care if she was late or not. The girl replied that he must have been very angry because of her. She decided to give him her love. Jack was shocked. Then he asked what she was doing. Jane asked if it was necessary to get rid of her heart. The guy thought that he was doing this because it was an unusual heart. If he had come across the heart's eye that she had just opened, he would not have been able to control his feelings. The girl took his hand and said that since she was late today, she would forgive him. Then she said that he needed to go somewhere with her. She wanted to go to her father with him. The girl smiled. The guy asked the question again. Jane continued, because he continued to hesitate, and her father was already looking for another. Although she was embarrassed to say it herself, but in rich families at her age they begin to choose a groom in advance. The main character said that Jorg would be ideal. She was surprised that he knew. The guy explained that he saw them leave together. Jane explained that her dad was not so tactless, and when he saw him, he would admit that he was her boyfriend. At first, the guy remained silent. Then he said that her girlfriend was known for her tactlessness. Byron was the chairman of the Tehen company. He had a soft character. Nicholas explained that he did not mean this, but only said that new technologies need bold investors. Byron attached greater importance to honor and hated most of all when people lied for their own sake, and he told him this because he did not seem alien. Nicholas decided to definitely listen to his words. The man explained that in any case, he would think about it and answer later about investing in the development of the Energizer. The guy stood up and thanked him. It was the first floor. Nicholas thought that apparently because this is the latest technology that the world has not seen, even the Tan company doubts about the investment. But still, the man was incredible to him because he personally meets with such a small company like his. And suddenly, as a call, he answered the phone. They said that they wanted to invest in his company. The guy looked through the information about the main character. Jorg explained that he was lucky because he survived the skirmish. Andy said because black tigers were exterminated and there was no one to take revenge on him. They had not seen each other for a long time. Jorg's name flashed through his thoughts. Andy smiled and said that he looked even worse. The guy greeted him. Andy said that he was a scumbag and asked him to remove the nasty smile because he could get angry and break his neck. The guy said that he could break it if he wanted the agreement between the families to be terminated. Andy grabbed him by the neck. Jorg was very surprised. His head was pointing in the other direction. Suddenly, he moved to the sofa. Andy called him a fox. Jorg told him to stop joking. The guy refused because he was not going to talk to him for long, just briefly tell him about the case. They believed that the company broke its promise and did not keep the agreements. Jorg remained silent. Andy continued, so if the company does not fulfill the terms of the contract by the appointed time, then his family will not only find everything that they promised them. Jorg continued that he will also consider them enemies. The guy with blonde hair was happy because he thinks quickly. Jorg asked to tell the head of the family that if he sees how the 7 great clans and the unique association kneel, ending up underfoot. Andy smiled. He said that he will believe for now. The guy stopped. He wanted to ask about the main character. If he underestimates him, then he will also have a problem. Jorg remained silent. It was day. The guy greeted. He also thanked them for buying so much of the latest product, the Energizer. Jorg explained that they should buy and use excellent products, especially since his son was his school friend. Nicholas thanked him again because they would work hard and deliver everything by the appointed date. There was a factory on the street. People asked if there were too many boxes. He even took out a loan from the bank to expand the factory. The director answered that they were delivering goods to the company. Even if it was difficult, they had to deliver everything on time. A guy ran up and said that they had problems because the company was going to return all the batteries. Nicholas was shocked. There was a skyscraper. Nicholas came to Jorg and asked him to save them. He smiled and did not understand what he was talking about. Nicholas explained that if they cancelled the order for the batteries, their company would perish. Jorg said that there were many defective goods among the goods received, and nothing could be done about this decision. Nicholas did not believe him because all the goods had been checked. The guy seriously asked if he was lying. Nicholas began to apologize. Jorg was disappointed in him because he wanted to help. The man began to crawl to his feet on his knees so that he would finally help them. Jorg asked to give up the development of the Energizer in exchange for this, and then they would accept everything they sent. The man was shocked. Chuck laughed because it was so childish. If you want to trample the main character, then you should have done it personally, and he, the coward, took on his family. The man asked what they would do. Chuck said that they would see who would win because now they were more important than that. His intuition told him that if they revealed the secret of the destruction of the Black Tigers, then they could squeeze the throats of the 7 great clans. The sign of the Black Tigers was all in cobwebs. He continued that the more they investigated this case, the more obvious it becomes that everything here is connected. The Black Tigers were defeated. The one who did this controlled the surroundings and moved around them alone. The man asked if this was possible, because the emperor of the underworld Vincent was not such a simpleton. The defenders of his family had high-class magic and combat techniques. Chuck laughed, because no matter how strong his defenders were, if they met someone stronger, they would easily be defeated. In addition, that trickster hid himself and made people mistake him for someone else. He hid and only collected prey. The man asked, "That is, then it is necessary to start searching from the place that turned out to be the biggest gain after the fall of the Black Tigers." Chuck asked what kind of place it was. The men unanimously said that it was the Golden River. The guy raised his finger up. The men said that this clan could not be so strong. Chuck said that in this place his proposals were slow, and even more so it is unknown whether there is a master in the Golden River who is capable of organizing such a massacre. Although Tom is strong, he is not able to cut out all the tigers alone. Chuck thought about the main character, but he knew the guy couldn't be such a high-level master. Chuck said that since they had figured out that a very strong master had gotten angry at the Black Tigers and had single-handedly exterminated them all, they now needed to figure out what the reason for his hatred was. They needed to find a skilled master using the clues they had accumulated so far. The men agreed. It was sunny and the street was deserted. The guy ran to the main character and said that there were rumors that he was being spied on. He approached him, put his hand on his shoulder and asked if he was listening. Jack said that his ear was itching and asked him not to swear at him anymore. The guy asked if he would marry the girl. The protagonist was shocked because he could not get married at that age. He also asked what he meant about espionage. The guy explained that they say that the successor of the company is interested in you. If so, then it's a real pain in the ass. The protagonist asked if he was strong. The guy said that he was very strong. The problem was that he used his strength perfectly. The company was one of the 5 largest companies in the country. Using this power, he forced the opponent to kneel before him even before the battle began. Jack did not understand. The guy explained more simply that using the power of the company, he cut off the oxygen supply to the opponent. Kate ran up. The guy asked how she was doing and why she did not answer messages. Kate explained that now it did not matter. After all, now is not the time to mess around. The enterprise was idle. The director apologized because he had nothing to say. Because for the sake of developing a new product, they conducted research, not having the opportunity to get enough sleep, but after graduation, he went bankrupt. People were shouting that they couldn't give up now, they could start over by finding a new investor. Nicholas thanked them again, because he had not only taken out a bank loan, but also a private loan, and there was no one else who could invest in them. He was crying and glad he worked with them. The workers were asking him not to quit the company. A guy ran up and said that a new investor had been found. Nicholas smiled. He went to the conference room. He showed and said that energizers use the power of energy stones. Their efficiency is 5 times higher than that of existing lithium-ion batteries. The guy understood what he was talking about, but noticed a few problems. The director asked again. The guy explained that the batteries themselves are excellent, but the question is whether it will be possible to continuously supply the main part of the batteries, energy stones, and as far as he knows, the supply is currently suspended. The director just smiled. He asked if he really wants to continue in this spirit. The protagonist said yes. After all, this is the company he invests most of his money in. There was a skyscraper. Jorg listened to the man who was telling him that the Energizer was a new product that used the power of the energy stone. And if they could get hold of the developments of these batteries, they would get a huge profit. If only they could learn their developments, capturing the world market of lithium batteries would be only a matter of time. Jorg thought that luck had come, which he had not even thought about. The door opened, a guy ran in and said that they had problems. After all, Nicholas's company had a new investor. Jorg was shocked. It was evening. The protagonist asked if his father was going to go out. The man came out and was shocked. He asked his son to pinch his cheek. The protagonist did it. Nicholas felt pain. Judging by the fact that it hurt, it was not a dream. He did not believe that if his son saved the company, it could be true. Jack said that he invested the money earned in the Golden River in the business, and it burned out. The man was shocked by the amount. The protagonist told him to be quiet. After all, the amount of the deposit was a huge secret. He asked his mother not to tell. His father agreed. And he also said to go faster because his mother had cooked dinner. While they were entering the house, they were being followed. It was Jorg. He asked, so the investor who had invested the money was the main character. The man agreed, because that's what their informant had said. Jorg asked where an ordinary high school student got that kind of money from. The man said that they hadn't been able to find out yet. After all, Jack had been in close contact with Jane lately, and perhaps her company had helped. Jorg was in shock. It was night, the lights were on in the houses. Jane was walking alone down the street. A guy was walking behind her. She looked back, and saw a guy in a mask. And suddenly, the girl ran. A man was standing in front of her. The guy said that she thought that after what she had done to them, nothing would happen. The man said that they had been waiting for today. He swung a knife at her. Jane was able to fight back, kicked him in the head. The man fell to the ground. The guy said it was great. Jane asked if the man was okay. He said that kicking her was like art. The producer said that filming was over for the day. The people said that they had done a good job. Jane paid attention. The main character was standing with a bag. A red car was driving by. The girl thanked him for coming. Jack said that he had to come. The girl asked if he was worried. After all, he was going to meet her parents. He asked, "So what?" Jane started getting angry and asked if he was worried. The main character said that they were good people, and everything would be okay. He believed her. They arrived at Jane's house. They went inside and she said that she had come. Suddenly, her grandfather was standing on the threshold of the stairs. She asked him if he was going on a business trip abroad. Byron asked them to hurry up. They were nodded awake. He sat down on a chair. In his younger years, he was very strong and outstanding, which is why he was called a tiger. The protagonist was greeted in front of him. Byron replied that he was not ready to marry his granddaughter to a bankrupt family. Jane did not understand what he was talking about. Byron explained that because the company took back its contribution, they went bankrupt. Jack understood that the information in the company was much worse than he thought, because not long ago they received a large contribution, so the problem with the company was already solved. Grandfather began to yell, because he knows that he is an investor, but how can a 17-year-old invest several billion? There were 2 security guards near the guy. Grandfather began to insult him. How dare he covet his granddaughter's money? The guards put an obstacle in front of the protagonist. Jane began to scream for them to stop. The protagonist smiled. The guards left. They were silent. Jack asked that apparently he thinks that he borrowed money from Jane. After all, he is not so poor as to extend a hand. The girl agreed with him. Byron asked to provide documents. The protagonist asked what he will do if he confirms his words. The grandfather answered that if you confirm, he will admit to communicating with Jane, and then asked what will happen if he does not prove it. The protagonist answered that then he will not see the girl again. She asked what he was doing. Byron asked if the promise of a real man. Jack said that it was more weighty than 8,000 coins. He put a box on the table and asked to open it. The grandfather took the box in his hands and opened it. There was a stone. His face immediately changed. After all, it was the core of the portal of the 7th level. He had seen different energy stones, but the core of the portal of the 7th level for the first time. Byron asked who he was. The protagonist answered that it would not be interesting to tell. Byron decided to change informants. He also said that in any case, no. Jan began to scream. After all, there was already a family that had agreed to marry her. The girl replied that she would rather die than marry Jorg. The grandfather stood up and began to yell that even though he brought the core of the portal, there was no way to find out whether he got it himself. The guards flew up to the protagonist. Suddenly, he broke one of the glasses. One missed. He smiled. The protagonist grabbed them by the hair and beat them on the table. Byron just watched it. Jack asked if he should continue. Grandfather said that 2 first-rank people from Unique were beaten without the ability to move their arms, so there was no point in continuing. The protagonist asked if he allowed it. Grandfather understood that all the information he had received was wrong. He asked if he knew that he would be home today. Jane asked the same question. Jack answered that if he had not known, there would have been no reason to take the cannonball with him. Byron called it a snake. He also asked if she could handle it. Jane hugged him and said that she could handle it. Byron understood that she was already head over heels in love with the man and thought that her grandfather was worried. Jane answered that she would not live with them all the time. Grandfather understood that she was starting to become like him. He wondered if he could cope because he had the last years of his life left and the torment continued. He allowed it. Jane ran up to her grandfather and thanked him. Jack knew he had to move on to the next step. It was night. A white car was driving. Jorg was driving. He remembered that the chairman had asked him to pretend as if there was no wedding contract. He then went up to Charlie and asked if it was true. He replied that he was disappointed in him, because how he couldn't win the heart of one girl. Because of this he became the subject of jokes in the company. Jorg was angry because how the main character dared to challenge him. He wanted to kill him. It was night, the house was standing. People were screaming to protect the boss. The employees were killed and lying on the floor. The guy said that he always ignored him. Andrew showed him the phone. The guy said that he was going to hell. He asked to leave him alive. The man said to kill him. Blood poured out. The guy lay dead. The man had a phone in his hands. Andrew answered the call. He said that he understood and accepted the request to kill the main character. It was night. Jack said that he was back. The guy was surprised. After all, no one was home. There was a blow that he was able to dodge. There was a second blow, and a third. Jack told her that she needed to walk more quietly. Kate pounced on him again. She struck and said that his hearing was too good. After all, initially she was hanging in the air and where would the sounds come from? She asked if he wanted to defeat his younger sister since he could not give in to her. Jack said that if he wanted to win, he needed to continue practicing the black sky technique. She said that her friend's older brothers did not do that. They gave them pocket money and bought them gifts. Jack asked what country these brothers and sisters were from since there were no such things in the world. Kate grumbled. Her mother and father came in and asked what they were doing. Kate replied that they were doing nothing. Her mother told them to quickly wash their hands and start eating dinner. The protagonist decided to rinse off. Suddenly, his father stopped him. His father whispered in his ear that the tea and company wanted to buy their batteries wholesale. He decided to report this to him because his son is the most important and respected sponsor. The protagonist asked him not to call him that because he does not like it. The man said that he was only reporting that, thanks to Mr. Investor, the situation in the company was normalizing. The mother asked if they were going to have dinner. The men answered in the affirmative. The protagonist decided to meet with Jane. After all, she worked until late and he was going to meet her after filming. He closed the door and left. The father asked if it was okay for his son to do this. The mother said that Jane's family had given their consent, and if everything went well, he would become the groom of the granddaughter of the tea and company. The protagonist walked down the street. A lamp was shining. A man was walking behind him. Andrew understood that he was too easy a target for an assignment from the ill company. But in his work, there was nothing difficult or easy. All that was necessary was to fulfill the client's requirements. He noticed that Jack had disappeared. The man understood that he had noticed him. He decided to catch him. His eyes were stern, and he, too, had disappeared. There was a park. Jack ran one way, and the other, when suddenly he jumped and stopped. Andrew's people were everywhere, as was he. The protagonist asked who they were. Andrew answered that they were kind uncles who came to punish children who had sinned. They were told that there was an ill-mannered high school student here, so they came to scold him. They told him not to worry because it would not hurt. It would hurt just a little and then it would be fine. Andrew also told them to wait a minute. He needed to show the protagonist something. They gave him a phone from which they said that he looked good. And he did not want to do this, but he still does not know his place. He needed to choose his opponent better, and he also hoped that Jack would behave more quietly in the next life. Andrew asked if he found out the reason for his death. The protagonist answered of course. He smiled evilly and said that he should have chosen his opponent better. The people ran at him and told him not to anger them. Jack smiled. He cast a spell of the great technique of divine thunder. People began to fly in different directions. Andrew did not understand what it was. The protagonist was near him and asked if he had time to be surprised. Then he cast a spell of breaking the heavenly star. Andrew managed to jump back. The protagonist cast another spell, and it went along the ground to Andrew. He did not understand why he was so fast, because he was not warned about this. He understood that he should not underestimate him. He wanted to get a large payment for this fight. Andrew called the spell of superior space, and also a spatial jump. Andrew was near the protagonist. Suddenly, he was grabbed by the neck. Jack told him not to worry because it will not hurt. He laughed evilly and said that it might hurt a little. His face was very excited. He had a killer's look. Andrew understood that something went wrong and this was not an ordinary high school student. He looked like a predator that had torn apart a huge trap and was waiting for its prey. Jack knew that he had sensed something, but it was too late. He had thrown Andrew to the floor. His allies were also lying dead. The protagonist had already started to leave, when suddenly he heard a sound. A car with people had arrived. They got out of it. Jack thought that he was almost disappointed because the man had sent only one team. With so many people, he could feel the taste of battle. The guy asked if he was Jack. The other one said that he knew that Andrew would die because he had interfered. The protagonist asked what he was mumbling and for them to attack already because he did not have time for this. They called him impudent because they were the Dark Guild, the second most powerful of the 8 guilds. Therefore, it was better not to compare them with Andrew, with whom Jack had recently fought. The guy said that they should attack already. The people started to run, saying that they would teach him manners. The directors were filming. The guy was standing near the wall. It was Jorg. He was holding flowers. He thought the main character had already died. He couldn't trust Andrew, so he sent the Darkness Guild just in case. After all, the Darkness doesn't accept orders they can't fulfill, although he had spent a lot of money. But if he could change Jane's mind, even that much money wouldn't be a problem. And when she found out about his death, she would be shocked and he would pretend and console her. Suddenly, he was pushed. He said on the phone that he had already arrived. Jorg said that if he had pushed him, he should apologize and where were his manners anyway. The main character replied that he hadn't noticed him while he was on the phone. Jorg was completely shocked that he was there. Jack asked what he was talking about and why his face was so pale, and if he was sick. Jorg couldn't understand that the darkness had apparently lost to him. Jane came up. She asked if he had been waiting for her. Jack answered positively, because he had quickly resolved his business. The girl asked what Jorg was doing here. Jack said that he was her fan. Jane thanked him. Jorg was angry. He left. The guy bared his teeth in anger. He also threw away the flowers. He did not understand how they did their job. Suddenly, he got a call. The number was unknown. The guy picked up the phone and said that he was just about to call him. The man asked what kind of business this was. Jorg asked in what sense, what were they even talking about, and also said that the main character was still alive. This meant one thing, that Andrew and the Darkness Guild were completely destroyed. The man laughed and asked, so he was saying that Andrew and his followers were beaten by one person. The guy asked what he meant by that. Lucas replied that he was the most suspicious here and also asked that as if he did not know about his plans. Jorg said that this could not be. Lucas replied that this could be. He started yelling, didn't he join hands with his family in order to seize the Union of Guilds and took them for fools? The guy was shocked. He said it was complete nonsense and they misunderstood him. Lucas said that it was as if he didn't know that their company had signed a secret agreement with the family. Jorg's hands were shaking. He said that it had nothing to do with him. Lucas said that everything would happen after the investigation and let him wait for the results. He also hung up. Jorg didn't understand why the Guild Union thought so. He thought that his company was trying to form an alliance against them, and if his father found out about it, he would be a dead man. Someone was eavesdropping on this. It was Jack. He understood that it was not time to despair. This was just the beginning of Jorg's nightmare. Then he said that they needed to go to the next level. Joe was being hit in the chest. Suddenly, he flew off. Chuck said that he needed to be careful. He also wondered what Tom's face would be like if he found out that his son was dead. Against the background of a horned monster, the plot says that the history of the guilds is shorter than the history of the Great Seven, and all because the reason for the sharp growth of the guilds was the opening of portals. Glowing projectiles fly at the monster, and the plot says that although in the beginning there were countless randomly created guilds, they were put in order and currently exist in guilds. Against the background of the symbols of the guilds, he continues that among them, the Darkness is a huge guild with more than 1,000 members, of which about 200 have a level higher than 6th. Against the background of the group, the advisor swears. He holds his head and thinks that his father tried so hard to make the Darkness their ally, and if he finds out that they suspect him, then we can consider that he is already a corpse. The advisor bites his nail and continues that first he needs to show that he is not associated with the Penn family, but the Darkness is definitely aware of Penn's visit to his office. He gets nervous and asks that maybe he should ask him for help. He shakes his head and denies what he said, because he considers it nonsense and he will take advantage of this weakness and blackmail him. Someone knocks on his door. The advisor excitedly asks why she came in, to which she replies that she has to report to him. The advisor angrily asks what she thinks that he wants to listen to reports now and whether it is obvious from him, to which she apologizes. He grabs his head and continues that no, since he came to work, he needs to work and asks her to report, to which the girl was confused, but agreed. She awkwardly continues that the thing is that the Tan company signed a contract to purchase batteries. The advisor furiously asks her again. She replies that there is an explosive reaction to these batteries in the market, and if they do not buy them, then a sharp decrease in sales of the company or electronics is expected. She continues that if countermeasures are not taken, but the advisor interrupts her by throwing a stack of papers at her head. The advisor points his finger at the door and drives her away, saying that she should not appear here anymore, to which she runs away and asks for her forgiveness. The advisor furiously thinks that Jack is a bastard and he is not going to die silently. He looks away and continues that he will rip off his mask with his own hands. The boy walks down the corridor with an evil aura. The Golden River building. Jack says that he can't see Joe, to which the other agrees and notes that he also turned off his phone since yesterday. The man in glasses rubs his neck and continues that that's why he was just about to go and look for him. Jack frowns. Tom runs at Jack and calls him a bastard. He hits Jack with his fist, but Jack blocks the blow. Jack pushes back with sparks. Jack looks at Tom in bewilderment. Jack shouts and asks him what he's doing. Tom gets ready to hit him again and says that he heard a rumor that Jack is getting married. Jack looks up angrily and shouts that he's not getting married. Tom hits the floor. Tom asks him again contentedly, to which he nervously coughs and says that for now it's like that. Tom bewilderedly asks him to wait and asks what about his daughter then, to which Jack spreads his arms and replies that no matter how sorry he is, there's nothing he can do about the situation. Tom points his finger at Jack and asks him again what he said and if it means he wants to betray Lar. Jack passes by and says he is in too much of a hurry. Tom furiously asks if he is in a hurry and he says he is in a hurry, but he did something every day and a whole month day and night to conceive a daughter, and Jack is a brat and notes that Jack does not even know what he has been through. Jack looks at him in bewilderment and replies that no, how can he say such indecent things in front of minors, no matter how strange the modern world is? Tom furiously replies that no matter how indecent they are, he is still against this marriage. Jack continues discontentedly that this is his wedding, and he is not even his father, to which he replies that what difference does it make, because he says he wants to become his father-in-law. Jack replies perplexedly that in any case, this is not important now, but they say that their mutual friend has returned. Tom turns to the advisor and asks again what happened, to which the advisor says that it really did. He continues dejectedly that he has not been able to contact the young master since yesterday, and the atmosphere around has not been very good lately, therefore. Tom calms down and says that then okay, he himself is able to return later, to which the advisor resists him. Tom smiles grimly and says that it does not matter where, how and what happens, if he is the son of such a person, he will be able to get out of any situation. The advisor looks angrily after Tom. Tom awkwardly scratches his face and asks again if it is still better to look for him, right? The advisor nods. Tom sighs and refers to Jack. Jack listens to him attentively. Parking in the city, Jack diets down the street and thinks that they still have not been able to find Master Joe, and he has a bad feeling. He looks away and says that the Brotherhood has become mobilizing members to look for Joe, to which he understands that he has realized. Jack looks up. Jack asks what this is, if this is the place where Laura is filming. Jack goes to the door and says that lately she has been calling him too often, hiding behind filming. Jack kicks. Jack enters the filming room, and there is no one there. Jack scratches the back of his head and asks if he has come to the right place, to which someone replies that he is right, this is the filming set. Jack turns around and a man in a white suit says that this is the place where his true nature will be revealed. Jack looks at the door that slammed behind him. The man smiles slyly and asks if he is ready to start. Jack's gaze darts across a huge number of screens. On many screens, Jack is looking at the guy. Lucas has his legs crossed and is looking at the screen. He looks pleased and says that the fun is beginning. Jack looks at the guy. Jack asks that he seriously thought of using Laura to lure him there. The camera is on the ceiling. The cameraman holds the video camera while Jack says that he is also broadcasting what is happening somewhere. Against the background of another camera, Jack notes that there are quite a lot of them. The guy says that he apologizes. Jack is perplexed by what changes are they talking about. The guy angrily spreads his arms and says that he apologizes for underestimating him. He turns to him and continues that he did not think that Jack is capable of single-handedly dealing with the members of the Dark Guild. Jack grins. The guy takes off his jacket and says that as a sign of apology, he personally came to fight him. Jack prepares to attack and asks why he dared to disturb his family and still thought that they would not fight. In fact, because of him, their family almost went bankrupt. The guy raised his index finger and laughs, because Jack speaks as if he could easily defeat someone like him, but if he knew what faculty he studies in, he would not be so sure. Something falls right in front of Jack as he says that even if he knew, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Jack got a cut cheekbone. The guy spins metal objects in the air and says that he is from the metal control faculty, which only the top 10th of 1% of the students at the special school Unique can study in. The guy attacks and says that the metal control faculty studies the control of all the metals in the world and that he is one of them. He points all the objects right at Jack and says that he is in the top 100th of 1% of the students in the entire world. Jack stands arrogantly and replies that he doubted it, but Jack is really running into him, relying on only that. Jack dodges. Jack breaks the wall and dust and shards block the guy's view. Jack ends up behind him and says that he doesn't really care how incredible this metal control faculty of his is. Jack happily prepares to counterattack while saying that if he can't match them, won't he become a third wheel? The whole room shakes. The guy prepares to block the attack. Jack notes that it is a magical technique. The guy happily replies that he said that he controls metals and if he continues to underestimate him. The guy again points all his tools at Jack and says that he will get badly hurt. He attacks Jack and calls for him to die. Jack dodges, and metal objects one by one plunge into the floor. Jack looks ahead. Jack gets up and looks at the strip of spears. Jack notes that the guy is incredibly annoying. The guy replies that Jack can only dodge, whether he has decided not to show his abilities yet. Jack's phone rings, to which the guy says that it seems like Jack is calling and asks to answer, because he is ready to wait. Jack picks up the phone. Someone shouts his name, to which he recognizes Joe. Joe makes it clear that it is really him and asks to save him. Two people hold Joe on a leash and Joe calls out to Jack and asks if he is listening to him. The man takes the phone from Joe. The man says that he is enjoying their fight and sees that Jack is doing a good job of dodging, but that he should hurry if he wants to save his friend. The man smiles and says that he is not very patient and of course, he will have to defeat his opponent first. Jack says that he knew it was him watching their fight. Jack continues contentedly asking if he is sure that he will not regret his decision to capture Joe. The man asks again about pity and says that if anyone will regret it, it will be him. The man says with a scream that he thinks that it was the Golden River that slaughtered the black tigers and contributed to the disappearance of his little brother and asks again if he is right. He hits Joe on the shoulder and asks again. Joe screams in pain. The man continues that this is why he is going to kill this idiot and smash the entire Golden River. He adds that he will also tell him something. Against the background of a group of cars, he continues that the heads of the 6 clans are heading towards the Golden River. The clan leaders are each driving in their own car. They enter the territory of the Golden River. He calls him to have fun, even though he would like to watch this for a while. He needs to personally go and destroy the Golden River. He looks at the phone slyly and adds that, by the way, he should be extremely careful, because his opponent is an idiot, but nevertheless he is also strong. Jack looks at the dropped call, approaching his sly smile. The guy asks that now he understands what situation he is in and continues that in order to go to the Golden River he first needs to defeat him. Jack smiles and says that he will make him regret his words. Someone curses and asks the second to move faster. 2 people attack the teenager and the first says that he should open the door. Who is he even talking to? To which the teenager says that he does not want to and he is scared. He points to the door and says that there is a guy inside making fun of Jack and he is like, cool, they need to film it and show it to people. The teenager looks worried and says that he can do it himself. He is really scared. The guy gets ready to hit him on the head, screaming that he is making fun of him and he specializes in removing locks and can open everything that is closed. He drives the teenager to the door and continues that no one but him can open this door now and encourages him to start the action, to which he replies that he understands and will do everything now. He just asks him not to hit him. The teenager looks at the door. The plot takes us to Jack during his kindergarten and shows the practice of playing Baduk with the director's son. Baduk lessons were very useful. The ability to think was developed and it was possible to improve combat tactics. Jack decided to spend as much time as possible with the director's son for starters. Jack kicks the guy in the face. The guy crashes into the wall. The guy looks at him in bewilderment and thinks that how can an ordinary kick have such power? He didn't even add any properties to it. The teenager asks to smile and films what is happening with a flash while the guy is perplexed. The guy recognizes the guy and exclaims. The teenager slams the door and apologizes. The guy rushed to open the door and swear that they would delete the photo they had taken right now. Jack treacherously attacks from behind, screaming that he was distracted in vain. The guy turns around and asks if he is proud that he hit him once. The guy uses the titanium alloy shield ability. Jack smiles madly and asks about the titanium alloy. He cuts his shield, saying that it is not so. Lucas looks at the screen in bewilderment. Lucas put his hands on the table and says that he was right. It was Jack who killed his followers and the guild mercenary. Lucas frowns and says that how dare he stand in his way and he cannot forgive him for this. He looks intently again and asks to wait, because this freak Jack is the protector of the Golden River. Did he really send him against their guild? Lucas looks stunned, because he realized that the Golden River is suspected of exterminating black tigers. Is this really so? An alarm is raised in the Golden River building. The secretary exclaims that a state of emergency has arisen and it is necessary to prepare for battle. In the background of a group of fighters, he says that 6 great clans are arriving here. He orders them to line up. Tom laughs evilly and says that this is excellent, because his body was just going crazy from idleness. The secretary shouts that the head of the clan has gone crazy, to which Tom is perplexed because what is wrong. The secretary asks again why he is laughing, understanding the situation he is in. Opposite Tom there is a huge crowd of people. Jack is standing opposite his opponent, lying on the floor. Jack looks at him and thinks that he would like to finish him off right now. Jack goes to the door and continues that but for some time he will not be able to get up. He opens the door and thinks that now he needs to quickly go towards Joe and the Golden River. Jack looks at the handcuffs that have just frozen. The guy gets up and says that he will not be able to leave here today. Jack turns to look at him as he says that these handcuffs are made of a special alloy that no force in this world can destroy. Jack looks at the handcuffs thoughtfully. The guy uses his ability and says that the moment they snapped onto him meant that he would die. Jack looks at the energy ball. Jack calmly looks ahead. The projectile destroys part of the wall. The guy uses the ability Hammer of Destruction. He throws it with a shout of a gunshot. The building where the fight is taking place stands. The consequences of the Hammer of Extermination fly out of the wall. A smoking hole appeared in the building. The guy laughs ominously. He looks at the hole in the wall and says that Jack turned to dust. The guy laughs and calls him an idiot, because even the protector of the Golden River is nothing to him, and this is what will happen to those who will run into him. The guy covers his face and laughs hysterically, saying that it was necessary to deal with him like this from the very beginning. So then, he looks at the screen and says that it is the turn of another. The crowd opposite Tom. The drone flies to the scene. The drone films the entrance to the main building of the Golden River. Tom laughs and says that they have a real passion for death. How dare they come to the Golden River so fearlessly? The secretary clenched his fist and asks the clan leader to pull himself together. The secretary shouts at the crowd, asking why the 6 great clans came to them in the Golden River. The blonde turns to the advisor and continues that information was received that the Golden River slaughtered black tigers. The secretary asks in bewilderment, what kind of nonsense is this? This could not have happened, and most likely they misunderstood something. A man from the crowd grins that of course they misunderstood everything. He spreads his arms and says that he has irrefutable evidence with him. He dragged a tied-up man. He smiles madly and says that he will make them pay for what they did to the family of the Northern River Pen. Tom furiously shouted the name of his son. Yellow lightning appeared around the man and he screamed that they were bastards. Robert put his hand forward and told the man to stop. The man's eyes glowed a bright yellow light and he spoke to him to leave. His hands began to glow brightly and he called upon the attack of the Crazy Devil's Thunder technique. A devastating explosion occurred. Shielding her hand from the wind, the girl spoke about it, and Marcus said that it was a terrifying force, to which Connor said to watch out so they wouldn't get electrocuted. All the people looked at the man in surprise. Looking straight ahead, he furiously screamed that they should give him his son. Punching the ground with his fist, many discharges appeared and Tom said about penetrating destruction, to which the guy dodged. Gritting his teeth, the man said that the guy was a rat. Clenching his fist tightly, he said that he would not miss, and the guy swung his hand in his direction. Chuck put his hand forward and summoned a thunderous blow from the soul source, which sent the man flying back. Flying a long distance, he crashed into the wall. It seemed like the protagonist was looking at the demon in the middle of the city. Tom was lying in the hole formed by the blow. Spreading his arms, the guy said that the head of the Golden River has a pretty strong body, even his hand is burning. Looking at this in surprise, Robert thought about how this could be. How Tom, who usually does not even move from any physical attack, could do it so easily. Looking at the smiling guy, the man added that Chuck seemed to have seized power in the family with the help of simple intimidation. Alex ran up to the man and asked if he was okay. The man stood up abruptly and tensed up. Putting his hands on his hips, he laughed loudly and then said that the strength is suitable for the head of the Northern River family. Smiling widely, Tom then suggested that they fight properly. Looking at him, the guy smiled and then said that a real monster, as they say about him, he already hit with all his heart with a thunderous blow. Looking straight ahead furiously, the man said that of course he was the strongest man, Tom, to which Alex held him back and asked for a minute. Turning to him, the guy said that they would not solve the main problem like that, asked to give him some time. The guy looked back carefully. The man looked at him in bewilderment. Closing his eyes, Tom agreed and said that only a little. Adjusting his glasses, the guy thanked the head. Approaching the heads of the 6 clans, he addressed them. All the people looked straight ahead attentively. Hearing that how dare they attack another clan without strong evidence, this is a violation of the inter-clan agreement, let them provide reliable evidence. Looking straight ahead, Connor said that in fact they also gathered at the request of the Northern River family, to which the man confirmed and said that they should show them evidence too. Robert held his hand out and addressed the counselor and said that they had come after Chuck had contacted them. He had the authority to investigate the murder of the Black Tigers, so he should have gathered them all if he had found evidence. Tom pointed his finger at him and said angrily that what other evidence? He had simply taken his son hostage and was showing off. The man's eyes lit up and he addressed the Pure Gold squad, ordering them to prepare for attack. All the men behind him took a fighting stance and obeyed. Chuck spread his arms and laughed loudly and said that he had incredible fortitude, but was he really going to attack without even looking at the evidence? Alex asked furiously what kind of irrefutable evidence it was. Smiling widely, the guy said that his leader's son told them something interesting, that after the extermination of the Black Tigers, there was a survivor. Robert and Connor asked in surprise that someone survived. The guy appeared, clenching his fingers, and Chuck added that he had found him too and told Frank to come out. The guy started to walk straight, and Chuck told him to go and tell what he saw. Lowering his head, the guy confusedly said that he was the 3rd son of the North River family, Frank. A burning palace appeared behind him, and he said that on the day the Black Tigers were slaughtered, he was there. The men looked ahead in surprise and asked what he said. Jorg put his hands out to the sides and laughed loudly, and then said that it was like Chuck, even though he was nasty, he did his job just fine. Smiling widely, he said that it was so, and now let him cut off the oxygen to those idiots from the Golden River. Looking at his hands, Frank said that that night the one who slaughtered the Black Tigers clan was. The blazing palace of the clan appeared. People in red masks were struck by blue rays. The protagonist stood against the backdrop of corpses of people and a burning building. Clutching his head, the guy began to make sounds of pain. The protagonist appeared from behind, and the guy said that he slaughtered the black tigers. The man looked away, and Frank loudly said that Lucas, the master of the Guild of Darkness. Robert looked at him in surprise and asked what the Guild of Darkness was, and Connor asked again what he was saying. Looking straight ahead, Tom furiously shouted the name of the Darkness Guild Master. Standing still, the man asked what kind of idiot was this? Frowning, he added that he said that he killed all the black tigers, he was a real psychopath. Jorg furiously shouted that this couldn't be, and from the side it was heard that of course, it couldn't. The guy opened his eyes in surprise, hearing a voice from the side. The protagonist stood behind him and asked that it really was interesting. The guy looked back and asked how. Going down the stairs, Jack said that the guy, what about him, if you play along with them a little, they start to get arrogant. Smiling widely, the protagonist added that they jump above their heads. An explosion thundered in the streets of the city. The doors abruptly closed. The guy flew into the wall after the blow and wheezed. Lowering his head, the guy thought about how he was able to withstand that attack. Stone handcuffs fell in front of him, and Jack said that he was funny. Waving his hand, the hero said that he was the elite of this school, but did he really decide to defeat him with such a toy? Stretching his head forward, Jorg asked what he said. Putting his hand on his neck, the protagonist replied that he did not know what he was going to do, but if this was all he could do, then he was even a little disappointed, and then asked what he had left. Blades appeared around the guy and he angrily said what kind of impudent person he was if he wanted this so much. Pointing the blades at the protagonist, the guy added that he would finish him off. The protagonist stood still. Many weapons flew straight ahead. Suddenly they scattered sharply, and the hero grinned and said what nonsense, to which the guy was surprised. Holding his neck, Jack said that he determines the ending. Holding the sword in his hand, he said that it seemed like he still had something in store. He was already starting to hope, but it was not interesting at all, to which the guy asked in surprise, what do you mean? Kicking the guy in the face, the hero replied that he meant that he was finished, to which the guy wheezed in pain. Looking at the protagonist's leg, the guy thought about what was happening, how he could use an invisible sword. Bowing down in front of him, the protagonist asked, what is interesting, right? And then said that well, since he had been through so much, he would tell him. Approaching the guy, Jack said that it was not Lucas who exterminated the black tigers, but he. Looking at the protagonist in surprise, the guy asked what he said, then why did Frank point at him? Holding his hair, the protagonist asked what this was, and then said that Frank was under his devilish spirit control, so he could control his soul. The demon that controlled him appeared behind the guy, and he said that Lucas was from the Darkness Guild, and the protagonist added that even if he wanted to tell the truth, he had no choice but to say what he wanted to hear. Looking at the protagonist, Jorg asked what the soul controlled, which meant he had planned to set them against each other with the darkness from the very beginning. Smiling widely, Jack asked what was wrong. He thought he would be fine after disturbing his family, and then said that he still didn't have to be too afraid. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he would let him live. A portrait of the smiling hero appeared, holding a stone in his hand. Grabbing the guy's hand, Chuck asked why he suddenly started talking about Lucas, told him to come to his senses and tell the truth. Looking straight ahead, the guy furiously asked that he was sure it was Lucas. The guy clenched his teeth tightly and muttered. Tears began to flow from his eyes, and Frank said that he was sure that the master of the Darkness Guild, Lucas, killed all the black tigers. Looking at him furiously, the guy said what nonsense, and then asked what he had completely lost his mind while he was kidnapped. Tom swung his fist, emitting lightning at the guy, and asked what kind of nonsense this was. Hitting the ground with his fist, the man shouted about penetrating destruction. The ground under the people began to rapidly crack. Romeo covered himself with his hand and asked what it was, to which the other brother replied that it was unreal power. The guy looked away, his eyes wide open. Finding himself behind the guy, Tom furiously said that just like they recently beat his son to death, he would beat them to death. Gritting his teeth tightly, the guy said that it would not be easy. A huge yellow beam appeared from the man's hand and he loudly shouted obscenities. Looking away, Tom said that first the dirty hand that hurt his son. The guy winced in pain and grabbed his hand. Swinging his fist, the guy called the man a bastard and told him not to touch his brother. Turning around, Tom hit the guy in the face and said that his face, a thunderous blow of a golden river. Wincing in pain, the guy thought about how a fist can have not only its own weight but also. Clenching his fist tightly, the man looked away and asked what was so weak, to which the guy thought about how he was too fast, he did not have time to react. Robert and Connor looked straight ahead in surprise, and the man thought about how unreal power, not because the twins were weak, but because Tom was much stronger than them. Chuck rushed to the man and shouted his name, and he smiled and was surprised at him. The boy put out his hand and said that he would kill him and summoned the ghost palm of the earth and sky. Clenching his fist tightly, Tom laughed loudly and then said to attack, "Stupid Chuck," knocking out the spirit, Golden River Strike. The boy and the man collided, emitting yellow and pink rays. The ground around them began to crack rapidly. Looking at this, Robert said that they would not be able to dodge, and the man said that everyone should prepare to defend themselves. Gray smoke rose up. The roofs of the houses began to crack. A hole appeared from the explosion from the collision. Gritting his teeth tightly, the boy thought that if he retreated now, not only his reputation would be ruined, but also his entire family's reputation now. And then he said that he did not know what he did to his younger brother, but they would not be able to deceive him. Golden River was the criminal, he was sure of it. Holding the guy on his shoulder, Tom laughed, then asked him why he was still talking such nonsense, then said that if he was wrong, he should apologize. It seems that he was not brought up well. Looking forward furiously, Chuck thought about the fact that the only thing left to do was to provoke Tom and create an excuse for a fight, and then said for the man to shut up. He would leave only after he heard his confession. Looking at them, Robert asked for a minute and said for them to stop. Spreading his arms to the sides, the man said for them to calm down and listen to him, and then thought that it was time to show how he, as the head of the unification of clans, intervenes and stops the fight. Looking to the side, the man smiled, and then said that now that they had evidence that the Dark Guild had slaughtered the Black Tigers, was there a need to continue fighting? Asked that how about stopping the fight, and then thought that Tom might not stop because of his son. The best outcome would be a situation where the Golden River and the North River family destroyed each other. Gritting his teeth tightly, the boy turned to the chief, and then thought that Robert, the snake in the grass, it seemed that the unification of clans was going to benefit from the battle of the Golden River and his family. Smiling widely, the boy thought that it did not matter. Anyway, in the future he would have to step over all of them, so now he might as well retreat, as Chief Robert said. Looking at the man, Tom chuckled and then asked what he meant, telling him to stop, and then turned to the chief and asked if he had gone crazy. Raising his eyebrows, the man said that since it turned out that the Golden River was not to blame, what was the point of continuing the fight, and then thought that, as he thought, he swallowed the bait. Looking straight ahead, the man laughed loudly and asked what he was saying. There was no point in this fight. Well then, of course, we need to stop it. Clenching his fingers, the man first smiled and then looked surprised, saying that it was a pity as the head of the union he was going to separate them, but then asked in surprise what. Chuck also asked in amazement. Marcus asked in surprise that he had not heard well. The girl said the man's name, and Connor asked again that he would not fight. Looking away, Tom turned to the Pure Gold squad and said that they should prepare to retreat, to which they responded, and the man asked them to wait and asked that he really would not continue the battle. Turning to him, the man asked, "But what?" He said that there was no need to fight now, to which Robert replied that it was not that there was no need at all. To which Tom asked, which he said that now was more important, it was time for him to give the Union an order. The man asked what the order was, and Tom smiled broadly and asked again, and then said that they needed to attack the Darkness Guild and avenge the Black Tigers. The car was quickly approaching the people. Robert looked straight ahead in surprise and said that they had not expected such a turn of events. Connor held out his hand and said that although the situation was very confusing and unclear, they first needed to go to the Darkness Guild headquarters. Marcus said that they were right, they could not allow the Golden River to swallow up the darkness as well. And the man looked at him and noted that if the Golden River's power became even greater, the unification of the clans would not be able to cope with them. As Marcus walked forward, he said that the Fire Sky was also heading to the Darkness clan. The man held out his hand to the side and turned to the Skilled Blades, saying that they were moving out, and Robert, with his arms folded, said that nothing could be done. The guy was looking at several cars driving away. He put his hand in his pocket and looked straight ahead. Then he suddenly turned his head to the side. One of the brothers appeared, holding his hand, and he said that he dared not make excuses. Chuck, looking at him, smiled broadly. Looking straight ahead, he asked what they thought. Would this be the end of it? Were they all crazy? A portrait of a girl leaning on her hand appeared. A black car was driving quickly along the road. The man's son was lying on his shoulder. Alex turned around and looked at him. Looking straight ahead, the counselor said that this would not work. First they needed to stop at the hospital and check the guy's condition, to which the driver replied that he did. Suddenly, a question was heard from behind them why they needed to go to the hospital. The man folded his arms and asked if someone was hurt, asked the advisor if he was in pain, and Joe grabbed his neck and said that he almost dislocated his neck. To which Alex turned around and asked in surprise what the hell that was. Wasn't he out cold after the kidnapping? To which he replied that no, he wasn't actually. Looking at his son, Tom asked that by the way, what he told him through the secret transmission of words was true, to which the guy replied that of course. It seemed like Tom collided with the guy and the man, and someone shouted about the ghostly palm of the earth and sky, the breathtaking blow of the Golden River. Looking straight ahead, the man laughed and told the guy to attack, but suddenly heard him stop. This was all the protagonist's plan, and now he needed to retreat. Looking at the guy in surprise, the man heard that his back also hurts, so let him throw him over his shoulders. Winking with one eye, the man asked that he was sure that this was all the hero's plan. Let him just try to say that no. Looking at him, the guy replied that he said that he was sure, otherwise he would not have let them beat him up like that. Laughing, Tom said that that was true, his son could not lose to such idiots, to which the guy replied that he found time to laugh. If not for the gold enhancement, his son would have died before him. His youngest son is now very disappointed, does he know? Folding his arms, the man said that of course he is not worried, because he is his son, and then asked what the hero's plan was, to which Joe replied that he himself did not know for sure. Some time ago Jack wanted to talk to him alone. Frowning in surprise, the guy asked what he was telling him to become a hostage of the North River family. He was crazy. Walking straight, the protagonist said that if he ate, then he had to pay, he would resist a little, then they would grab him, and he would play along, and he would still have to tell them something, and then asked what was easy, right, to which the guy replied that it was easy. He was saying it so simply, if he had eaten too, he would have made him die altogether. Having bitten off the food, the protagonist said that how dare he, let him consider it training and not get hurt there, to the guy frighteningly replied that he would not go, he was a crazy idiot. Joe lay on the ground and clenched his teeth. Looking at him, Chuck said that he was not very patient, so he had better start talking soon. The guy frighteningly said that Frank, the third heir of the family, was with the Black Tigers, and then, looking down carefully, the boy heard what he heard, that the Dark Guild kidnapped him. He also doesn't know anything else, let him believe him. Smiling widely, Chuck asked, "That's how it is?" "Yes." Smiling, Joe said that his father would see his game, to which the man asked how he feels, whether he can fight, and the boy answered that no problem. Looking back, the advisor thought about what it means. The protagonist decided to set the North River family and the darkness against each other. The Dark Guild's manor appeared. Two men looked at the hole in the wall and one of them asked what he was saying. The third heir of the family was kidnapped and locked in this warehouse, said that he was never informed about it. Looking straight ahead, the man's secret bodyguard said that they were also surprised by this. How could Frank be here, behind the line of impregnable security? But when they found out about it, it turned out that his family had already personally taken him away from here. Frowning, Lucas thought that someone had deliberately locked the guy here and told his family about it. Then this bastard's goal was definitely to cause a clash between their clan and his family. Sweat was pouring down the man's face and he added that as he had planned, now they cannot avoid a conflict with the North River family. But why? Who? An image of the guy popped into his head and he wondered if this was a greenhorn. Holding the phone in his hand, the bodyguard turned to the man and said that an emergency message. 7 great clans including the Golden River are trying to invade our territory. To which he asked again, "What again?" Turning around, Lucas asked what he said so quickly. The main headquarters of the Dark Guild appeared. The walls were shattered by the devastating explosion. Running straight, the guy turned to the Pure Gold squad and told them to attack, quickly occupy the territory of the Dark Guild. Holding a weapon in his hands, the swordsman said that the Golden River is coming, and the man said that they should quickly block them. Swinging his fist, Joe asked what they thought, that such a trifle as them could stop the great him. He would take out all the pent-up anger on them while he was a hostage. His eyes emitted a blue glow and he shouted about gold enhancement. Hitting the ground, blue lightning appeared and the guy shouted about a piercing blow. Taking a step forward, Joe said that they would not waste time on these losers, offered to quickly deal with them, to which the man said that he was incredible and the other ordered to follow him. Suddenly, the guy turned around and opened his eyes in surprise. An explosion thundered, from which he flew to the side. Looking ahead, Joe asked who he was. The creature with red eyes said furiously that no one would pass through here. Holding a pillar in his hand, the stone giant said that while he was here, he was the guard of the gate of the Clan of Darkness. Smiling widely, the guy asked if he was a human, and then said that he had thought that they had tamed the monster from the portal. All the leaders looked at the burning building in surprise. It was heard that these idiots from the Golden River, who knew nothing but fighting, had already started. Looking at the man, Marcus said that if they cleared everything here first, it would turn out that they would deal with the darkness and get the rights to what was left of the Black Tigers. Thus, they would become too strong. Their unification of clans should also help them. All the heads opened their eyes in surprise, hearing about who gave them the right. Walking straight, Chuck said that they should not even dream. Now the most important thing is not revenge for the Black Tigers, but the honor of his family. Looking straight, the guy furiously said that if any clan interfered in this battle, they would take it as an action against his family. Looking at the aggressive guy, Robert thought about the fact that this idiot was hiding behind the honor of the family, but he himself only wanted to strengthen the influence of his family in Korea. Frowning, the man thought that but still, since Chuck also couldn't do everything as planned, the time had come. In this situation it was necessary at all costs to push the Golden River and the guy's family against each other. Smiling, the man thought that although he had failed earlier, this time he would be able to do everything right, and then said that if he, the respected Mr. Chuck, said so, then they had no choice but to obey. Joe suddenly flew up and shouted about the golden reinforcement of the flying swallow. Spinning in the air, the guy hit the giant on the head, saying about the cut. Sitting on his shoulder, the guy laughed and said that this guy was just big and there was no sense in it, then asked what? Well, how was the taste of the blow of the great Joe, which could even smash a truck? Smiling widely, the giant said that he was a kid, he was not only huge, but also durable. The giant grabbed the guy and he fearfully asked when he had time. The stone giant slammed the boy hard into the ground and said that no physical force could harm this body. Joe lay on the ground, gritting his teeth and wheezing. Raising himself slightly, the boy wondered if it was the after effects of the attack with Chuck or not. Maybe his back hurt because his father was holding him strangely. Swinging his leg, the giant furiously said that he would destroy everyone who invaded the Guild of Darkness. The boy looked up in fear and asked him to wait, saying that he was not ready yet. Smiling widely, the giant wished him a safe journey, calling him a kid from the Golden River. The boy shouted loudly for him to get away from his brother. William jumped up sharply and hit the monster in the face. Then he deftly landed back next to the boy. Looking at his brother, he asked if he was okay. William was Joe's eldest son, Tom's eldest son, the Golden River's divine dragon. Putting his hand to his face, the giant said in surprise that this was the Golden River's divine dragon. Taking his brother's hand, William said that apparently the advisor was worried about him, so he sent him here, to which Joe replied that Uncle Advisor, when he returned, he needed to hug him tighter. Looking straight ahead, the older brother asked that it was good, then they would show this carcass the power of the Golden River clan, to which the guy responded approvingly. Swinging his fist, the stone giant furiously said that these little puppies were not afraid of the tiger at all. The guys flew back after the giant's blow, and he said that how frivolous. His eyes glowed red and he said that they thought that if they continued to hide like mice, it would help them. The giant hit his older brother, shouting about a strong metal fist. Looking up, William thought. Suddenly he crouched down and white smoke appeared under him. Joe, looking at the guy standing on one leg, asked if he was okay, to which he replied that he was. Looking at his hand, the older brother said that but it seems he will still have to reveal his strength, to which Joe replied that he thought so, looking at how he flew. Looking at them, the stone giant said that he can stand even after his blow. After all, he is worthy of being called the divine dragon of the Golden River. Smiling widely, he added that then they will arrange an exam to check how long this divine dragon can stand. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked what exam and who he is. Lightning emitted from the two brothers, and the elder asked to test them, and Joe added that exactly, he is sure that he can pass this exam. A stone column was flying at them, and the guy added that by uniting into a man of crazy lightning, they could unleash the full power of the golden enhancement. The column crashed into the wall, and the giant said that if he said he would accept, then he would accept. Smiling, he said that how dare some kids contradict an elder, they grew up ignorant. Smoke was coming from the wall, and the giant added that he could only say such things to those who were close to them in strength. Finding out about the level of an opponent's skills was also a skill, and although there was no difference anymore. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. Lightning appeared from under the column, and it was audible that by his appearance you couldn't tell that he liked to chat, only evaluating everyone in words or something. Taking the column in his hands, Joe said that he should have looked at them more carefully, and then decided, to which the giant asked again. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that he himself said that knowing the enemy's strength is also a skill, and then asked what his brother thought about it. Frowning, William said that if the gate guard is so weak, then entering the Dark Guild is nothing at all. Looking straight ahead, the giant laughed loudly, and then said that they are still real children of the tiger. Spreading his arms, he said for them to attack, he will grind them into the smallest dust. Rushing towards him, the guy replied that they are already attacking. The burning palace of the clan appeared. Two people looked at a large number of corpses. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked, well, does not think that the law is very funny, to which Ben replied that it seems so. Jack raised his hand and said that although they say that the world moves according to laws, but in fact, it is governed by the power of logic. If clans, guilds, and associations join forces, it will cost them nothing to change the law, so he tries to live as honestly as possible. Looking straight ahead, the man thought about how they were nothing more than criminals. It seemed like he was standing in front of a man who was asking for mercy, who said that he would return the money, to which he replied that he should have paid 100 years ago, but he was still talking such nonsense. Enough, today he will leave only after breaking one of his legs. Looking at the protagonist, Ben thought about how although he was a lone shark who did terrible things, after meeting the founder, he follows him and does something he has never tried to do before. Then he turned to the hero, to which he responded and said that he could follow him to the world he wants to achieve. Turning around, Jack said that he was crazy or something, asked if he should do this after him, said to just continue to follow him and that's it. Looking straight ahead, the man smiled. Suddenly the wall broke through, and the man did not have time to finish. The giant was lying on the floor. It was heard that the squad of pure gold was passing. Sitting on the giant's head, Joe said that they should show the mercenaries from the Guild of Darkness what they are capable of. The first thing they are looking for is Lucas. Running forward, he shouted that they need to take him alive, to which people from the squad responded. Looking at this, Ben laughed and said that Joe's abilities are improving day by day. Bewildered, the main character said that next time he will need to give him 2 hot dogs for the task. A chandelier in the palace appeared. It was heard how people from the squad called the leader and asked where he was hiding. Throwing the man aside, Tom shouted for Lucas to come out and fight. Then he looked down in surprise when he heard the ringing. Putting the phone to his ear, the man said that it was the hero. He was looking for him. He had a lot of questions for him. While talking on the phone, the hero heard a question about where this Lucas was. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he was looking, but there was only small change everywhere. Apparently, Lucas had already escaped, to which the man asked again, and the hero added that the Brotherhood of Steel would deal with the rest, so he, the leader, could retreat little by little. Swinging his legs, the man asked what he was talking about. Was he kidding? So when would he really fight? The hero hung up, and the man did not have time to finish. Turning to the guy, the protagonist told him to be careful with his head, to which he asked again. Suddenly something flew across the man's face and he wheezed in pain. Looking at him, Jack said that he told him to be careful. Turning around, the hero asked why he came, said that he was somehow late. The guy with a smile on his face took off his jacket, and then said that he was right, he needed to hurry. Smiling widely, Chuck asked that it was true. The hero said that he would tear him to pieces. Stretching his hand forward, the guy said that he thought about it on the way. That's right, decided to destroy a clan like the Golden River. Starting with its leader, he really hurried, he admits, but such a case as now does not present itself often, right? Raising his hand, Chuck added that therefore, taking advantage of this chance, he would tear them apart piece by piece, from the very bottom, rising higher and higher. Grabbing his neck, the man said that some tramps were walking. Gritting his teeth, he asked what he hit him. Yes, a bright pink sphere appeared, and the guy said that the midge had better disappear. Ben deftly dodged the guy's attack and it flew into the wall. Surprised, Chuck said that it was not bad for such an insect, although in the end he would still die. Looking at the main character, Ben asked if he would allow him to confront him alone. Turning around, the main character said that he thought he would not succeed, but still it should be fun, gave him 5 minutes. Looking at him, the man with a smile on his face thanked him. Chuck threw his arms out and laughed loudly and said that the insect could not assess the situation soberly, but was only trying to show off his ardor. They would not be able to win even if they attacked together. Ben flew up to him sharply and said what it was. Hitting him, blue beams appeared, and he added that they would only know when they tried it. A pink sphere appeared in the guy's hand and he said that it was shit or chocolate. Hitting him, Chuck added that someone like him definitely needed to try it to find out. Suddenly, he grabbed the guy's hand sharply. Bleeding, Ben replied that yes, he was right. Swinging his fist, the man said that he would only know everything after he tried it, and then asked what it tasted like, to which the guy replied that yes, he was a real psycho. Gritting his teeth furiously, Ben told him not to underestimate the Brotherhood of Steel. A picture appeared of a man wrapped in chains and begging for mercy, saying that he would not do it again. Just once, let him give him a chance to survive. And the main character asked that he would then eat the medicine that he was giving him, to which he replied that yes, he would definitely eat it, and the hero added that he himself said so. In front of the huge monster, someone shouted for everyone to stand in place. He moves instinctively, so let them be careful, and the man turned around and said that they should all attack together. A memory popped into his head, how, sitting behind a hillock, the man said that they were finished. A fiery attack appeared and he thought that he did not want to die. A man appeared, hiding from the fire. Closing his eyes, the man said that he had been through fire and water. Ben swung his fist and said that he wasn't that strong, to which Chuck smiled and replied that he was. Looking at his twisted arm, the man asked in surprise what. Grabbing it, he screamed loudly, and the guy, looking at him, said that Tom definitely started with his arms, by the way. Gritting his teeth tightly in pain, the man heard what he heard. They die and then are reborn again. Is that true? Is that possible? Holding a pink sphere in his hand, Chuck said that then, they are reborn, even if they turn into dust. Suddenly it became interesting. Running up, the man said not to make him laugh, he still has his left arm, only here he will turn into dust. Flying past the guy, Ben screamed that he should die, to which Chuck smiled and said that he acknowledged his willpower. Looking to the side, the guy said that but. A huge pink shockwave appeared and the guy shouted that even so, he was just a midge with willpower. Flying back, the man thought about how strong he still couldn't do it. Gritting his teeth, he thought about how he wanted to see the world that the leader would create. A loud sound was heard. Someone asked what he was doing there. Looking down, the protagonist asked why he was lying down. What decided to become food for bats? The man opened his eyes in surprise looking at him. Spreading his arms out to the sides, Ben said that even if he killed him several times, he had to say something, to which the hero asked what. And he replied that working 18 hours a day, a salary of 1.5 million won a month, how is this possible? He treats the Brotherhood worse than the foreign workers who come. Looking at him, the protagonist said that but for this he put more than 200 million won in interest on their bank books. The man furrowed his brows and asked angrily, what did they gain from it, since they were all his? The protagonist thought about his words. Turning around, Jack said that he thought he would say something important. After all, he said that he would invest their salaries in something else. If he didn't want to get even that, he could continue to lie around, but let him deal with the bats until the evening. Frowning with anger, the man thought that he was a devilish bastard. The city hospital appeared, and he heard that thank you very much for paying for the operation. The girl leaned over the girl on the bed and said that it was a serious operation that cost more than 100 million won, so she didn't dare ask him for money. So yesterday when she saw his signature on the payment documents, she was very surprised. She thought that after the divorce he abandoned their daughter, but it seemed she was wrong. The man bowed his head down, hearing that thank him very much. Lying on the floor, he heard that he looked good, a pose suitable for an insect. Where did his insolence go? Grabbing the man by the head, Chuck said that if he says to stop underestimating, then he must have skills that are not ashamed to show. Looking at him, he was once again convinced that the Brotherhood of Steel is just a brotherhood of trash, right? Suddenly Ben abruptly grabbed the guy's leg. Looking up, the man said that the salary is 1.5 million won. 18-hour workday, no days off, treated worse than foreign illegals. This is a squad selected by the leader from those who know how to survive. The guy lifted him up by the head, and Ben shouted that he cannot forgive the way he laughs at the Brotherhood of Steel. Suddenly he sharply bit the guy's hand. Chuck wheezed in pain. He waved his hand and asked how dare an insect like him let him know his place. The guy's face twisted from the blow and he said that he would rip his head off right away. Releasing a blue lightning that flew off the wall, the hero looked straight ahead. Lowering his hand down, Jack apologized for not letting him finish and said that 5 minutes had passed. Burning houses in the city appeared. A helicopter flew over the city. It was said that at present the main headquarters of the Darkness Guild, suspected of destroying the Black Tiger clan, was engulfed in flames. If you believe the information just received, the Golden River clan and the Northern River family broke into the guild's territory. Pointing her hand to the side, the reporter said that although the other clans did not interfere in this battle, they knew that they would soon follow the Golden River. There was an explosion in the building. Someone said loudly that an explosion had just occurred. It seemed that something serious was happening in the headquarters of the Dark Guild. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked about what the Guild Association, which includes darkness, was doing. The meeting room of the Guild Association appeared. With his arms folded, the man said that it would not be difficult for their guild association to gather forces and defeat the unification of clans, but the essence of the problem was that. In the meeting room, it was heard that the Chinese government was behind the North River family. Looking straight ahead, the man added that as long as the North River family was involved in this, they should abandon the Dark Guild, because if Chuck died as a result of this whole situation. A guy appeared, his eyes wide open, and the man added that they would all face terrible retribution from the Chinese authorities. Sitting on the floor, the guy looked at the protagonist. Looking straight ahead in amazement, the man thought that every time he saw this, he simply could not believe his eyes. How could he, with one slap? Looking straight ahead, Jack told him to get up, to which the man complied. Turning around, the protagonist asked what kind of disgrace this was, to which he apologized. Suddenly, the hero put his hand on his shoulder. Looking at him, the hero said that it was still not bad. He stood up. Well, special training would start again tomorrow, to which he said that yes, he understood. Gritting his teeth tightly, the guy rushed at the protagonist and shouted his name, and Jack said that he should tell everyone from the Brotherhood to get ready, to which the man turned to him. Releasing a beam into the guy's head, the protagonist said that he should stop buzzing around his ear like an annoying fly, to which the man opened his eyes and mouth wide in surprise. The guy bent over and wheezed, and the hero, looking at him, said that people talk, and he, no respect, no manners. A tear appeared in his eye, and the guy said that this bastard, did he really dare to hit him, the great Chuck? Running up, the guy shouted loudly and said that he was going crazy with the desire to die. Today he would turn his bones into powder. Putting his hand forward, the hero began to emit a blue wave of blows and said that, well, if he can, then why not? The guy croaked, crossing his arms, and then asked again. Approaching him, the hero asked what was what. Chuck made a face, and the main character said that the difference was in the skill level. The guy put his arms and legs out to the sides and, struck by lightning, croaked, and then wondered what it was. Rolling his eyes, Chuck thought that it was impossible. How could some clan protector? The hero appeared. Blue smoke was emitting from him, and the guy thought that no, the protector could not be stronger than the leader. Perhaps this was a deception? The hero asked what was really happening. He still thought that he was just lucky, or believed that he had a hidden technique, and the guy added that that was right, a deception. He definitely had a technique that he was hiding. The guy's eye began to emit pink, and he said that exactly, then everything that was happening now was quite understandable. It was his hidden technique. The guy started to emit a glow, and he laughed and said that he surprised him a little because he appreciated his skills a little during the fight with the man. In strength, he pulls a maximum of the head of the squad, such as he cannot be stronger than Tom. The hero looked away and put his finger to his face, hearing that and yet an ordinary defender of the clan was able to hit him several times with his hidden technique. Praises. Slightly crouching, the guy said that now everything is over. Because of his attacks he became more serious, and he will definitely make the one who dared to mock him pay, although he wanted to use it against Tom. Covering one eye, Jack said that he seems to be very much mistaken. A pink beam appeared and Chuck said that he would be kind and show it to him. Many beams bounced off the walls, and the guy shouted about the secret technique of the Northern River family, the fiercely calling divine wind, and then said that until now there was not a single person who could survive even once seeing this technique. Finding himself behind the main character, the guy said that he should consider it an honor to die from the fiercely calling divine wind. Smiling widely, the guy wished the main character a safe journey. A burning palace appeared. Suddenly, an explosion with a pink glow thundered. The elder brother asked in surprise what happened, and Joe said that this huge explosion, what could it be? Fragments of walls appeared. The guy looked at the glow from the hole in surprise and made sounds. Smiling, he thought that it seemed that he got too carried away because of some squad leader. He needed to restore his breathing and bring his energy back to normal. Looking straight ahead, the guy thought that this was the perfect, strongest technique of the North River family, created 1,000 years ago by the pride of the North River family, the invincible king. In these 1,000 years there was not a single person who could survive after, and the hero asked a question about what this was his killer technique. Turning around, the guy asked in surprise that he was alive. A smiling hero appeared, and Chuck added that this could not be. He definitely felt that the fiercely howling divine wind was performed correctly. Even if it touched him even a little, he would not be able to just stand on his own 2 feet. The hero smiled and said that it means so, the fiercely howling divine wind. A demon appeared behind the main character, and he said that yes, he remembers. This is the technique that the invincible king of the North River family created 1,000 years ago, praises him for being able to raise its level. The boy asked him how he knew the history of their family's secret techniques, and who he was. The hero smiled widely and said that perhaps he should thank him for showing him the technique he missed so much. He would also show him something unusual, something that was not in the records of the North River family's history, the technique that killed the king. Looking straight ahead, Robert wondered what kind of explosion that was. Did Tom really meet Lucas? Folding his arms, the man thought that but then all his plans would go to waste. They could not continue to do nothing. Putting his hand forward, Robert said that he ordered them as the head of the clan union to send all the fighters to exterminate the Guild of Darkness. Suddenly, everything around him began to shake. Looking at the boy, Robert asked what happened, to which the boy turned to him. A huge trace of the explosion appeared, and the guy said that the main headquarters of the Dark Guild was completely destroyed. Chuck was lying on the rubble, and someone asked how he could die. Besides the head of the Dark Guild, Lucas is still not caught. What should they do about it now? China will not sit idly by after news like this. What to do? We need to turn Chuck into a hero. The guy was lying in blood, his head down. The night sky appeared. Charlie's residence appeared. The chandelier was shining brightly, laughter was heard, and a phrase about how funny he was here. The girls were looking at the phone, and one of them said that here, let him see how funny he is. Abruptly snatching the phone, the woman asked what they were doing here. The chairman came, let them come to their senses. Looking at the phone, she said that they would see what they were laughing at so much. A photo of a scared guy appeared, and she asked what was that. The woman said in confusion that the chairman was this. Gritting his teeth, the man said the name Jorg and said that this kid. A TV set lying on the floor appeared. The guy was sitting on the couch and shaking. Clutching his head, he heard a voice that he would not kill him now, so he should not be afraid. The main character approached him and said that he would not leave him alive for long, but Chuck would be first in line. An explosion of a building was shown. It was said that Chuck was the first successor of the Northern River family and met his heroic death in a battle with the Darkness Guild, which was engaged in contract killings and robbery. The unification of clans expresses its deep sorrow regarding the death of the guy. It appeared as people in uniform carrying a coffin, and it was also said that the Chinese government decided to send a special investigation team to Korea. Looking down, the guy thought that he would be next, what to do to survive. Suddenly the door swung open and someone addressed him menacingly. Charlie angrily asked what he was doing, that everything had turned out this way, whether he was even in his right mind or not. Standing next to him, The man called the guy a bastard and asked why he was silent, told him to answer right now. Holding his head, Jorg said what he would do. The man asked again furiously, and then told him to answer normally. He thought he could just close his eyes to it. Abruptly getting up from the couch, the guy said that he understood everything himself, he would figure it out, so he, the father, could not worry. Looking straight ahead, the man menacingly asked how he would figure it out. If he knew, he would have given control to others. Turning around, Jorg asked how he could say such a thing when his son could die at any moment. For him, the company was always more important than his own children. Slamming the door, the guy said that this was too much, and the man said that look at him, he did nothing, but he was straining himself. The phone in the woman's pocket made a sound and she heard that because of it he could not walk with his head held high. Picking up the phone, the woman apologized and said that it was not very convenient for her to talk now, she would call them back, and then confirmed. Looking down, he asked again in surprise and then said the guy's name. Jorg walked straight with a menacing look, and the girl clarified that he was a suspect in a contract killing case. The city park appeared. Raising her hand, the girl turned to the main character and said that here she is, here they came at the same time. Then she widened her eyes, surprised. Looking at the hero and two members of the Brotherhood, she asked what and who are they, to which Jack replied that they said that they were her fans, so it happened that. Looking at the men, the girl said, yes, that's how it is, and then greeted them. Ben and Oliver's eyes widened as they looked at her. Bowing, they greeted her and said that they wanted to get her autograph, so they threw away their shame and followed their master. It was an honor for them. If she needed anything, then do not hesitate, let her ask at any time. Covering their mouths with her hand, Jane said what they were doing in such a public place. Besides, it seemed that the two of them were much older than her, so they should not call her mistress. A city lamp appeared, apologies were heard and a phrase about how this was unacceptable. They were completely devoted to her, to which she said that was enough. A ceiling lamp appeared. Sitting at the table, Jane asked what kind of people they were, what he did to them so that they started to behave like that. It wasn't some kind of brainwashing, to which the protagonist replied that what kind of brainwashing and thought that, well, he blocked their minds a little. The girl drank a drink and said that okay, since they were her fans, they would skip this topic. Abruptly putting the glass on the table, she spoke about the company. The protagonist asked in surprise, what about the company? Looking at him, Jane asked that he was well acquainted with her technique, the eye of the heart. Let him not dare to pretend that he did not know. She had also seen and heard a lot. The man actually tried to kill him. To which Jack, looking at her, thought about it. Sighing, the hero said that sooner or later she would find out everything. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, hearing that this company was trying to specifically harm his father's company, and she thought that the hero's father used to come to her grandfather's office. Closing one eye, the hero heard that so, it means that he became an investor in his father's company because of that company, to which the hero replied that yes, that's exactly it. Looking at her, Jack said that in addition, the company paid for a hired killer from the Dark Guild, to which the girl asked in surprise, what? She had not misheard just now. Looking away, the hero said that everything was right, they were going to kill him, so. Holding a glass in his hand, the protagonist added that he killed all these mercenaries himself. The girl opened her eyes wide in surprise and thought that, killed mercenaries, Jack killed people, this can't be, he is not lying, and then asked that he was not joking. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that although it was hard to believe it was true, he would explain everything to her in order. People sitting at the tables appeared. Lowering her head, Jane said in confusion that so he says that Chuck's family, the Black Tigers, the Dark Guild and even the company, they are all involved in this matter. Portraits of the guys appeared, and she added that it means this is all very serious. The girl's hands were shaking and she said that even if so, how could he a person? The hero abruptly put his hand on hers. Looking at her, Jack said that these people took the lives and property of a huge number of people and even encroached on his family, asked what she would do in his place. Lowering her head, the girl said that she, if it were her, and then thought that it was true, after all, the life of his family was at stake. The hero held her hand and she thought that there was nothing more important in the world, but the hero, looking straight ahead, thought. Tears flowed down her eyes and she said that it didn't matter, even the Chinese authorities were involved in this. Sobbing, she said that these were very scary people, then, if something happened to him, like her. Putting his hand on the girl's head, the main character asked what she was worried about. Smiling, Jack told her not to worry, everything would be fine if Lucas was caught. A view of the outside world opened up. Loud screams were heard. The man shook his head and looked down. Many people pointed guns at him. The man's eyes glowed green. Gritting his teeth, Lucas said that how dare the hunting dogs of the North River family. Suddenly, black tentacles flew out of him and he added that it was not right to underestimate the master of the Darkness Guild, let them know their place. The guys looked down in surprise and talked about the shadows. Gritting their teeth, they croaked and said that the body was not moving. Looking straight ahead, Luca asked that they really were going to stop him with such skills, they will continue to regret it in the afterlife. Then he summoned the shadow ghosts of the killers, and all the warriors were defeated. Looking ahead, the man thought. Suddenly, he evaporated, leaving black particles. Lucas teleported to another place. Looking at the house, he thought that so this is where they were hiding. Turning to his bodyguard, he asked what was going on with the company, to which he replied that he had passed the black incriminating information about the company collected by the darkness to the media. Soon they would all pounce on the man. Walking straight, Lucas said that it was good. Jorg's head would be a great gift for the chairman of the company Ilwu. This time the members of the Dark Star would also participate, to which the bodyguard responded approvingly. Then, several copies of the Black Star suddenly appeared. Looking forward, he thought about the enormous hidden power of the Darkness Guild, the Dark Star. With their help, one could get rid of an entire clan of medium strength. The man's eyes lit up and he thought that very soon he and the Darkness Guild would be reborn with new strength. Let him wait impatiently for them. Golden River, they would be next after him. A large two-story house appeared. Walking to the door, Lucas thought of the guy's name and asked what he thought. He would not have found him here. Suddenly a creak was heard and the man looked straight ahead. Looking at the guy's bed, he thought that it was time to pay for the fact that because of his worthless intrigues, the unification of clans stirred and cut out his guild. Leaning forward, the man thought that he would cut short his life, and behind him he heard a question that he really had come. Turning around, he asked who was there. Leaning against the door, the main character said that he said that they would meet the right person here, and Tom said that well, he didn't insist that he wanted to see him so much. Wide-eyed, the man thought that it was really a trap. Then under the blanket, a doll appeared, lying under the blanket, and he added that it was a fake. Taking hold of his cap, the protagonist said that all he did was ask when he would come, and the man smiled broadly and said that he was just a little worried. He misunderstood him. To which the protagonist asked what he misunderstood. In that case, maybe he would be the first, and the man replied that you always need to know your place. Isn't that how he was raised? Looking at them, Lucas asked what they were carrying there. Smiling, Tom said that they were detaining a man, and the protagonist added that yes, they had gotten a bit carried away. Ignoring is worse than mistreating. Waving his hand, the man said that in any case, he was going to deal with them personally, thanked them for helping with, save time, and then shouted Tom's name. The man dodged the blow. Holding his head, he lowered his head. Tom smiled widely and asked how he knew it was him. Rushing at him, Lucas said that the man with the disgusting and dirty voice that rots the ears. Purple spikes appeared, and the man added that it could only be him, Tom, and summoned the claws of darkness. Looking straight ahead, Lucas said that he would be able to deal with the Ilwu Company and the Golden River at the same time and in one place. How lucky he was. Suddenly, a slap flew across the man's face, which surprised him. From the blow, he broke through the wall and crashed into another. Smiling, the protagonist said that they had not yet decided who would have fun with him, so let him sit there and keep quiet, they will finish quickly, understood. Lucas was surprised to hear that they were playing rock, paper, scissors while clutching his face. Standing in front of each other, the hero and Tom both said paper. The man clenched his fists in joy at the victory. A purple lightning appeared and Lucas shouted that these two were completely crazy. Flying out of the wall, the man laughed loudly and said that he won. It had been a long time since he had won against the main hero. The man's eyes lit up and he rushed at him shouting the name Tom. Tom crossed his arms in front of him and the man summoned crossed claws of darkness. The wall suddenly collapsed. The man, leaning on his hand, slid along the ground. Smiling widely, Tom said that after all, his striking energy is worthy of the Guildmaster level, glad that he won at rock, paper, scissors. White smoke appeared behind the man. Running forward, Lucas thought that now the problem is not with the man, the one who just slapped him, he needs to deal with him first. It seemed like the hero hit the man in the face, and he thought about how he had been training for decades, being between life and death, and could not even react to this slap, which, moreover, did not have energy. Looking at the empty room, he thought that he was so strong that this power could not even be measured. If you leave him alive, then there will be no problems. Looking straight ahead in surprise, Lucas thought that he had disappeared. This could not be. A smiling Tom appeared behind him, and he added that but he had just felt his presence. The man dealt him a sharp blow from behind. Looking down, Tom said that he was his rival, asked what he was constantly distracted by, putting him in an awkward position. Looking to the side, Lucas thought that with such an attack he would not even be able to buy himself time. Nothing could be done. First he would deal with him and leave that bastard hero to the Dark Star. Tom looked in surprise as Lucas suddenly disappeared, and he said that if he wanted to fight so much, well, he agreed to fight him. His eyes glowed blue. Appearing behind the man, Lucas said that he would show why he was the master of the Darkness Guild. Lucas and Tom fought. Lucas said that he thought he could survive inside his shadow. Tom asked him to stop coming up with tricks. The land of darkness. Lucas said that Tom tried. Tom said that he considered them tricks, when suddenly he struck the guy. But no such luck. Lucas said that he was wrong and struck him. Jorg ran. He considered the main character a bastard and did not understand why he left him alive. After all, he made bait out of her for Lucas. He ran and shouted that Jack was a disgusting bastard. when suddenly the guy said that it was not for him to call others disgusting. He asked him to think who was the most disgusting. Jorg was shocked. Jack said that he would soon die and also asked if he had managed to enjoy his last walk before his death. Jorg started shouting at him not to come near him, and if he killed him, the company would not leave him alone. And this was said by the one whom his own family did not value. The guy with blonde hair said that he did not know anything about aristocrats. If the successor of such a family was to be killed, then they would do it themselves. After all, the company would not allow them to interfere. And even if he was kicked out, he would still remain a son. And this revenge would not end with Jack, and they would make sure that his entire family died of hunger. The protagonist smiled furiously and asked what his plan was. Jorg was confused. The guy with glasses thanked him for taking care of him, because this dagger was used only by the top management of the Dark Guild. His plans were slightly different from his. Jorg started running. He said that he would be the future head of the company, and the one who would become the head would not be able to die at the hands of a crazy bastard like the main character. Jack understood that he was trying too hard and wanted to say something else, namely that their Golden River was declared as a clan that tried its best to protect him. Thanks to this, their reputation would become even better than it was. Jorg called him the devil. The dagger was right next to his neck. The main character said that he had also done many things, and now he was pretending to be a victim. Jorg was hysterical, begging to leave him alive because he did not want to die. Jack replied that the price for disturbing his family could only be his life. The clock said that the target was fixed. The guy with green eyes said that she was ready. A 7-layer iron bunker appeared. Jack wondered what kind of show this was and asked not to make him strain himself again. There was a big explosion. It was visible even from afar. The guy thought he had killed the main character. He hoped he was dead because there weren't even any bones left. He started screaming that he had pretended well, which is why they managed to point the missiles at him. Suddenly, a blow flashed across his face. The main character asked why he was like this and also wished him to act a little smarter in the next life. Jorg was bleeding from his eye and nose. He asked him to stop and not to kill him. The guy promised that it wouldn't happen again and also asked him to have mercy on him. The guy asked again about having mercy. After all, hiding pieces of metal behind his back, he was asking for forgiveness. The main character killed him. He also said that anyone who touched his family would face the same fate. Suddenly, he turned around and asked if he didn't know that a hidden camera was a crime. Then he tried to hit. He hit very hard, which caused large holes. He asked them to come out because he probably pierced their stomachs. It was quiet. Suddenly, blood appeared. They asked how he knew, because they were perfectly camouflaged inside the shadow. The guy answered that he had to hide the sounds of his thoughts better. He did not know what it was, but it was very noisy. The guys were shocked because he could feel the vibrations of their core. The cores of 4 people were destroyed, leaving no trace behind. Jack asked if they were dark stars. For them, endless rebirth was important, a feature of a dark star that could be used with an intact core. They were shocked because they could not support it anymore. The guys considered him a monster and that he was the cause of all the incidents. They died. Jack said that if they were chasing him from the moment he slapped, they could have at least said something before they died. He understood that 3 more were in George. He also wondered if his uncle was okay. It was night. Suddenly, an explosion occurred in the building. Lucas screamed that he was an ignorant bastard because he destroyed the entire building. His eyes were furious. Tom asked where he was running. Was this really the end of him? Now it would be his turn. Then he said the spell of the 8 forms of black gold, the 7th form, knocking out a blow of the golden hand. A powerful explosion occurred. Lucas said that he had a powerful, strong one. But if you do not match it, then what is the point at all? This is the thunder technique that he bragged about. Tom was furious because he only dodged, and then he began to bluff, and if he is so confident in himself, then let him try to defend himself at least once. The guy in the mask replied that he had neither the desire nor the time, because today is the night when he needs to kill many people. He asked the Dark Star to come out. He also asked to surround Tom. The guy with blonde hair began to say that apparently he believed in small fish, because such midges will die after one blow of the thunder technique. But they also have enough ability to make him open up. Tom said that he continues to use deceptive techniques until the very end. Lucas continued and asked if he meant deceptive techniques. He decided to teach him a lesson with his own technique, namely, the concentration of thunder of black gold. There was a strong explosion. Tom was in the wall. The guy in the mask said that these were his techniques and he himself understood everything. He also asked how he tasted the trickery that he kept talking about and whether he was shocked that he used exactly the same technique. Tom remained silent. Then he climbed out of the wall. Lucas said that he had imprinted himself well. Tom smiled and called him a bastard, because how could he use the concentration of thunder of black gold? Does he really steal techniques too? The masked guy replied that he had only heard that the Golden River had weak defense because of someone, and all the information could be found by just searching on the internet. Tom replied that he had used a deceptive technique for this anyway and he wanted to smash the nasty shadows and him along with them. Lucas asked if he thought it was a normal trick. The guy with yellow eyes decided to rip his mouth apart. Lucas asked if he was confused. He cast a spell of knocking out the spirit of the Golden River Strike. Tom tried to fight back. In his thoughts, he called him a bastard because he could even use the spirit of the Golden River Strike. The masked guy asked what had happened and where had his power gone and what was the slowness because his techniques were not finished yet. Then he cast a spell of penetrating destruction. Tom understood that it was strong for a fake because this was the thunder technique of the crazy devil. Lucas said, even the peerless guy can't stand it. Here and now he decided to get rid of him. And why would he swallow the Golden River? Tom tried to cheer himself up, saying that he needed to become the foundation of the Darkness Guild. He was initially without a smile when suddenly it became all over his face. He said that there was really no point in finding out, an extra headache, after all, thinking it's not his. Then he decided to face him anyway and show him another true thunder technique of the crazy devil, different from the fake. Lucas called him stupid because he didn't even think about why he started fighting him. After all, he was already inside the trap he created with the Dark Star. He said for the Dark Star to appear, and also the abyss field of the Shadow Storm. Tom said for him to be torn to shreds and die inside the hurricane of shadows. He just stood there. There was a strong wave near which Lucas stood. He said that even the guy could not survive inside this technique. When suddenly, his eyes became bigger. Another explosion occurred in the middle of this wave. Tom said that he had no ability to learn. After all, trying to kill him, hoping for such a useless technique. He had the guy's neck in his hand. Tom suggested leaving such useless techniques. After all, it is necessary to do it properly. The guy in the mask said that he was more reckless and persistent and also began to recognize his impenetrability. Everyone from the Dark Star survived and angrily looked at his throat. Tom also stood. Tom laughed and realized that there were several people here. Suddenly, one of the people ran up and tried to pierce his stomach with a knife. Tom began to get angry and call him a bastard, also pierced the ground. It was all an illusion. Another person flew up from behind and struck his back. The guy with yellow hair said that they were very annoying flies. Several people were already hitting his back. Lucas understood that at the moment when the abilities of each of the Dark Stars manifested and united, then no one would be able to win. Tom asked if they had real bodies. The illusions were created by distorting space. The dispersion of power clouded consciousness. The guy in the mask wished him to die in endless agony. He made a spell of the combined Dark Star of the Devil's Shadow and 1,000 blades. Tom was covered in wounds. There was an explosion. The guy came up. Jack said that he could send 3 of them to the next world at once, but by the way, how are they still fighting? Because the sun will rise soon. The Dark Star disappeared just recently, Lucas thought. Tom started yelling, why did he get into the fight? Jack asked what he was talking about, because he was almost hit just now. There was a blow. The guy with yellow hair said that they could not harm his body, and also said that if several needles were stuck into his body, then it would be as if he would lose. He also yelled and asked if he was going to apologize. Lucas assumed that the main character was not simple, because now he would not be able to resist too. But when the guy is exhausted, he should at least get rid of him and retreat. Tom asked if he wanted to slap him, because they were talking. Lucas smiled furiously and said that if he moved, he would kill him. Tom said that he dared not touch him. The guy in the mask thought that these two apparently did not respect him. The jock said, because he had beaten him since the moment they broke into the Darkness Guild. Jack was surprised because he saw a new technique. Tom laughed because he did not understand how he could know about the thunder technique of the crazy devil because he could not have known about it. Lucas used an annihilating explosive concentration of thunder. The jock flew back. He stood up and said that he was pierced by daggers all over his body. The guy with the mask answered that the more he uses powerful techniques, the stronger he becomes and he has no ability to learn. Jack realized that his ability is copying the skills of his opponents and adding them to his abilities. This is his strength. The guy in the mask said that he was surprised early. He tried to reveal the abilities and give them a boost. Tom shouted that he was a crazy thunder man. The protagonist understood why they were fighting for so long, because he was not the kind of person who cared about technology, the core or energy waves. Of course, he wanted to know a little more about the copying technique, but dawn was approaching and if this continued, their plans would be ruined. And just then the protagonist received something from Jorg, although he was sorry to do this to the leader, but he had to act. Tom asked if he had a secret of birth that he did not know about. Suddenly, he was stabbed with a dagger. He screamed in pain. The guy called the protagonist small and held his sore spot. Lucas did not understand what kind of explosion of powerful energy. He could not dodge it. A powerful explosion occurred in the middle of the forest. It was incredibly powerful. Morning came, there was smoke. Tom asked why the guy stuck a piece of iron in his ass. The protagonist answered that it was a scientific approach. Copying techniques was similar to Ethan's ability. You can even do it without killing. Get this ability unique. He smiled, because if you do it right. Tom said that he would have to pay him for treating his ass and who asked him to help him anyway. The protagonist answered that he won only thanks to him. And how much money does he want anyway? The jock answered that 1 billion won. The end of the first season. The beginning of the second season. The news was telling how Lucas was killed by the Dark Guild. The two guys were shocked because the video of the battle was posted online. Christopher asked about those who fought in it. The guy said that the one who filmed the video was also incredible. After all, it was like he was just playing with the masters. The big boy asked if they thought his strength was reaching level 9. Christopher asked what he was talking about and that they did not understand anything. After all, he was about the end of level 7 or the beginning of level 8 because Tom fought him with electricity. The guy asked if it was too little because in the video he was very strong. Christopher explained that from the very beginning, the Strength Determination group from Unique published information that there was no person with a level 9 in the country. He also created a table of strength levels. For them, the table seemed crazy because Chuck from the North River was in first place. Christopher said he was sure because his research showed that Chuck definitely had a power greater than the average level 8, and there was also news that he had destroyed someone who had come out of the 8 levels of the gate. The guys didn't believe him because even the strongest Tom in the country didn't measure up to him. Christopher believed that it was the Brotherhood that was located near the place of his murder, namely Jack. The guys started laughing at him because in his materials he didn't even reach the average level 6. Christopher knew that it seemed stupid. The building of the Golden River was located. Tom was eating and asked his secretary to read the comments from YouTube again. The guy read them and many were interested in the question of why he ate so much and didn't get fat. Tom asked if he was in first place in the search engines. The guy answered yes, but still, you shouldn't be happy about it because users on the internet call him a gluttonous idiot. The jock didn't care and also asked what they called him. It was great for him because people came up to him and asked for his autograph. He also took pictures with girls. The main character asked how he did in the spiritual world. The jock started shaking him and asked if he wanted to kill him. A guy came out and said that the boss had a schedule, so the fan meeting was over. Tom said that he couldn't move around the city freely because of the main character. Jack replied that being a celebrity was always tiring, and since when did he start caring about other people's opinions? The jock asked if he knew where it came from. He also asked why he filmed the fight. Jack replied that he wanted to lure out one family. There was a building. It had a sign on it, a search warrant for the Dark Guild. Incheon Port. The jock asked if he knew that they would be contacted. Jack replied that they had, and also that they had avenged him, so they had no choice but to want to meet them. Tom asked if these people were concerned about advancing in Korea. The protagonist explained that they had started a kind of civil war with the 5 great families, and anyway, they would want to seize power over the Korean clans by force, creating a unification of the clans of mainland China. Tom began to shout, how dare they intend to use them as a tool to conquer territory. Jack explained that this was not the first time, and anyway, now not only China, but also America's actions seemed suspicious. He opened the door. Tom asked if this was a cabin. The protagonist answered positively. Brian greeted them. He was the head of the Gate Defense Squad in the North River family and was currently in charge of leading the squad investigating the death of the Great Glacier. The jock greeted him too. It was an honor for Brian to meet them. He asked them to settle in and discuss something. Tom asked why they did not send an official request, but asked to secretly meet in such a place. The man said that they did so to express their gratitude. The jock asked why they were thanking them so much, because Lucas had then begun to suspect the Golden River. Brian said that he was also modest, and thanks to this incident, they highly appreciated the power and abilities of the Golden River. Tom laughed very hard, saying that a perceptive guy was sent to them. The man answered in the affirmative, and besides, the third heir of the family strongly advised them to join forces with him. Frank thanked them for coming. The protagonist smiled furiously. The guy was scared. Jack asked him to listen. Frank said that he was definitely the leader. The protagonist explained that he was going to go back to his home again. He would go and become their successor. Frank tried to explain that he was not next in line. The guy with red eyes replied that he would push him. This decision would have a huge impact on mainland China in the future. Frank would return to his family with Brian and act as he ordered. Made a portal. The protagonist wondered why it was here. Everything was on the ship. A huge wave occurred. The main office of the Unique Association. Barton shouted that they should immediately make public the information about the state of emergency, and if they did not do it, the unprotected citizens would be in danger. Jeffrey replied that he was talking nonsense and that the guy's scent would be enough, and if he did things like that, he would spoil the people. Martin replied that if the portal was from a dimension, then the monsters' levels would increase so much that it would soon be difficult to count them, and if this continued, even if they entered the gate, they would not be able to do anything. And also something was the most dangerous, namely, that the most powerful gates appeared without any omens in completely different places and began to open randomly. People ran and shouted that the 9th level of the gate had opened. One of the guys stood up. Larry shouted that no one but them could buy time in this place. They were the 12th team. Viston and Timothy were standing next to him. Suddenly, he was attacked. Viston and Timothy screamed because he was killed with one blow. The monster stood and smiled. Others also ran up and started hitting them. Frank thought that the gate opened right on the ship, so he thought that he would be safe on land. He understood that it was even worse here because the members of Unique Level 5 were defeated without even having time to strike. For such monsters, his techniques would be equivalent to stabbing a rock with a needle, and it was necessary to wait for the right moment. Suddenly, the monster noticed him. It began to attack him. The guy ran. Brian read the spell of the ghostly palm of the earth and sky, and asked if everything was okay, and also asked another question: didn't he manage to escape from the ship first? Frank explained, because his legs did not obey him. Brian replied that in a fight with such monsters, all he could do was buy a little time because it was dangerous here. The guy shouted for him to turn around. Frank shouted his name. The monster began to swing at him. He screamed that he did not want to die. One of the spikes was on his head. He cried and screamed that the monster hit him. He looked up. The guy did not understand why the monster stopped, and suddenly he died. Jack asked what he was doing, and also asked another question, whether he was really from the Brotherhood of Steel, because he was considered the weakest in the Brotherhood. Frank apologized to him. The main character said that he was shaking in front of some 7-level monster, and if he could, he would send him for special training. He did. But since they would have problems now, if Frank got hurt, it was better to hide. Frank ran, saying that since he ordered, he would hide properly. The main character decided to deal with the monsters. Tom screamed the words that one hit, one deaf. Thanks to their high levels, victory became more frequent for him. Jack realized that they would quickly deal with him. Tom screamed that the monsters were weaklings. The guys screamed that he was very cool. Christopher was talking about the head of the Golden River. The guys asked how he knew so much about him. Christopher replied that he was a big fan of him, so he found out everything. He also thought that the level of these monsters was higher than 7th, and he was not sure how strong they were. But the gate was definitely level 9, and if the monsters that came out of the gate were 2 levels weaker. Tom shouted and asked for stronger monsters, because a 9-level gate was a piece of cake for him. Suddenly, he was surprised. An eye was looking at him. It was the great king of Takabai. Tom smiled, because someone had come to entertain him. The monster began to scream. The people covered their ears because he screamed loudly. Only the head of the Golden River could resist him. The guy thought that Tom was only at the beginning of the 8th level, and although he shouted that he could defeat him, he was sure that everything would turn into ashes. The people shouted that they should run away. Tom laughed loudly and asked if he was the head. The head of Takabai said that he would destroy them. His eyes became bigger. Tom started the strike, namely the concentration of thunder of black gold. His strike was of great power. One of the guys was shocked. So were all the others, because he had beaten the monster with one blow. Tom shouted that the main character was a bastard. After all, it was Jack who killed him. The news reported that the head of the Golden River clan had broken a random gate of incredible power appeared in the port. Also, random gates continue to appear all over the country. They are starting to appear in other regions, which leads to large human and material losses. At the same time, the Golden River again attracted everyone's attention, this time reducing human casualties to a minimum after opening the first gate, which turned out to be high level. As a result, the popularity of the clan and Tom skyrocketed. The guy thought that this evidence would be enough, and with this he would be able to reveal the true nature of the Golden River. He also said that he should stop hiding behind the jock's back and show who he really is. At that time, a gate was opened in the area. Therefore, there was a request for citizens to evacuate to a safe place as quickly as possible. Volunteers shouted for people not to panic and walk calmly. Jacob asked if the evacuation of citizens was complete. The guy answered in the affirmative. The man said that soon monsters would start gathering here, which is why all members of the Fire Sky need to be ready. Suddenly, he was surprised. After all, there was a powerful blow. There was a lot of smoke. The monster grabbed his head, and he asked if he killed his older brother. The man only thought that he needed to quickly tell the leader about this. The monster smiled. He said that it was not he who crushed him. There were fires everywhere. Marcus read the news. They said that there was no evidence that King Takabai was killed and destroyed by Tom, and that he had to reveal his identity. The old man asked what this all meant. Nate replied that this was evidence that would undermine the bodybuilder's authority. After all, the whole world is now busy praising the Golden River and Tom because they believe that he leads the unification of clans. He was hit with a tablet. Marcus screamed and asked, that is, in his opinion, some son of the head of the Fire Sky clan should now be concerned about measuring strength. After all, the Invincible Squad is now fighting monsters, putting their lives on the line. And at a time like this, he should go and destroy at least one more monster. Suddenly, Jack and Joe came to them. The guy with dark hair explained that he was the Golden River. Marcus asked what they were talking about because he hadn't sent them an invitation. Joe explained that they were nearby, and then they heard that the gates were open and decided to come help. The protagonist hit him with his finger. The guy with dark hair scratched his head and laughed, because in fact, someone had been trying to ruin the Golden River's reputation in society lately, so they were investigating. Nate shouted and asked why they came here. Did they really suspect the Golden River? The protagonist answered in the affirmative, because everyone didn't have time to find out now, but the IP leaving the publications was located in the territory of the Fire Sky clan. Nate said that they had become too bold lately. After all, he heard about Jack and it seems to him that he is asking for trouble, because one luck smiled on you and he was able to defeat Ethan. When suddenly, he stopped talking. Right in front of him was a monster. He said that here he felt the blood of his older brother, who was killed. Marcus did not understand how he managed to get here. Joe understood that he was level 8. Nate began to swing at the monster. They shouted to him that he was level 8. The monster hit him, and also explained that he would kill the one who smelled like his brother. The main character told Joe that it was his father who killed him. The monster said that he would kill the man with blue hair. Joe understood that they were talking about Jack. He denied that it was not him. The monster said that he smelled like his brother's blood. Joe turned away from the blow and said that he definitely came for the main character. The monster shouted that he would not let him go. Marcus read the spell of the explosion of the fiery dragon, and said that he would be his opponent. Then he cast the spell of the combo of the flame dragon. Jack understood that the leader of the Fire Sky had much more powerful skills than he thought, but he was still below this monster in level. Marcus shouted that he would burn his entire spirit with his great flame. The monster was tired of him. Grandfather was surprised. The monster told him to die and swung at him. Marcus understood that it was too late, and he cast the spell of the destructive flame halberd. The monster began to scream in pain. Grandfather decided to act, and he struck again, namely the great flame dragon. The monster screamed in pain. It began to burn, until it was completely burned. Julie appeared. Ambulances drove through the city. Joe praised Julie. They were also informed that the clan of the Fire Sky continued to provoke the Golden River, so they decided to go on reconnaissance. The son and daughter were responsible for all matters. He assumed that soon something interesting would happen in the Fire Sky. The building was shouting that there were wounded. Marcus praised his daughter because without her they would not have been able to stop the 8-level monster. Nate understood that the public opinion, which he worked hard to gain his father's recognition, disappeared without a trace because of the monster. As a result, he began to give Julie all the best tasks. Nate began to yell at the guy who helped him to leave. Then he went up to his father and congratulated the 8-level monster on his victory, and also that he would call reporters as soon as possible and they would tell, including abroad, about the destruction of the random gate of the 8-level clan of the Fire Sky. Marcus began to yell, because even at such a time he continues to talk about reporters. He became more and more disappointed in him and asked him to leave. Nate was sad. People were carrying wounded people. Julie asked to quickly send them to the hospital. Nate approached her and asked to talk. The girl replied that she was busy. The guy didn't like it because she imagined herself to be a junior leader. He touched her shoulder and said that it wasn't such a serious conversation because some of his friends wanted to meet her. Julie asked if he had forgotten what his father had said. Nate explained that such matters could be entrusted to ordinary warriors because she couldn't deal with clan issues forever. Her peers were already getting married. The girl understood that this issue had been bothering her lately. After all, she needed to find a man she liked. The guy asked why the flame flower from the Fiery Sky had such a person. Julie answered that it was the leader of the Brotherhood of Steel. The guy started shouting that he looked like a ferret, because those bastards from the Golden River were trying to take over their clan. The girl asked what kind of far-fetched reason. After all, she had only said that she thought he was cool. Nate smiled and said that she had said that precisely because she thought that way, and it was obvious to everyone that she was trying to seduce him and join forces and kick him out of his post. Julie didn't understand how he could say that. Nate started leaving and shouting that she was a woman and couldn't surpass him. The girl thought that after her father appointed her to this position, everything got worse, even though she knew that the guy had an inferior attitude towards her in childhood. And if it was for the sake of the clan, then she was ready to give him the place of the head, despite his abilities. But perhaps he would use the organization for his own purposes and destroy it. She decided to gain her own power and not give in to him. Lara was sitting on the roof. The guy was shouting for her to come down. After all, she could fall. Joe asked what she was doing up there. The secretary asked not to ask about it. After all, they say that she has a trauma from unrequited love. Joe replied that it was the protagonist's fault. Apparently, she found out that he was dating Jane. Then he asked why she went up to the roof. The secretary replied that she was going to pray to the sun and the moon, and he could not understand what the girls had in mind. Jack understood who had empty hopes here. Although he could fight with Joe or his brother, he could not do the same to his sister. He was on the roof with her and asked her to come down. The girl was praying at that moment and said that she was fine. The protagonist replied that this was not necessary and it was better to come down. Laura replied that she did not want to until Mistress Moon and Mr. Sun listened to the request. He replied that if she fell, she would get badly hurt. The girl replied that she would not fall. Jack understood whose blood flowed in her, and it was not surprising why she was so stubborn. The guy said that he would wait for her. Laura turned around happily. He understood what she was waiting for, and he said that he would wait at least 10 years. Laura hugged him. After all, the human heart is very fickle. He came down from the roof with her and understood that there was no need to destroy her first love. Tom laughed out loud, and also asked if he had decided to date Laura. He also asked if he could now be called a son-in-law. Jack answered that he was doing this only to avoid hurting her, so there was no need to invent unnecessary things. The man replied that the guy would not cheat. The main character interrupted him and said that they would start a war with China. Tom asked again. He began to measure his temperature because he thought he was sick. The protagonist explained that he had already said that once the 5 great and largest clans had resolved all their internal issues, they would turn their attention outside the country and begin to conquer the Korean world. After all, a united China was a very difficult opponent, and at a time like now, when the country was noisy, everything was only getting more complicated. Tom said that he didn't care how many Chinese bastards there were, because they would defeat everyone. Jack said that it would be difficult for them to start an all-out war with the United Clans of China. The man smiled and asked, so they would start with a local battle. The protagonist answered in the affirmative. Frank would provide them with everything. The office of the Ilwu Company. People stood with posters and demanded to be told the truth. News of what had happened spread throughout the world. The company was engulfed in problems, and their stock price collapsed. As a result, the chairman of the company, Charlie, was also under attack. Dissatisfied people sat at tables and asked if the man knew what situation he was in. They kept saying that because of his hired killer their shares were falling for a long time. Charlie asked the audience to pull themselves together and apologized for the unpleasant situation caused by his stupid son. He said that he would conduct a thorough audit and eradicate the problem. His speech was interrupted by a sudden visit from his old colleagues. Derek said that this was no longer necessary. Charlie saw his father, the foundation of this company, who retired for health reasons. The old man shouted that he had given him many chances, but was still disappointed. He said that a man who could not properly raise his only son cannot cope with the whole company, so he demanded that he step down. Charlie shouted that he did not agree with this decision. He grew the company up to this point and was the head now. Jorg told the man that something bad was happening to the company after he was entrusted to him. Charlie was furious to hear this from him. Jorg said that his brother had already heard everything from his father. He thought that he should step away from this case before it got any worse. People from the audience began to shout loudly and demand that he resign and take responsibility. They demanded that he leave immediately. Those present asked him not to resist, because he had already heard everything from the founder of the company. Charlie left the audience and loudly banged on the door. He was furious with the impudence of the shareholders. Just recently they groveled before him, and now they were hitting him where it hurt most. He said that they would not remove him from this post so easily. Behind the man, the guy said that he had been looking for him for a very long time. The girl said that it must have been very difficult for him. Charlie looked back and said that he was very glad to see them. Because he was just going to contact them, he asked for their help. That he told his brother that he could no longer worry about it, he would be his strength. Angela laughed and said that her brother could also rely on her. From that moment on, Charlie connected his younger brother and sister, who had been isolated from the power struggles until now, and teamed up with them. From the very beginning, everything was moving in a favorable direction for the second son who founded the company. The sons ran after the woman who was rolling their father on the bed. They asked him to come to his senses and wake up. They desperately tried to bring him to his senses. From that moment on, Chairman Derek fell ill. The situation changed dramatically in the opposite direction. Charlie was safe at that moment and did not miss his chance. He promoted his younger brother and sister to the management and became the interim chairman. The man stood behind the podium and announced that according to the results of the vote, more than half of those who voted were in favor of introducing new employees. Charlie said that the people voted for him, and now he will be chosen as the interim chairman of the company. He promised those present that he would raise the company again. He demanded that those who disagree with the results speak out on the shore right now. The bell rang, and the guy asked if it was possible to let the head of the enterprise in. The man answered that they should let him in. He stood with his back to the door and greeted the interlocutor. The guy closed the door behind him and congratulated the man on assuming the post of temporary chairman. Charlie asked the guy what he was doing here because he thought they had thanked the Golden River enough. The guy said that he was very grateful for his generosity, but today he came as the chairman of the enterprise instead of their director to personally congratulate him on his new position. The man looked at him and thought that this guy was very unprincipled. Because his son had died, all his thoughts were still occupied with the struggle for power. Charlie thought that the reward for the Golden River was not enough for him, and now he wanted to get something else. The man said that there was no need to congratulate him because he did not need long conversations now. He asked the guy to leave. The guy said that he had already congratulated him and could go, but the Golden River found a certain document left after the death of the master of the Dark Guild. Charlie, hearing this, asked on what rights this was done. The guy replied that he believed that Lucas was planning to take over the company. It even described the plan of the Dark Guild and their agreement with the executor, and there were also records of financial transactions carried out in cash. Charlie wondered what this guy had done, because now that the police were still investigating, if they got their hands on these materials, the company he had acquired with such difficulty could collapse right before his eyes. The man was furious. He said that the interlocutor was blackmailing him directly. The guy replied that this was not so, because he was only offering him a choice that would be beneficial for both parties. Charlie thought about it. In his opinion, the guy believed that he had completely exposed his weakness, but now he could not follow the lead of the Golden River. In order to protect his management rights, he needed to get as many shares as possible, and he would not let the Golden River take the company away from him. Charlie said that he would pretend that he had not heard about this. He demanded that the guy leave immediately. The interlocutor said that he understood his point of view. He hoped in the future that the man would make the right decision. Charlie said that this was a golden region. The right choice had to be made, of course, if they did not want everyone to die. The office door slammed shut. He leaned over the table and asked if his conversation had been recorded. The receiver said that they did not know how this had happened, but as soon as they pressed record, all such files were instantly deleted. The man was furious because he knew that the guy had done all this knowing about the wiretapping. If the company suddenly went bankrupt, it would be a huge blow to the economy with this one. In this case, the government would help them with official monetary funds and save Ill-Y. The guy thought that they simply would not have any other choice because the company provides tens of thousands of jobs for citizens. However, even for a rotten company, they were too rotten. When the whole world was watching their disgrace, they did not even think to repent, but concentrated only on the struggle for power. The guy thought that first it would be necessary to remove the family from power. Although it may seem that he is in the most advantageous position in the struggle among the family members, now all capital and investments are suspended. He thought about changing the situation so that they would start to bite each other's throats without receiving a cent. Then it was necessary to pour all the capital out and listen to the remains so that not a drop was left. On the street, the guy ran into a stranger in a red hood. He turned around and looked after the stranger. The guy did not understand what kind of gesture it was from a stranger. The stranger continued to walk away with a smile on his face. He smiled and said that he finally found the guy. As a result, the company continued to prosper after the creation of hyper factories. The value of the company's property skyrocketed from the standard of small enterprises. If we talk about this as the value of the company itself, we can say that it increased 300 times, and the enterprise began to be included in the average. The man said in front of the projector that if they suddenly decide to re-register, a number of requirements will be put forward for this. He said that in addition, the moment they were classified as a medium-sized enterprise, their profits decreased and taxes became higher. The investor thought that he knew it. The company increased business. The man turned to the director of the company, Nicholas, and asked what he should do at that moment. The man answered that he had a bad headache. Nicholas was very angry with his son. He asked him why he was so silent today, because he usually always stepped forward as a manager. The guy demanded that at the next meetings he be sure to address him by his position as director. The father was surprised by such a statement. He endured so as not to quarrel with his son because he did not want to spoil the relationship with him. The guy assumed that this happened because he had assembled a financial and legal team in advance half a month ago. He said that the most important task of their firm was to settle everything according to the law. The man who spoke at the project praised the new manager. The crowd of investors applauded him and said that the guy had the highest insight with which he would be able to raise their company again. They knew that they could admire his abilities as a manager. Nicholas thought that he had lived for many years, and this was the first time he saw his son like this. He thought that such annoying, but at the same time ideal sons exist. He could teach him how to live in this society and make comments like a father, but for this he must have at least some shortcomings. The guy turned to his father and said that it was time to start preparing. Nicholas asked what it was. The guy replied that soon a desired guest would follow them, whom even he was very afraid of and could not control. The door to the conference room suddenly opened and a man standing at the aisle shouted at the guy to come out immediately. Nicholas was shocked to see the man. Byron pointed his cane at him and said he was a scoundrel. He said the guy dared to poach his lawyer consultant to his firm. The man replied that he had never poached anyone. He said the lawyer at his firm was a little bored, so he gave him a more promising job. Byron did not calm down and said that this is how such consultants usually work. He has no reason to be bored. The guy asked if the man was really so sorry to lend this lawyer to his son-in-law because they are almost relatives. Byron pointed at the man and said that he should not even dare call his granddaughter. The guy replied that this was a complete misunderstanding, because in their time no one calls at all. Social networks are popular now. He thought that the granddaughter had already managed to tell her grandfather about this. Byron claimed that the guy was deceiving him, because if he got angry, he would break all contracts with him. The guy replied that the man was not that kind of person. He did not come here today for business matters. The man was furious because he did not understand how such a green youth could know everything about him to speak so confidently. The guy said that although he did not know everything about the interlocutor, he knew that the man would not come for only one reason. Nicholas pulled his son up and said that he did not dare to talk to the matchmaker in such a tone. The guy continued to say that the company was expanding secret deposits in the gate. Byron was completely shocked. He was furious. The man grabbed the guy by the hand and led him to another place. As he left, he repeated that there were too many extra ears here, and they would better talk about this elsewhere. Byron demanded that Nicholas stay here and not eavesdrop. The guy said that he would see him soon. There were 2 guards at the entrance to the private chat room. Byron told the guy to confess to him how he knew about their plans. The interlocutor replied that he had heard that the man was not going to invest in the energy stones that the company extracted from monsters, the cores and ore obtained from the gates, and even the bodies of monsters. The man drank a cup of tea and said that this was true. He personally ordered this because he believed that the future success or failure of the company would largely depend on the correct use of the gate. The guy took the mug in his hand and said that this was why he was making him such an offer. If the man wanted to team up with him as an investor, he would always be ready to conduct the appropriate negotiations. Byron choked with indignation. He asked the guy if he wanted to say that Hyper Factories and his company TN could be compared. He asked if he really thought so. The guy replied that if they also had the Golden River, everything would go uphill. Byron was shocked by what he heard. He never expected that Golden River would be involved in this. He imagined a clan as big and powerful as Golden River. After all, they could provide a steady supply of gate cores. The man said that he trusted the clan head, who kept his mouth shut. Now the guy choked with indignation and thought about the words he had just heard. He said that it seemed that the man did not know his uncle's true character. The guy said that in any case, it was good, but if they joined forces to invest, he really wanted them to do something. The man asked what he was talking about. Byron said that the company had been going through hard times lately. In his opinion, it was the guy. The interlocutor replied that he did not understand what he was talking about. He only said this because he needed the patent that was in their possession. The guy replied that he would not say anything even if he was asked. Byron thought that even though their company, Tihan, was ranked higher than Ilwu's company, they were ahead of them in terms of gate matters. The man said that they wouldn't give up their shares so easily. The guy replied that if they were smart, they wouldn't, but soon there would be a fierce battle for power within their company. The man thought that the kid was right, because if they wanted to put pressure on them, now would be the best time to do it. After all, if the power structure suddenly returned to a stable state, it would be much harder for all of them than now. Byron replied that this was a good situation to become joint investors. The guy thought that he would definitely get this money in order to get the documents that were left behind. He was going to transfer them to Tihan and use them to buy back the remaining shares of Ilwu. He thought that if Charlie found out about this, he would want to sink into the ground and cry, but unfortunately, he would only find out about everything at the very end. 2 head offices of the company. The car stopped in the parking lot of the building. The doors quickly swung open, and people came out. The guys were indignant that they barely got there because their father had disgusting habits while sleeping. They thought that his eardrums would burst from this. Jake said that this time the meeting of the unification of clans would be held on the top floor of this building. He wanted to make sure that his words were right with his interlocutor. The guy replied that this building is shared with the clan of Heavenly Warriors, so they use the entire top floor. Jake said that apparently the Heavenly Warriors have a lot of money to afford this. The guy looked at his watch and said that they arrived earlier than necessary. He suggested going to eat. The guys supported him, and he replied that they still do this in order to earn money for food. He found out before they arrived. They say there is a good sushi restaurant on the first floor. The interlocutor was incredibly happy. He said that he had been coming here for a long time and had developed his taste buds long ago. Jake replied that he had initially been a better judge of taste than he was. In a sushi restaurant, there was lunch on a neat wooden board. The guys wished each other a bon appetit and began to rejoice in the fact that they had not eaten good sushi for a long time. Jake said that he was going to pay for all this, but right before leaving, the gentleman advisor gave him a corporate card. The guy offered to thank him for such a gift. The interlocutor said that this was not entirely fair. He thought that the guy was treating them with his money because he had already stretched his belt to eat his fill. Jake completely forgot that the guy was known as a sushi killer once he poured them into himself like water. He thought about how he had once cleaned out all the restaurants with unlimited sushi. The guy said that if he ate his fill here, the gentleman advisor would be sad about the high expenses. If he ate so little, he would not even gain weight. The guys started a discussion. They said that you can't save on food. One of the participants said that he would take responsibility, and the guys cannot worry and eat as much as they want. Everyone was incredibly happy with such a gift. The guy thanked his father and called him the best. The man said that they say that before a fight you need to really fill your stomach. Jake asked them if they were going to fight at the meeting. The man answered that this was not part of their plans, but if he didn't like something, he could punch them. He suggested that the guys try sushi as soon as possible. The company supported him, and they began to eat. The people in suits stood around Matthew, and the most important of them apologized for mixing up the parking lots. He apologized for the fact that because of his mistake the man had to walk. Washer answered that the air in Seoul was very bad, and he wanted to finish all his business as quickly as possible and go home, so he demanded to be taken to the conference room. The man, as he walked towards the conference room, saw people huddled together watching a whole family eat a lot. People were saying that these guys were not eating sushi, they were drinking it. The chefs had no more energy to cook. The onlookers saw how many trays of sushi they had already emptied. Jake looked up and said that it was almost time. He suggested that they gradually gather in the conference room. The male actor dabbed his lips with a napkin and told his son that it was not good to pass on. It would be good for them to go and get some fresh air. The guy noted that you need to eat in moderation. Jake did not understand what the man meant by eating in moderation, because 400 sushi trays were a lot. Did they really replenish his energy spent on monsters at the expense of food? Matthew called the man names in the hallway and said that even dogs who heard his nickname start laughing in the street. Called him a dirty pig. The guys shouted at each other for at least someone to stop their father. The man was furious. He was ready to take revenge on his offender. We are ready to defend ourselves, and shouted for them to attack him further. The guy knocked his father to the floor and demanded that he stop doing this. The man asked what he was doing. They somersaulted past Matthew. The guy asked his father to pull himself together and look around. This whole situation was a pure provocation. The people watching them thought that the man himself started the fight without any warning. They thought that he was a real thug, and the rumors about his brain being muscles were true. The man stood up and timidly adjusted his clothes. He apologized to his opponent with a smile on his face and said that he overacted a little. Matthew was furious. Because as expected from the head of the Golden River, he abruptly admitted his mistake and apologized without hesitation. Matthew was furious. He shouted that no one dared to make fun of him like that, even if he allowed it. 2 participants from the clan unification meeting ordered them to stop because there was only a little time left before the conference, and they were openly forcing a fight on each other. Matthew was furious. He demanded that Robert shut up, because he had no right to say such things after what the man did. The interlocutor demanded not to arrange a battle because of personal enmity in front of all the citizens. Matthew thought that these were the clan leaders from the Union. They said that they had resisted all the gates that had opened before. He assumed that not only the Golden River, but also the fiery sky with the heavenly warriors had dealt with the huge gates. Robert said that all those present were heroes. Matthew knew that the moment would come when he would take revenge on his offender. There were 3 guards outside the door of the conference room. Robert sat at the end of the table and said that it was time for them to start the meeting. Jake asked why his uncle had attacked the head of the Sea Swords as soon as he saw him. The guy answered that the head of the Swords had told his father something that he shouldn't have. He said that a few years ago, after another meeting of the clans, they all went out to dinner. Then Matthew said that people like him should not be approached. As far as the guy knows, the food that his father ate flew into the head of the Sea Swords. When the man bit into the food furiously, pieces flew straight towards Matthew. They got on his face, hair, and clothes. The man couldn't stand it, jumped up from the table and called his opponent a stupid pig. He said that he can't eat with such a dirty idiot like him anymore. Tom jumped up from the table in rage and said that he would see who the pig was. The guy said that only later they found out that Matthew was a patient with mysophobia who could not stand such things. He was completely opposite to their father, so that day was incredible. There was a fight, but the winner was never determined. He said that the head of the Swords lives in a distant province, and although he is not very active, everyone knows that he is very strong. Jake said that the reason for the quarrel suits his uncle perfectly well. The guy thought about the fact that the head of the sea swords is very good at making insidious and vile plans. He realized that he would cause a lot of trouble if they became enemies for him. The guys noticed something from the side. A girl with red hair approached them. The guy greeted her and became embarrassed. Jake thought that during their meeting after she looked like a luxurious rose, but now, thanks to light makeup, she looked more like a trembling, shy narcissist. Julie asked Jake if he would go on a date with her. The guy noticed something fishy in the blatant pickup line and told her that he already had a girlfriend. The interlocutor replied that she didn't care about it, that she was very sad today, but if he wasn't with her, her mood would get even worse. She asked if he would go with her. The guy quickly interrupted their conversation and said that he was ready to go on a date with her. Julie was very scared and said that her mood had suddenly gotten worse and she didn't want to go on a date at all. The guy asked how this had happened so suddenly. Jake asked her to stop testing the waters for her own plans. The girl was shocked by the statement. She instantly did 2 backflips and found herself a few meters away from the guys. Julie took a defensive position. The guy was shocked by what he saw. The interlocutor thought that she was completely sure. She momentarily felt how he was cutting her in half with his sword. The girl thought for a moment that she could be mistaken about him. The guy replied that she had nothing to be surprised about. Jake said that she should know enough about him after these sorties. She had already achieved her goal in his opinion. He noted that the eldest son of the Fire Sky refused to attend the meeting. He gave this place to his younger sister. The guy assumed that he was quite magnanimous. Julie realized that he knew all the internal problems of the Fire Sky. She demanded not to wash off mentioning his older brother in their conversation. Jake said that he would agree with her words only if she repeated them after the guy thrust a burden into her back. The interlocutor was furious. This strange strike was interrupted by someone's voice from the side. Tom's second son ran up to the guys and said that the results of the meeting were already known. They were opening the Muram Congress. The guys were surprised by such a statement. The guy continued to say that in order to raise the status of the unification of clans and improve interaction between them, a congress would be held with the participation of the most talented members of the organizations. In the room, the guy sat and reasoned about what caused the sudden actions. He said that at this time someone contacted the Darkness and Northern River Guild. He reasoned that in the end, the Golden River ended it. He asked his servant if he thought it was an accident. The guy in the red hoodie stood in front of him, while Lucas continued to reason that Jake could be connected to these incidents. The guy asked his boss not to worry too much, so he got Jake. The girls on the street were looking at Tom's cute toy. They were discussing how cute her belly was since it stopped the monsters and looked cute. A guy passing by said that he didn't understand what could be good about this old man with a mountain of muscles since he thought they were all being deceived. The girls turned menacingly towards the guy and said that they heard everything. The guy was very scared and couldn't stand the embarrassment. He ran away, apologizing to them. It was clear outside. Christopher was walking down the street and thinking about how all the merits of the head of the Brotherhood were attributed to Tom. Suddenly the guy turned around and saw Jake and George behind him. The second guy was telling how yesterday he also had a bunch of comments full of criticism of the Golden River, among which was one who wrote so much about them that he should be found and beaten half to death for it. Christopher realized that the guys were looking for him since he wrote a lot of bad things about their clan under this nickname. Jake asked the guy if this person would be someone from their school. Christopher realized that if he was exposed, he could get caught in the heat of the moment. He decided to lie low for a while. George told his interlocutor that from that day on the girl would go to school again. He added that she had been going through a huge psychological shock all this time, Jake thought. In the school recreation area, the girl was sitting modestly on a bench and waiting. Jake came up to her and said hello, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The guy asked how she was feeling. The girl looked at him timidly and became embarrassed. The guy sat next to her and said that while you live, you have to face and overcome a lot of things. He asked her to forget about this incident. He said that sometimes stopping all your thoughts can be the best cure for the situation. The girl laughed, causing the guy to bewilder. She said that the interlocutor spoke as if he had lived his whole life. Jake thought that he had really lived for a very long time, because he had even experienced several reincarnations. He replied that he was still glad that he had met her. He noticed that the girl had finally gotten rid of the shock she had experienced. The interlocutor asked if the guy had been able to overcome the wall of 7 circles during all this time. She noticed that during the time they had not seen each other, the quality of his mana had changed. Jake replied that this was true. It had been very difficult for him. The girl was very surprised and said that such a thing could not happen in nature. She thought about how she had been studying magic day and night for over 10 years and was barely reaching the 6th circle, but it hadn't even been a year since the guy started practicing. She didn't know what abilities were even real for him. The girl thought that they were like the powers that some Manhwa hero had. The interlocutor asked Jake if he agreed to test his skills. The guy agreed, if it was so important to her. The girl thought that if a magician showed his circles, it was the same as him revealing his whole self. She was surprised and asked if the guy didn't care about his magic at all. After Jake extended his hand, the girl began to feel the incredible power of mana. She admitted that the power really exceeded 7 circles. The girl didn't understand what it was because she was seeing it for the first time. It was unreal mana control. Jake said that it was a new age control he had developed himself. According to him, it sounds rustic, but it can be called control by his name. The girl was in shock because the guy studied magic for less than a year, but he could already create his own personal mana control. Jake noticed that the girl did not seem to believe him. The guy offered to compare how it would differ from her mana. If the girl wanted, he asked to conduct this experiment. The interlocutor could not tear her hand away because she realized that Jake's mana was entering directly into her. She did not believe her feelings. It seemed that the guy wanted to share with her the mana of the 7th circle to help in training. The girl until the last could not believe in his incredible abilities. She discovered the mana of the 7th circle. The girl closed her eyes and mentally waited until all the mana flowed into her. The guy snapped his finger and said that this was all. The girl continued to be in euphoria. She nervously got up from the bench and thanked the guy for stopping her in time, because if he hadn't interrupted her, she would have given into the mood and would not have been able to stop. Jake thought that the girl had abilities that deserved to be called genius. According to him, she quickly adapted to mana control mixed with the technique of the black sky. The guy congratulated her with a smile on achieving the 7th circle of magic. The girl thanked him and shrank. The guy asked why she didn't look very well. The interlocutor answered that she was doing well, and she was just confused because of such a sudden breakthrough. Jake reasoned that at first he was going to help another girl improve. Still, he stopped at this one because she is kind and loyal, so he thinks that she has every right to study. Jake said that consciousness always happens in a similar way, and if she is grateful to him, she can buy something tasty. The girl nudged him in the shoulder and said that she was actually the daughter of a clan of heavenly warriors, and that he definitely shouldn't be able to get by on just food. The boys approached the bench, and George said that he knew where to look for him. He said that this guy had been looking for him everywhere, and he brought him here. The strangers turned out to be a guy named Sam. He said that he finally found where the girl was hiding. Jake thought that he was some kind of foreigner. Sam told the girl that she had run away to some depths just like her mother. She continued to live here shamelessly. The girl objected and asked him not to insult her mother. Sam continued to insist because the girl was quite a talker for a vile blood. George asked the guy if he was allowing himself too much in unfamiliar territory. The girl was furious. The guy asked her to immediately get out of the family because of the vile blood. The Great Ellen family, one of the 5 families that support America. They ruled the country with their traditions and colossal wealth, which is almost non-existent in America. The girl's mother was born an illegitimate child of the Ellen family. Because of this, the little girl constantly experienced discrimination that was impossible to even describe in words. Her father threw her into a room and ordered her to sit there because she was more useful this way so that she would not be outside. The door slammed shut. The girl was left alone in the room. The people outside were talking and asking each other how long she had been there. The man answered that a week had already passed. They slowly opened the door, and the girl saw them. She asked if she could go out now. The woman with yellow hair was furious. She accused her of being too tenacious. The girl said that her mother, no longer able to withstand neglect and bullying, as if running away from there, immediately after coming of age came to Korea. After that, she met the head of the heavenly warriors, the girl's father. She married him and gave birth to her children. The girl explained that Sam, who was standing in front of her, the only heir in the Ellen family, turned out to be her cousin. The girl said that she had nothing to talk about with him, and she asked him not to show up again. Sam, in a state of euphoria, swung at her and called her names because according to him, she had no right to order him around. Jake took his hand from the swing. The guy asked his opponent why people like him always start waving their hands first. Jake asked the girl how best to act in this situation and whether he should be punished. Sam asked with a sly smile how he was going to punish him. Jake replied that he could just bury him right there. George was furious. He rolled up his sleeves, saying that he personally escorted Sam here, and he dared to be rude. The guy stopped, seeing a magic ball in front of him. George was thrown back a few meters. The guy hit his head hard. George tried to stand up. He was perplexed. The guy asked where Sam was because Jake had just held him. The interlocutor replied that he had indeed disappeared. The girl got up from the bench and ran up to the guys. She asked them not to interfere in her problems because they were not allowed to mess with this family. Sam appeared out of nowhere. He insisted that it was too late to warn the guys. He wanted to call her a yellow gorilla. George asked the guy behind him again, and Sam replied that his hearing, apparently, was also at the level of a monkey. He repeated his words. The guy's right eye lit up. He was simply furious. George turned around and pointed his hand, wrapped in energy, towards his opponent. He promised to kill him with his own hands. The girl tried to wedge herself into this fight because they were not allowed to fight. Sam stopped the guy's attack with the help of magic and said that they should not be so primitive. George didn't understand how he could do it. Sam replied that he shouldn't have time to be surprised. A red ball appeared between their fingers. George instantly flew far away, screaming in pain and indignation. Jake saw his friend suffering from pain. He realized that the guy's abilities were at least one level higher than George's, level 7 magic. The guy tried to get up from the ground and did not understand what kind of ability it was. Jake asked his friend if he was going to give up. George was furious. He said that he was not going to give up under any circumstances. He demanded that his friend under no circumstances join the fight because he himself would put an end to it. The guy moved sharply towards his opponent and was about to strike with a lightning-fast flying leg. Sam used the steel skin skill in his defense, which turned his skin into metal. The blow was blank, and all the strength spent on it was wasted. After this blow, George broke his leg. The guy felt a lot of pain from the fracture. His face turned blue. He started jumping on one leg, grabbing the other. It was incredibly painful for him. Jake looked at this and was surprised at how good his opponent was because he instantly used steel skin and protected his body. Sam continued to mock and activated lightning. A powerful electric charge passed through the guy. When George fell, he himself approached him and said that this was where he would end the show with the monkey. The guy promised to roast his opponent entirely. He called him names and began to create a yellow sphere in his palm. Suddenly, he noticed something from the side. It was the second guy. Jake, with a kick of one leg, created a powerful blow with mana right at the guy. Clouds of dust rose around. Jake stood with his leg raised and did not understand whether his opponent dodged. Sam appeared behind the guy and said that I dodged and avoided the blow with the help of distorted space. According to him, the guys were yellow monkeys. They could not oppose him. Sam called the 7th magic circle and spread his arms to the sides. In an instant, Jake was behind the guy. He said that he would never have thought that he would see such fireworks in his school. Sam turned around and said with a smile that the guy had a hidden ability. Jake reacted sharply to the insult addressed to him and said that the guy was a freak. Sam said that today he was only going to slightly warn them. But from that moment on, he seemed to have changed his mind. The guy said that his opponent was a stupid, out-of-place freak. He swore to kill him right then and there. Sam created 2 magic spheres in his hands, to which the girl summoned a stone wall and asked her brother to stop. She held the stone sphere so that the guys would not kill each other. The girl asked Jake not to interfere in her family problem anymore. Sam laughed at his sister. He said that she had just interrupted his fight. He asked if she was really in her right mind. The girl asked her brother if he was in his right mind because he dared to use the destructive magic of the 7th circle on school grounds. The guy said that he simply had no words because the girl dared to steal the ability to control mana from their family and now tries to pretend to be noble. Sam said that she was not able to hide her mother's dirty blood behind her. The girl replied that the boy could curse her as much as he wanted, but this was a special school, and if someone from outside started making noise here, he would have to confront the entire eunuch association. The boys stood behind them and laughed at them, discussing the fight. The students asked if outsiders could behave like that here, and one girl replied that the foreigner was handsome. They had an argument. The boy did not understand what was so special about him, and the girl asked him to shut up. The boy smiled. Sam said that the girl could not threaten him with those eunuch scum. The sister was at a loss. Sam stood proudly and said that he would not be stopped by a couple of weaklings gathered together. He asked for permission to have fun with them. The boy from behind the wall allowed Sam to try himself in it. He said that he thought it would be very interesting because he wanted to see the power of the 7th magic circle. Sam said he would give them all a good beating if he could, but he was only here for a quick hello today, so he didn't want to put in any extra effort. A helicopter flew overhead and dropped a ladder for the guy. Sam grabbed the bar with one hand. He turned to Jake and called him names. He said he would make him put on a show at the zoo the next time they met. The helicopter rose higher and higher, and the guy kept talking about waiting for his next visit. Jake realized he had been known before, which was quite interesting. Hospital, midday. George was lying in his hospital bed, asking his friend if he had just let the idiot go. The guy said he didn't think it was best to continue the fight. George said he had only gotten hit by his own carelessness, and people like Sam needed to be broken so they couldn't speak anymore. Jake thought that even if the guy was the most attentive in the world, he would never defeat him. Sam was definitely a step higher than George. Jake told his friend that he was still a very strong opponent for him. The guy replied that if he had not tried, he would not have known. On the way out of the ward, George asked his friend to keep everything a secret from his father because he could still be discharged tomorrow. Jake agreed with him and said that the fracture was very strong, but it was not up to him to decide. The guy locked the door and turned around. His thoughts were filled with Sam. He thought only about this guy who ruled one of the great powers, America. It might seem that China is slowly catching up with America in strength, But if you delve into the details, you can understand that this is far from the case. One of the 5 pillars supporting it is the Ellen family. If you omit the economic aspect, in the Ellen family it is forbidden to blindly follow others. On the other hand, they still cooperate with the Golden River. Apparently, they are showing a clear desire to unite the clans together like never before. The guy was thinking only about the fact that Sam's family could not fly to Korea because of one girl. He remembered her words. She asked him to never fight this guy again. The girl said that they are no match for them because their weapons are much stronger than any of them can imagine. She said that she is much more than they say about her. Jake thought about the girl being very scared because of what happened. He also reasoned that it does not matter what impregnable fortress to take. He believed that any fortress can be simply destroyed. The guy in the red hoodie was watching him. He was secretly looking at the object of his surveillance and impatiently waiting for permission to cook it as soon as possible. Jake rarely appeared behind the guy and asked who he was because he was the one who pushed him in front of the company. The guy realized that he might have been exposed. He abruptly teleported through the distorted space, not understanding where he had made a mistake. Jake remained confused. He decided to pretend that nothing had happened. The stranger had appeared in another place. He had a separate plan. He understood that the guy was smarter than he thought, but in his opinion, no one could remember him. Jake appeared behind him again and said that the stranger wanted to do something with his body so he would never forget him. The guy was furious because the opponent was able to follow the teleport. He thought that Jake knew that some kind of plan was being hatched against him. The guy abruptly teleported through the distorted space, saying that he would be glad to fight, but unfortunately, it was not the time yet. Jake said with an arrogant look that he was being forced to strain himself once again. According to him, he hated male stalkers the most. The stranger continued running through the distorted space, not understanding who this guy even was. He was sure that he was marked as level 6 in the rating, but how he could follow the teleporter defied logic. Still, the guy came to the conclusion that just in case, he needed to follow him from a slightly greater distance for a while. Suddenly, he noticed blue mana from the side. Jake hit him with a surge of energy, and the guy flew to the side, creating a ditch in the ground. After a while, he stopped his movement, resting against a tree. The guy was furious. He wanted revenge. Suddenly, his words were interrupted, and Jake put his boot on his face, pressing his head into the ground. The guy wanted to talk seriously about who this stalker was and what he wanted from him. The stranger tried to remove his foot. He did not plan to shake his ideas. Jake noticed something was wrong at the last moment. A large stone in the shape of a fist hung above his head. A loud roar echoed through the park. A huge, long stone fist pierced the ground several meters down. Jake stood on top of it. He watched the guy run away and didn't dare to catch up with him anymore. Jake was thinking that there had been a lot of strange things lately, the new hostile family and this observer. He thought that a very interesting conversation was coming soon. But Jake's premonition appeared in a completely unexpected place. Men in uniform surrounded the door of the room and talked on the radio about the readiness of others. The rest of the team also gave the go-ahead for their readiness. In an instant, the men brought down the doors to the room and shouted to each other to come in. A week before the incident, a girl is making breakfast in the kitchen. Jake was hovering over the bed in a meditative pose and practicing the black sky technique. He was quite pleased with his result. The girl flew into the room and wanted to kick him, calling him a hypocrite. The guy covered himself with a magic sphere and asked why she wasn't tired of all this yet. The girl was thrown back a couple of meters and got into a fighting stance. She ordered him to shut up because he was a liar. The girl was wondering if anyone would listen to a hypocrite, and Jake didn't understand why he was a hypocrite. He called it nonsense that the girl had started early in the morning. The interlocutor replied that the guy was a hypocrite because he didn't go to the meeting. Jake asked who she was talking about. The interlocutor said that she was talking about a friend of one girl. According to her, the last time she came to their house, she couldn't leave him alone for a minute. She reminded the guy how she couldn't leave him alone. The girl kept throwing questions and compliments at him. She also reminded the reaction of the guy, who didn't even understand anything. Jake said that the girl was smart and always told the truth. The girl objected because he promised to meet her, but for some reason he didn't keep his word. She reminded him again how her friend left and suggested meeting next time. The guy answered dryly and wished him a pleasant journey. Jake still could not understand what the main problem of the conversation was. The girl answered that according to her friend, the guy agreed to a further meeting, and she still waits for his call every day. Jake did not understand what they were going to do. The girl answered that her friend was so disappointed that she did not even want to talk to her, and the guy should take responsibility for regaining her trust. Jake handed his sister a wad of money. The girl was in a stupor. She saw her brother's crazy money again. The guy continued to mock her and praised her for still holding on. He continued to add one bill at a time until she broke. The sister knew that although for her brother this amount was incomparable even with his daily food expenses, for her it was unrealistically huge, but she should be proud. Jake praised his sister for growing in her desires. He added another 600,000. The girl instantly ran towards the guy and snatched the money from his hand. She promised that she would explain everything to her friend herself, and even if she took the money, and nothing was finished in this matter yet. The sister promised that someday she would definitely tear off his mask in front of all his friends. The guy replied that such a scenario would only be possible if she surpassed him in all plans. The girl replied that the guy had said before that she would be able to bypass him if she reached the 6th dan of the black sky technique. She wondered why she couldn't hit him even once. Jake smiled sarcastically and said that the 6th dan of the black sky was an incredible level, but it would take the girl another 5 years to surpass it. The guy asked her if she remembered how he said that the girl would live with him for the rest of her life. Jake threatened his sister that if she started dating some idiot like the head of the Black Roses Guild, who was in his fan club. The sister interrupted him and said that she would definitely find someone better. The guy replied that he would only allow her to date someone stronger than him. The girl was furious. In her opinion, her brother wanted her to die alone in the city. She definitely couldn't find someone stronger than him. Suddenly, she noticed a love letter lying on the nightstand. The guy came up to the table and said that this letter was stuck in his school drawer. The sister said that she was shaking with interest. Who sent him this? Jake unpacked the letter and read the contents. The content said that the guy should send 200 of the same letters, otherwise luck would turn away from him for the rest of his life. Jake was embarrassed to see a letter of luck. The sister ran to tell her mother. The woman asked what interesting thing happened to her because she also wanted to laugh. The sister said that her brother received a love letter and began to brag to her, but it turned out that it was a letter of luck in which she needed to send as many as 200 of the same. Mom laughed and said that young people rarely believe in superstitions these days. The guy left the room and asked who could joke about such a thing now. He asked his sister not to make a big deal out of some nonsense. Mom put the soup on the table and asked everyone to sit down to eat. Jake sat down at the table and wished him a pleasant appetite. Suddenly, after a strong bite, the guy felt pain in his left cheek. Mom asked if he was okay. In her opinion, there shouldn't be rocks in the rice like before. Jake was crushed. He didn't believe that it could be a coincidence. The door of the apartment swung open. The guy flew out and flew down the stairs. He landed with a bang on his stomach on the landing. Jake stood up, and a soccer ball flew from the left to his head. The person who did it apologized. He remembered how he hit his little toe of his right foot on the door frame. He remembered how in his sleep the phone fell from his own hand onto his face. The guy started writing letters to his sister, father, mother, but he still had 197 to complete the curse. The chairman of the Brotherhood of Steel ordered his associates to line up. Today is a lucky day for everyone present, as the leader recognized all their efforts and added a bonus to their salaries. The man asked everyone to come from their places and receive the extra pay. People started coming up to him and taking the money, saying they would use it for good deeds. The boss asked them to be more economical, and people agreed. One of the employees was waiting impatiently for him to open the envelope. He assumed that there might be a large sum of money in it, but when he opened the envelope, he saw some paper. When he opened the piece of paper, the man saw a letter of good luck and was surprised and disappointed. Jake said that if they didn't open the letters, they might not accept their salary next month. People were surprised by such a statement, saying that it was too much. The day of the incident, a pillow flew towards the opponent. Two guys, one of whom was in a business suit, were fighting back with pillows. The second one was quite fat, and he asked who they were and what they needed there. The man in the business suit approached the guy and said that he was the one whose life had been ruined because of him. The guy gave him a strong slap, knocking the chubby guy to the floor. The fat man fell to the ground with a thud, whining in pain. Two guys ran into the room and asked what they were doing there and who they were. The curly-haired man asked if they were accomplices. The guy took the phone in his hand and started dialing some number, threatening to call the police. He did not know anything about accomplices and demanded that she leave immediately. The guys stood behind her and laughed at her words, because they remembered how they had once threatened to call the police. According to them, those were good times. The guy did not know what to do. He thought they had come to bury them. He asked why they were doing this to them, because they did not even take out any private loans. The man in uniform said that maybe they did not use the guy's creditors, but they did write good luck letters. The man said that the guy did not know how much they had to suffer because of them. When the guy asked what kind of letters, the man menacingly answered, about good luck letters. He said that the letters were filled to the brim with curses. Christopher pushed the man away and said that he did not know about any good luck letters. He shouted for his friends to run. The guy thought that he had already avoided meeting Jake and hid at his friend's house, but he was caught there too. The guy stood right in front of him and asked Christopher who he had avoided. The guy fell to the floor in fear, afraid of responsibility for his pranks. Jake asked the guy what he was doing. The three offenders were kneeling and shaking with fear. Jake was sitting in front of him surrounded by guards, demanding changes from them. Christopher did not understand why Jake came here. He gradually realized that the people who came for him were the very Brotherhood of Steel that he led. The guy interrupted his thoughts and suggested that he talk and not be afraid. One of the guys in glasses timidly asked what they had done. Jake hit him. The guy flew off his seat a few meters. He saw a love letter with a black heart. Jake said that he was now one step away from a breakdown, so they better stop making up stupid excuses and driving him crazy. The fat man was very scared and said that in fact, they themselves did not think that everything would grow to such a scale. He whined. The guy said that they were students of the Faculty of Magic. This is the department where they study the art of transforming magic into curses. Not only is their faculty in the very last place in the popularity rating of the Unique Academy, getting ridicule for them is a common thing. Two guys passed by the nerds and mockingly asked them to tell their fortune or tell them the lucky lotto number. The guys immediately demanded an apology and take their words back, because they are not some shamans, but magicians. The guys left and laughed at the fat man's dialect at parting. They called it disgusting. One of the boys suggested that they show them real power the next morning. Jack asked if that was why they had sent good luck letters around the school in a fit of anger. He said that the letters were filled to the brim with curses. The fat man agreed and said that they had done very badly. He apologized. Jake said that an apology was certainly good, but they should pay the boy $300 million. The students were at a construction site. They said that such a sum was simply impossible for them. Jake asked them why this amount seemed so large to them. Christopher said that they, as students, would not have such a huge amount. Jake said that in order to find the boys, they had to use a referral agency. 300 people were involved in 10 days. The guy said that even just estimating, they would be able to understand where this figure came from. He asked them not to think about the fact that it was too expensive, because in advance, having prepared for possible curses, he involved everyone, even those who are part of Unique. Jake's words caused Christopher's indignation. The guy said that the offenders themselves knew that when hiring Unique, they had to pay each at least $1 million. The guy said that he was asking each of them for $100,000, and this did not show how much he was giving in and ending up at a loss. Christopher jumped up from his seat and said that all this was simply impossible because the men in uniform were ordinary bandits without knives. Jake got up from his chair and said that he had nothing more to add here. He suggested that the guys continue the conversation with the kind uncles. The men in uniform sincerely thanked the guy because they could barely restrain themselves from hitting. The man said that they would beat them as many times as they wrote letters and how many words were in them. Jake turned to the guys. He said that these guys' hobby was sending people on a trip around the world, of course, all body parts separately. Christopher realized that if the guy left this room, they would not live. The guys quickly ran up to the guy and grabbed his legs. They sat on their knees and begged for mercy. The guy said that if Jake spared their lives, then they would do whatever he ordered. The interlocutor immediately took out a contract paper and put it on the table in front of the guys. He said that this was a contract for joining the Brotherhood of Steel, and he even provided a salary of $1.5 million per month. The man standing on the side thought that they were only receiving money nominally because the bank book, salary, and all the cards were with the head of the Brotherhood. He thought that he would only get his money after his death as transportation expenses for the road to the afterlife. Christopher timidly took a pen and began to sign as Jake interrupted him. The guy said that bad luck also came back with double force, and if the curse didn't work on their opponent. Jake said that because of the return and the power, they would be torn to pieces in some random accident. The guy asked if they thought it was necessary to prevent such an unfortunate day. He suggested that they get down to business. Christopher signed the paper and stated that he completely agreed. He asked the guys if they agreed with him. The guy thought that he had attacked the wrong person, because it was comparable to trying to curse the devil himself. The man in uniform thought that he didn't want the guys to give up so easily. He kept remembering those letters they wrote. In his opinion, they should suffer for at least a few days. Jake thought that even though their fighting abilities were terrible, he would find them a use for their curse technique somewhere. The guy received a very good map from where he didn't expect it at all. The house of the representative of the T&E Company. Charlie climbed the stairs and stood on the landing. It was clear from his eyes that he was not in the mood. The man opened the door and mentally restrained himself from breaking down. He entered the room and thought that if something went wrong, he would be finished. Byron met the guest. The old man asked if it was difficult for his interlocutor to get so far. Charlie thought about the fact that he had already lost his son. Now all he had left was Ill's company, which, in his opinion, no one could take away. The man approached the old man and apologized for being late. Byron replied that he should have not done something from the very beginning for which he would have to apologize later. Charlie thought about the rude nature of the interlocutor. He thought that he would have to tolerate him, otherwise problems would be inevitable. Byron suggested sitting down and telling. The old man said that he did not have much time, so he suggested getting down to business right away. He said that he did not gain anything by dragging it out. Charlie thought about the old man trying to show all his cards first. He replied that he needed at least $200,000. Byron asked how much the payment would be. Charlie replied that he was going to pay it off with his corporation shares, and then the old man would rise in the hierarchy and take the man's place right after him. Byron replied that he was simply speechless. He stated that this conclusion was quite obvious. Charlie knew that the man's greed was truly limitless. He said that he would share with him the technology in the gate industry. Byron replied that he finally received a pretty good offer. Charlie knew that although the damage from this would be too great, but to forgive him for 200 million won, he would need even more. He thought that if they started cooperating with the TN Corporation with this, they would be able to convince the hesitant directors. Byron stood up from his seat and agreed. Since they were already here, determined to do this, there was no point in delaying. The old man suggested that they draw up all the documents right away. Charlie stood at the table with a pen and signed the paper. He said that the old man would have to send him the money immediately after he signed. Byron replied that he would do as required and the man should not worry. Charlie began to sign when suddenly the paper flew all over the room. Byron was shocked by what he saw. He did not know what was happening. All the paper was flying around the room. Men in uniform with batons ran into the office and ordered the chairman to step back because there were enemies here. Charlie looked at the ceiling and saw a magic circle. A guy came down from above and asked the man if he was serious about calling this useless thing a barrier. Sam said that if the man wanted to hold something other than a secret meeting, he should have spent more time and attention to protection. The guy said that he immediately wanted to kill them all. Byron accused his interlocutor of involving him in a trap. Charlie replied that he himself was not aware of the guy's plans. The old man replied that if it wasn't a man, then it was his father. Charlie thought that the biggest benefit from not signing the documents would be his father, but he still wanted to do everything quietly, so he didn't take security with him. He himself said that there was no point in them competing with each other in any discussions. The guy said that he had just created a barrier of a new space, so now no one would be able to leave or enter here. Byron was furious. He thought that now he was definitely finished, because the guy had come to kill them. The security men said that they would sort it out, and the chairman shouldn't worry. They ran towards the guy with batons, threatening him. Sam created a magic sphere over his finger and said that their actions were quite funny. Two security guards, running up to the guy, noticed something was wrong. They began to pull each other. In the end, they hit each other hard, falling to the floor. Sam said that these people were not capable of giving him pleasure. Sam was surprised that this was all that the bodyguards protecting the corporation chairman could do. Byron saw the magic and said that the guy could be from the Ellen family. Charlie knew that his own father and the forces helping him were behind the guy, but no one could have thought that it would be Sam. The man grabbed a golf club and said that he would not give up now. Charlie flew at the guy in a rage, saying that he did not care about his family, because he would never allow his own corporation to be taken away. Sam, with one movement of his hand, called a magical stream that pushed the man into the wall. The guy said that he was left alone with Byron. He asked who he was. The old man asked what the guy wanted. He wanted to know if this was the work of Chairman Khan. He himself said that the man was going to die soon anyway, and he did not need to know this. The guy said that the old man did not know his place and began to interfere in the affairs of his family. Now he should pay for it. Byron remembered what Jake had told him. He realized that he had to do it. The guy kept saying that it was better for the old man to stay home today. Then Byron replied that the guy was ignoring him because of his age. Because he was still as good as the youth, Jake said that it could be bad for his heart. The guy said that the old man would die this way, and only his father would be present at the wedding ceremony. Byron got angry that the guy was saying whatever came into his head. The old man became very worried. He said that he really wanted to be at his granddaughter's wedding, but it seemed that his end had come. The guy's voice from behind him said that if his grandfather was not at the wedding, his bride would be very upset. The old man looked back and saw Jake standing behind him. Sam was confused as to how the guy could get in here. He replied that no one would stop him with a weak barrier. Sam grabbed his sword and said that he would tear the guy to shreds. A large magic circle appeared in front of Jake. Sam's strongest blow landed on it. The recoil was great. The entire building blew up from the strong flow of energy. Jake continued to stand in his place while Sam continued to call him names. The guy created a yellow sphere and said that something bad was about to happen, which happens to those who try to resist their god. He himself summoned a flurry of meteors, which he sent towards Jake. The guy admired the large size. Jake said that he had a small question. The boulders flying towards the ground began to split. A sphere of energy appeared above. Sam did not understand how the guy bypassed his attack. Jake pierced the opponent's chest under his cries of pain. The guy was amazed that his opponent was overexerting himself so much in the battle. The main character swung, after which he powerfully hit the enemy. The warrior flew down and flew into the ground. Lucas opened his mouth and asked that he was really losing to a monkey now. The protagonist approached him and asked him why he didn't feel it. Then he opened his mouth and added that he would hit him again to make sure he felt it. The opponent jumped up sharply and shouted that he would make him shut up. Then he threw rocks at him. Jack spread his arms and asked him why he had never been to a zoo. Then he chopped the rocks and noted that he had gotten into trouble with his monkeys. Lucas spread his arms and covered himself with them. Then he opened his eyes and heard that he was distracted by such trifles. Jack jumped on top and added that he was watching. He had prepared himself quite seriously. Lucas fell to the ground and asked what he was talking about. The protagonist opened his mouth and noted that he did not notice that his subordinate was sitting in ambush next to this mansion. The gray-haired man was lying unconscious. The warriors were carrying the unconscious people, after which one of them looked straight ahead in surprise. A powerful explosion occurred in front of them. The explosion rose high into the air. The guy smiled and wished the guys from the Brotherhood of Steel a safe journey. The warrior looked at him and asked that they weren't actually going anywhere. What kind of idiot would fall into such a trap? And the second one noted that their incredible leader said that a guy would appear who looked like a stalker and would be walking around in broad daylight in a hoodie and a cap. Then they smiled and added that they needed to deal with him, as they were ordered. A moment later, warriors from the Brotherhood of Steel appeared around the guy and said that in fact, they were the ones who set the trap. The guy smiled and asked what they wanted to say, that he fell into a trap. Lucas smiled and noted that they used their heads after all, they were waiting for them, having dug a trap. The main character opened his mouth and noted that he liked to watch how he fell into it. Let him not worry, so that he wouldn't be bored going to the other world. They sent his henchmen with him. The enemy smiled and asked not to make him laugh, after which he lit up brightly and shouted that he would have to go there. Jack jumped back from the powerful beam and asked what the hell was going on out of the blue. Lucas flew up and shouted that all he did was get in the way. He couldn't continue to mercifully watch his insolence. Jack calmly stared at him and heard that he would punish him with his own hands. Then he opened his mouth and used the ability Disclosure. The guy put his hand out and it was covered with a suit. Then he put his leg out. Armor appeared on his chin. A glowing stone appeared above Lucas. The main character folded his arms and asked what kind of magic suit it was he an otaku who loved anime about robots? After which he smiled and added that, judging by the power of his mana, it seemed that he had become a little stronger, and then he wondered if the heir of the Ellen family would really be at least a little different from everyone else. Lucas smiled and said that he couldn't assess the situation sensibly, they'll see how long he'll pretend to be strong. The main character opened his mouth and thought that in fact, he'd only read about the 8th magic circle in books, so he couldn't imagine exactly what it would look like. He didn't have high hopes for this Yankee, but he was entertaining him well. It was very valuable experience and information, so maybe he should try to get a little more. Jack stuck out his finger and noted that he even put on a suit, so it was enough to hang in the air. Let him show him his great power or whatever he had. Lucas gritted his teeth and said that he was also a monkey who couldn't even reach the level of an insect, trying to provoke him. He thought he didn't understand that with such provocations he was trying to get to know the jinxteristics of his suit better. The protagonist opened his mouth and noted that he thought he was a complete idiot, but he was a little smart. Lucas gritted his teeth and wondered if he was born to mock people. Then he spread his arms and shouted that if he wanted it so much, he would show him the real power of the magic suit. Jack turned his head and noted that this speed, so it means that the suit still significantly increases the magical power. Then he disappeared into the portal and added that although it is still too slow for him. Lucas smiled and noted that it is funny, but it is useless to run away. Then he flew after the protagonist and added that he is already being tracked by his suit. Lucas extended his hand, heard that this already seems quite useful, and shouted that he is trying to seem cool until the very end. He caught him. The protagonist sharply parried his hand. Then he began to reflect blows and noted that he is also gradually accelerating. Great. Lucas gritted his teeth and thought that the difference between them was small, but due to it he could dodge his fast attacks, even more accelerated by the suit. The protagonist smiled and asked what was wrong. He didn't like the state of the suit. Let him show him everything he could do. Robert opened his eyes, saw the notifications and shouted that if he wanted it, he would show it. Then he sent a powerful blow to the protagonist. The protagonist gritted his teeth and realized that this was the magic of the 8th circle. The warrior gritted his teeth with a spear in his pile. The guy in the cap smiled. Then he put his hand down. The warrior looked at him furiously. Then he stood up and noted that he would kill him. A huge dust rose from behind the forest and the warrior asked what the hell was that. Then he opened his eyes. The guy in the cap gritted his teeth and noted that finally young Master Lucas began to act. Lucas gritted his teeth and the protagonist thought that the magic suit developed by NASA had a new computer with artificial intelligence built in, which they were very proud of. Seals appeared around the young gentleman and the protagonist added that even if an ordinary person's abilities in magical calculations and formulas exceeded ordinary indicators, there would definitely be something that he would not take into account, and artificial intelligence would fill these moments. A moment later, a powerful beam flew at the protagonist, after which there was a powerful explosion. A huge crater appeared in the middle of the forest and Lucas asked how it tasted, after which he turned his head to the notification. Jack approached from behind, heard that it seemed he was lucky to dodge, and shouted how wonderful the world had become. You can even fight with the help of artificial intelligence. Lucas smiled and noted that such backward civilizations lose to developed ones, after which they began to beat each other. Lucas dealt a powerful blow to the protagonist. Jack fell into the crater, after which he turned to the beam. Then he jumped back from the powerful explosion. Lucas swung and asked what he expected with such speed. Then he hit the protagonist. Jack stopped in mid-air. Then he looked at his hands and noticed that he admitted that he seemed to have underestimated artificial intelligence too much. Lucas clenched his fist and noticed that it didn't matter to him whether the monkey admitted it or not. A magic box appeared around the protagonist. Jack opened his mouth and noticed that the borders were so precise, despite the quick creation, so he was bragging about his powers as a mage of the 7 circles in Maine. Lucas opened his mouth and shouted that he would tear him to shreds with a shining cutter. The protagonist jumped back sharply and noticed that he had been hit. Then he watched as a translucent wall came from Lucas. Then a fire appeared in place of the wall. A moment later the fire stopped. Lucas folded his arms and noticed that this was the end. Then he smiled broadly and added that he really had overdone it. He should have at least left them his corpse. The protagonist looked out from behind the dust and asked what corpse. Then he straightened his jacket and added that dust is the main cause of respiratory diseases. Then he turned his gaze to Lucas and added that in any case, he was going to see the effectiveness of artificial intelligence, and he just amused him. After all, you have to fight the same way as always, starting with a blow to the enemy. Lucas opened his mouth wide and asked that the monkey had already completely gone crazy. This body is invincible. Jack smiled. Then he rolled up his sleeves and noted that from that moment on he would no longer call himself a magician, but would fight like a real warrior, like him. The warrior looked at the guy in the cap and asked what he was talking about, what he started. The guy turned and replied that Mr. Rook was testing a magic suit. Around this time their monkey king should already be torn to pieces and dead. The warrior smiled and noted that if they had given in to him a little once, he thought he could talk nonsense. The leader ordered them to check how strong they were. The guy's face suddenly changed, after which the warrior added that now they would start fighting normally and make him change his mind, as his friend thought. The friend opened his mouth and noted that of course, after which he opened his eyes. The warriors stood next to each other and the second noted that against such a moron as he, it was best to fight together. The guy in the cap smiled and noted that he was sure that he had killed them so they could get up again. The warriors smiled and noted that all against one, the best strategy, there were so many of them, only an idiot would go to fight the enemy alone. The guy looked furiously and noted that they were not small insects with no shame or conscience. He would bury them so deep in the ground that they would not be able to move, even if they were reborn. The warriors suddenly jumped on him and shouted that he was lucky he had both a cold and a conscience. The guy smiled and asked what they still lacked hot. Then crystal spikes flew from the sky. They began to hit the ground. The warrior opened his mouth and shouted not to panic. They were stepping on him so that he could not rest. They had to make him tired. The warrior jumped on him and shouted not to underestimate the bandit's soul. Then he hit the crystal. Then another one fell on him from above. The guy smiled and said that no matter how they tried to get to him unnoticed, they would never succeed. Then he turned to the warrior on the wall and said that he had only started talking so much because he had only been able to poke him with 2 needles. The guy opened his eyes. Then he coughed up blood. Then he looked at his neck and asked if it was poison. The warriors swung and noted that it goes without saying that poison was necessary in a dogfight. He had attacked them without even knowing it. He was such an amateur. Then they both hit him hard. The guy opened his mouth and fell. Then he wiped his cheek and asked that they had no shame, and they were even proud of it. The warriors jumped on him and shouted that what shame was he talking about? He would die, and they would live. That was the right answer. The guy opened his mouth and used a flaming shot. All the warriors were thrown back by powerful beams. One of them was pierced in the chest. The bodies fell near the guy. Then he gritted his teeth and noted that they should go to hell, after which he was grabbed by the leg. The warrior gritted his teeth and asked how he could speak like that. His words hurt him. Another jumped on him with a knife and shouted that he should only use good and beautiful words. Then he put out a knife and added that he should get paid for piercing their bodies. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that they were cowardly gangsters, after which shouts rose over the forest not to give him a chance to use magic. They were cutting him altogether. This was payment for speaking out against the Brotherhood of Steel. Lucas got hit in the face. The main character smiled and lowered his hand, after which the guy clenched his fist. Jack stopped his blow and said, "What is this? Is it really that with such power he can't not only kill him, but even scratch him?" After which he broke the enemy's arm. Lucas opened his mouth, saw a notification about the critical condition of the suit, and screamed. Then he got a blow to the chest. Lucas flew into the ground at great speed, after which he gritted his teeth and screamed how he was able to destroy this suit with just a few punches. Jack smiled furiously and noted that he still had illusions about defeating him. He could never become his opponent. Lucas opened his mouth and screamed that he was a Superman who had captured history and gone beyond reality, which means that he never loses to ancient combat techniques. After which he put out his hands and summoned missiles. Jack began to run away from them, heard that he could not escape because he would follow him to the edge of hell, and noted that they were really pursuing him well. Lucas opened his mouth and screamed not to get mad and just die beautifully. A moment later, the protagonist went into the portal and noted that he did not want to. Lucas opened his eyes, saw that the target was lost, and thought that this was impossible. The speed of this homing missile was 60 Machs. A moment later, the protagonist appeared behind him. Jack powerfully hit Lucas, after which he began to go underground. The missiles aimed at the protagonist, after which Jack brightly lit up. A bright ball lit up in the center of the crater. Smoke was coming from the center of the crater. The protagonist stood in the smoke and said that he was already worried that the core would explode. After which he looked at Lucas and added that he thanked him for a very interesting fight. At the same time, he collected some information about the features of high-class magic. Jack smiled, heard that he was planning a fight with him, and replied that of course, if not, he would not be able to properly fight such scum. Lucas put out his hand and used a soul explosion, after which he turned his gaze and saw that the user's body was too weak, the start of saving information and deleting links. Then the gentleman began to twist in pain. Jack smiled and noted that, as expected from the Ellen family, it seems that they consider information about artificial intelligence more important than the life of the air. Lucas opened his mouth and shouted for the suit to stop. A moment later, an explosion began behind the protagonist. Jack smiled widely and an explosion occurred behind him. Sharp spikes stuck out above the forest. The guy in the cap was lying stabbed in the forest. There was a crater in the middle of the forest, after which someone grabbed the edge. Lucas crawled out of the crater and noted that he would personally destroy them. He dared to talk about Jack with his filthy mouth, after which he turned around and heard that he dared to talk about Jack with his filthy mouth. A furious Ethan stood behind. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred. Byron leaned against a tree and asked what he would do next. Charlie opened his mouth and replied that he would act according to the contract. The old man opened his mouth and noted that he wanted him to come face to face with the Ellen family. If this happened, the Tang company, which was at war with them, could be in danger. After which he lowered his hands and asked if he would help them. Charlie stood up and asked him what he wanted. He would only accept the chairmanship, and Byron remarked that he wanted to find some benefit even in this situation, and he was not that simple. Then they both turned around when they heard that this was where they were. Jack smiled and added that he was glad that they were not badly hurt. The old man flew up and asked what happened, and replied that the great son of the Ellen family had died, however, at his hands. Charlie looked at him in surprise. Then he opened his mouth and shouted what he had just done. Jack glared at him. Charlie calmed down a little. Then he spread his legs and asked how he could have let things get to this point. If the Ellen family found out about it, they would not sit idly by. Jack opened his mouth and asked so what? Charlie opened his mouth and replied that if something went wrong, not only the Tang company, but he and even the Golden River would be in danger. He did not think that he had done this without knowing anything at all. Jack held up his hand and replied that this was why he said it was strange. If they did nothing, the Ellen family would have given up on their goal of controlling the Ilwu company and taking over Korea's economy. Jack introduced Byron and Charlie as puppets and added that since they wanted to contain China, which had concentrated the power of East Asia, did they really think the Ellen family would give up just like that, or did they want them to take advantage of this situation and put more pressure on them? Byron froze after asking what he thought about it. Charlie gritted his teeth and thought that he was right. Since the Ellen family was planning something, they would not give up for good. Jack opened his mouth and pointed out that in any case, they would not be able to harm them with just their confidence. Charlie spread his hands and pointed out that this was just his opinion. Even if he said so, if they used their powers, they would have no choice but to stand there dumbfounded. Jack smiled and said that's why he was telling him. He thought they would have to re-sign their contract now, and he would be his bodyguard from now on. Then he glared and added that of course, since there was a chance of running into the Ellen family, the price would be a little high. Charlie opened his mouth and shouted that he at least knew how much money he had already given him. Jack pulled his hand away and pointed out that if he didn't have cash, he would also accept things he didn't need or in parts, and if he didn't want to, there was nothing he could do about it. Charlie opened his mouth and asked again. The protagonist turned his head and asked that he knew what he was talking about, so why was he reacting like that? The man gritted his teeth and thought that this guy wasn't an ordinary headache. Unlike Lucas, he was a spirit that sucked money out of people, and he wouldn't miss a bill that you couldn't get too close to. Then he bent over and shouted that he knew how much capital he had invested in the Golden River all this time, and Jack replied that how could he say that? He had done everything strictly according to the contract, and he hadn't even added to the cost how he had saved his life from the Ellen family this time. Lucas gritted his teeth. Jack smiled and thought that greed would ruin him just like his son. He would return everything he had absorbed from the Ilwu company, every last hair. There was a clear sky above the house. The protagonist put out his hand and asked that he had had a hard time today, let him go and have a good rest, and Byron said that he wanted to ask him something. Then he turned and asked what he knew about the upcoming attack by the Ellen family. The protagonist smiled and answered positively. Byron opened his mouth and shouted that then why was he talking about it only now? If he wanted to say something, he should have spoken normally, and Jack noted that this is why he told him not to go anywhere then. The old man gritted his teeth and thought that this kid was really crazy. One wrong move, and his precious granddaughter would be left a widow. It could be the end of the entire Tan company. Jack smiled and noted that nothing would happen that he would need to worry about. Byron opened his mouth slightly, thought that this guy seemed to be able to read minds, and asked what the reason for his confidence was. The protagonist lowered her head to him and asked him not to be surprised, and the old man asked what was so bad that he was even whispering it in his ear. Jack opened his mouth slightly and noted that he had a friend, a relative of the Ellen family. The old man opened his eyes and asked again. The protagonist looked at his ear and added that if everything worked out, they could even take the Ellen family. Then he gritted his teeth and added that no, nothing. The old man opened his mouth and asked if he was really going to swallow up the Ellen family. Jack looked at him and remarked that if he helped him. The old man looked at him and thought that he was so self-confident, as if he could move not just one mountain, but all the mountains in their country. He could not even estimate the degree of his insanity. He could not understand whether he was happy or angry. Jack looked at the old man calmly. Byron folded his hands behind his back and thought that in any case, he should live to be 100 years old. The news about the girl appeared on the screen. The guys opened their eyes and shouted that she was dating. It can't be, she had just turned 18. The guy gritted his teeth and said that she was the successor of the tea and company, and also the younger sister of the nation. What did she lack? That she would start dating so early. He was sure that this was a fake written by pathetic reporters. It was obviously the work of the scum of reporters. The girl looked straight ahead and heard how long she had been in a relationship, the reason for her public recognition. Her boyfriend was associated with large companies. The girl opened her mouth and replied that he was dating the most courageous and cool man in this world. Then she smiled and added that her favorite person was now studying in the second year of the Faculty of Magic, and was also responsible for discipline in the Golden River Clan and the main one in the Brotherhood of Steel. This is Jack. After these words, the protagonist spat out the drink. The protagonist closed the car. The crowd looked at him and shouted that this was Jack. It was a pity to give Jane to someone like him. Then they opened their mouths and added that she said that they had been dating since kindergarten. That's about 10 years, they should soon get tired of each other. The protagonist turned around and noticed that he had suddenly become a bad guy. It got dark outside. The reporters stood around the corner and one of them noted that Jane and Jack would appear soon. They would be able to take at least one photo where they were touching each other. The second one opened his mouth and noted that they were still high school students. How could they take photos of them like that? And the first one replied that it didn't concern them. Lately people wanted something provocative. Jack suddenly found himself in the dark and asked again about the provocative. The reporters suddenly became covered in magic. Then they kissed each other. The protagonist took out his phone and took a photo. Then he smiled and noted that he would publish the provocative article that they wanted so much. Jaina got out of the car. Then she opened her mouth. The protagonist looked at her and noted that she was late. The girl came up to him and noted that she was just about to call him to tell him something. Then she lowered her eyes, blushed and heard that he was interested. Let him tell her. Jaina suddenly approached the protagonist and kissed him, saying that she loved him. Then she moved away and apologized for telling everyone so suddenly, after which she walked away and noted that she would call after work. The protagonist opened his mouth and noted that this could be forgiven. Then he put his hands in his pockets and thought that in his past lives he had never experienced such a feeling, although he was a little ashamed. He could not say that he did not like it. He thought everything would be fine, even if their relationship became more serious. The warrior waved his hand and noted that he had been very popular lately. The protagonist smiled and asked if he wanted to receive it, and the guy replied that his injured leg had only just healed. Jack glanced and thought that by the way, they said that the Murim convention would start very soon, so he thought that if they wanted to get good points there, he would have to personally take part in it. After which he hit the guy in the chest and heard what kind of look. For some reason he began to worry again. The guy flew away from the protagonist. Jack smiled and noted that he had just thought that the peculiarity of their family was that after a blow they got up and became stronger. He didn't think that they could ignore such an ability, granted to them like a blessing from God. The guy opened his mouth and shouted that he was serious now. Crazy. The protagonist closed his eyes and replied that he was serious, after which he hit him again and added that he should watch how good it was, get treatment for rehabilitation and at the same time train. The guy bent down to the ground and groaned. Then he raised his head and said that he would believe it. He just didn't want him to walk the streets healthy. He could die from some chronic disease. After which he got punched in the face and told him not to pretend. Jack looked at the guy who had flown away and added that this was nonsense. No one would even believe it. Then he went up to the guy and told him to get up quickly. He needed to train, and the guy shouted at him to stop hitting him. He was already offended. Jack opened his eyes and asked again. The guy opened his mouth and shouted that someone is the main character of all the front pages of the news about passionate love, and someone is alone all his life. He is very offended. The main character smiled and noted that if he was offended, let him win the Congress in Muram. There are many beauties in the unification of clans. The guy looked up and remembered the girl. Jack smiled and noted that if he wins at that Congress, everything he imagined will come true, because in the world of warriors the most important thing. Then he opened his eyes. Harry was covered in electricity and shouted that he would get everything, and Jack asked what he imagined there. Then the guy swung and shouted that he could win. The main character smiled, thought that after all this was a good incentive, and said to attack. The bright sun was shining outside. Elizabeth was sitting on a bench. The main character approached her and noted that she always tries, after which the girl closed the book. Then she stood up and started to leave and heard that she seemed to have misunderstood something. The protagonist opened his mouth and heard why he came to school. Elizabeth continued walking and told him to quickly return home. Jack hung in disbelief. The girl turned and shouted to run away from here. Two warriors appeared above the protagonist's head, after which they hit the protagonist with swords. A moment later, they both got hit in the face. Then they fell to the ground. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked who else they were. The man began to clap. David opened his mouth and noted that he was not so simple. He was able to deal with two at such a young age. He was delighted. The protagonist turned and asked what he was with them. Elizabeth extended her hand and noted that this was a man conducting an investigation on behalf of the Ellen family. He is not bad, so let him say hello to him, and David said that he only conducted a small exam. Was it too much for the first greeting? The protagonist turned around and said that he wanted to say that a good man came and started waving his weapon here. David smiled and noted that it was all because of his desire to get information about the people close to the lady. He was sure that, having the strength of the average 6th level, he would dodge the blow, and then noted in his mind that he was the last person Mr. Lucas saw before his death. He was sure that he was directly related to the death of the young master. The protagonist suddenly grabbed his face and shouted that he was sure that he was directly related to the death of the young master. David opened his eyes, after which Jack smiled and asked that then, perhaps he should also answer. Then he slammed the man to the ground. Devin gritted his teeth and thought that he was sure that it was him. A moment later, warriors appeared around the protagonist. Jack raised his head and said that although he would like to deal with his midges as well, I have a matter that he needs to discuss with his girlfriend in a quiet atmosphere. After which he moved with the girl. David opened his mouth and shouted that they couldn't let him go. The warriors ran at him and shouted for him to stop. Jack and the girl teleported and the protagonist noted that he would take her with him for a while. There was a clear sky above the city. Elizabeth turned to the protagonist and shouted why he started fighting with him. Now he is the main suspect in the murder of Rook's brother. That's the only reason she specifically avoided him. Jack smiled and asked if everything was okay, but more importantly, did anyone accidentally contact her from America? The protagonist looked at her carefully and thought that, as he thought, everything that Lucas did while in Korea spoke about how unstable his position was within the family and as a successor. Elizabeth opened her mouth and said that they said to return to America and begin training intended for successors. Jack opened his mouth, asked what she answered, and thought that he knew it. Lucas's disappearance marked the beginning of a fierce battle within the family, and as a result of this, they chose Elizabeth as the successor. The girl opened her mouth and noted that of course, she did not want to go to America, but the Ellen family even apologized for what happened to her mother, officially. Then she turned and noted that this is why she needs his help. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked what she could do for him in return. Elizabeth looked at the protagonist and opened her mouth. Jack clenched his teeth and asked that she didn't mean to say that he was obliged to help her for nothing. Elizabeth opened her mouth and asked that he was asking for payment, and then heard that giving and giving, aren't these the basics? The girl squeezed the book and said that he was right. Although she was a little upset, he understood everything, because by getting involved in the affairs of the Ellen family, he was risking his life. She was grateful even for the fact that he was so interested in this. Then he smiled, answered that she did not know what to give him, and thought that even if she said that she would give him everything she had, Jack would not accept it, because he had Jane. Jack smiled and pointed out that they didn't have to talk about it right now. They could discuss it after she became the successor. Let her tell them what the Ellen family wanted from her. Elizabeth lowered her head and pointed out that what Brother Lucas was doing. In other words, they told her to create their stronghold in Korea. The protagonist's gaze tightened and he thought that although the request to continue Lucas's business looked like an admission from the Ellen family, they were using her as bait, a lure to catch Lucas's killer, him. Elizabeth raised her hand and pointed out that no matter how much she thought about it, it felt like she had become bait. The protagonist snapped his fingers and pointed out that bingo, he didn't expect anything less from the girlfriend he chose for himself. Elizabeth's mouth fell open and he pointed out that this didn't really look like a compliment because she couldn't even imagine what to do next. Jack smiled and pointed out that it would be difficult to use the Celestial Warrior clan or the Golden River, since the relationship between the clan association and Il-Wu's company was quite bad, and the Celestial Warriors were related to her mother. Then he approached her and added that they would need to decorate her a little first. The protagonist introduced the unique warriors and pointed out that just as the Zhlan family represented America, Korea also had a unique association representing it, and she knew that they should unite with them first. Elizabeth opened her mouth and asked if they would cooperate with such a mediocrity. Jack smiled and pointed out that if they pushed her a little and she became the successor to the Ellen family, the unique association would be able to gain a lot of support for themselves in her person, so they would never be able to refuse. The girl opened her mouth and asked what next, what should she do next? Jack smiled and noted that she shouldn't rely on him completely, let her think about the future herself. If she doesn't, then she will have no choice but to follow his lead. She doesn't want that. Elizabeth smiled and noted that he was right. Without noticing it, she continued to hope for him. Jack smiled and noted that a relationship in which she thoughtlessly gives or only receives will not last long. It is necessary to give and receive based on trust, because it will be good if he becomes such a friend for her. Elizabeth opened her mouth and noted that a friend can be trusted. Really, she is truly grateful to him. A moment later, David and the warriors came out of the portal. The protagonist raised his hand and noted that they were late. They need to finish what they could not figure out earlier. David looked at him and shouted to kill him. Elizabeth stood in front of the protagonist and shouted for them to stop. David opened his mouth and shouted at her to move away. They couldn't just watch a man who was against the Ellen family. The girl opened her mouth and pointed out that Jack was her friend, but more importantly, wasn't he the one who attacked him first without any proof? Any further actions would be considered by her as disobeying the order of the man chosen as the next successor. David clenched his teeth. Then he let out a breath. Then he pressed his hand to his chest and apologized for going too far. Then he bowed and greeted the successor's close friend. The protagonist gave him a thumbs up. Elizabeth smiled and gave him a thumbs up. The plot takes us to the Fire Sky clan. The guards held their spears in front of them. The soldier asked the boys to be on guard, noting that they were right in front of the target. Julie bowed and said that she greeted the head of the clan. Marcus asked her to call him father. She accepted his request. Marcus asked with a serious look what the elders were doing now. Julie folded her arms and replied that more than half of them were against her attending the Muram convention. Standing up from his chair, Marcus remarked that it was a shame, but men and women were not equal and that this social consciousness that had existed until now would take even more effort to change. Julie thought sadly that even though he was saying this now, he had discriminated against her before, right up until the moment she had defeated her brother this time. She remembered the fireballs flying at Nate. Marcus was taken aback by this. Julie stood over her brother. The guy said with a smile on his face that because of this, it was decided that Julie would be their chairman at the Muram convention. An enraged Nate began to shout that this battle was invalid. A saddened Julie noted that she would try to convince the elders who supported her brother until the very end. If they removed them because they were against it, it could greatly shake the foundation of the clan. Marcus stood in front of her and declared that this was true, and if the foundation rested, then any building would become a sand castle, since she became the successor of the Fire Sky clan. Marcus was suddenly taken aback. He fell and clutched his heart. Many ninjas pounced on them. Julie swung her stick. She enveloped the opponents in a fiery whirlwind and asked who they were. The enemies began to burn and scream in pain. A fiery stream of energy broke through the roof of the building. Julie lifted Marcus and asked him to wake up. Frowning, Marcus asked who it was, adding that they poisoned him with the poison of inner power that attacked the Fire Sky clan. They heard a scream from behind and turned around. Nate, with a smirk on his face, said that it was him and that it was not the poison they thought it was, but a drug that could suppress both internal and external powers, a power-destroying insect. Stunned, Marcus asked again. Frowning, Julie asked how Nate could use it on their father. Enraged, Julie asked if it was their mother. Nate, looking pleased, replied that their father had sided with the stupid girl and asked if she could imagine how much of a hurry their mother had been in to even agree to team up with him. Julie cried out that the fight had been completely fair that day. An angry Nate asked them not to make him laugh, noting that if he and their father hadn't done their deeds behind everyone's backs, she wouldn't have been able to compare to him. Marcus rushed at him and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. He was stunned. Marcus fell to the ground. Nate noted with satisfaction that at this rate his father might actually kick the bucket. Julie's eyes began to glow. She screamed that there was nothing sacred about Nate and that he was no longer her brother. She sent a fire dragon at Nate. Nate blocked her attack and screamed that it was useless. Powerful attacks were visible from the building. Looking at the hole in the ceiling, she asked if Nate was able to block one of their clan's strongest techniques. The ancient dragon flame, with a simple protective flame that covered the skies. Stunned, Julie said that it was impossible to do this with his abilities alone. She asked if he had taken that medicine. Nate showed the pill and said that his sister was very smart. It was a drug that regulated hormones and destroyed restrictions. He could not understand why they did not use it if they invented it. He tried it and can say that the effect is really incredible. Enraged, Julie screamed that this drug has not yet been tested, so it is dangerous and Nate can even die. Marcus stood up and asked not to worry about whether such an immoral bastard like him would die or not. Marcus asked seriously who was controlling Nate. Nate frowned and replied that all of this had been thought out and prepared by him. Matthew put his hand on Nate's shoulder. Standing next to him, he noted that, as he thought, they were not able to deceive the head of the Fire Sky clan himself. Nate asked why he came if he could figure everything out himself. Furious, Marcus called out to Matthew. Smiling, Matthew said that they had not seen each other for a long time. There was a sign on the street that said no entry. The guys were standing near the sign and saying that the Fire Sky reported a gas leak, so they had to close this road for a while. The guy took the walkie-talkie and reported that the preparations there were complete. Holding the walkie-talkie to his mouth, the builder noted that more importantly, everything was going very smoothly because the elders of the Fire Sky clan gave their permission for this. Jack stood in front of them. He smirked and asked if this was the road to the Fire Sky clan. Matthew stood in front of Marcus. Marcus was furious and asked how dare he provoke his son. Matthew said that it was not he, but Nate who had extended his hand to him, and as Marcus should know, he was not such a rude person. Nate smiled and pointed out that he had said that he had planned it all himself. Marcus was furious. He asked how dare Matthew lead a foolish child astray and turn him into this, and how could he still call himself part of the clan association. Blood began to spurt from Marcus's legs. He fell to his knees. Matthew stood over him and said that he had already said that this was a misunderstanding and that Marcus was talking too much. Julie lunged at him and ordered him to get away from her father. Matthew parried her attack and asked how dare she. Julie was thrown into the wall. Holding the stick in front of her, Julie wondered what was wrong with this man and if it was just a sword attack. She noted that she was sure he ranked with her father as an average 7th grader, but he was incredibly strong. Holding the katana in his hands, Matthew asked Julie if she was a flame flower, noting that he would not give in just because she was a woman. The space around Julie distorted. Matthew went on the attack. Julie was dumbfounded, thinking that she could not move. She remembered how she had extended her fist and told the protagonist that her brother was not that kind of person. Jack stated that if she continued to say that even after being stabbed in the back, she would admit it. He said with a smile that excuses were more suitable for losers. Julie closed her eyes and asked in her mind why she was thinking about him at a time like this. The protagonist blocked her from the attack and said that it was nonsense. Turning around, Jack asked what she was doing and if she could recover from the betrayal of her family. Surprised, Julie asked what he was doing there. The protagonist answered with a smile that he was passing by. Nate pulled out his spear and asked if Jack thought this was his friend's house. He said with a serious expression that he no longer knew why the protagonist had come there, but he could not even expect to leave alive. Jack asked with a satisfied expression if Nate understood that he himself could die. Nate rushed at him and screamed that they would see whose head would fly off first. The protagonist dodged his attack. He grabbed him by the throat and asked what Nate was doing and why he was chopping the air with his spear. Holding the knife to Nate's face, Jack noted that he was still grateful to him, noting that he needed a hostage. Matthew watched this and thought that Nate was a fool who could not even determine who he could oppose and who he could not, and fell for such a simple hold. He emphasized the fact that if he could, he would like to cut these two in one blow, but he needed Nate to take over the clan of the Fire Sky. With a calm face, he asked if the Golden River decided to intervene in this matter. Jack smirked and said that he was just a passing by onlooker and only the head of the Fire Sky had the right to decide whether to intervene or not. If he suddenly asked to kill the immoral fool who betrayed him, he could do it for him. Furious, Nate asked to let him go right now. The protagonist said that if he moved, the knife would stick into him itself. Julie held Marcus's arm. Jack said that he looked bad, although, of course, he could not be fine because his own son betrayed him. Marcus looked up and asked what their stupid leader was doing, that the protagonist had come there alone. Holding Nate, Jack assumed that he was doing whatever he wanted and asked if Marcus had ever seen their smart leader listen to what he was saying. Matthew narrowed his eyes and mentally asked what they were talking about and if they were going to tell him that they knew about the Sea Swords clan's attack on the Fire Sky. Jack's eyes were glowing red. Matthew concluded that it was impossible, since he had recruited Nate first after infiltrating the organization, and during that time he had done nothing suspicious. The protagonist smiled and assumed that Matthew was wondering how they knew about all of this and offered to tell him. Matthew asked seriously if Jack would answer if he asked. The protagonist closed his eyes and asked if it was for free. Julie smiled and asked what else. Standing in front of him, Matthew said that if the protagonist made fun of adults, he would lose the opportunity to die gracefully. Jack said that if Matthew was an adult, he should have been brave enough to accept everything that was happening. Frowning, Matthew thought that the protagonist was a sly fox and was going to hold Nate hostage. Holding a knife to Nate's throat, Jack said that since he was so interested, he would tell everything for free. He just thought that Matthew would not be able to watch someone doing well, so he assumed that he would decide to infiltrate the clan of the Fire Sky. Standing in front of him, Matthew asked how he knew about the day and time. The protagonist said that it was already a production secret. Julie watched Matthew and thought that his conversation was revealed, but he reacted too calmly to this. She was suddenly taken aback. Looking at Marcus, she wondered if Matthew was waiting for the power-destroying insect to finish working inside her father, noting that if it settled into his body properly, it could completely deprive him of his powers and even leave him disabled. She began to scream at the head of the Brotherhood of Steel to quickly kill the head of the Sea Swords clan, adding that he was currently stalling for time so that he could permanently limit her father's powers. Matthew asked with a serious expression if she thought he could stop the insect's effects by killing it, adding that she was stupid. Looking up, Marcus stated that the insect was controlled by another person and if it were otherwise, he would not be so calm even after all his plans were revealed. Looking at Jack, Matthew stated that if he wanted to save the head of the Fire Sky, he should free Nate and crawl to his feet, noting that then he would close his eyes to his rudeness today. Marcus started screaming that he was poisoned just because of his stupidity and he can die, so he asks to kill the head of the Sea Swords and protect their clan. Frowning, Nate asked to stop pretending to be cool and asked if this clan is so important to Marcus that he is even willing to part with his life, adding that this is why he opposed him and asked to just surrender to the Sea Swords. Enraged, Julie said that the Fire Sky will not beg for their lives from someone. Matthew grabbed the blades and asked if they thought this was possible. Yellow energy enveloped the room. The man destroyed the wall and said that on the way there he met a fool who was playing with some kind of bug, so he was a little late. Frowning, Matthew thought that the one he most did not want to see appeared there. The man was holding a guy in his hands who controlled the insect. He smirked and said he was sorry things hadn't worked out as planned. He asked him to wait a bit as he was going to give him a good beating soon. Tom dropped the guy and asked who would have thought he would do something like that, noting that if he had known about it all beforehand, he would have lectured him a bit during the clan unification convention. He asked Marcus with a satisfied expression to leave it to him. Marcus said that if he had decided to come, he should have shown up earlier. Tom said that they hadn't even agreed on a specific time. Marcus wondered if Tom would have shown up on time if they had. Frowning, Matthew guessed that based on their conversation, Marcus knew Tom would show up. Looking at the guy's corpse, he wondered how the fool had found an 8th level bugmaster who controlled a power-destroying insect. Looking at Tom, he asked if he had fallen into a trap, adding that no one could have known Nate's plan to rebel. Tom was furious. Matthew thought that he was helping Nate and had come there to push his center, the Sea Sword clan, which was on the outskirts. His eyes began to glow blue. Matthew noticed that he had thrown away his warrior pride and had come there to stop Tom from causing a mess of the Golden River. He asked if Tom was going to get in his way until the very end. He sent blue energy at him and said that since this was how it was, he would bury them all right there. Tom swung his weapon and asked who it was supposed to work on. There was a powerful blow. Julie watched the clash of mana and thought that Tom had taken the incredible blow with an even stronger attack. Covering her face with her hand, she noted that this was a fight she could not interfere with. Bright energy illuminated the room. The boys saw a powerful explosion and asked if this was the clan leader's residence. The warriors began to run, shouting that they had to hurry and save the leader. The warrior saw a crack in the wall. Tom jumped out of the wall. He asked with a satisfied look if Matthew thought he could cut it with his knife. Matthew rushed at him and asked him to shut his mouth. He smirked and asked Tom to disappear. He dealt him a powerful blow. A series of explosions were heard. Julie watched the fight. She asked in surprise if this was the power of the clan leaders. Marcus was standing behind. He started shouting that they were fools and smashed someone else's house to smithereens. All his property was now unusable. He asked if it was necessary to destroy everything to feel better. Standing behind, Jack noted that this was why he needed to raise his son normally. Holding Nate, the protagonist said that this situation happened only because everything foreshadowed it. Jack threw him on the floor and said that Nate was simply unconscious and there could be problems if he died, so he specially saved him and brought him there. Julie was dumbfounded, thinking that she had never seen a man with such a lack of manners before. She pointed out that in all the movies and TV series, the first thing they do is save the beauty. Julie was furious, wondering if Jack was a eunuch. Marcus turned around at the sound of the voice. The man held his hand in front of him and said that Marcus was fine and that they would now deal with the situation. The plot introduces us to the master of one sword of the Fire Sky clan, the Sword of Awareness, Tim, the master of Guandao of the Fire Sky clan, the Path of the Sharp Heart, Steve, the master of the dual swords of the Fire Sky clan, the Sword of 1,000 Strong Spirits, John. Turning around, the protagonist said that a group of 3 traders had just arrived. Looking at him, John asked if this was the leader of the Brotherhood of Steel and the Ward of Golden Speech. Tim asked if he had crawled out of nowhere and was calling them traitors. Jack's eyes began to glow red. He said that they played well and asked if they were elders or actors. Steve pulled out his halberd and asked how he dared to say such nonsense, noting that they were already convinced that their leader had brought disorder to their clan. Smiling, the protagonist said that they were not even actors, but real politicians, adding that they were doing an excellent job of their role. He asked if the elders of the Fire Sky clan were chosen not by their fighting skills, but by their merits in politics. Furious, Steve cried out that if Jack did not shut his mouth right now, he would cut him off right there and then. Marcus looked at them and ordered them to stop. His face was serious. Frowning, Marcus told them that the Golden River had come there after his official request, so they had to save face and stood before the leader of the Brotherhood. Taken aback, the men thought that the leader had guessed about their betrayal and their plan was to approach him and neutralize him, but they suddenly jumped up. They rushed at Jack and shouted that they would not hesitate and would finish him off with their own hands. The dumbfounded Julie said that they were the strongest warriors of the fiery sky. The protagonist grabbed the magic stick. He repelled all the attacks of the elders. They were amazed. Grinning, the protagonist said that the cleansing of traitors was a gift. Explosions were heard in the street. Tom and Matthew continued to fight. Frowning, Matthew thought that Tom was able to catch his sword of 10 bloods with his bare hands. Grinning, Tom asked him to just give up or expose his shins so that the barely surviving old man would slap him on them with rods. Matthew grabbed the second blade. He hit Tom and asked what he was talking about. Furious, Matthew thought that he must buy more time at any cost, because he had the power to restore the power of his Sea Sword clan. He imagined the people in red kimonos. In his mind's eye, he saw men in white capes. He imagined men in blue suits. The man's eyes glowed red. Matthew noted that he had the strongest units of his clan's key strike force, and once they arrived, the entire Skyfire clan would be in his hands. The man grabbed his club and ordered them to stop. The bald man was taken aback by this. Ben stood in front of the crowd and shouted that if they took another step, their ankles would be chopped off, so they should go back where they came from. The man smirked and asked if Ben was going to stop them alone. Ben, looking pleased, said that he alone would be enough for weaklings like them. The boys looked at him and asked if he was alone. Holding the club over his shoulder, Ben replied that he was not dating anyone yet, but he was not interested in boys at all. He asked why their gang of homeless people had come there and if they had a group flash mob planned. People started talking seriously about how there were rumors that the Brotherhood had become immortal, but they thought it was crazy. A huge crowd stood in front of Ben and said that he could never handle them. Ben smirked and said that they were pretending to be tough, although they had only brought 1,000 people. He stood his ground and said that he could bite and throw people like them all day long. He asked them to start attacking. The warriors started saying with satisfaction that he was begging them to kill him and that he would be good as a sandbag to warm them up before they went to destroy the fools from the fiery sky. People rushed at him. Ben pressed the button and asked if they fell for it. There was an explosion. The red explosion was visible from afar. Turning around, Matthew said that his brave troops had arrived and now it was only a matter of time before the fiery sky was captured. Tom rushed at him and told him that these were large mines they had installed for monsters. Tom hit him and noted that this meant that all of his followers had turned to dust in an instant. Enraged, Matthew asked if he wanted to say that he had used bombs in a fight between martial artists, noting that it was a disgrace for a warrior. Tom, with a smile on his face, asked if it was possible to break into someone else's clan so meanly, and that using bombs was a disgrace for a warrior. They continued their brutal battle. Grinning, the protagonist thought that his uncle had become even stronger during this time and had already exceeded level 8 and was at the very beginning of level 9. Jack emphasized the fact that Matthew's strength was about the same as that of the Dark Guild Master, but now he was definitely superior to him and it seemed that the winner and loser had already been determined. The protagonist was suddenly taken aback. He sat down from the fiery stream. Steve stretched out his hand and called Jack a rat. The protagonist said that he almost set his precious head and coat on fire. Furious, Steve noted that Jack had appeared out of nowhere and interfered with their great cause and even his life would not be enough to pay for it. Looking at them, the protagonist said that judging by his condition, he had swallowed that medicine. Although its influence was unstable, he really became stronger. Jack asked if it was possible to betray his master, noting that he understood that Steve was drunk with power and a little overexcited. Furious, Steve began to shout that they were not the traitors, but that old man, and they sacrificed their lives for the sake of the fiery sky. Marcus looked at them and asked them to stop talking nonsense. He began to shout and asked if Steve thought that the way they were going to kill him, the head of the clan, for the sake of the fiery sky made any sense. Tim's eyes began to glow. He asked him to shut up, since he was the original reason for all this, noting that not only had he ignored tradition and pushed aside his eldest son, but he had also decided to hand over the clan to an incompetent girl. Marcus hugged Julie and asked what difference it made whether it was a man or a woman, and if they didn't realize that Julie would lead the clan to greater glory than the rotten and trusting Nate. Julie was dumbfounded, thinking about her father. Steve, furious, asked him to stop talking such nonsense. Tim pointed out that even the mere existence of this tradition-defying girl could be a catastrophe that could destroy the fiery sky. Steve, frowning, cried out that today they, the three elders, would bet their lives to kill Julie, who was destroying ancient traditions, and save the rotting clan. Jack rushed past them and said that he was tired of traditions. Cuts appeared on the elders. Julie was dumbfounded. Blood was running down the protagonist's blade. Standing on the edge of the roof, Jack said that for traitors, they talked too much, and if they made such an excuse one more time, this time he would really kill them. The protagonist looked at them with a smirk. Angry John said that Jack was a greenhorn. They rushed at him and asked him not to think that they would fall for his trick again. He asked seriously if they could hear poorly. He attacked them and noted that he had already said that he would kill them. Steve was taken aback by this. Julie was surprised. Smiling, Jack noted that this was why it was necessary to obey him well. Holding the sword on his shoulder, the protagonist said that otherwise his bad habits would come to light. Standing on the roof, Jack said that they should still be glad that no one else would die, and if they had met him in a past life, he would have killed all their relatives up to the 9th generation. Steve, dumbfounded, began to scream that he was the devil. The protagonist appeared behind him and noted that he would leave their families alive so that they could calmly walk along the road to the afterlife. He delivered a series of attacks. Steve's head fell to the ground. Stunned, Marcus thought about this incredible speed of impact, in which there was not a single doubt. Looking at Steve's head, he noticed that Jack had the recklessness of a killer, which can only be obtained after experiencing a huge number of wars and which in no case can be found in greenhouse fighters. Looking at the protagonist, Marcus came to the conclusion that this man is the strongest. There was a smile on Jack's face. Julie was dumbfounded and thought that if he was that strong, she had no choice but to fall in love with him. She was confused. Tom and Matthew were throwing a lot of punches at each other. Matthew was moving at high speed and said that this boar was still fighting in the same way, still relying only on physical strength. Tom threw a boulder at him and said that throwing small stones at a patient with mysophobia would be enough to turn him into mush. Dodging the stones, Matthew said that along with the dust that had stained his body, he would also destroy every part of his corpse. Tom was flying at him and asked him to try it. He crushed him with a stone. The boulder was cut. Standing on the stone, Matthew said that before a storm the sea is calm and peaceful, just like a pure soul, unspoiled by personality. Holding his hands in front of him, Tom asked if he had decided to use something serious. Matthew launched a powerful series of attacks. Tom asked with satisfaction if it was just a space distortion and suggested that Matthew was having difficulty moving. Furious, Matthew said that the storm was finally coming. He launched multiple attacks at Tom. He was shocked by this. Looking at him, Matthew said that he would become a wave that would take everything and appropriate it for himself. Tom gritted his teeth. Matthew was taken aback by this. Tom stomped him into the ground and said that his beautiful face would be scarred. The plot takes us to the clan of Sea Swords. A scream was heard from the estate. The old man frowned. Standing in front of the guy, the old man asked if it was possible that the head of the clan suddenly evaporated along with his warriors. Turning around, the old man asked what happened. The guy answered that it was a trap. Bowing his head, he said that he believed that the investigation of the current situation should be postponed for later, and now that the clan leader and his valiant warriors had disappeared overnight, having only the remaining forces at their disposal, it would be difficult for them not only to resist the 7 clans, but even to maintain the existence of their own. The enraged old man said that it would not be enough even to tear them apart. Gritting his teeth, he ordered to contact them. The embittered old man noted that now they were in the worst situation and they had nowhere to retreat, and they must pay for this shame, even if they had to deal with the devil. We are transferred to the Golden River. George asked with a smile if it was true that Julie had come to them. The guy replied that it was true and that she was now in the clan leader's office. George ran out of the room and screamed that he could not stand it. Folding her hands, Julie said that she, as the receiver of the fiery sky, officially greeted the head of the Golden River clan, and her father ordered that she be sure to convey his greetings to him. Sitting on the couch, Tom replied that since he had saved the fire sky from the danger of total destruction, they would have to greet him 100 times. He asked with a smile how the old man was doing. Julie answered with a joyful look that her father had freed himself from the insect's influence and had already recovered, and was now restoring order within the clan. Looking at her, Tom asked her to go back and tell Marcus not to forget about the deal they had made. Julie closed her eyes and thought, that was true, because not long ago their clan had made an agreement with the Golden River to quickly restore the damage. She imagined Marcus and Tom shaking hands and emphasized that, firstly, the Fire Sky and the Golden River were brotherly clans, and secondly, the Fire Sky fully agreed with all of the Golden River's decisions as long as it did not harm them. She noted with an embarrassed look that although this hurt the Fire Sky's pride, everything was fine because there was him there. She walked down the corridor. Looking around, Julie said that the office of the head of the fraternity should be around there somewhere. She asked if she should invite him to have coffee together. She was suddenly surprised. She saw a girl. Julie again imagined how they shook hands. Tom, with his eyes closed, declared that Jack was going to marry his daughter. They bumped heads and Marcus cried out that his daughter was much more attractive than the little girl. Julie listened to them with a smile. The protagonist separated them and asked them to stop. The girl was licking a lollipop. Julie was dumbfounded. Standing in front of her, she asked if this was the precocious girl. Julie began to shake her head and wondered what she was thinking about looking at the little child. The girl asked if she had come to see Jack. Taken aback, Julie asked how she knew. The girl was holding a lollipop and said that Jack was not there now. Surprised, Julie asked where he was now. She said that the protagonist said that he went to the airport. Jack was walking through the airport, an international airport. The girl thanked the protagonist for seeing him off. Jack replied that of course he had to, since the successor to the Ellen family was returning to America and that it would be nice to show off. Elizabeth smiled and said that it was just like him, and that she would return to Korea after she finished all her business in America. The protagonist asked her to be careful. She extended her hand to him. The girl smiled and asked if they would shake hands. The protagonist pursed his lips. He shook her hand and wished her a safe journey. The plane flew across the sky. The car drove along the road. Jack looked out the window and thought that although he was a little worried about Elizabeth, who had to fly to the tiger's den, I'm sure she would succeed. But by the way, since they had finished sorting out the ownership rights of the company, an image of Charlie appeared before his eyes and the protagonist continued the thought that it was time to think about how best to get rid of President Charlie, and that he thought he should come up with an incredible plan to throw him out without leaving a speck of dust. Then he thought that besides, they said that due to the preparations for the Miram Congress, several bankrupt clans would appear, so if he used it well, he thought, something quite interesting would come out, and that they were using their money reserves to the fullest in order to get closer to the Gold River, which they could not even approach. Jack smiled and thought that he would have to provoke each clan a little, make them spend even more money and bring them to dangerous situations, and that for this he would have to put people from the Brotherhood of Steel here and there at the Miram Congress and create a dramatic production. The protagonist thought that maybe he should give the Brotherhood of Steel a chance to die with honors after they finished playing their roles, and that no, he had worked so hard to make something worthwhile out of this trash, and it was not time to give them a chance to rest. On the contrary, he should use them even more. He sat in the car and it flashed through his mind that he really had changed a lot. In the past he had destroyed everyone, not giving them even a chance to continue to exist. The driver thought that he did not want to die. The protagonist thought that the longer you live, the more incredible things happen to you. Who would have thought that he would become so good after experiencing all 5 lives? And that even though he didn't like it, these changes happened because of that bastard, Liam. A man appeared in front of them. The driver's eyes widened. He turned the wheel and shouted, "What an idiot." The car passed the man. The driver looked out the window and shouted at him that he was a crazy person, that he had decided to die or something, and that if he wanted, he could go and die alone. The guy said that he was the leader of the squad. The driver asked again, perplexed. Frank shouted for the leader to save him. The man asked again, perplexed, that he was Frank. The guy fearfully called the protagonist and said that he really thought he was going to die. Jack asked why he was standing in the middle of the road then. Frank answered that he didn't mean that, and the protagonist asked what the problem was then. The guy said that the problem was that there was a clan of black killers. Suddenly there was a devastating explosion. 3 silhouettes appeared in the distance. One of them said that they were ordered to catch him alive, another said that it was a beautiful explosion, and the third said that it didn't matter, he thought they wouldn't get paid if he died. The girl said that, but, by the way, she was sure that the head of the Brotherhood of Steel was also in the blast zone, and that there were rumors that they were immortal. Someone said that, as expected, it was all nonsense. The man said that weaklings who died from a stupid bomb explosion were considered the strongest warriors of the Golden River. Jack stood behind him and asked if he thought so too, and that he still needed to be tougher. All 3 of them jumped back sharply, saying that with this idiot, and when he, the protagonist said with a smile, since they started talking, and that they showed up here so noisily, did they really think that he would not notice, but why did they want to kill Frank? The girl replied that he did not need to know. She cast a summoning spell. There was an awakening with the sound of a bloody poisonous killer. A snake appeared around the protagonist. The people shouted at the monster to kill him now and that they were leaving no witnesses. Flashes went off around. The guy said great, they definitely cut him down. The other guy asked, but who was this idiot? Jack stood up straight and asked how assassins could be such weaklings and if they were really killers. The people asked in shock, like this freak. The protagonist put a stick to one of them and said there were 3 reasons to decide to kill someone like that. In broad daylight, the man said to save him. Jack stuck the gun in the girl's throat and said the first, and that they were idiots. Then he threw her off the bridge and continued. The second, they were crazy, with someone serious behind them. The guy swung, called him a bastard, and asked if he even knew who they were. The second guy screamed for him to die. Jack said the third, and the people were torn apart. The protagonist said with a smile that they were very strong. Like him, the living room of the Golden River. The guy was chewing bread. Jack was sitting at the table with him and saying that he was saying that several random gates of enormous size appeared in the castle of the Northern River, and that they all opened at the same time and there was no stone left unturned. Frank answered in the affirmative and continued that these were not just random gates. Then he said that about 108 level monsters came out of there, so it was just an incredible feeling. Frank was drinking a drink and saying that, in addition, the Black Assassins from the Castle of Black Dragons are now at war with the Castle of the Northern River and their family, so they had to. Jack exclaimed that he would continue to mumble like this, that's why he was kicked out of the family, and asked if it was true or not. Frank screamed that no, he was not kicked out, he just lost several times in battles against the clan of Black Killers. Jack replied that then, maybe, since that's the case, they will send him to hell for training. The guy stammered that it was not much. The protagonist exhaled and thought, everything is clear, this idiot Frank easily lost in the war with Black Killers and fled to Korea. Then he said that he told him to go to the Peng family and become their successor. Frank cried and said that he was going to do so, but the second older brother was too strong, he was going to kill him. Jack drank a drink and thought that Chuck was dead, so he thought that Frank would easily take the place of the successor, but it turned out to be not so easy. The guy folded his arms, bowed his head and turned to the head that he did not want to go back there. Can't he just stay here? Jack thought that well, yeah, looking at his condition. The sun illuminated the building. Tom asked in confusion that he was going to the North River Peng family. The protagonist waved his hand towards the guy and said that yes, with the help of the third heir present, the Peng family officially requested reinforcements from the Golden River. Frank said that it was an honor for him to meet the clan leader again. He was greeted by the third heir of the Peng family, Frank. The guy closed one eye and continued that if he would be so kind as to lend them the power of the Golden River and help push back the clan of Black Assassins, and that they would transfer part of the lands under their control to him for free and promised that they would manage them on equal terms. Tom hugged the protagonist and said that how wonderful it was that the North River Peng family itself was asking for their help, and could he wait a little? He thought he needed to talk a little in private with the leader of the Brotherhood of Steel. Jack quietly said, why is he so bad at acting? Tom also quietly answered the protagonist, isn't this the same as pouring water into a leaky container, that he only calls it joint management? But in fact, the Peng family will be able to terminate the contract at any time they want, and that besides, what other request for reinforcements, they just want to use them as a human shield. The voice turned to his uncle and asked what he was thinking. The man asked if he really wanted him to hit him. Jack thought that as he said, the Peng family has no reason to unite with the Golden River, but for them, they are like a bone stuck in the throat. So they want to get rid of them in the Black Assassin clan at once, because attacking the enemy with someone else's hands is the very basis of political tactics. Jack narrowed his eyes. Then he looked at Tom and said that there was no need to think about it as something bad. He would agree, because all these awards given by the Pan family were not so important anyway. Tom replied that it meant there was something else. Jack said with a smile that they should shake up the successors of their clan, shake the foundation of the family and take over them. Tom turned to Frank and quietly said that he thought something would work out with a dumbass like him. The protagonist replied that after Chuck's death it did not matter who would replace him, and that the one who defeated the Black Killers would become the successor, nothing complicated. The man asked in surprise, since he was going to shake up the succession structure. The protagonist said that he should go there personally. Tom asked again that he himself, and it would not be better for him to go. Jack replied that he should be busy sending an army, and that it could become clearly visible that their clan was inferior to the Pan family. Frank watched as the protagonist spoke. Isn't it time for them to leave the front rows and let him believe in the younger ones and give them his place? Tom said that yes, he was still full of life. Jack asked how long he would behave like this. The man replied that except for him, all the youth seemed frail lately. Joe closed his eyes. Jack came up to him and said that he was finishing training soon, and that they would immediately leave for Pen of the Northern River, so he should wash up and get ready for the road. Joe opened his eyes and asked what he thought of the flame flower. The protagonist asked again about the flame flower and said that she was strong, she had many hidden abilities, and she would become an incredible fighter. The guy asked again if that was all, and Jack answered that yes. The guy jumped up and screamed that he was an idiot. The protagonist asked what was wrong with him again, and that lately no one had hit him, he had gone crazy. Joe furiously shouted that she came to the Golden River yesterday. The guy's eyes widened questioningly. He was standing with flowers near the establishment and said that he heard that she was here, so where did she go? Laura stood behind the guy and said that the little sister went home. Joe asked fearfully what was going on. The girl answered that she did not know. She said that Jack was not here, and she disappeared like the wind. Joe furiously shouted that she said so, that he was a dirty womanizer, he could not behave normally. he pounced on the protagonist, who grabbed him by the ear and asked again what was normal to behave. A voice shouted that he thought that now was the time to talk such nonsense, so that's why he could not concentrate on training. Someone shouted that he was right, and that the protagonist should stop, he would die. The protagonist replied that he should die, just die already. Some time later, Chongjin Port. The man said to the head of the Brotherhood of Steel that they were welcome and asked if they had arrived safely. Jack replied that they had, thanks to the Peng family who had prepared a water crossing for them. Everything had gone well. Ryan chuckled and replied that of course they had, since they had been informed that reinforcements from the Brotherhood of Steel had arrived, equal to 1,000 warriors and tens of thousands of horses. Jack thanked for the work with a smile and thought that it felt like he had returned to his homeland after a long time. The Black Dragon Castle is a large area, the temperature in which drops to -40 degrees in winter. Because of this, the people living here endure many different hardships in order to survive, so they naturally become stronger. For example, one warrior from the Black Dragon Castle is so strong that he can destroy 10 fighters from other regions. Jack looked out the window and thought that when he opened a martial arts school in his past life, he used many people from here as working material, the Black Assassin clan, then. He continued the thought that originally the people of the Black Dragon Castle would never gather in groups of more than 3 people, they act alone, like grains of sand. But they united under the name of the Black Assassin clan. The protagonist smiled and thought that it seemed like something attracted them, but this will be known when they encounter them. The convoy of cars was driving and Jack thought that the more important situation now was that the Peng family of the North River continued to lose to the Black Assassins. Snow was falling from the sky. 2 people were walking along the snowy street and one of them said that that idiot Jack took the Brotherhood of Steel with him and came with them to the port of Chongjin, and that this time he would also just watch and do nothing. Greg asked Ethan what he thought if the head of the clan of Black Assassins met Jack in battle. He turned to the guy and asked if he could win. Joe walked next to the protagonist and said that the Brotherhood of Steel, moving as a group, could arouse suspicion, so let them split into groups of 5. The people accepted the order. The guy frowned and said that, but, by the way, this is incredible. They entered the territory and Joe exclaimed that this is a real palace. Jack turned and asked the guy if he was scared. The guy asked angrily, who was scared here, and that he was Joe. Jack asked, so what? Joe asked in surprise if it surprised him. The protagonist said that it didn't really surprise him. And the guy continued that, well, yes, he remembered. He said the same thing when he first came to their house. Jack thought that of course, in his past life, when the war for world conquest began, the first thing he did was burn everything related to the 5 great clans. And still the Peng family became much bigger than what he burned in his past life. The man bowed to them and said that once again they were welcome to the Peng family of the Northern River and asked them here, he would show them. Someone called out to them, called them bums from the Golden River, and where were they going? He furiously shouted at them to get out of here while they were being told nicely. It was the head of the Northern Region, Lightning Tiger Simon, middle 7th level. Ryan bowed to the head of the Northern Region and said that these were people from the Golden River, personally invited by the head of the clan. Simon replied that yes, of course, they were invited, and that they were simple mercenaries who sold themselves for a pittance. Joe asked him again about the mercenaries. The guy threw them a bag of gold. He said with a smile that he threw them a little gold, so let them take it and get lost, because their Peng family had no reason to use runts like him. Brian bowed to the head of the Northern Region and said that as he had already said, the head of the clan sent them an official invitation, therefore. A moment later, Simon slapped the man in the face, saying that he was asking for trouble and how dare he. He adjusted his gloves and continued that the third heir began to grovel before the head and turned a blind eye to him, and that if he was able to think with his head, then let him use it. Simon grinned and said that today he would put this stupid opportunist in his place. Joe looked at the man and said that the guy was exaggerating. The protagonist replied that even a useless dog thought he owned half of his territory, and did he realize how scared he was that they had come, because everyone would find out how useless they were. Simon frowned. Then he smiled and said that there were no words, idiots from a small country on a peninsula. He had shown him his generosity and paid for the trip, but they had decided to behave in a way for which they could not later take responsibility. Jack looked at him and said that it seemed that even a guard dog had a place from which he could hold someone accountable. Joe said that he did, and the protagonist continued that he would have been better off buying himself a new suit with those pennies. The man grinned and said that he should have worried about his clothes. Jack asked what happened to them. Simon swung his weapon and said that he would rip them to shreds along with his pathetic little body. There was a devastating explosion. Simon opened his mouth and said that a mercenary should know his place and, as befits him, take good care of his master. Jack grabbed him with a thread, apologized and said that but he did not want to waste time at the entrance. The protagonist swung his fist. The man fell to the ground and raised dust. The guy shook his hands and said that he should lie there for a quarter of a day. Then he widened his eyes. Someone approached the lying guy. Ryan opened his mouth in surprise. The voice said that the head, in front of them stood the head of the Northern River clan, the Sword King Thomas, one of the 5 best swordsmen in China. The guy approached him and said that he was just going to contact him as soon as possible. He bowed and continued that he did not have to come out here in person. Thomas passed by. He approached the protagonist and looked at him. Thomas narrowed his eyes. Jack looked at him. Joe was shocked to think that it was the head of the Peng clan of the Northern River, and that because of Frank, he thought that all the warriors of this family were completely useless, but his energy is incredible. This old man is a real warrior. The man crossed his arms. He closed his eyes and said that it seemed that their guests were not greeted as they should be, and asked for forgiveness. Joe was shocked to think that the head of the family was personally asking for forgiveness. The sun was shining on the building. Someone said that he thought his stomach was about to burst. The men were sitting in a jacuzzi and one of them said that he had stuffed it with a lot of food from the banquet. It would be strange if this did not happen. Joe replied that he should not have become a warrior, but a YouTube mock banner. The man said that he thought his uncle would be very happy if he told him about this. He was asked that he could not even joke anymore. Joe said with a smile that but he didn't think it was a really cool place and that he seemed to suddenly like the Peng family. Jack said that that's how he spoke after he was treated to food once and that he at least knew that the head of the northern region had deliberately provoked them to test them. Joe replied that of course he had guessed it and that he thought he would have gotten involved in this if he hadn't known. Jack turned around with a smile and said that but the head who ordered this performance apologized to them. It was an interesting position in which he wasn't paid. The guy told him that it was true. It had been a long time since he had seen someone so similar to a true warrior. The protagonist said that he was a person who would not accept the weak. Joe asked in confusion what he was talking about and that he did not accept the weak. Jack replied with a smile that although it was a test, his own son was beaten and literally fell dead. He says that they do not know with what intention he brought that apology, and that if they show even a little bit of his weakness, they can be thrown out of here at any time. Joe screamed furiously that after his words he got goosebumps on his body, and Jack replied that therefore he should not even think about relaxing and should concentrate properly on finding out everything. Jack thought that looking at the head of the family, he understood what happened to Chuck. He is very interested to see the power of the clan of black killers who threatened the Pan family, ruled by such a person, and called Lawrence. The man entered the room and the protagonist asked for a report. The man said seriously that currently the second son of the Peng family took half of all their troops and went to fight the clan of black killers, and that there were rumors that the third son would soon go there too. G thought about it and said that Frank would go to fight, and that he thought they would go with him too. Someone shouted that he was telling him that it was too dangerous to go in there, and that he should listen to him. There was an explosion, someone fell into the pool and Joe exclaimed in surprise. The guy looked at Frank in surprise. Someone called the guy and asked him to lie down there better. Joe asked in surprise that a woman's voice, "Wait a minute, but this is a men's bathhouse?" A girl came into the room. It was Molly's flower blade of earth and sky, the flame of the golden hell of the Peng family. She seriously asked who was the leader of the Brotherhood of Steel here. Jack. Joe thought in surprise that although she was not wearing makeup, she was a natural beauty, overflowing with healthy beauty. The girl angrily said that it was enough to look at her with their stupid glances and let them answer her question right now, which of them was Jack. Joe thought, scared, to come to his senses, and said that she was beautiful, no, they seemed to be of similar age, and that she was their friend, to speak informally. Jack approached the girl with a smile and said that the flame of the golden hell of the Pan family, Molly. The girl frowned and asked how he knew, and what, he was following their family. The protagonist answered that how could he not know her if she was the most famous of their entire family, and thought that it seemed that she did not know how much the world was interested in her, and that the most famous people of the 7 Pan equals the King of the Sword and the Queen of Dragons, and it was she. He looked at her and thought that he was sure that, although she was not very muscular, this was a perfectly finished body of a female warrior, and that he thought that it would be possible to train Kate, taking Amanda as an example. Joe tied his robe and said that but by the way, he was completely out of it, and that a younger sister could just knock out his brother. The girl pointed at the man and said that it didn't matter whether he was the head of the Brotherhood of Steel or not. The man asked again what he was. Then he continued fearfully that he was the heir to the Golden River. Couldn't you tell right away that he was the younger lord in his family? Molly said angrily that that's how it was, so he was the head of the Brotherhood of Steel. Joe said angrily that she ignored him. Jack asked why the flames of hell had bothered to come here. Molly said seriously that she had come to take revenge on him, and that she, the strongest flame of the Northern River, Molly, would personally deal with the head of the Brotherhood of Steel, Jack. The guy asked about the strongest flame of the Northern River and said that isn't the dragon flame the strongest in this area. Joe thought in shock that the dragon flame, isn't it the one with the cute face but the perfect body, and that she is the successor of the strongest family in the northern region, captivating the hearts of the Chinese, and that but why did they suddenly start talking about the strongest flame of the northern river? The girl asked the protagonist where he heard such nonsense. Is he the strongest flame of this region? Joe said that it is true, the flame of the golden hell is much more suitable to be called the strongest. Jack closed one eye and thought that not only is there the shameless Molly, but also Joe, who does not notice anything around him as soon as a girl appears nearby, and that if he confronts these two at the same time, his head may hurt, and said, so for whom did she come to avenge? The girl shouted that he mixed the head of the northern region with dirt. She came to take revenge on the one who did this to her kindest brother. The guy asked about that man with slicked hair. Jack took the guy by the shoulder and said that if that was the case, he understood her position, and told Joe to go and deal with her. The guy said that he was sending him only because he was too lazy to fight himself. Jack said with a smile that this was not the first time. He took him with him precisely so that he would deal with such things, and so that he would quickly go and show the results of his training. The girl angrily asked that he was trying to avoid fighting her. The protagonist apologized and said that he stood on a completely different level from her. Molly asked again. Then he said that the one in front should move away right now, and that she would not spare him because he looked like a real man. Joe perplexedly repeated her words about a real man in his head. Then he called the protagonist with a smile, told him to hide behind his older friend, and said that he would give her a head start of 1 hit, so let him hit. Jack asked what he was going to die. The guy asked, what was it? Molly flew into him saying that she said she would not pity him. Joe thought obscenely. Explosions were heard. Joe fell to the ground and asked how a girl could have such a heavy blow. A moment later, Molly flew at him saying that this was all that the successor of the Golden River was capable of. The guy dodged and quickly ran, saying that just a minute. He crouched on one leg and said that the successor was also a man, and he was hit in the solar plexus. He really almost died. Molly flew at him saying that they were warriors standing on the battlefield and putting their lives on it, and that a second of doubt would result in death. Joe grinned and said that if so, then he would not hold back either. Then they hit each other in the faces. The girl thought that he was very strong. Joe looked at her thinking that this girl was strong. The protagonist watched them fight. He twisted his hand and said that they were a lot better suited for each other than he imagined. The girl opened her hand and said that it was a palm of combined thunder and lightning energy. A blast wave passed through Joe. Joe, with his mouth open, thought that he gave in because she was a woman, but it seemed that all his insides had turned out and he would really die. And what kind of internal energy training did she go through since she was a child to become so strong? Then the guy grabbed her hand and said that he caught her. The girl was surprised to think that he was standing even after she hit him with a palm of combined thunder and lightning energy. Joe told her to get ready, the strongest flame. She angrily yelled for him to get ready himself. Joe narrowed his eyes. She used the 5th stage, enhanced flower of heaven and earth, 8 stages that covered heaven and earth. Joe thought that he missed his turn again. A shockwave flew at the man. He grinned and thought he was starting to feel like his body might melt, but he couldn't just admit it like that. Molly sent a shockwave at him and the guy thought he really had nowhere to go. Even if he melted, he would still be fighting face to face. Joe frowned and said, Mad Devil Thunder technique. Then he hit her with a breathtaking Golden River punch. Molly grimaced. His hand sparked. Joe wondered tensely how a fist could be so strong that it burned. The girl raised her hand and said, the palm of the combined energy of thunder and lightning. Joe dodged and asked what she thought. He would let himself be hit by the same thing twice. He jumped up, told her to bite it, and said, flying sparkling leg. The girl was lying in a hole. Then she shouted, quick recovery. The guy asked again, confused. The girl used perfect recovery, full recovery, and said that the wound, no, her body is completely restored to its original form. Joe shouted that she really used this technique to continue fighting, and was he tired of it? Molly came to him, hugged him, saying that her head was suddenly spinning. The guy scaredly told her to wait, and what she was doing now, Molly whispered that she was embarrassed too, so let her pretend that nothing was happening. His eyes began to water. He asked what was happening, and thought that he too was given the green light. Jane appeared before his eyes. Then he thought about the flame flower. The man thought that all of them only liked Jack. Then he thought that he did not have an ounce of luck with girls, and finally the spring money came. Molly thought that he was an outstanding fighter after all. The guy grabbed her by the shoulders and exclaimed that no, but why? Because up to that moment she had tried her best to kill him. Molly looked away and said that she felt something like that for the first time. She was pierced by his blows, and her heartbeat could not slow down. Joe asked again in bewilderment. Molly suddenly screamed that it did not suit her to beat around the bush and offered to date. Joe answered that she was crazy and that he also had tastes. Molly asked again in bewilderment what was wrong with her, and the guy asked what was wrong with him. The girl continued to tell him to stop talking nonsense and to come to them as her future husband. The guy asked if she thought that she had gone too far too quickly. Suddenly someone took a photo of them. Jack smiled and said that they looked great. Joe yelled at him to delete it, and the girl continued to take more pictures and add more filters to make them look even more beautiful. The protagonist agreed. Joe called him a traitor. The protagonist thought that after all, two muscular fools were perfect for each other, and that it seemed that Joe would have to stay in the Pan family. The sun was shining in the room. Thomas was sitting at the table and asked what he thought about it. The man replied that it was difficult to understand his true intentions. Thomas replied that yes, he was quite dangerous. The advisor bowed and continued that not only that, perhaps he could be compared to the second young Master Royd. The man asked again what to compare with Royd, and the advisor replied that it was exactly that. Thomas narrowed his eyes and said that although he had never been wrong, he thought this time it was. And he was not saying this because Royd was his son, and that he could not even be compared to the deceased Chuck. Then he asked if he himself did not know how terrible he was. Light was pouring into the room. Screams were heard everywhere. The woman covered her mouth and said it couldn't be. The man said not to come near. The chef shouted at the girl that he would try to buy time, so she should run quickly. The girl ran up the stairs. Then she screamed for them to be saved, and that the Peng family. Suddenly there was a flash. The girl fell. Someone said that he felt a little better now. It was Royd, the second son of the Peng family of the Northern River and its successor. He asked why on earth they were playing with food. The man shouted what he was doing, and why they killed all the people in this restaurant. The guy answered the head of the gate defense squad that it was nothing special. The employee ran at him, screaming at him to shut up, and that he was a crazy bastard. He was grabbed by the throat. Royd squeezed his throat and lifted him into the air, saying that the chef of this restaurant made his food too spicy. Then he continued with a smile that he did not tolerate spicy food well. Brian's eyes widened. Frank wiped his mouth. Jack stood in the middle of the room and asked what the Black Death clan did. The guy threw up and said yes. When Brian got here, they had already escaped. Jack looked away and thought that with the change of generations, the warriors also stopped killing everyone anywhere, and that they choose remote places so as not to interfere with ordinary citizens, because if you make a lot of noise, the government comes into play. Frank wiped his mouth and told the protagonist that the head of the gate defense squad just contacted him, and that he said that the soldiers will restore order here, and asked him for full support in the military action, and asked what he will do. Jack asked again what and how, and of course he should help. Something fun is starting, he has no reason to avoid it. Frank asked he will not use him on the front lines as a bulletproof vest. The protagonist asked if he already knew. They walked side by side and the guy answered that he will not even help in any way. He does not have to go. Greg looked at them and smirked. Jack stretched his lips into a grin. Suddenly he disappeared and Frank looked back in bewilderment. The protagonist was behind him. Then he said with a smile that he was able to escape in such a short time and not even leave a trace behind. Greg twisted his arms over his chest, asked again and said that he was just enduring it, because the stage was not yet fully prepared, and in order to ascend to it, he would first need to get rid of the baby from the Pan family. Then he continued with a smile that but here's the thing, if he does something wrong, he himself will die at his hands, and that he hopes he will not disappoint him. Then he called him by name. Jack smiled and said that he was sure that there was a very annoying guy behind him, but oh well, if something funny happens, that's already good. End of Season 2. The hero ran fast, shouting at everyone to disappear from the face of the earth. The clan of black killers quickly ran at the monsters, leaving no one alive. The man held a weapon, saying that they were all very funny. Bob and his crowd swung their weapons, saying that if they attacked in a crowd, they would not be able to leave a single scratch on the hero. The man looked away with a smile on his face, saying that he would destroy all the weaklings today. Bob's enemies loudly shouted at him to shut up, as he would be killed. The man hit the heroes, answering that he would crush them first. Bob smiled, trying to remove them. The hand held a weapon. Bob quickly ran from one house to another, shouting to go away and answering that it was just a bloody storm. Shards flew all over the area. Several people looked at their companies, realizing that there were only a few people left. Bob laughed, seeing how they ran from him. The man answered with a smile on his face that no matter how they ran, black magic would still block their chlorine. Some guy came up to Bob and answered that he had scattered them well. Jack calmly began to ask Frank what else they needed to do. The hero answered that they still needed to hinder the deputy head of the clan of black killers and the rider of the bloody rain. Bob laughed, pointing at the guys and saying that they looked like two weaklings. Frank answered fearfully that he knew that they were all incredibly strong. The heroine answered Jack fearfully that the squad of black energy from the clan of black killers were very dangerous people, so the guy should quickly kill everyone and leave. Bob, with a smile on his face, shouted that it was too late now. The people stood near the hero. The squad of black energy looked at the people carefully. Frank answered fearfully that he would die right now. The squad jumped on the hero from different sides. Jack, with quick movements, killed everyone who approached them with his thing. Bob began to look at this with incomprehension. Frank, still afraid, heard how Jack knew him to go to the world of hellish training. The man asked the hero if it was necessary to strengthen his mental state. Frank thought with incomprehension about how a person could be so strong. Bob ran at Jack, shouting that he had seriously harmed his squad. The protagonist pointed his own weapon so that Bob flew to the side. The man continued to run, shouting that this would not stop him. Fire appeared from behind the mountains. A strong flame was advancing. A squad of black killers lay on the ground. The hero looked at Bob with a smile on his face, who did not move. The guy was smiling. Someone approached the hero, answering that he was used as bait to lure the squad. Jack held Frank, asking the guy what else he was hiding. The man smiled, telling the protagonist that he was alive. Jack looked at him with confusion. The man hugged the guy, asking if he knew how worried he was. The protagonist looked at him with confusion. Someone was holding a phone, taking a photo of this whole scene. The man was looking at the phone, creating a photo. The system window showed that a new dragon had taken off in the northern river and the god of death was helping him with this. The guy was smiling, waving his hand. All the people were looking at Royd, shouting that it was he who had destroyed the cruel killers of the locals, the Black Magic Squad. The hero began to notice something. The father told Royd to come to him. The guy calmly replied that he had followed the order and returned safely. The father hugged his son, saying that he was proud of him because he was able to destroy the Black Magic Squad. Jack and Frank were watching all this. The protagonist looked at the assistant. Jack smiled, answering that the hero's second older brother was starting something interesting. There were police restrictions in one of the places. The man held the child in his arms and asked about the Black Energy Squad that was killing the locals here. The hero bowed to the man, answering that now was not the time to be here, because after the Black Magic Squad was destroyed, the god of destruction and death could be sent to their main territories. The man laughed, thinking about Royd. The child woke up from the screams and began to scream loudly. The man made a face, answering that he would not do that again. The hero began to call the secretary. The man asked to urgently call all the warriors of their clan. The hero left with the child, answering that they would destroy the family of the Northern River with one blow. The secretary said that he understood everything. Morning, the man stood in his house. Royd's father worriedly said that he did not think that his son would cope so well. The father's assistant answered that it was not time to relax yet, since the Black Magic Squad was destroyed, so now the most important of them would begin to act, and if this happens, it will be very difficult to resist. The father turned his head and said that the government had sided with them and they should take advantage of this chance to put an end to the life of the clan of Black Killers. The assistant looked at the floor, answering that the Brotherhood Squad was not so simple. The man sighed, answering that he would finally see the end of this war. The assistant began to say that he wanted to tell something else about the girl. The father asked with confusion if something had happened to her. The city, some sound was coming from the street. The boy came out from around the corner with displeasure, answering that he had barely torn himself away from the stubborn girl. The hero thought that he was free, but immediately noticed a beautiful girl behind him. The guy began to smile at her. The heroine, with a smile on her face, asked about the fact that she had just been winked at. The girl asked the guy if he wanted to have tea with her. The hero, with a smile on his face, answered that he would do it with pleasure. Someone behind the girl began to move away. The heroine turned around with displeasure, asking who did it. The tall girl began to tell her to leave. The heroine quickly ran away, not listening to anyone. The man asked the girl with confusion how she ended up there. The heroine smiled, answering that she had sprayed a powder with the scent of tracking. The guy scratched his ear, listening to the girl tell him not to think about looking at others. The hero shouted with displeasure that he was against it. The heroine touched his chest, answering that he should not resist his feelings. The man quickly left, telling the heroine not to follow him. The heroine loudly shouted at the guy to stand still. The guy, gritting his teeth, could not understand why there were only beauties around and Muslim men around him. Something was quickly flying at the hero. Some tentacles began to grab him. The guy was flying down. The girl sniffed the air. The heroine walked down the street, answering that the smell was gone. The girl quickly ran away, answering that he found a better girl. The monster grabbed the hero. The alien looked at the hero. The guy looked at it with incomprehension. The hero screamed that he could not breathe because of the stench. The alien flew several meters into the wall. The hero looked at it in fear, realizing that it was a monster. The guy's face looked away. All the people were near the monsters. Random gates were open, so now they need to take cover in shelters. Voices came from the house that they had problems. The assistant told the father that random gates had opened in the city. The man confidently looked away, saying to order everyone to retreat, because if something goes wrong, their main forces will be defeated. The assistant looked at the guy, answering that the thing is that they received information about the movement of the main Black Killers is going towards one of their districts. One of the guys looked away, answering that as they expected, the random ones opened in this area. There was a smile on his face. The hero answered that the black killers were heading there. The man gritted his teeth, answering that the characters were gradually gathering on the stage and that they needed to wait a little to completely destroy the entire city. The warriors put their weapons in front of them, shouting that they needed to help the residents take cover. Suddenly, in a second, they were blown away by strong energy. A strong explosion occurred in the center of the city. The warriors tried to protect the residents with their bodies, then shouting that the monsters had really already gotten here. Turning around, they saw one of them approaching them. A second later, the monster dug its claws into the warrior's body. We are transported to a white building. Someone shouts that they should order the dragon squad to attack. The man leans over and adds that most monsters of level 7 and similar levels will not be able to stop them with ordinary wars. If this continues, they will really all die. The guy smiled and told him not to hang around like a dog that wants to go to the toilet, but to sit down and drink some coffee. The man looked ahead in fear and thought that he had gone crazy. The guy took a sip and replied that he had ever drunk coffee luwak. A monster appeared in front of us and killed the warrior with one swing. The guy, looking ahead, added that this was the best coffee, made from the excrement of animals called flowers, its value changing depending on how this excrement was processed. At that moment, the monster mercilessly killed another warrior, and the guy said that the value of the people he was talking about was lower than this excrement. Imagining his soldiers lying on the floor in blood, he adds that he only gave them a chance to become Kopi Luwak. The man looks at him in confusion, and the guy, looking ahead, adds that he should relax. Putting his glass on the table, he says that their target has not arrived yet. One of the monsters raises his hand up and growls menacingly. Suddenly, he turns around, hearing screams behind him. The girl is lying on the ground, hugging her child, who is crying loudly. Suddenly, her face turns pale. She looks up and sees a huge monster flying at her. It opens its mouth wide, preparing to devour a new victim. The girl clutches her child in fear. She stares ahead for a few seconds in silence. Suddenly someone shouts who it is. Then she opens her eyes. The clan leader thrusts his swords into the monster, points at the protagonist, saying that he is a brat, who replies that he is poking him. His sword begins to shake, and then in a second a face appears in his hand. He screams that at least he knows who he is. Smiling, he adds that yes, he may, of course, not know. Suddenly, warriors from the Blood Devil clan appear behind him. The leader of this clan raises his katana and says that he looks exactly like the leader of the Brotherhood of Steel, which he was informed about. Jack, smiling, replied that it is true. He also looks like the leader of the Black Assassins clan, which he was informed about. A second later, the leader of the Black Assassins smiles widely and makes a dash forward, but his attack does not reach its target. Enormous energy cuts the house in half. The clan leader, smiling and looking forward, swings his sword again and shouts that he managed to dodge his attack. That's interesting. Jack replied that he doesn't think he has time for that. They start fighting, deftly parrying each other's attacks. The clan leader smiles and shouts that they definitely don't have time for that, and so let him die quickly. Having dodged, the protagonist replied that he can't say such terrible things so easily. A second later, there was a strong explosion, destroying half the house. The clan leader made a quick dash forward, and then added that he could say something different because he was leading. Jack, dashing back, replied that he thought he'd better quickly see what was happening on the side. Smiling, the leader turned around. Suddenly, a monster flew into him at great speed. He clenched his teeth and tried to resist it. Then the monster threw him into the wall. Opening his mouth wide, he roared loudly, "This is a level 8 monster, the king of alien monsters." The leader, looking at him, replied that the old man came out to fight for the first time in a long time, and it was rude. Then the monster made a dash towards him, and the leader began to rise. Leaning down, he swung his katana, and then, using a sparkling cutter, he instantly rushed past the building, cutting everything in his path. The monster was destroyed in one swing. Then the clan leader put his katana in its sheath. A strong explosion happened behind him, and he said that where did this idiot go again? Did he really manage to disappear already? An alarm sounded in the city, recommending all citizens to evacuate. A second later, the building exploded, and the dispatcher added that the countermeasures department will do everything possible to resist. People ran in fear in different directions. Behind them were monsters that caught up and brutally killed them. The man frowned, clenched his fist and shouted that there was no more waiting. He would gather the fighters and save the locals and the warriors of the family. The guy standing next to him smiled and replied that he had told him that he should be more careful in choosing who to follow. Hearing this, the man clenched his teeth, and then, turning around, replied that he understood. The guy continued to laugh quietly. The man clenched his fist. and then, turning around, said that he would ask only one question. What is this goal that he is waiting for? Is it something that will destroy both the clan of Black Killers and the monsters? Lowering his head, he added that although the monsters can attack the Black Killers, they will lead them to complete destruction. But at that time, only innocent citizens and their soldiers will be sacrificed in vain. Putting the mug on the table, the guy replied that he has ever felt the energy of space. Looking ahead, he added that it was the microscopic movements happening in him and the disorder that created them. Turning around, he continued to say that in fact, disorder personally surrenders a new order. A third eye appeared on his forehead, and then he added that this is the path of the third eye. Looking at it, the man thought that the path of the third eye, with which one can see the secret of space, is one of the most mystical techniques in this world. Looking ahead, he continued to think that they say that this eye penetrates the essence of objects and has the ability to assume what the future will be, which means that with its help he learned about the opening of the gate in advance. The guy said with a smile that he will speak of the third eye. Bowing his head, he added that it is necessary to get rid of all evil at once, so their wars should become bait until the monsters and the clan of Black Killers reach the center of the city. Hearing this, the man, frowning, shouted that it was really bait. The guy sarcastically lowered his head, answered that it was true, he was going to use great destruction and kill everyone at once. We are transferred to the warriors. One of them grabs the girl by the hand and shouts that they need to run away quickly. Suddenly, a huge monster appears in front of him. A second later, the wall flies apart from a strong explosion. Someone shouts the blade of a great thunderclap. The man, frowning, asks that they are okay and where are the rest of the warriors of the family. We need to quickly tell our comrades that we need to get out of here. One of the soldiers looks ahead in confusion and then says that the monsters are still there. Without listening to him, the captain shouts that this must be done as soon as possible. Then, pushing off from the wall, he makes several quick dashes to the roof. Looking ahead menacingly, he thinks about the secret technique that has protected their clan for 1,000 years, the Great Destruction. Looking at the huge flash in the city, he continues to think that at the moment of its activation, everyone nearby will be destroyed by an explosion that is stronger than a nuclear explosion. He turned pale, thinking then that how could he decide to sacrifice civilians and clan members, the destruction of a clan of Black Killers and monsters. Looking at the guy, he thought that even though he is a killer who does not value human life, he endured this, thinking only that he will make their clan the strongest in the whole world. Making a quick dash forward, he thought that now it is scary or terrible, he must stop the vile and cruel tyranny of this freak. Suddenly, a monster appeared in front of him. Someone threw him aside with great force. The guy looked at his bloody leg and said that they were so stinky and dirty, he didn't even want to hit them. Carefully stepping forward, he added that he really thought he was going to throw up. Several monsters appeared behind him and swung their claws. A second later, several powerful explosions occurred near him. People in black suits appeared from the sky. Raising his head, the guy shouted that this was the Brotherhood of Steel. Having lowered himself, the head of this clan turned to the guy and shouted that they would chop everyone here. Smiling, he added that the head said that he was here and sent them to help. Having lowered his head, the guy asked what he was doing. His comrade, turning away, thought, "Two bloody katanas appear in front of us." The guy with purple hair looks ahead in fear. People in red capes and black masks come out in front of him. This is the strongest detachment of the clan of Black Killers, the detachment of Blood Devils. They look menacingly ahead, surrounding the protagonist. His comrade asks that he must do this. Jack, drinking juice, asks what he ordered him to do. He, frowning, shouted that he was to resist, or rather replace the detachment of Blood Devils. The protagonist, putting his hand on his shoulder, replied that then since he was already bait, he should do his job well. Then he pushed him in the shoulder, shouting that this was the third son of the Northern River clan. The Blood Devils leaned over him, and then said that then. A moment later, they rushed forward shouting that they needed to catch him and kill him. The guy, with tears in his eyes, opened his mouth wide and shouted that he knew nothing. And Jack, smiling widely, told him to deal with them faster. It would be a very good experience for him. We are transported to a plate with a small piece of cake on it. The purple-haired guy bites into it with a smile. The radio broadcasts that right now a squad of Blood Devils has invaded the area. Calmly looking ahead, he continues to listen to the monsters. They are gathering in the direction of the squad of Blood Devils. The leader has broken through and is confronting them alone. The boy lowers his head and says that he was only going to use them a little and throw them away, but they are not capable of even such a small thing. Standing up from his chair, someone asks if they should catch him, to which he replies that they should leave him anyway. Since he has already entered the area, he will disappear along with the Black Assassin clan and the Blood Devil squad. He then slowly walks towards the panorama. Looking down, he says, smiling, that the Dragon Sky squad. His third eye opens. He adds that they should surround the area, calling it a reaction to the appearance of monsters, and not allow anyone to leave, be it a monster or a black assassin. We are transported to the area. Warriors with spears surrounded it. Looking at this, the boy smiles, thinking that the foresight of the third eye has never been wrong, not even once. He continues to observe the future with it. Then he remembers how his brother poured wine on his head, telling him to answer him again. The boy said that the path of the third eye told him that on the day of the coming of the heavenly dragon, a new world would open. His brother, smiling, answered that he did not dream of becoming the master of the new world. The boy stared in front of him silently for a few seconds, and his brother, angry, frowned. Then he grabbed him by the hair. Going down to him, he menacingly told him not to allow stupid hopes, and if he did not want to die, then let him live his whole life licking his feet. The boy, smiling broadly, said that on that day he did not tell his brother about one moment shown to him by the path of the third eye. In his head there was an image of his brother lying half dead on a stone. He added that he saw how he would die on a small peninsula. Stretching his arms out to the sides, he continued to say that now no one can interfere with the words of the third eye path, because the Azure Dragon will arrive very soon. Suddenly someone said an urgent report. Turning around, he heard that a squad of blood devils from the Black Assassins clan had almost entered the area, but suddenly changed the direction of their movement. Frowning, the guy shouted that this can't be. What does this mean? We are being transferred to the city. The guy runs down the street as fast as he can. Tears appear in his eyes, and he adds that they should not run after him. Representatives of the Blood Devil clan try to catch up with him, shouting that they cannot let him go. Jack watches this silently, smiling. He says that he has amazing speed. You need to reconsider your attitude towards him. He was born to avoid. This is an innate talent. Suddenly, someone approached him, asking that it was he, the head of the Brotherhood of Steel, who came from the peninsula. Turning around, the protagonist replied that he was the leader, and this is who he was. A man with a yellow aura appeared in front of us. This is the murderous sword of the Boiling Soul, the elder of the Black Assassins clan. Suddenly, his sword is unsheathed, and he says instant grave. Jack looks ahead in fear, and then at the last second he manages to dodge a strong energy blow. Smiling, he said that this is an incredible lightning strike. It is very amazing. The leader of the Black Assassins clan, lowering his head, thought that he is strong. If he gives in, he is finished. Yellow energy appeared in front of him, and he continued to think that he needs to finish quickly. Then he broke away from the spot with great speed. Swinging his sword, he shouted boiling performing soul and cut the air in front of him. A strong explosion occurred in the city. Fragments of the house began to fall down. Landing, Jack said that how could he destroy other people's buildings like that? How was he going to deal with the consequences? The head of the Black Assassins clan landed next to him. He sternly told him not to waste time worrying others, but to think about himself. Jack replied that he heard that the murderous sword of the Boiling Soul is a fast sword. Smiling, he added that, apparently, this is it. The fact that the elder himself came says that that guy is here, or rather, the head of the Black Assassins clan. The guy, getting into a stance, replied that he did not think that they would use on him what he was preparing to catch another head. Smiling, he said the ghostly sword of the Boiling Soul, after which the creatures rained down debris. One of the stones quickly fell on the protagonist. A second later, he landed between them. The head of the clan of assassins was behind the protagonist a moment later, using deadly speed. In one blow, he was able to cut Jack's body and the stone itself. He heard blood splatter behind him. Lowering his head, he wondered what he managed to cut. It all ended with the last attack. Suddenly, blood splattered out of him. Looking ahead in fear, he wondered how he hit him. The protagonist, smiling maliciously, said that he had not seen such deep attacks for a long time. Then the body of the clan leader fell to the floor, and looking at him, Jack added that, however, this is where his activity ends. After which he turned around. A man with a red sword appeared in front of him, menacingly looking ahead. He shouted that it does not seem up. Now they must determine the winner. Striking ahead with all his might, he shouted that the reign of the terrifying skies is the containment of the blood of fate, the technique of the sword of destruction of the terrifying devilish skies. We are transferred to the guy. He pushes off the wall, and returning to his comrades, he shouts that where they should run. One of them answers that they also did not receive a specific order. He only said that they should find him and wait outside this area. Surprised, looking ahead, the guy asked what was outside. Suddenly, a building collapsed in front of them. The man shouted that it was an earthquake, to which his comrade, frowning, replied that no, it seemed to be the sound of a fight. We are transferred to the protagonist. He moves between buildings at great speed. He fights with the head of the Black Devil clan, and they do not parry each other's attacks. The man, looking ahead, clenches his teeth, thinking that is this possible? Does this mean that some small fry from the peninsula can fight on equal terms with a great warrior, the head of their clan? He watches as the building collapses and crumbles. Jack takes a step forward. The clan leader, with his mouth wide open, shouts that the sword technique is the destruction of the terrifying devilish skies, the blood of devilish destruction. A second later, he swings his sword with all his might and strikes in front of him, but the protagonist stops his attack. Smiling, he says that he cannot defeat him with such sword skills. Hearing this, the clan leader shouted that such a brat is already lying. He does not look very good, what an outrageous behavior. Jack dashed forward and hit the ball in front of him with all his might, pushing his opponent back. Grabbing his sword, he added that this is how you need to swing a sword to kill an opponent. Then he swung his weapon, an energy wave approached his opponent at great speed. He looked ahead in fear, thinking that this is dangerous. A second later, blue energy crashed into the building with great force, causing a powerful explosion. The building began to collapse, a lot of white dust appeared. Jack smiled and turned his head, saying that he had dodged it well. The clan leader, standing behind him, replied that he should not tremble in fear. The protagonist replied that maybe they should continue. The clan leader, frowning, thought that the sword did not lie. This idiot was much stronger than him at his age. Taking a step forward, he extended his hand, shouting that as a master like him, he could use underhanded tricks. He had no shame. Looking menacingly in front of him, he added that he was more impudent than he thought. He knew very well that he had put a barrier on this place. Looking at him, he replied that his words disappointed him. Let him try to feel it again. He felt a purple aura around himself, and then the protagonist said that this energy did not belong to him. Smiling, he added that another family had decided to stop him, and he had turned out to be quite strong, so much so that even a warrior like him had only noticed him now. The clan leader, lowering his head, thought that he was right. Although he could feel its energy, he could not read its full flow. It was not a simple magic circle. Then, drawing his sword, he shouted that, however, if another family had set it up, it did not cancel his cowardice. Since he had used bait to lure him here, the protagonist replied that this man was more cunning than he seemed, blaming others for their lack of skill. Hearing this, the clan leader laughed, saying that it was true. If you think about it, that was it. It was his lack of ability that should be blamed, not others. Frowning, he added that it meant that he was now convinced that he needed to quickly kill him and go destroy the other family before they launched this circle. Hearing this, the protagonist, smiling wickedly, replied that this would be the best way, only if he could defeat him. The man, with his mouth wide open, shouts for everyone to run quickly. A large destruction circle will soon be activated. He stretches out his hand to the side, adding that they need to leave this place as soon as possible. The people running forward shout that there is no time to rest, there is still a little left. Lowering his eyes downwards, the man thought that they have little time. Most likely, the circle is set in the center of the area, so they need to send as many people as possible outside of it. Suddenly, he looks ahead in fear. Everyone who is next to him and himself are clutching their ears with screams. Where is this sound coming from? Squinting his eyes, he thinks that this is the sound of the circle activating. It is incredibly loud. Looking around, he continued to think that although he has incredible power, the area of the explosion will not be wide. So in the place where the monsters and the Blood Devil squad have gathered, he will only be able to show his full power when he reaches the very center. Hearing an incredibly painful sound, he pressed his head down, thinking that strategically these outer territories have absolutely no value, so why can't I hear the sound of the circle activating? Suddenly, someone appeared in front of him, saying that he had given up on him and came here, but was still so close. A purple-haired guy appeared in front of him, adding that if he really wanted to save people, it would have been better for him to just sit in that cafe. The man looked at him and shouted in fear that he really stopped the annoying circle here. This place has no strategic value. Hearing this, the guy smiled and answered that this is really true. Afterwards, the man turned around in fear and saw a guy in the distance screaming for help. Behind him, the guys from the Blood Devil clan appeared, trying to catch him. The guy with tears in his eyes shouted for them to stop chasing him. Looking in their direction, the man shouted that the Blood Devil squad from the Black Assassin clan. The guy looking ahead added that this is the place the boss said to go to. And the tasks, looking in front of him, he asked what the man was doing here and who was running there. The man, turning pale, thought that the Black Killer and the Brotherhood of Steel were quickly heading here. Really? The guy with the third eye, smiling maliciously, said that he told them that the path of the third eye is able to foresee everything. The squad of black demons looked menacingly in front of them. The Brothers of Steel also stood in a stance, looking forward. The guy ran up to them, shouting to be saved. The leader of the squad, lowering his head, asked why he was being pursued, to which he shouted that he did not know. Jack ordered at all costs to lure the squad of bloody devils behind him. The head looked at his comrade, asking why he needed it. He answered that he was right. Even if he did not know, then they certainly did not. Lowering his head, he added that he told them all to go to the outer territories. Lowering his head, he continued to think, saying that it meant they had to fight these idiots. The man, looking ahead, wondered how the Blood Devil squad and the Brotherhood of Steel could meet in such a place. Did he really foresee everything up to this point and set up a destruction circle here? Looking at his leader, he wondered if this devil was really going to kill everyone here now that they were confronting each other here. Maybe this was his last chance. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted for them to listen to him. It was very dangerous here, and let them run away from here. The Steel brothers, looking at him with puzzled eyes, asked what it was because of the Blood Devil Squad, but wouldn't the Brotherhood of Steel who came from the peninsula protect them? The man, frowning, shouted that there was no time to explain in detail now, let them quickly leave. The people looked ahead with puzzled eyes for a few seconds, and then they ran as fast as they could, shouting that if that man was saying this, then there was a reason. The guy smiled and opened his third eye, saying that didn't he say that he predicted all of this? The man looked in his direction and gritted his teeth. He saw how the people ran to the edge of the area and saw the fence and the guards. The guards stretched out their spears, shouting that the Dragon Sky Squad, they need to get ready, the Blood Devil Squad might infiltrate here using the road open to ordinary citizens. Taking a stand, they shouted that they should not let a single person through, let them go back. The people started screaming in fear to be let out. Seeing this, the man frowned. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted that he had gone crazy. These were ordinary people, not related to the family wars, and he was going to kill them all, then their family would become a group of assassins. Looking at the guy, he added that if the government found out about this, they would be destroyed. The guy took a step forward and replied that why would they do that, and not the other way around, they would be rewarded. Smiling, he continued to say that a random gate had opened in the area, causing it to become a place teeming with monsters. Let him think about what would happen if they were not destroyed inside this area. He imagined how the monsters would take over the entire city, and then said that after they burned this land, they would immediately head to other areas and cities, causing the entire continent to be plunged into chaos. Smiling, he continued to say that their family would prevent these huge losses and stop them, and the Black Assassin clan was accidentally caught by them along with the monsters. Hearing this, the man frowned and shouted that the family was a fair faction. Looking at the people around him, he added what a fair faction was. Looking at the frightened civilians, he continued to shout that they were the ones who loved justice and protected the civilians. He opened his clan wide and said that wasn't the meaning of such an organization. The guy looked at him and replied that that was just his interpretation of the phrase. The man gritted his teeth and replied that he didn't understand what he was talking about. The guy walked up to him and put his hand on his shoulder, saying that a faction would only be real when it had power. He leaned over and whispered that how could he sacrifice his warriors for nothing if they couldn't even destroy the clan of Black Assassins in the end, all under their great name. The man frowned and replied that that wouldn't happen. The guy looked at him and said that he thought so. How many of their fighters would die today from his plan? How many of them had died so far at the hands of the Black Assassin clan? Let them not hide their lack of skills behind the name of the fair faction. Hearing this, the man began to grind his teeth, unable to answer anything. Turning around, he swung his hand, shouting that he was a devil and he must die. Hitting him in the chest with all his might, he shouted a clap of great thunder. Enormous energy struck the guy on its way, but he, smiling, appeared behind him, replied that he said that he foresaw everything that was happening. The man grabbed his sword. Turning around, he struck in front of him, shouting a moving blade of a star of bloody weapons. The people from the Brotherhood clan became puzzled by what was happening, asking why the allies were fighting among themselves. The guy, looking forward, said that wasn't he interested in his future that he saw. Smiling, he added that the hand that decided to act on its own, having failed to recognize its owner, would be destroyed. Suddenly, the man's hand curled up and began to crunch. He grabbed it in fear, and the guy added that his knees, which helped him stand insolently in front of him, would curl up next. A second later, the man's legs turned to dust. He screamed desperately and fell to the floor. The leader, looking ahead in fear, screamed that this freak had gone crazy, that he was becoming his subordinate. The guy, smiling, menacingly said what had happened to him at the very end. The man looked at his body in fear, unable to resist. The leader jumped up, screaming for him to stop. A second later, blood gushed out of the man, and the guy added that he would die after his mouth, with which he had contradicted his owner, was cut off. He, smiling, watched this process. Then the leader swung his fist, shouting what he was doing. But his blow missed, the guy dodged it with ease. The leader, frowning, wondered how he managed to do that. Turning around, he swung again to strike, shouting that how did he do that then? The guy, turning around, replied that such attacks were useless. The leader, looking menacingly forward, replied that he should not make fun of him. He hit the ground with all his might. Turning around, he shouted that how did he like it? Suddenly, the guy grabbed his head and slammed his face into the ground. His third eye was open, and he replied that he told him it was useless. The leader, trying to get to his feet, wondered how this was possible, as if he knew everything in advance. Besides, this bastard is incredibly strong. The guy, looking ahead, said that what are they doing there, the Brotherhood of Steel, rather let them fight a squad of bloody devils. The leader raised his head and shouted that he was crazy and he thought they would fight even after they understood all his intentions. The guy smiled and replied that he didn't think so. Then he appeared in front of the Brotherhood of Steel. The Black Devil Squad looked ahead in surprise, and the guy leaned over and said that he thought they recognized him right away. The second son of the family greets the Blood Devil Squad. The leader looked ahead and thought that he was a psychopath. What was this? What was he up to again? A second later, the blood devils rushed out shouting that they needed to kill him. The leader looked in their direction and shouted that why were they doing this all of a sudden? If this continues, they will start fighting them. Turning around, the man shouted that the Blood Devil Squad was created for the sake of killing the leader of this clan. They think that they will look at them when that person is right in front of their eyes, but have they made an alliance with this clan? They have no other choice. They tore the whole place down and attacked the Blood Devil Squad. No, if they did that, everything would go according to that guy's plan. They collided with each other and started fighting. Lowering his head, the leader gritted his teeth and replied that no, if this continues. Turning around, he hit his opponent, shouting that he too would have no choice but to start fighting. The guy watched this battle. The two clans collided with each other, calling each other names. Smiling, the guy said that after all, you can't fool your essence. Even knowing that fighting each other is useless, they began to fight reflexively, like dogs. His third eye opened, and slyly looking down, he added that let them fight. In any case, everything will end as soon as the destruction circle is activated. Suddenly, someone cut his body, replied that this is bullshit. A strong explosion, and the building crumbled to dust. The Blood Devil clan leader opened his mouth wide and addressed them, where they immediately stopped and looked in his direction. Taking a step forward, he added that this was enough and they could retreat. A second later, they began to disappear, answering that they understood. Looking menacingly ahead, he added that they did not need to fight the Brotherhood of Steel and reduce their forces. From now on, he alone would be enough. A guy emerged from the smoke. He answered that, as he expected from the leader of the Black Assassins clan. Smiling, he shook off his clothes, answering that he was unusually wise. The clan leader, looking ahead arrogantly, replied that it was not that he was wise, but that it was a given. After all, everything would end as soon as he was killed. The guy replied that he wanted to dance on his playground. Well, what happened to the leader of the Brotherhood of Steel squad? Activating his third eye, he extended his hand, saying that according to the third eye path, he should have been killed by it in a terrible way. The clan leader, pointing his finger at himself, replied that maybe his third eye or something was talking nonsense. Smiling, he added that he was just returning from that boy's funeral. He thought that although it was a little dangerous. The protagonist's friend, looking ahead in fear, thought that if he thought about it, the head of the Black Assassin clan came here, which meant that Jack was killed. He looked at his comrade, who showed a cross with his hands, and he thought again that right, this can't be. Then they turned back. The head of the Blood Demon clan shouted, welcoming Sword of the Bloody Head. A second later, many cuts appeared. A huge blood tornado rose into the air. The protagonist's comrade stretched out his hand in front of him, thinking that this was unbelievable. He was too strong. Was Jack really dead? We were transferred to a destroyed building, in the center of which a black silhouette appeared. There was a destroyed city. Ethan looked and thought about the protagonist. Although Jack left him in defeat, which could not be washed away, but he did not keep bad feelings in his soul, but rather was grateful. But as a warrior, he would like to fight him because he had become stronger. He also did not understand how he could die at the hands of the head of the Black Killers. He was in a state of shock. Boy was from the clan of Black Killers. He also did not understand where Jack was. Brian struck. He read the spell of the Blood of the Earth prison. The blow was very strong. Chuck also struck. Their swords touched. The guy with purple hair was on top. There was a powerful explosion. One of the guys flew off. Joe asked everyone to retreat. The guy was picked up and carried. People were in complete shock. Brian was smiling. Chuck was also smiling. The guy with dark hair ran around. Chuck began to strike. Their swords touched. Brian noticed that he parried his attacks as if he had foreseen them, and his power was the third eye. Chuck replied that he should then understand that he would not defeat him. The guy with dark hair said that he was saying this only because he had not yet tasted his special power. He read the spell of the Ice Spirit. Chuck's hands became icy. Just like the sword, he could not move his hands. Brian started laughing and saying, let his body freeze and die in agony. As suddenly, his pupil became much narrower, and his eyes became completely white. The eyes twitched at Chuck. He assumed that his body had received a fatal blow to the internal organs, because he was able to continue continuous attacks in such a state, and he really is incredible. The guy with dark hair held his hand near his mouth. Chuck decided to strike, but first said that he could not defeat him with ice cubes. He hit him in the face. Blood began to flow from his head. Brian looked at him suspiciously. He also coughed up blood. If he had the strength for one more blow, he could destroy him. Chuck made another blow, namely the blade of the Black Blood Star strike. He also asked if maybe he did not need to pretend to be strong if all his insides melted. Blood began to flow from many parts of Brian's body. The purple-haired guy said that the bug from the peninsula had done its job before it died. After all, the other character was a more troublesome opponent, but he had dealt critical wounds to his insides. People ran up to him from behind, screaming to save the clan leader. Chuck said that they had arrived in time. Suddenly, they began to fall. The guy asked what was wrong with them. because they had to kill him. Blood was coming out from under their masks. They were screaming in pain. Chuck said that he understood their suffering, because the thing was that he had launched the center of the great destructive circle. The city was burning. There were big blows all over the city. People were stumbling and trying to run further. The whole city was collapsing. Another blow occurred, and then several more. The guy understood that now the clan of black killers, monsters, and even the Brotherhood of Steel who were here would turn into a handful of ash and scatter in the wind. And all these merits will be his. Eventually he will become the next head and lead the family. It's time to start blowing up the central part of the circle, the guy said. The blows were very big. After them, black holes were created. The guy looked at the burning city. His destructive circle stopped. After all, the path of the third eye foresaw the destruction of the city. Jack asked why. After all, it was all because he appeared. Chuck was surprised when he saw him. The main character asked if the third eye explained to him that he would be torn to pieces. The third eye did not show the guy the death of the head of the Brotherhood of Steel. Then he asked who he was. Jack asked again. Then he began to strike and said that he was his guide to the afterlife. Chuck called him an idiot because he was attacking without even knowing about the path of the third eye. After all, he already knew the directions of his attacks. Jack understood that it was a fake. After all, the real blow would be with his left hand. He clenched his hand into a fist and kicked him. The guy flew away. It hurt him, you can see it on his face. He was also sure that Jack moved exactly as the third eye showed him. The main character told him to lie down while he was crumpled because he had to meet someone. Chuck was very angry. He tried to pick up the sword and pounce on him. Then there was a blow. He had his eyes closed, except for the third. He screamed for the main character to die while they were flying down. Jack called him impudent, and the guy understood that he was wrong again because his opponent changed the pattern he saw. He did not understand how he does it. The main character kicked him. As a result, the guy flew down even faster. Having landed on the road, Jack wanted to tell Brian something, namely about winning. The guy with dark hair did not remember it anymore. He raised the sword. Jack was smiling. Brian was screaming about the strongest world. After all, people from the family brought someone they can't even handle. Jack asked if he immediately realized that this was not a simple attack because the damage would not be visible externally, but he probably already felt how his insides were melting. He also told him not to think that this was unfair because he would go to his subordinate who was lying down. Brian was trying to say something, that he still had things to do. The protagonist asked, because it was originally said that he would gather his last strength and destroy Chuck, but what happened to his appearance? The guy with dark hair answered that there was only a difference of one blow. Jack explained what it meant. They must win before he used it. The guy answered that he was right. Blood came out of his mouth and he died. The protagonist stood over his body and was silent. Chuck screamed his name, and he read the spell of the blade of the strike of the black blood star. Jack was able to dodge. The guy did not understand why he did not move as he foresaw. The protagonist asked if he hoped that he would fall for such a blow. Chuck screamed for him to not come closer. Jack held the sword that was in the guy's hands. He was in complete shock. The protagonist asked, what is the point of seeing the future if he himself is weak? The guy screamed that this cannot be. After all, victory is always his, because in his family only he was blessed by the way of the third eye. After all, everything is going as he predicted. Jack asked him to close his mouth, and explained that this is not a prediction, but the reaction itself. Then he hit him. Chuck's mouth started bleeding. The day he discovered his ability. With the help of his third eye, Chuck saw a strip of light, and was immediately fascinated by it. He thought that this light meant his bright future. Jack said that he was definitely better than his older brother. The guy mumbled the word light. The protagonist asked what he said. Jack hit him in the stomach, which made Chuck say that he could not die. He recited the spell of the divine technique of the Great Thunder Blade. His third eye lit up, also bearing his teeth. He tried to swing and strike, telling him to die. He recited the spell of the Great Thunder Blade again and also the Thunder God's Strike. The protagonist thought about this technique. He was sure that the guy's family in his past life was a conductor for strengthening and used their own blood. He said out loud that the guy looked bad and if he continued for too long, his body would deteriorate. Chuck replied that these were useless worries. After all, he needed to kill him quickly and remove the effect of the divine technique. He struck again, but missed. Jack asked if he could also try to speed up. He had a sword in his hands. He was aiming at the guy. He used the Great Thunderclap Blade technique. Then he struck the Thunder God. The protagonist was able to withstand the blow. There were many blows from the guy. The blow was very strong. Jack's sword could not withstand it and flew out. He understood that he should not have neglected it. Chuck called him a dirty barbarian from the peninsula. He wanted to tear him into small pieces and feed him to the dogs. Jack asked if he wanted to attack a man who did not have a sword in his hands. The sword was silent. Suddenly, the sword hit Chuck. The hero flew up and began to press on him, telling him to come down. A powerful explosion occurred. Then he said that he had become calmer now. The guy with purple hair said that if there was a destructive circle, everything would work as it should. Jack asked if he knew that there was a way to destroy this circle. Chuck was confused because this secret is impossible to find out just like that. The main character said that he probably would not believe it, but in his past life he subjugated all the territory of Muram and started with his family. A circle appeared near his hand. Then the circle acted in the life itself and said that the great circle of destruction was launched again. After all, there are still many monsters in the city and they need to get rid of them at once. People were shouting that the earthquake had started again and they needed to get out of the city. Tom understood that the circle was activated again. Two men were shouting that they needed to run faster if they did not want to die. Jack told him not to worry about his squad, because they were trying to take everyone closer to the center of the circle. Also, all this time he was having fun with him, just to buy time, and also wanted to show him, who did not even guess that he was used. Chuck called him the devil because he ruined the chance to get rid of monsters and a clan of black killers at once. The main character considered it a compliment because the devil for the villain is a good person. The guy told him to shut up. Jack wished him a safe journey from the continent. Then he hit his third eye with a sword. A white portal appeared in front of Chuck. He saw the light from it. He showed him the last moment. After that, Jack killed him. There was a big explosion in the middle of the city. Ethan and another guy looked at it all. They saw a great circle of destruction. The guy did not think that Jack would succumb to their attack so easily. Ethan said that this time they can give him a chance, to which there was a negative answer. The guy brought his hand to the circle. Then he said that a more suitable chance will appear soon. Several days have passed since this incident. The man asked the head of the Brotherhood to report on the situation. The guy replied that it would be quite far from what they wanted to hear. Initially, he wanted to tell about the second son. After all, he decided to use the unified control circle as a great circle of destruction during the bloody battle, for the safety of civilians who were unable to take cover. He took the sword from his uncle. He wanted to kill Chuck, but his sacrifice was not in vain, and his third son killed the seriously wounded head of the Black Assassins clan and also restarted the destruction circle and saved civilians from monsters. Frank looked at him and thought it was exactly the same during the incident with the Black Tiger clan. After all, Jack falsified the evidence on his brother's body with the help of the sword of the head of the Black Assassins clan. The man asked what he wanted to believe in this. After all, it was verified that all the wounds on Chuck's body were made using the clan's techniques and all the other evidence also pointed to them. The protagonist understood. He was upset. The man squeezed his hand. Frank was surprised, and then he told his father not to be so upset. The man was sad. He said that he would try. After all, he had only one son left. Then he said his name. Frank responded. His father said that he apparently became stronger even though he was helped. Then he put his hand on his shoulders and said that he was very upset. Then he asked if he would lead the family forward, standing next to Jack. The guy answered negatively because he did not want to become a successor. He asked the main character if this was true. Jack asked if he had forgotten because he had been told, but if he did not want to, then he would have to go to his brothers. The man asked if his son was wounded. Frank replied that he would follow his father's order. It was night. The light was shining in the house. The man said that he had returned. The main character asked how everything went. The man replied that they had negotiated with the family. They agreed that they would transfer part of the rights to their production to the Golden River. Jack smiled and replied that this is what they had to do. Even though the clan of Black Assassins was destroyed, it is only one of the 12 factions of the Black Dragon Castle. It was necessary to accept this and also the becoming of Frank's successor. The man said that he also needed to go to Joe. Jack went to them. The guy and his sister were eating. The girl said that she did not want and let him eat. Joe asked if he was alive. Then he said that something happened yesterday. After all, the battle with the clan of Black Assassins was over and they also had large territories where it was difficult to find even a restaurant. Still, he found a restaurant. There was a girl sitting there who ate a lot. The guy fell in love with a girl who ate chicken. Jack asked, that is, she ate and he fell in love. Tom asked discontentedly, is this not allowed? The girl said that if he loves, then she does not care for what reason he does it. The main character said that it is better because now he looks happy if you do not take into account the fact that his brother died. Joe asked to apologize for such words because his baby is incredibly gloomy at the moment. Jack was initially very surprised, but he was still glad that everything would go well for them. It was boring in the Golden River clan. Tom wanted to fight with the main character. The guy told him not to whine. The man began to read messages from Jack. As he read, he said that he treats the Chinese murk like food. Then the main character sent a photo and congratulated him on having a bride. The two guys said that Jack had been through a lot during his long journey. The main character told them to rest. The door closed. They sorted out the affairs of the North River family, but there were still tasks left. Kate asked if he had brought gifts from his business trip. The guy understood that he had made her greedy. He gave her a gift. Jane came up and asked if he had prepared a gift for her too. She was a little angry. After all, while he was in China, he had not contacted her. Jane told the guy's family very violently. They answered that he was very cold at home and it surprised them. Jane told him to sit still. Jack asked him to stop lying. After all, he had disappeared for 2 weeks when he went on a business trip. And if she said that she was breaking up with him, he would cry, bite his elbows, and try to hold on to her. Jane asked if he had told her about the day they met. The guy exhaled and held his head. It was night, some apartments had lights on. Jane decided to help the guy's mother. Kate asked him to tell her what had happened. The father said that his beloved wife had tried hard. Jack said that everything was wrong. The father asked what he wanted to say. The protagonist explained that it was not very serious. Then he asked if he wanted to build a factory in China. The father did not understand what he was talking about and picked up the papers. Then he realized that with such an arrangement they would sponsor everything, and there would also be excellent taxes. Jack explained that the Golden River and the North River family had solved all the problems of cooperation. The father was worried because his son could do dangerous things. The protagonist replied not to worry because everything was going according to plan. It was already the next day. The guy went to the Golden River clan. He did not understand why it was so quiet there. Laura ran up and hugged him, greeting him. The protagonist said that she was becoming more and more beautiful each time she tried for him. Jack asked that there were still 10 years left. A guy came and said that it was already 9. The protagonist asked if something had happened. The guy answered that a hurricane had passed here, and Laura's father was angry. Joe was bleeding from his nose and mouth. He was lying on the floor. The guy explained that when Joe sent the photo, a blow flew at Tom and he was unable to react. But the beating did not calm his anger. Jack assumed that he did not like his daughter-in-law very much. The guy was sad because he alone would have to suffer because of the destroyed building. A blow occurred near the protagonist. They understood that he was at it again. Tom smiled and said that the matchmaker had finally come. The guy with blue hair said that he had done so much in foreign lands and it was possible to meet him warmer. Tom asked what he was talking about and where it could be even warmer and tried to strike. The protagonist dodged and understood because he had done nothing. Tom explained that he was more responsible for this because it was he who took Joe from China. Jack tried to explain because they liked each other. Tom was sad because their genes would never lose their wildness, and if he did not marry the beauty, he would be forever out of the war for the ability to reproduce. The protagonist tried to explain because the family of the Northern River were rich and these were good conditions. The jock asked him to shut up because muscles cannot be with muscles. Joe came up. He tried to explain that the girl was very good and asked him for permission. Tom shouted that it was impossible. The girl came up. She greeted the head of the Golden River. Julie was serious. Then she greeted the head of the Brotherhood of Steel. Tom asked what happened. Julie wanted their brotherly clans to hold friendly fights before the Murama competition. Smiling, the girl said that she would like their brotherly clans to hold friendly fights before the Murama competition. Tom and the protagonist stood in front of her. A question about friendly fights was heard. 2 fighters appeared in Julie's mind and she said that yes, before the Muram competition, not only the 7 great clans, but also the middle clans all exchange information and hold fights to improve their abilities. Tom looked straight ahead in surprise, hearing that judging by their reaction, Golden River had never received such an offer before. The man laughed loudly and said that apparently everyone was so afraid of them that they could not even extend an invitation, to which the hero added that it was not that, they were simply treated as outcasts. Putting her hand out straight, the girl said that therefore, as the eldest princess of the brotherly clan, she wanted to request a fight with the head of the Brotherhood of Steel, and then thought that she wanted to see his strength again, which she saw then. Smiling, Jack said that he would not participate in the Muram competition, to which the man looked at him in amazement. A loud question was heard, what? Smiling, Julie asked why he would not. Looking forward, the hero chuckled and said that it was not suitable for the level at all. Lowering her head, the girl thought about what he wanted to say, that the current successors of each clan could not even become his opponents. Looking at her, Tom laughed and said that well, since Jack said so, it would be good to let her fight at least with their Joe, but now his condition, to which the hero replied that no, it can be cured. Stretching his hand forward, healing particles appeared around the guy, and the hero spoke about healing. Looking down, the guy was surprised and said that the main character's magic was good, to which Jack asked, well, how is it? Will he be able to fight? And the guy answered approvingly. Looking forward in surprise, Julie thought about the fact that although she heard that the head of the Brotherhood of Steel studied magic at the Unique Academy, she did not think that he was so good. Because of this, she becomes even more greedy. Putting his hand on the guy's shoulder, the protagonist said that this was a fight with the clan's pride at stake, asked that he knew what would happen if he lost, and then explained that hellish training would await him until the competition itself, to which Joe laughed in fear. Looking away, Jack said that if he showed himself well, then perhaps their clan leader would think again about the girl, to which Tom asked in surprise that he was again chatting whatever came into his head. Standing with his back turned, yellow lightning appeared around the guy and he turned to his father, saying that he would be back soon. Looking at him in surprise, the man asked again, and then said, well, let him, and the hero thought that it was great, a good chance to check how much stronger Joe had become during this time. Joe and Julie stood in front of each other. Putting her hands on her hips, the girl sighed and asked that in the end it would be him, to which he replied that he had once been interested in her. The guy looked ahead, and lightning flew around him, and he said that now he was in a situation where he cannot lose for the sake of his love. Swinging his fist, the guy shouted for her to be the first point of their love. A huge yellow beam appeared, and the guy shouted about the concentration of black gold thunder. Looking straight ahead, Julie thought, who is this girl, pissing him off? The girl sharply swung the weapon in front of the guy's face. Swinging, Julie said that for her, too, losing right in front of him would be very. Hitting the ground, the guy flew back, and she added that it was inconvenient. Joe's hand slid along the ground. Jumping on her, the guy shouted about a flying sparkling leg. The blow flew past her. She sharply grabbed the spear and spun. Gritting her teeth, the guy asked what she was using the spear in this way. Looking back, Julie replied that she was not finished yet. Hitting the guy in the face, she shouted about changing the rotation of the legs with the weapon. Watching the battle, the protagonist thought that after all, because she is their eldest, it is worth it. On the contrary, Joe lacks experience and the ability to quickly make decisions depending on the situation. However, looking down in surprise, the girl thought that she was sure that she would hit. Looking at his hand, the guy said that it did not hurt at all. His father laughed and said that he still completed the gold enhancement, to which the hero added that it was faster than he thought. It was not in vain that he trained all this time. Yellow particles appeared around the guy, and he asked in surprise that this is the power of love, a feeling as if he suddenly became much healthier. The girl raised the spear and thought that physical damage does not remain on it in that case. She grabbed the weapon tightly, and flames appeared around it. Directing the fire towards the guy, she shouted about the flame of the ancient dragon. Crossing his arms in front of him, Joe said the girl's name. Raising his head up, the guy parried the attack and told her to watch him. Julie looked at him in surprise, thinking that he had accepted the flames of the ancient dragon with his body. Furiously swinging his fist, Joe said that she would receive a love murder. The girl's eyes widened, thinking about defense. Having hit her, the guy shouted about the Golden River's love fist. The girl rolled her eyes and thought, no, consciousness. Smiling, the guy looked at Julie, who was bowing before him. Looking at him, Tom said that the outcome of the battle was already clear, but he got so carried away that he even overdid it, and the hero said that no, she had not yet used her strongest technique. Kneeling, the girl bowed her head down and said that they should all go away. Looking at the bright glow, Joe said in surprise, what is this? Smiling, Jack asked what it means. This is the peculiarity of the flame flower. The girl's eyes glowed red. Laughing loudly, she said that she had finally activated it, her peculiarity, a split personality. Looking at her, Joe asked in surprise, what the? His eyes wide open in amazement, the guy thought that the color of the flame had changed and the flow of energy had completely changed. It was heard how the girl addressed him. Julie lowered her head and thanked him, then said that the opponents had been so damn bland all this time. She was only able to get out because he had gotten rid of the flame flower consciousness in gratitude for that. Smiling widely, she added that she would kill him. The guy clenched his teeth tightly in fear. Suddenly, a flash appeared on the ground. Swinging his fist at the girl's head, Joe furiously said that the one who hit first wins, the concentration of black gold thunder. The girl smiled widely at this. Red smoke emanated from her hands. She laughed loudly and said that so this is pain. How long has it been since she felt it? It really pierces her. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought that this did not affect her at all. Looking at him, Julie said that they will continue. She quickly dealt many blows to the guy. The girl swung her hand in front of him, and Joe thought that damn, she was so strong that it couldn't even be compared to what it was a little earlier. Besides, her character had changed. And the type of fighting, and the way she spoke of a flame flower, as if she meant a completely different person, was this really her ability that changed personality? The girl, smiling, said that instead of thinking, it would be better to dodge another blow. Having hit the guy in the stomach, she spoke of a flame covering the heavens. Gritting her teeth, Joe thought that this would be dangerous if he didn't have the power of love. The girl pushed him, which surprised him. Looking straight ahead, Tom shouted about the golden reinforcement. A flash appeared near the guy, and the man added that it was collapsing. Looking at the explosion, Julie said that the shell was finally destroyed and laughed. Looking forward, the girl said that she would see if he would be okay after this blow. A red dragon appeared behind the girl and she screamed about the flame of the ancient dragon. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was seen. The man covered his face with his hand and clenched his teeth. The outline of the girl was visible in the smoke. Standing over the guy, she asked, "What, is it already the end?" Clutching his head, Tom said that this is a shame for their family. Kicking the guy, Julie said that she had just woken up, let her fight a little longer right now. Raising his leg, the protagonist said that okay, he got it, Joe lost. Looking at the girl, he asked, "So why doesn't she stop?" Standing over the guy, Jack asked him if he was alive, to which the girl thought that there was no approaching energy. The protagonist stood with his head down, and she added that it was him, the strongest of the Golden River, on whom the flaming flower was fixated. Looking away, the protagonist asked that she was the special power of the flame flower, let her stop making noise and come back. Smiling widely, the girl said no, she was the one who would become the new flame flower, she was the fighting spirit, she was the flame that burned everything around her, everything that wanted to stop her. A leg was flying at her face, and she added that she would burn it too. Having hit her, the protagonist asked that even so he was not coming back. Lying on the floor, Julie said that he was a bastard. The hero began to kick her and ask what was going on, to which she asked her to say, "Enough, just a minute." Frowning, Jack asked in surprise what was going on, let's see how long she could stand it. Red particles were flying around the hero's leg and he thought about the flame on his leg. The leg began to flare up, and Jack thought that it was the flame that was absorbing his attacks. Looking down, the protagonist thought about what he thought, how she defeated the gold enhancement, and she destroyed it by absorbing the attacks. You can understand why she hid her ability, it is really dangerous. The girl angrily clenched her teeth, and the hero thought about the devilish technique that cannot be controlled. If it is revealed, it will not end with just the shame of a warrior. Leaving, Jack asked that it seems that she does not die so easily, because she absorbs attacks with flames, and then said that he thinks it will not be difficult to kill her, but the original flame flower will also die, and this is a little problematic. Smiling, Julie said that it seems that now he understood. Yes, that's right, the two of them are one soul and one flesh, kill only her. Taking out a glowing sword, Jack asked, "Well, how about this?" Looking at him in surprise, the girl asked, "What is this, really?" Smiling broadly, the protagonist asked what she thought she guessed. "What is it?" "The sword of soul division, it is a sword that cuts souls." And then a glowing blade appeared. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what he thought. With its help it would be possible to get her out of this body. Well, how? Grabbing her neck, the girl asked for a minute, offered to negotiate. She would do as he said, asked what he wanted, let him just say. She said fearfully that she would give him the clan of the fiery sky. What about this body? He is not interested. She got out with such difficulty, she does not want to die. Raising the sword behind his head, the hero apologized and said that it seemed the negotiations were over, to which she asked him to stop. The training hall and the sounds of battle appeared. The girl deftly dodged the hero's fist. Then she landed on the ground. Looking straight ahead, Julie said for him to stop already, tells him that he at least knows what time this is already. Smiling, the hero asked about dodging. Gritting her teeth angrily, she thought, damn, how did this happen? Why is this idiot beating her again? It seemed like the hero raised his sword over his head, and she thought that she was sure that yesterday she almost lost her soul because of him, but when she woke up, he immediately began to beat her with his fists. Looking at her, Jack asked if it was too rude to call him a monster. Smiling, he said that he was doing this to help her. His soul hurts too. The girl furiously said that he should stop talking nonsense. As soon as she takes over the body, he tells her to leave. As soon as she leaves, he tells her to get out. She says that now is the 5th time, it is better to just kill her. The protagonist spread his arms and said that the flame flower asked him to, said that she wanted to control her properly, and he only does what he was asked to do. If she is unhappy with something, let her surrender to the flame flower. Looking at him, the girl said that she would never do this, she also wants to live. The hero asked, she knows what will happen in this case. Then she looked at the blue flash in surprise. Taking her head, the protagonist slammed her face into the floor. Gritting her teeth, the girl thought that this idiot was at least human. After all, he had crossed the definition of strength. Closing her eyes, she said that she felt sick, to which the hero replied that it seemed that the lack of self-control had only now been activated. Gritting her teeth, the girl asked again about the lack of self-control. A picture appeared in the hero's head as she holds a blue sphere in her hand, and he spoke. He placed it in her soul. The more time passes, the more harmonious they will become with the flame flower of the soul, and the more he torments her, the weaker her strength to resist the lack of self-control becomes. Opening one eye, she said that she was also alive, asked why only she should sacrifice herself. Smiling, the hero said that he said the same. He was simply asked about it. If he wants to live, the flame flower can ask about it. Throwing her head back, the girl thought about the fact that it was impossible to talk to him. Red particles began to emit from her. Looking up, Julie said that she was in pain. Leaning on her hand, she said that this is not what a person should do, to which he extended his hand to her and asked that, and yet it became much calmer, right? Taking his hand, the girl said that she was saying this after using a woman's body as a sandbag, to which he asked what other women and men are in the world of martial arts, besides, he is treating her. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked what even words make her get rid of good feelings for him. Smiling, the hero said that that's great, he also did not want to get attached to someone. In the background, a man hit his son. Turning around, the hero said that it seemed that everything was going well for them too, and the girl was surprised. Laughing loudly, Tom attacked his son. Looking straight ahead, he said that he surprised him, it was fun to beat him. Crossing his arms in front of himself, the guy thought about dying and removing the equipment many times. Looking at the hole in the wall, Alex said that they were destroying the building again, and the hero asked how much time had passed. Looking at him, the advisor said that the best record, he maintains the gold enhancement for more than 10 minutes, to which the hero replied that more needs to be done. It is necessary for their clan and the clan of the Fire Sky to show good results, because then they will be able to obtain the leading position in the unification of the clans of Muram. Looking to the side, the hero thought that this is not enough yet. It is not possible to be absolutely sure that with 2 clans out of 7 they will be able to guarantee the right to speak. He would like to suppress the main forces from the very opening. Turning to the advisor, Jack said that he should approve all of Uncle's interviews that were rejected, to which Alex asked in surprise, "What? Is he in his right mind? How is he going to monitor this man's mouth?" To which the hero replied that they are using it. Many flashes from cameras appeared, photographing the man, and the hero thought that with Uncle's help they will protect the information. There are 2 big topics that they should talk about. Tom smiled widely, watching how he was photographed, and Jack thought that the schedule of the opening of the competition and how they hope to enjoy it with even more people. After that he himself will take care of everything else. Putting his hands on the shoulders of the guys, the hero said that they should spread the news of the competition as much as possible. It will be difficult to create hidden advertising or discussions, so they can just openly write that it is the Golden River Clan. Many articles appeared about what the head of the Golden River Clan said about the competition. Smiling, the hero thought that it seemed like this was enough to stir up trouble. Well, then how would the other clans react? The meeting of the guild leaders appeared, and Robert said that they were starting the meeting of the Muram clans. Sighing, he said that he was the first on the agenda. Furiously putting the paper on the table, he shouted about the issue of his frivolous mouth, the leader of the Golden River, to which Tom laughed and said that he was very sorry, he did not think that everything would turn out like this. Looking away, Marcus thought that this idiot had become much better at acting. Raising his hand, the man said that because the rumors he spread had spread and become even bigger, the scale of the already planned competition had doubled, asking how he would take responsibility for this. Tom lowered his head and said that he was sorry. He was remorseful, but as a fighter, since he had already said all this, he would have to bear the responsibility. Looking straight ahead, he smiled broadly and said that therefore their clan would bear all the additional expenses. All the people looked at him in surprise upon hearing this. Robert frowned and wondered if this was really his goal from the beginning, to buy the leading role with money. Marcus looked away and thought that it was possible due to how popular he had been all this time, and how he had begun to receive the profits of the Black Tiger clan in the darkness, and he used his brain a little. The man turned his head and thought that now they would have to avoid the attention of the Golden River, but even with the scale they had before, it was already weighing on them. The girl and the man looked straight ahead and thought about the additional expenses. There was a deathly silence at the table. Tom smiled and thought that up to this point everything had gone as Jack had said. Great, well, they would finish it, and then said that that was it. Suddenly they heard someone paying. The man entered the room. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Leaning on his cane, the man with a smile on his face said that their clan of sea swords would take on these expenses. Tom turned and angrily said that he was a bastard. Oscar, looking straight at him, said that even if he had to sell all the property of the clan of sea swords, he would pay for his sins, so he asked to believe and leave everything to him. Gritting his teeth, Tom thought that hell, this will not work. Sitting down on the sofa, the man said what happened to this old man. Approaching him, the protagonist asked what in the end, to which he replied that he lost in a vote of 5-2. Everyone except him and the Fiery Sky itself were against. It was decided that the sea swords would take on all the additional costs. Looking at the man, Jack asked about this money. It was not a bluff, to which he sighed and replied that everything had already been officially decided. He actually had it. The protagonist grinned and said that it was interesting, to which the man turned to him and asked how he was disgraced at the meeting. Smiling, the protagonist said that no, he thinks that the way in this short time of only a month while they got rid of the old head of the sea swords and their strongest squad, and also dealt with the affairs of the Northern River family, they managed to get back on their feet so firmly, makes at least some sense. Looking away, the man thought about it. Looking forward, the protagonist said that this was dirty money. Pointing his hand to the side, Jack said that since this was a large sum, They had most likely done something very bad, and then asked what he wanted to do with such guys, to which Tom laughed and replied that of course, they needed to be destroyed. Turning around, the protagonist replied that of course, that's what they should do, and then thought about what was handy. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that if they were hiding such a sum somewhere, they must have left traces, which meant that they got them from someone who gave them such a sum. The man walked quickly along the corridor. Smiling, Oscar thought that well, he had finished everything perfectly, using the Golden River's desire not to lose its leadership, just a little more. The cane hit the floor, and he added that as soon as they received the rights to interfere in the construction of the stadium. Looking straight ahead with an evil look, the man was thinking about how the sea swords would become the strongest on the peninsula, no, even the only clan on the peninsula. The guy looked at him and asked if he was sure everything would be fine. As he said, they were real devils, to which the man replied that he knew, but looking at him, Oscar said that it was necessary to act before maintaining the clan became completely impossible. Someone was watching their dialogue and heard that now, except for their strength. The man abruptly turned his head up. Looking at the masked man, he asked who it was. Suddenly, a bright blue flash appeared. He looked in surprise at the dagger stuck in the papers. With his eyes wide open, he wondered what it was. A blade appeared, and the man added that the pattern was in the form of a rat. Could it really be a person from the 12th family? A circle of 12 patterns appeared, and the man thought that just like their 7 clans, Japan has 12 unique organizations representing it. Named after each of the Chinese zodiac names, he is sure that this is a pattern of the Nemiga group, which is also called rats. Looking at the man in the mask, Oscar asked if he was really from the Nemiga. The man put his finger to his face and hissed. The man nodded approvingly. Looking at the green glow, the guy said that it disappeared. Looking at the head in fear, the guy said, "What kind of person is this? What kind of letter is this?" And the man grinned. Looking at the paper, Oscar laughed loudly, and the guy turned to him. Holding the letter in his hand, the man told him to look, that devil sent them an invitation first. Walking forward, he said that he should get ready, they need to go to Japan. The car quickly drove along the road. From it came the question that yes, how were you? Holding the phone in his hand, Oscar said that it was he, the clan leader, returning from a meeting. A mansion in Japan appeared. The man in it asked what and how. The man asked about the meeting going well. Smiling, Oscar replied that yes, thanks to their financial support, they agreed to pay about half of the competition costs. The man said that well, let him contact him again when the stadium construction begins. He will involve their guys, to which Oscar replied that yes, I understand him. The man hung up. Smiling, he said that like this. Looking at the books, he said that if you do this, you can completely get rid of all the Korean clans, as he planned, to which the man in the cloak replied that yes. Smiling, the man said that a person who is so eager to kill that he is ready to betray the country, and then asked that it seems that they are on very bad terms. Looking straight ahead, the man in the cloak said that he was currently stateless, so it didn't bother him. Looking at him, the man asked what he could. Now it was time to tell him what kind of relationship he had with the guy named Jack. Taking off his hood, the guy said that it was nothing special, just smiling widely. Greg said that he would call them enemies from a past life. Someone slammed the door and turned to the chairman. Running into the office, the guy said in surprise that they had problems. Looking at him, the man asked what happened, to which the guy replied that his brothers had pooled their shares again and announced their desire to become the largest shareholders. The man's eyes widened in surprise when he heard that they were going to remove him from the chairman's position and replace him with another, to which he asked again in surprise. The man put his mug on the table and said, "Damn, these bastards." Looking down angrily, Charlie thought that they had probably planned this all along, had been discussing how they would drag him out of his position because of his bad image and organize a reform of the enterprise. An image of the main character and the man appeared in his head, and he thought that he could no longer stand with open arms in front of the hero and the representative. If he accepted their help again, they would be able to take the whole company away from him. A man came into the bar, the girl greeted him, and he said that it was his first time in such a place. Well, could she give the same as that man? And Charlie thought that if he wanted to protect her, he needed to pull himself together. Turning to the man, he said that this was strong alcohol, it would break through all the insides, to which he replied that he had just had something happen that made him feel bad. Charlie looked away in surprise, hearing that he had lost his son. Bowing his head, the man thought that Jorg was a scoundrel. Looking down, Charlie said that he had also lost a son not long ago, to which he was surprised. Smiling, Oscar said that it seemed that they would be able to understand each other perfectly. A scream was heard in the training room. The girl's hand emitted red particles and she screamed about the flames covering the skies. Swinging his fist, Joe said about the concentration of black gold thunder. The protagonist stood in the middle of lightning from the blows. Smiling, he said about teleportation. He moved, and red and yellow lightning struck the floor, and then he said that surprisingly, now they not only hit and dodge, but also know how to counterattack. The guy clenched his teeth and began to attack the protagonist. Having hit him in the stomach, a blue beam appeared and the protagonist said that this time the direction of attacks was too monotonous. Blood was coming out of the guy's mouth and hoarsely he said that gold reinforcement. Grabbing the hero's hand, Joe furiously said about concentrating on one point. Looking to the side, the guy said that now, the girl with the red fire dragon was flying from above him. The dragon approached Joe and the hero. Jack smiled broadly and said that it was good, he praised it. Suddenly he grabbed the guy by the shirt. He abruptly threw the guy towards Julie. They both fell face down on the floor and screamed in pain. Their heads were shaking. The guy thought that he missed Molly, and Julie thought that they themselves felt that they had become stronger, but the difference between them was not only not decreasing, but on the contrary, only increasing. The protagonist approached them and said that he really liked everything today. He thought that now they had learned to think properly even in emergency situations, so this. Smiling, Joe and Julie thought that it was the end. Healing particles were flying around them, and the girl asked in surprise about restorative magic. Looking at them, Jack suggested that they recover and do another approach. They suddenly burst into tears and the girl said that she did not want more, and Joe that his one approach was until the person died. They both begged for mercy, and the man appeared behind the hero and said that he was investigating what he ordered. Turning around, he asked what he was talking about the source of the Sea Sword's capital. Okay, where is it? Looking at the tablet, Ben said that it was one large corporation. There was nothing special in the documents. The hero extended his hand and told him to give it here, to which the man obeyed the order. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that it was just a large corporation and it seemed that they earned money quite honestly, nothing remarkable. Jack, opening his eyes in surprise, said about the parent company. Charlie asked what he was talking about Japan. Looking at him, Oscar replied that exactly, if only he helped them, the Japanese Nesmiga would stand behind him and the Sea Swords would take over the unification of clans. Bowing his head, the man said that he was telling him to sell the country, in exchange for which the company would receive the rights to all the companies in the clan union. Holding a mug in his hand, Charlie said that he did not have the strength to manage the company now, to which the man asked if he knew what was special about Sea Swords. A ninja appeared, swinging his sword, and the man said that it was contract killings. Lowering his head, Charlie thought about contract killings. Standing up, Oscar said that he would get rid of the rest of the brothers, asked if he knew why he had chosen his company, or rather him. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the man said that he was the same as him, capable of giving up anything for himself. It seemed that Charlie was standing with a syringe next to his sick father, and Oscar said that it was the same as what he had done with his father. Looking at him, the man told him to choose, asked if he would make a deal. Raising his head, Charlie asked what was required of him. The car was driving along the road, you could hear from it, which was wonderful. The man happily said that they would hurt the company again, to which the people sitting in the back confirmed. Smiling, the girl said that after they got rid of the bad first brother, they would not betray each other now, to which the man replied that for sure, betrayal is bad. They all laughed loudly. A thought appeared, what nonsense, the company belongs to him. The man was standing near the passing car. A pink sword appeared and he spoke about releasing a special power. The girl swung the sword and said about the ghost sword. Smiling, the man turned to the driver and asked what he had just said. A headless man appeared, and he shouted about him in surprise. The car began to skid from side to side. You could hear from it that the hell, what happened? Let them try to stop the car, they will crash like that. They all screamed in fear and closed their eyes. Suddenly the car crashed and an explosion thundered. The girl put her hand to her ear and said that yes, it was her, Kim, calling with a report. There was an explosion, and the girl asked to tell the clan leader that the target was destroyed. Alex, standing in front of the hero and the man, said that they tried their best, but in the end it was decided that the Sea Swords would fully engage in the construction of the competition venue. Throwing his head back, Tom said that fine, let him tell them to do whatever they want, to which the hero asked what and who. Looking at the tablet, the advisor said that, in fact, the Ilwu Company. Tom and Jack turned to him in surprise, hearing this. Looking straight ahead, the man said that the Ilwu Company, haven't they gone bankrupt yet? He said that they would be properly taught a lesson, to which the hero replied that he thought that if it was them, then there was no need to worry. The most terrible of them, the first son, had already passed natural selection among his brothers and sisters, so he thinks they themselves, and Alex asked for a minute. Unfolding the tablet, the advisor said in surprise that they say that yesterday the brothers and sister from the Ilwu Company, except for the eldest, died in a car accident. Looking away, the protagonist thought that it was quite bold as soon as they were chosen by the Sea Sword clan as the developers of the competition venue. He immediately got rid of his relatives. They are not going to hide the connection between these two cases, but rather demonstrate them. Smiling, the protagonist said that these two will not be able to cope alone. He is sure that someone is behind them. Tightly clenching his fists, Tom asked that the one who needs to be taught a lesson has appeared again, right? To which the hero replied that now they should start to figure it out, first of all, and the advisor asked, but who could do such a thing? Taking the phone in his hands, Jack said that he will probe the kidney a little over the phone. The headquarters of the Ilwu company appeared. The girl bowed to the man and said that she was told that the preparations for the funeral of his brothers and sister were finished, to which he replied that it was good, he would also come soon. Smiling widely, Charlie thought that finally, clenching his fist in joy, he thought that the company had fallen into his hands. The man turned around sharply after hearing that he was not allowed to rush in so suddenly and asked what was going on. The doors suddenly swung open. The guy smiled and greeted the chairman, and his brother said that they were investigators from the Allen family. The man clenched his teeth tightly and thought about the Allen family. Looking at them, he asked what on what matter, to which the guy replied that they were investigating the death of the young master of the Allen family. Had he ever met him? Looking straight ahead angrily, Charlie thought that these freaks, it means they still have not given up. The headquarters of the Sea Sword clan appeared. Talking on the phone, Oscar said that yes, they will get rid of them, maybe tomorrow. Well, signing the paper, the man said that the new assignment, let him pass this on to the killers and get rid of them without any chance of failure, to which the guy complied. Looking at the man, he apologized and said that whether this is really the way to save the clan of Sea Swords, if other clans find out about this, then it is obvious that they will be completely destroyed. Leaning on the back of the chair, Oscar said that they have already united with the Nesmiga, so there is no need to worry about something like this, to which the guy apologized again. An image of Lucas appeared in the man's head and he said that after the collapse of Darkness, there were many vacancies in the market for hired killers. They should take good advantage of this opportunity in order to be able to open a new outlet for Sea Swords. Having handed over a folder with documents, Oscar said that, oh well, here, let him hide it where it always was, to which the guy complied. Charlie stood out of breath at the entrance, and the man shouted his name. Looking at him, Oscar asked what he was doing, how he could just show up here, to which he replied that now was not the time to argue about it, the Ellen family had come to him. Frowning, the chairman said that although he was able to come up with something and kick them out, it was unknown when they would show up again, he had to protect him from them. Looking straight ahead, the man asked in surprise, what was the Ellen family, why did they come to him? Gritting his teeth, the chairman said that in general, well, yes. Putting his hand on the table, Oscar asked, didn't he just ask him to protect him from them? If he hides it, he won't be able to help. The man looked down in confusion, thinking, damn, he tried to avoid the tiger and seemed to have wandered into the wolf's den, but because he knows about the contract with the Nesmiga, the Sea Swords have no choice but to protect him. Looking at him, Charlie said, okay, he will tell everything. The clan palace appeared. Oscar said in surprise that he is the real killer of the young master of the Ellen family and did it under the orders of the Golden River, to which he replied that it is also related to the chairman and the tea and company. Frowning, the man thought, this is a huge bomb, it is dangerous to keep it on you, but if it destroys everyone, it can also become a strong weapon for the Sea Swords. Sighing, Oscar said that they were in the same boat anyway, so he had no choice to protect him or not, to which Charlie replied, what does that mean? Looking straight ahead, the man said that, however, it seemed that he had made a mistake since he came here right after the idiots from the Ellen family came to him. Two red effects appeared on the stairs, and Oscar added that they had let him go and immediately started surveillance. The guy, smiling, said that they had finally found the chairman. Descending the stairs, the investigator turned to the chairman and said that he could not have killed the gentleman with his own strength and that it was obvious that someone had used the influential unique. Charlie gritted his teeth, hearing that, firstly, he had avenged his son and the Golden River had protected him, and secondly, the Sea Swords had entered into a contract with him for construction. Turning his head to the side, the guy said that as soon as they set a trap for him, he went to the Sea Swords and then asked how they should understand this. Spreading his arms, Oscar said that he did not understand what they were talking about, they only asked for help in building a stadium for the Murama competition. Stretching his hand to the side, the investigator asked that then could he now show everyone the book in which he had just taken notes. Frowning, the man thought, damn, he knew it was a bomb. But he did not think that its fuse was already lit, but they would be in trouble if the fact of making a deal with Japanese assassins was revealed. Lowering his head, the man sighed and asked what if he did not want to do it. Yellow particles flew around the guy and he said that then he would have to look by force. Looking to the side, Oscar thought that he could not reveal the contents of the book, nothing could be done. Sharply releasing a blue wave, he shouted about the annihilating cut. Suddenly, an explosion thundered in the palace. Holding a cane in his hand, the man said that this was too much. A blue glow appeared around him and he said that even if they were one of the 4 strongest families in America, he asked what they thought, they can act like gangsters in a foreign country. The guy looked at him and thought that this is how he acted, even more suspicious. Stretching his hand forward, he said that although he did not want to use violence, it seems that there is no choice. The man's eyes glowed red and he said about the release of a special power. The guy's face was completely in red particles and Oscar said that he was a puppet. Looking up, the man said that he cannot resist, because this is a strong technique with which he can control the mind and physical body of the enemy. Suddenly, the guy grinned. A red beam appeared and the man's eyes widened. The wood cracked. Pointing his hand down, the guy called air arrows. Dodging the beams, Oscar asked what, said that he had put a puppet on him from close range. A pentagram appeared from the guy's hand and he said that this was the price for his senseless tricks and again called air arrows. The man quickly ran away from the blows. Looking back, he asked how he had freed himself from the puppet. Approaching him, the guy said that a magician always watches his mind for the sake of magic. Then he abruptly raised his hand up and called an air shield. The blue and yellow beams collided. They looked at each other. Smiling, the guy said that all the more so how could he attack the mind of a magician like him? How naive he was, the head of the sea swords. Gritting his teeth tightly, Oscar thought about the fact that he knew that he was from the Ellen family, but he was a magician of about the 6th circle, no, even the 7th. The boy told the chairman that here, they would take advantage of the moment, he would take him to a safe place, to which he agreed. Hearing that Chairman Charlie should go with them, he frowned. Suddenly, the second brother suddenly appeared in front of them. Turning around, Oscar shouted about the main book. Looking at them, the boy said that the book and the chairman let him hand them over to them, then nothing dangerous will happen, to which the man's advisor said no book. Looking at his hands in surprise, he asked about the book. Quickly turning the pages, the investigator said that they were incredible. Leaning on the railing, the main character said that they killed so many people in this short time, and then smiled. Looking back, the chairman shouted the hero's name and the boy said that he took the book, but when? Suddenly, gray smoke appeared from the boy's hands. Looking at them, Jack asked if they even knew how upset he was. No one noticed his concealment magic. Their chairman did not answer calls, so he came because he was worried about him. The investigator said that the hero should give them the book and leave. If he does not do this, he will consider this as hostile actions towards the Ellen family. Shaking his head, the main character said that he does not want to. If anyone has to leave here, then let them go themselves. Looking at him, the guy told him to leave until he counts to 3 and began to count. Smiling, the hero said the number 3. Suddenly, a devastating explosion appeared. The guy asked about it in surprise, and the man said that this technique, really? Tom asked the hero through the smoke about why it took so long. Emitting lightning, the man walked straight and smiled, and someone shouted his name, to which he asked that now he can beat everyone. One of the investigators was lying on the ground, and his brother said his name. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that he had said to step aside. Looking at the book, he turned to the head of the sea swords in surprise and asked what was written in Japanese. Looking down, he grinned and said that it meant that he had betrayed the country, united with Japan, and done what Scum did. The man clenched his teeth in anger and thought that this bastard. Tom cracked his knuckles and said that these words meant that they would now become apostles of justice fighting for it. Smiling widely, the man said that today they would completely, and the hero added that they would destroy the sea swords. The old man thought, the Ellen family, and now the Golden River, if something goes wrong. Today will really be the last day for their clan, at least one of them. The guy interrupted his thoughts with a question. If they did bad things, they should be punished. The man asked the old man not to be too stubborn, they were wrong after all. The man who was standing next to the magician turned to the leader of the Golden River. He said that they must have had a reason to hurt the magician of the Ellen family. The magician shuddered, thought, right, there was still a strong connection between them. He pointed his finger at the hero, shouted that this man was the real criminal who killed the young master. The blonde turned his head, asked if it was true. Tom asked the guy what he did again. Jack grinned, answered that the chairman was too talkative. An evil smile appeared on his face. He said that Sam was the first to ask for trouble. It was self-defense. The magician raised his hand, a glowing pentagram appeared. He shouted for the guy to shut up, used a water spear. The heroes jumped back, there was an explosion. Tom gritted his teeth, said that this was his first magician. He would turn him into a bloody mess. Jack asked his uncle, he had not forgotten why they came here, noticed that they had escaped. There really was no one at that place. The man shouted that they had talked them into it and ran away. The guy stood behind him, assumed that they were already outside the building. Tom told him to quickly sort everything out and come, otherwise he would be the only one enjoying the fun. Jack replied that he would try. The man moved. Sam appeared in the room. He said that Jack, as the protector of the Golden River, was also one of the suspects, until Elizabeth, this half-breed, took his side. After the death of the young master, she received the rights to act in this country. Now everything fits together, so the two of them conspired and killed the master. The guy raised his index finger, indignant. How could he call his girlfriend a half-breed? He waved his hand to the side, asked if it was too rude. The blonde was surprised. He recognized the magic of the 7th circle of his family, the shining cutter. He jumped up, exclaimed, teleport. Sam clenched his teeth, thought, how could he, this magic? He was wounded in the side. He grabbed his stomach, sank to the floor. Jack said that he simply repeated what Sam did. But the power is not so good. Although he rose to the 7th circle, it seems that in using magic there is another problem. The man grinned, said that little by little he continues to be convinced that he is the culprit, killed the young master from the Ellen family, He wanted to ask that he at least understands what this means, but the guy interrupted him, said that it seems that he does not understand. Jack asked gloomily, does he think that by killing the young master, he will leave him alive? The man shouted, what? He exclaimed angrily, the bastard. He stretched out his hand, a glowing whirlwind appeared. He shouted, he is going to make his family his enemy, used an air arrow. The hero raised 3 fingers, created a magic shield. There was an explosion. The shield protected Jack from the rays. He asked the magician what he was talking about. He will become their reliable ally, the hero who saved his friend lying there and lost consciousness and destroyed the sea swords. He moved his hand to the side, added that he did not need 2 witnesses. Sam angrily shouted that he should not make him laugh, he would kill him and tell the headquarters the whole truth, and also get rid of the half-breed who joined hands with him. He lowered his hand to the floor, a huge knight began to appear behind him. This knight cracked, Jack said, too long. He held a glowing sword in his hand, said that at the moment he cast the protective spell, everything was already over. He raised his finger, sparks appeared, the guy said that thanks to it he had added several spells, wished him a good journey. The flash illuminated Sam. A powerful explosion occurred behind the old man. He looked back, asked if the fight was already over, he was called out. The elders were standing in front of him, the one standing in front asked what happened, the magician exclaimed, they came on time. A column of light was descending right on the old man. He said that an invader had come to them. Right now it was necessary to gather the warriors who were in the headquarters. He did not have time to finish. Tom came down to the ground. Oscar looked back, angrily said, already. Tom was warming up his hands, exclaimed, stop running, suggested a proper fight, otherwise, why did he come here? The man walked towards him. Oscar thought, although it was a shame, but he didn't have enough talent to get rid of him with such a difference in unarmed combat. Using special techniques wouldn't make much difference, whether it was even possible for sea swords to deal with him from the beginning. He bowed his head, said that he was also overwhelmed with the desire to tear him into small pieces, but the preparations were not finished yet. Tom asked in surprise, what, let him not hide? At that moment a warrior girl appeared behind him. He dodged the blow. She jumped to the ground. She told the clan leader that he needed to leave. The fight with the magician was already over. Austin's eyes turned black. The girl said that they would buy time, so he should hurry up. A strange sound was heard. She felt some kind of impact on herself. The warrior looked back, said in fear, the clan leader. Red threads wrapped around the elders. One of them shouted to the leader, what is he doing? Austin lowered his head, his eyes glowing. The elder shouted why he was doing this. He said, buy time, right, let them do it. They became his puppets. End of Season 3. A man with round glowing eyes muttered something. There were pulse lines above the victims' heads, and a heartbeat could be heard. Tom said with a grin that he thought he was the one who was so trusting, but it turned out he was like his father. The old man stood among the puppets, exclaimed that he could make as much noise as he wanted, because he would send him to where his son was now. He let go of the wooden boards with strings, shouted at the puppets, forward. They moved forward, stretching out their hands to Tom. The man leaned over, laughed, let them all attack, otherwise he needed to quickly deal with them and talk to the head of their clan. He punched one of the elders in the chest, applied the concentration of black gold thunder. The explosion threw the enemy's back. A zombie suddenly jumped out at him from a thick cloud of smoke. Another grabbed him from behind. Tom did not understand what was happening to them, why they were so strong. Several more puppets with weapons in their hands jumped on him. They struck. Austin smiled evilly, said that in order to protect their bodies, people create limits for their own strength, but now he is defining the boundaries of these limits. He added that with his ability he can also strengthen their combat techniques. Although this is a low-level unique, it is impossible to ignore their strength and energy. Tom grabbed the puppet by the face, said that such small fish. He swung, furiously shouted that he should not pretend that they are strong. The man threw the warrior over himself. The puppets trembled with fear. The leader clenched his fist, shouted that they should not stand like a pillar but catch Tom. The hero pulled his hand back, shouted that they would fly apart from one blow from him. He used penetrating destruction. The blast wave threw the opponent's back. Austin hid behind the puppet. Tom sat, resting his fist on the ground. He exhaled, noticed that these guys were really tough, and suggested that the old man step forward. Austin raised his hand, asking what to do. It was not his turn yet. A hand reached for Tom's leg. The puppet grabbed his leg. The man looked down, thought, stubborn guys, they are still here. The old man swung, exclaimed that there was still the strongest puppet left for him. A flash of light appeared in the sky. Kim jumped at him with a sword. Tom raised his hand to defend himself. The blade passed through his hand. She said, ghost sword. The old man laughed, shouted that by concentrating on combat techniques, he could even make him use his strongest skills. This is the end. The man gritted his teeth in pain. He reached his hand towards the girl. He put his hand on her head, said, crazy devil thunder technique. She was struck by a discharge. Tom screamed, lightning release. Austin's fist trembled. He thought, even she lost, with such wounds he still uses strong techniques, a real animal. Tom exhaled smoke, released the warrior, asked, is he really finished now? Told the old man to come here. Behind him, in the clouds of smoke, a guy's silhouette appeared. He said that his uncle looked disgusting. It was Jack. He asked if he had been too lazy in training lately. Austin thought, and the head of the Brotherhood of Steel showed up. The man objected, he was just careless. A wooden board with threads appeared in front of Tom. The old man said that it was. He even turned around, shouted, puppet capture. The man waved his fists, indignant. How insulting, or did he think someone would fall for this? Austin's mouth began to bleed. He said that, after all, he had gotten old, and it was not so easy to do, but for the sake of destroying Tom, he was ready to put his life on the line. He crossed his arms in front of him, shouted, the secret technique of puppets, the yarn of the soul. Pulse lines appeared around Tom's head. The old man said that this was the strongest technique, during which he was able to control only one puppet with his own life force. A wooden board was tied to the man's back. Austin ordered the head of the Steel Brotherhood to fight the head of his clan. Tom exclaimed, the body does not obey. Jack cracked his fingers, answered, nothing can be done, suggested that his uncle clash once for the first time in a long time. Tom turned his head and said that this cowardly old man, how much does he think he can withstand maintaining this? The old man put his hands out and noted that of course they wouldn't be able to hold out for long, but if only they all quietly disappeared, their plan would be a success. Tom swung sharply at the protagonist. Jack jumped back sharply and dodged. The head of the Golden River opened his mouth and noticed that his body was not moving at his will. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that the head of the Sea Sword clan, he looked like his personal powers were not that great, but judging by the fact that he controlled his uncle, who was about level 9.5, at least his abilities exceeded the 9th level of the junior. Tom began to run forward and shouted that then they would clash properly once. He approached the protagonist and added that since they had decided to fight, he should not behave so shamefully. We need to attack him in the face. Jack quickly flew up. Then he landed on the roof and said that he was conscious now, who here got overexcited and shamefully found himself in the hands of the head of the Sea Swords, after which he sharply turned his gaze. Tom broke the roof and shouted what he had just said. The protagonist opened his mouth, after which he landed next to the house. Then he looked up and asked if he was really being controlled. The man took the tower and shouted that he was very sorry, after which he threw it at the protagonist and added that this was absolutely not his intention. The protagonist put out his hand and asked that his intentions had also been added now. A moment later, many blows hit the tower, after which it crumbled. Oscar looked at the protagonist and shouted that he was ignorant, let him not jump as he pleased. Then he clenched his teeth and thought that his technique was not able to cope with his power. He needed to win before it was too late. The old man bent slightly and shouted that if the leader of the Brotherhood of Steel wanted to defeat him, he would have to kill Tom first, see if he could. Then he put his hands out and added that he should try to kill him, who cared about him so much, because only then he could also feel his grief from losing his son, and Tom shouted that this time for real, it was not his will. The protagonist smiled and noted that he seemed to be a little mistaken. Tom curled up furiously, after which the protagonist pressed him into the ground. Jack opened his mouth and noted that this uncle was constantly getting punched by him. The old man clenched his teeth. Tom smiled and asked what he meant. He really wanted to do this. Then he flew up and shouted that his body was already hot. Oscar put his hands out and used the puppet's destructive technique. Tom swung and shouted that it was not bad, then used the spirit-knocking Golden River punch. The protagonist swung his fist and used the same ability. The two fists collided. The old man covered himself and shouted that in the Golden River clan there are only monsters. Tom gritted his teeth. Oscar looked at him and thought that it would not be possible to hold him back while wounded. Tom flew back sharply after the shout to retreat and go protect him. The main character jumped forward and asked where he was going, after which he found himself above Tom. The old man opened his mouth and thought that he had stuck the blade into the head of his clan. Jack swung and said that he had been taught to be ruthless in battle by him, after which he hit Tom in the head. The head of the Golden River passed out, after which he fell to the ground. Oscar gritted his teeth and said how this was possible, how easily he defeated Tom, how strong he was. The main character looked at him and said that he had sold the country, abandoned his comrades, but even after that he said that he would avenge his son. Then he put up his hand with the seal and added that he was just a man who seized any chance that came his way and used any means. The old man sat down on his knees and screamed. Then he opened his mouth and noted that he would tell the Nesmig clan about his strength. They would also consider it a good offer to persuade the Golden River clan to their side. The protagonist raised his hand. Then he snapped his fingers and noted that he had not left anyone like him alive in his previous life either, after which the old man exploded. The guys looked at the screen and noticed that this guy had finally been captured. Charlie was being led by the police and the guy noted that this was the chairman of the Ilwu company. They say he conspired with the Sisits and did something. About a month has already passed. They killed the successor of the Ellen family. Then their magicians came to their country and made a fuss here. The guards were standing near the building and the guys added that warriors from the eunuch and the Ellen family had appeared. He had seen it on the news. Even national security had been activated and they said there had been quite a stir. Tom entered the subway and the guys added that at that time Tom of the Golden River had defeated all those bad guys and had made peace with the Ellen family. The leader smiled broadly. The bus stopped and the guys noted that they had arrived at a Murama convention. A huge arena appeared. Jane looked at her phone and asked that the leader of their clan was just like a great universal star. Some were even telling him to become president, and Jack noted that if necessary, it would be possible to make him theirs. The girl turned around and noted that by the way, they were really smart. Then she pointed to the phone and added that she was talking about the articles. Although everything had ended some time ago, they had deliberately published them right before the competition. Jane smiled and noted that her grandfather had asked her to tell him not to give him a heart attack. The old man took a sip and said that he could because his son-in-law was busy, after which a man ran into the room and shouted that the guy had been captured. Byron spat out his tea and heard that this was why they said he had been elected as the temporary chairman of Ilwu. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked that it was a gift and gratitude for permission to communicate. He supposed he did not like him, and the girl replied that in any case she was grateful. He even took care of her grandfather. Jack stroked her head and noted that he should be the one thanking her, thanks to the fact that the nation's younger sister would be responsible for the opening. His reputation remained high. Jane opened her mouth and asked why he was suddenly saying such things. It was not like him at all. Jack opened his mouth and replied that as soon as the opening was over, he should leave the stadium immediately. The girl looked at him and asked if it was dangerous, to which she heard that it was still unknown. After which she stood up and said that her boyfriend was the strongest in the universe. What should she worry about? He would protect her no matter what happened. Jack looked at him and agreed. The warrior entered and noted that the performance would soon begin. Jane waved her hand and noted that then she would go, let him also have a good competition. Jack smiled and thought that, as he wanted, they did not run away and open the competition. Traitors of the Murama, no matter who it will be, if they show off, they will trample them all. Fireworks appeared in the arena. The crowd opened their mouths and screamed. Jane raised her hands and shouted for them to enjoy the Murama competition too. The host raised her fist and noted that it was Jane who had a very passionate performance for the opening, and his colleague added that now, together with the participants, they begin the selection stage. George looked around, heard the participants gather on the stage, and thought that there were a lot of people here. The warriors began to look around and said that how would they order them to hold a qualifying round with so many people? There were 1,000 participants alone. It was not even clear who was who. After which Tom appeared. Robert appeared behind the warriors. Marcus opened his mouth and noted that it seemed they did not see anyone except him, and Tom asked what was going on. Was he jealous? The girl winked and said that all this was nothing more than a salute. They all should not overdo it for the sake of showing everyone their strength. Tom folded his arms and shouted that he had told them not to worry. Then he put his hand out and added that then they might begin. Marcus put his hand out. Connor opened his sword. Robert raised his hand. The girl put out a fan. The bald man called upon the wind, after which there was a powerful explosion. A red beam shot out of the sky. The guys covered themselves and shouted that it was incredible. The warrior covered himself and asked what happened. Tom and his squad looked straight ahead and noticed that there was only one of the 10 left. The head of the Golden River opened his mouth and shouted that everyone who fell was out. The warriors looked at each other in silence. The spectators flew up and shouted that it was cool. This is the power of the United Clans. George opened his eyes and thought that this was not even the tip of the iceberg. He only looked at his father every day, so he forgot, but the level of abilities of the clan heads really did give you goosebumps. Tom opened his mouth. Then he looked at the crowd and noticed that there would be an opening speech. Then he opened his mouth and added that everyone should fight and win. The stranger in the white cloak looked at the arena and heard that he was so cool, how hot it was here. George smiled and shouted that it was incredible. He couldn't believe that he was able to see the techniques of the clan heads from such a close distance. Then he turned to the protagonist and asked if he had done it, and the protagonist replied that it was a demonstration of the clan leader's powers and that it was necessary to stage at least something on that scale. Then he turned around when he heard that he had come up with it all. Julie waved her hand and, after greeting him, noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The girl opened her mouth and said that she was talking about the sudden show staged by the clans and their leaders and that it was very entertaining. The protagonist looked at her and asked what she had endured. The girl turned red and Jack added that he believed that she had mastered the black flame perfectly and that her endless energy was quite stable. Julia opened her mouth and shouted, "What kind of black flame is this?" There was no need to willfully call it such a phrase, as if she had an 8th grader's disease and that she should finish with a greeting. Then she pointed her finger and noted that the victory belonged to the clan of the Fiery Sky, and that she had no intention of giving in to them, so let them attack with all their might. Julia approached the protagonist and added that he too, she had not given up yet, so he should not relax. Harris opened his mouth and noted that he too. Then he clenched his teeth and added that he was the eldest son of the Celestial Warrior clan. The protagonist smiled, thought that he had not heard that the leader had a brother, maybe a cousin, and asked why he came to the waiting room of another clan. Harris opened his mouth and answered that this was a declaration of war. Then he looked at the protagonist and added that over the past few months, the Celestial Warrior clan, due to an unforeseen mistake, handed over the leading role to the Golden River, and Jack noted that their leader was very strong. Therefore, but Harris interrupted him and noted that he believed that the center of this has always been the leader of the Brotherhood of Steel. He thinks that he controls everything. Jack calmly looked at him. Then he turned his gaze and asked what of it. Harris opened his mouth and noted that he was not the rightful successor, but only a scarecrow occupying the place of a relative who had left for the Ellen family, so he was obliged to prove his strength to the clan leaders. Then he put his hand out and added that he would win this competition and challenge him, for the sake of returning the honor of their clan and the Sky Warriors. Jack winked and said that he did not even agree to participate in this, but he was challenged twice. George darkened and stood silently behind. The two warriors stood opposite each other and heard that the first fight was beginning. Out of about 1,000 participants, only 115 remained. Now after the selection, they would have 2 parts of the 16 stages of the tour. The warrior from the solitary clan of the Flying Dragon clenched his teeth. George looked at him calmly. The girl opened her mouth and shouted that victory would go to the Golden River. George gritted his teeth and thought that this was his first time in such a crowded place. Even if they weren't supporting him, he was shaking even more. The warrior gritted his teeth and noted that he didn't know how strong the Golden River was, but in any case, he was nothing more than a large child. Then he took out a chain and shouted that he would show him the difference in experience. A huge Witcher medallion flew at the guy. Then it grabbed his hand. The warrior bent over and shouted that he was caught. He would show him the power of a single clan, let him feel it properly. George gritted his teeth. The plane was standing at the airfield. The girl pressed her lips together and thought. The stewardess came up and noticed that the plane had landed. The girl smiled and said that it meant they had already arrived. Then she stood up and noted that she had eaten well, and the stewardess wondered how many meals she had had during the flight. The girl got off the plane and noted that here it was, Korea. Then she clenched her fist and added that he should wait for her because she would soon come to meet him. The warrior swung at George and shouted for him to fall. He was such a bear. The whole crowd looked at the dust and shouted what he was doing. He was scared. He had bet on him. George clenched his teeth and endured the blows. Then he waved his hand and shouted that it hurt. Let him stop hitting. The warrior from the single clan fell unconscious. The commentators opened their mouths. George smiled and heard that he was far ahead. In the first fight, the winner was participant George and shouted that he could not regulate his strength. Julia put a spear to the guy's face and the commentators noted that the victory was Julia from the clan of the Fire Sky. Harris hit the opponent, after which he turned around and heard that the victory was his. The protagonist looked closely and thought that there was definitely a big difference between the 6 great clans and the middle and small clans. He thought it would be boring until the 16th qualifying round. Then he lowered his head and asked that nothing could be done about him, but why was he like this? The warrior walked from side to side. An explosion was heard in the undressing room. The protagonist raised his fist and shouted how he could be afraid, having already come here, and George replied that he could not even think that he would do this in front of so many people. Jack raised his hand and noted that he had somehow survived until this moment. But now the second stage was starting. He needed to confront the successors of the 6 great clans. After which he smiled furiously and added, or that he wanted to give up everything now and start preparing with him for the next competition, and George shouted that he was already completely relaxed. He would try his best. Jane raised her hand and shouted that the Golden River would win. Then she stared at the arena and thought that it was a pity for Jack, but the Divine Eye was telling her everything. She would be needed here today. The girl turned and noted that she would leave after she had a little fun, opening the Divine Eye, obstructing perception. A loud cry arose in the arena when they announced that they were starting the second stage. This is the time when the players will have to start to show their skills little by little. George stood up straight. A guy stood opposite him. The warriors stood opposite each other under the words of the commentator. The guy put his fist out and noted that it was necessary to determine which clan is the strongest in hand-to-hand combat. George opened his eyes and began to shake. Then the guy clenched his teeth and asked what he wanted to say, that he was not even worth his answer. Then he jumped and shouted that if he did not attack, then he would attack him first. George opened his mouth and thought that he was so nervous that he did not understand anything at all. Let everyone shut up. The protagonist looked at him and the guy added that if he had a terrible fight this time, he would die, being beaten by Jack. Then he turned around abruptly, hearing screams. Molly opened her mouth and screamed for him not to lose. Then she folded her arms and added for him to be strong. If he wins, she will do everything he asks. A moment later, George was covered in electricity. The warrior swung at the guy. Then a powerful blow flew into his face. George hit him powerfully and screamed. The guy opened his mouth and asked what it was, his strongest technique. George clenched his teeth and answered that it was the power of love. Then he raised his hands and screamed that one way of the Golden River. Then his opponent fell to the ground. Molly jumped up and the commentator announced that as a result of a wonderful fight, player George was advancing to the third stage. George raised his hand and heard that all three brothers from the Golden River were advancing to the third stage. Jack smiled and noted that it seemed that everything had been decided by itself. The corridor was empty. The guy opened his mouth and noted that he hadn't seen him for a long time. The protagonist looked at his phone and asked what happened, why she was in Korea, and then heard that the thing was that they also only discovered her disappearance yesterday. The guy remembered Thomas looking at the note and added that the note she left said that she would go to meet her loved one for a while. Her father was also furious. The protagonist looked at his phone, heard that maybe Molly had made some kind of mistake, and answered that it was necessary to call it that. In any case, he understood they would contact later. Jack closed his eyes, said that they were really an unpredictable couple, and heard that he had spoken faster than he thought. The protagonist turned and asked what was wrong. Anthony opened his mouth and noted that he was an elder from the clan of the Cutting Kings. Then he opened his mouth and shouted not to cover up. He was talking about his son who had just lost consciousness. Then he remembered him in the hospital and added that now all his bones were broken and he was lying in the infirmary, unable to move a finger. They wanted to say that the Golden River had no respect for its opponents. Jack opened his mouth and said that he was thinking whether to apologize for being strong or thank the Slashing Kings for being weak. Anthony put his hands out and shouted, how dare he talk like that to him, the elder of one of the clans. He wanted to die. Jack covered himself with dark energy and asked what would kill him. There were still fools who thought that their status was real power. Anthony looked at the monster behind him and thought that he was sure that he was even younger than his son. How could he have such power? It felt like he was squeezing his throat with it. Jack smiled and noted that he thought he had not learned anything, even seeing the death of the old head of the sea swords. The man opened his mouth and thought that it was impossible. This bastard actually intended to kill him. How could such cruelty? Jack jerked sharply when he heard a scream. The man folded his hands behind his back and asked them to stop. Jack turned around and noted that he was saying this because, perhaps, he misunderstood them, but he was the one who ran into him first. The leader of the Slashing Kings replied that he apologized for the elder's rudeness. He was also upset about their clan's loss, but this was not the case. Then he strained his gaze and added that they wanted them to listen later about how the elder of the Slashing Kings was defeated by the main ordinary group. Anthony looked away and replied that he understood him. The protagonist put his hand on his side and noted that he thought he needed to take good care of preserving his clan, and the leader turned around and replied that he was very sorry. Then he clenched his cheekbones, heard something unintelligible, and thought about what he said. Then he turned to the protagonist and added that he had just said something in a low voice. The warrior pulled out his sword. Then he delivered a powerful blow. Anderson gritted his teeth and thought that he was worthy of being called the only dragon of the Golden River. His blade had absolutely no effect on him. Then he unclenched his hand and used a hidden card. The guy put out his hand and shouted that he should not know about this. The warrior from the Golden River sharply parried the blow and went to the side. Then he hit him in the back with a blow from the Golden River. The warrior looked down and was told that he had won. Tom opened his mouth and laughed loudly after the news that all three strongest dragons of the Golden River would advance to the third stage. The leader of the Slashing Kings silently looked at the ground. The warriors from the Brotherhood of Steel stood near the arena. Then they saw an unknown person in a cloak and said that the entry time was over, then he would watch on TV. A moment later, they were hit in the face. Three warriors appeared and shouted that it was an intruder. The protagonist appeared from behind and noted that they would not be able to handle him. The guy began to slowly remove his hood. Ethan lit up and looked closely at the protagonist. Jack opened his mouth and was surprised. The warriors stood in front of the protagonist and shouted that he would not be able to approach the leader. A moment later, Ethan instantly hit the warriors and asked them not to interfere. Then he stood in front of the protagonist and noted that he wanted to fight him properly. Finally, there was a chance. The protagonist opened his mouth and noted that he had improved a lot since then. Ethan looked at him and noted that he tried even being on the brink of life and death, but it was not enough, so he also sold his soul to the devil. Then he raised his hand and shouted that as a reward for treating Elizabeth well, he would kill him painlessly. Jack gritted his teeth and said that it was just some kind of equipment that he had already destroyed. Then he turned his gaze to the chain, after which he raised his hand with the chain and thought that there were several currents. How was that possible? A moment later, a flame was flying into his face, destroying the soul. there was a huge explosion. The protagonist looked straight ahead and thought that his fire technique had also become stronger than then. No, more precisely, it felt like he was using several intersecting flames. Ethan looked at him and heard that that was it. Jack smiled and noted that it meant that during this time he had taken away many people's special techniques. With the help of robbing techniques, he now uses several superimposed powers. Ethan strained his gaze and heard that he had become a real devil, after which he jumped and shouted that it was true. He had learned a strong spirit and power from that man. Jack crossed his arms and noted that he seemed to be in a good mood because he had become a little stronger. This was not the best time. He also just reached the level of an archmage thanks to the uninvited guests and the Ellen family. A moment later, huge tornadoes appeared. Ethan squeezed and said that it can't even be compared to Elizabeth. Jack appeared behind him and noted that along with this, he needed to continue to maintain the technique of domination. Ethan opened his mouth and used the disclosure of special technique, flame, blizzard, spikes, forging metals, after which he directed everything at the protagonist. Jack summoned a sword and noted that he thought he would have to reveal all the techniques he had, after which he slashed with his sword. Ethan covered himself and used special technique reveal. The sword strikes flew into the metal. Jack gritted his teeth and said that several special techniques, despite his enormous power, he lacked mastery in each of them. Seals began to appear under loud screams. Then on the other side, the main one hung around the seals and noted that he should strain himself a little more, after which wine spears flew into the metal. Ethan clenched his fist and used hot hole. Jack dodged the hand from the portal and noted that it was a little surprising, after which the fist caught fire and the owner used explosion. Ethan landed and the hand exploded in the air. He began to recover his breath and thought that physical strength, and even spells, he is incredibly strong, but he used so many special techniques at once for the first time, his endurance is not enough. Ethan opened his eyes when he heard that this is not all. Jack landed and asked that he was already tired. It seems that he lacks not only the degree of skill, but also endurance. Then he grabbed Ethan by the neck. The protagonist looked at him and said that he could not appropriate the selected techniques completely. He thinks their former owners will cry in the afterlife. Ethan gritted his teeth and noted that he only needed to restore endurance. Then he opened his mouth and used the absorption technique. The protagonist smiled. Then he cut off Ethan's hand. Jack looked at him and noted that he was in a hurry, so he used this technique. Ethan gritted his teeth and called the protagonist a name. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked where Greg was. Jane raised her hands and shouted happily. Then she turned her head. Then she saw a guy in a white cape and wondered what was wrong with this man. He recognized her, but she hid her body with technology. Greg smiled and greeted the nation's younger sister. The door slammed shut. The leader of the Slicing Kings ran in and shouted for them to leave quickly. The spectators also needed to be evacuated. Tom and Robert looked at him and asked what he was talking about. Let him explain calmly. The leader threw the elder and said that the leader of the Brotherhood of Steel told him that there was a traitor among them, so he began to suspect the elder and investigated the matter. Robert opened his mouth. Then he looked at Anthony and heard that this scoundrel was in collusion and passed on their information to the Japanese clan cooperating with the Sea Sword clan. Tom opened his mouth and asked again about the Japanese clan. The leader opened his mouth and shouted that the Muram competition needed to be stopped. Ethan lowered his head and said that probably since he and his gang were here, there must be almost no security at the stadium. Then he looked up and added that his goal was a duel with him, and that was it, and that was his role as payment for it. A huge hot hole appeared above the stadium. Jack turned around abruptly. George warmed up and said that well, 1/8 was almost over too. If he continued with the same attitude, he thought he could even win. Julie winked at him and asked who would let him do that. This time she was not going to lose to the Golden River. Then they both looked at the hole in the sky. They opened their mouths and the girl saw something inside. Something sparkled in the hole. Then a huge number of warriors jumped out of it. The man glowed green and shouted that it was time for the Koreas to remember that the festival was over. It was time to remember who their master was. The warriors looked at them and asked what they had just descended from the sky. The warriors cut them down and shouted that what, these were the masters who would make them slaves. The guy opened his mouth and told everyone to run. The warrior opened his mouth and asked what these warriors were doing. Then he hit the ground hard. Julia slashed with her sword and used a circle of flame. A moment later, the army stood in a row. George looked around and said that they had completely suppressed them with their first attack, and Julia noted that they continued to appear from that space endlessly. There were too many of them. The protagonist looked at the portal and noticed that something interesting was happening. Ethan began to restore his arm. Then he looked at the protagonist and noted that he thought he needed to go quickly. He needed to determine the winner already. Jack flew up and replied that he shouldn't talk nonsense. He would have thought about it if he had an arm, but he had no business with scum like him who couldn't even get stronger on his own. Ethan gritted his teeth. Then he jumped up and told him not to run away. The opponent opened his mouth and used explosion and flame. Then there was a powerful explosion. The protagonist closed his eye and noted that he was lazy. Ethan opened his mouth and noted that he could not leave until they determined the winner of their battle. Jack looked furiously and noted that it seemed that he thought that he had become stronger since he absorbed a lot of different techniques. Then he jumped on the guy and added that he could not be his opponent. Ethan smiled and told him to attack. Then he caught fire and used all the techniques. Jack stopped and saw the guy using the Flame Phoenix release attack. Then he smiled. Then he summoned the seal. Jack swung his fist. Then he flew into the opponent and shouted that he would never defeat him. A powerful blue beam hit. The opponent fell to the ground with a crash. Jack landed next to him. Then he looked at Ethan. Then he opened his mouth and said that he would leave him alive just so he wouldn't be ashamed in front of Elizabeth. Let him behave more quietly. Ethan turned his head, after which the protagonist flew away. A fire started in the arena. Julia flew into the ground with a blow of the flame of an ancient dragon. The warrior came up from behind and swung. George flew into him sharply with the concentration of thunder of black gold, after which he smiled and heard how these small fish dared to wave swords in front of them. Tom opened his mouth and shouted that these little suckers dared to ruin the festival of clans, let them know that they are all corpses. After which he heard from the guy in the hood that they are Jack's friends, and replied that at least he knows how old he is. Then he stuck out his finger and shouted that he is rude, he knows Jack. Greg clenched his teeth and noted that that was not the right word, he probably even knows much more about him than they do. Tom ran at his opponent and shouted that he is grinning disgustingly. Greg dodged the blow with one movement, after which there was a powerful explosion. Tom gritted his teeth and thought that he had dodged his blow, and with such ease. Then he looked at Greg surrounded by dark energy and wondered what kind of unpleasant energy it was. He looked like he was completely green, but with such incredible techniques, like Jack. Greg crouched and summoned the seal. The head of the Japanese clan smiled and noted that Korea was finished. Everything that they had accumulated until this moment would pass to them. Greg gritted his teeth and used the energy-sucking technique, a single absorption circle. Julia watched his tentacles appeared from the ground. Tom and George opened their mouths. The warriors of Japan were captured and shouted why them too. The leader of the clan opened his mouth and shouted that Greg was harming the warriors of their country too. Greg began to turn around and noted that he did not care about his country of origin. Then he smiled and added that he just needed idiots who would bring him here and let him absorb them. Good luck, head of the rat race. Then the leader of Japan shriveled. Tom opened his mouth and shouted for everyone to go away, as far away from this black energy as possible. The warriors started to run away and George shouted that it would catch up with them. Then a barrier appeared behind them. George fell to the ground and noted that they survived. Tom looked at the masters who had arrived and asked why they were so late. The old man looked at him and answered that they had evacuated the spectators. The girl looked and noted that she had set up a barrier so they could feel safe, and Robert asked what the situation was. Tom pointed back and said that that guy, the main culprit, he was using a technique that absorbed powers. Now he, having absorbed the powers, got rid of the Nesmig who had come with his boats. Let them not underestimate him, judging only by his appearance. Greg held out his hands and Tom added that he probably built up his power by absorbing many other people in a similar way. Connor opened his mouth and remarked that he thought they just needed to get rid of this guy and that's it. After which copies of Connor appeared near Greg and he said that it seemed that this situation would only be resolved after he was cut down. He had soiled the pride of their Muram. He would accept the price for this with his death. Greg smiled and remarked that clones, so in this generation there was also someone just as skilled, quite masterfully. Connor's eyes lit up. The sword slowly left the scabbard, after which many attacks flew at Greg. He blocked the blows with one movement of his hand. A moment later, blood began to flow from his mouth. Connor appeared in front of him using the silver god. Greg smiled and said that he said something about Muram's pride and hitting from behind. It is a shame for a warrior. Then he smiled and added that it was cowardly. Connor opened his mouth and said that these words work in a battle between real warriors. A monster like him is not part of them. After which Greg grabbed his head. Then he opened his mouth and noted that he almost completely spent the forces absorbed in the Pang family of the Northern River. Connor opened his eyes and thought that he was sure that he cut short his life. Did he really restore it with the help of the absorbed forces? Greg threw the enemy back and said that he was strong, so we can assume that everything remained as it was. The girl put out her fingers and noted that she would create a magic circle and they would attack him all together. Greg abruptly threw the sword at the girl and asked, "What does this mean? She is the spellcaster here." Greg looked at them and added that the strongest variable during the fight, he thought it would be more convenient to kill her first. The old man's eyes widened and he looked at them in horror. Greg began to destroy the dome and shouted that if the caster was dead, the barrier would also be useless. After which all the warriors were captured and Greg asked what it was that someone had absorbed. Greg threw the old man sharply and noted that he was empty. Then he turned to the leader of the Cleaving Kings and noted that he had won. The warriors began to run and shout that the clan leaders had lost. This was the end. Robert opened his mouth and wondered what the clan leaders could do so easily. Then he raised his head and added that this was the end. Their clan would be destroyed by this guy. Greg opened his mouth and shouted that they thought that with their escape everything would end, rather let them become his food. Tom clenched his fist behind Greg. Greg turned sharply, after which Tom swung and used the concentration of black gold thunder. Greg appeared on the side and noted that it was useless. Then he smiled and added that he was definitely different from other small fry. He wanted to swallow him up quickly. Tom opened his mouth and shouted to try, but only if he still had a head on his shoulders by then. Then he began to throw a series of punches. Greg turned into fog and noted that they would try. Someone's arm was cut off. Tom threw a punch to the face. Tom's fist was intercepted. Greg grinned and said that he finally caught it. Greg looked mad and said that it was pretty good, but it was obvious that he couldn't maintain that level of speed forever. Tom was stunned. His son called out to him, to which he asked him not to come closer, but to run as far away as possible. Greg asked a tense Tom if that was his son. Greg smiled and said that as a gift in return for showing him beautiful punches, he would slowly play with his son. Tom, dumbfounded, asked him to stop. Greg makes an aimed blow and someone says that he asked you to stop. A slash was made. Jack holds the sword and says that is enough. He throws the sword over his shoulder and continues that one should also interfere in moderation so that he can be forgiven later. Greg says a name. Tom closes his eye and says that he only survived thanks to Jack and that is good, now he is again. But his son interrupts him and asks where he is going to go. Tom looks at his darkened hand while his son says that with such a hand it is impossible. Tom turns to Jack. Close up of Jack while Tom forgives Jack to be careful because Greg is very strong. Greg asks if Jack recognizes him, to which he replies that there are not many people who have such an unpleasant power as he does. Even if Jack wanted to, he still will not succeed. Jack smiles and says that he and Greg have not seen each other for a long time, but Greg prepares to attack him again, while Jack says that he did not know that his special power lies in magic circles, to which Greg says that it is called the Combined Absorption Circle and he created it from the remains of the Great Circle of Destruction after Pen's death, and it overcomes the limitations of the absorption technique for activation, which required her contact with the opponent. Jack remembers the one Greg is talking about and thinks that this is how he died, leaving behind something crazy. He manages to annoy Jack even after his death. Greg accumulates energy in his palm. Greg frowns and offers to continue the fight that he started 1,000 years ago and calls it by another name. Jack gives a negative answer because the winner has already been determined and Greg lost to him and ended up locked in the grove. He cannot change anything. Greg directs beams of energy at Jack and says that for starters he will rip his mouth apart. Jack prepares to counterattack, saying that at least this is an interesting technique he has. Jack cuts it with his sword and says that if he doesn't hit the target, the ability is meaningless. Greg attacks from behind and asks what he will say about his absorption technique, sucking everything in directly. Jack turns around, stunned. Greg grabs the tip of Jack's sword. He delivers a pinpoint blow to Jack. Amidst many pinpoint blows, Tom and his son leave and shouts are heard for everyone to urgently leave the stadium and evacuate the nearby buildings. Tom's son turns around and is perplexed by what he sees. Amidst Greg's abilities, he says that this is beyond human abilities. Jack is furious. He delivers a targeted blow with his sword. Greg's chest is cut, his face twisted in pain. He smiled and went on the counterattack. He hits Jack on something hard with an ability. Jack uses the ability in response. Jack spreads his arms and uses magic seals. Greg and Jack's abilities are directed at each other. The contact of the two attacks led to a massive explosion. Greg runs out of the smoke and prepares to strike again. He uses a spear. Jack counters with his sword. Greg's legs cross. Jack strikes with his sword. Blades meet in close combat with sparks. Jack and Greg's attack speed is very fast. Jack powers up his blade. Greg looks forward in shock. Greg looks at himself and realizes that Jack used his spell on him. Jack watches as Greg's body tears apart his spell. Jack holds his chest, calls Greg names and explains that this is called magic. There is a lot in this generation that is beyond their understanding. Greg reaches out through the magical smoke. Jack turns around. Greg reaches for Jack and calls him by name. Greg grabs Jack's face and says he finally caught her. Greg looks at him madly and says his power is now his. A view from behind as Greg holds Jack's face. Greg says it's the end. Jack looks at his palm, dumbfounded, as he continues that he will now absorb it. Jack holds out his hand in response. Greg is confused as Jack uses forced teleportation. Jack throws Greg away. Jack remembers being held by the face and thinks that it was only a moment, and if he had not used the absorption technique in response, he would have been completely defeated. Jack is surprised because Greg says that you can't even compare their abilities. Greg walks towards him intimidatingly and says that he was only studying it, and he has developed it greatly and their absorption techniques cannot be compared. Jack can only hold out a little longer than other people. Greg laughs excitedly and says that his techniques are still great. He holds his hand slightly forward and continues that even after a very short absorption, he is simply overwhelmed with strength. Jack looks at him like an idiot as he asks to make it even more perfect. Their blades met in close combat again. Jack looks at the attacking Greg and thinks that this circle, in fact, he used the great circle of destruction of the Pen family of the Northern River, but the structure in it is completely different. He thinks that it will not be easy for him to find the opposite direction and neutralize it. Jack dodges and continues that somewhere in the stadium the center of this circle is hidden and he should get rid of it. Jack looks dumbfounded at the blade right in front of him, while Greg asks if Jack has time to think. Greg delivers a huge slash. Jack dodged and flew back to his knee. Greg prepares to strike and says that is true. Obviously, that is where he would retreat. Jack swings his blade. Jack blocks Greg's blow. Jack looks at him in fear. He looks at his dull sword and asks if his shapeless sword is being sharpened. Jack turns to Greg and thinks that he really absorbs even just by touching. It seems to him that even just crossing swords with Greg is extremely dangerous. Jack uses magic and says that if he does, he will fight him with magic. Greg yells back that he will make sure that he can no longer use the tricks that bother him. Greg sends another beam of energy at him. Jack dodges the pinpoint strikes with his spear and says that it is not much longer. Jack looks around and continues that if he does it a little more. Right behind him is another huge beam. It cuts through the stadium ground. Jack jumps. Jack looks straight at the attacking beams. Greg grabbed Jack. He excitedly says that now he can't escape, his end has finally come. The entity looks in surprise at the slashing sword strike next to him. The entity looks up and wonders what that was. Greg looks at the tied up Jack and the huge seal behind him. Jack asks if there isn't too much here to call it a trick. The entity reaches out to him and says that he needs to absorb Jack's magic as soon as possible. Jack is almost completely wrapped in beams of energy while he says that it's too late. Jack snaps his fingers. He uses the wind spear rain. The impact painted the surroundings with blue smoke. After the smoke clears, pinpoint blue craters are visible. Jack goes down. Jack looks at his hands and thinks that he used up too much mana and also got caught by Greg's absorption technique. Greg is trapped in a magical barrier while Jack continues that at least he found the center of the circle, so that means it was under the stadium. Jack looks at the ball and asks that so that's what made Chairman Can and the Sea Swords clan want to build this stadium. Anyway, if only to destroy it, then that idiot too. Jack notices something. Lara is in the ball, not Greg, to which Jack is perplexed. Greg says that he let himself be caught again because of a woman. His opponent Jack hits him from behind. Jack winces in pain and calls him a brat and thinks about Lara. Greg says that he never changed. In the background of a bunch of people, he continues that even though he is stronger than anyone, he still leaves comrades and followers around him for some reason, pretending that he does not do this, and himself imbued with feelings for them. Greg peeks from behind a tree and says that he is not like that, because if there is no value in using it, then he calmly turns away or uses it to the end. This was the case with the Pen family, Nesmiga and Juho. The entity uses beams of energy and says that he cannot become a villain. Greg, in the form of a monster, continues that in this fight, a ruthlessly cruel villain will win. Jack holds a spike in his hands, sticking out of his chest. Jack's chest makes a crunching sound. Jack shifts his gaze. He clenches his fist. Jack jumps back. Jack is about to perform a roundhouse kick. Jack emits a beam of energy. Jack holds his chest and says that there is almost no mana, only for one normal use of some spell, it must be used carefully. Jack frowns and looks away. Greg's barrier glows behind the smoke. Jack turns around. The barrier is behind him. He opens his mouth. Jack puts his hand on his chest and uses healing. Greg asks if this is a restoration, that he feels that he no longer has the strength to use these tricks. The entity prepares to attack and says that it now humbly asks to be allowed to absorb his remaining life force. Lara opens her eyes. Lara looks around and does not understand why she is trapped in such a place. Lara looks at the crossroads of weapons. Jack and Greg once again cross swords. Greg says that it was wise not to destroy the circle right away, because then the girl will die along with Jack. Jack frowns. The entity pulls out a spear and asks if he can kill him without getting rid of the circle. Jack thinks that if Greg attacks again, it will be dangerous and he should dodge first. Jack turns to the barrier while the entity asks if he can dodge in this situation. Greg strikes and Lara screams Jack's name. Greg holds his head and says that this is such an unusual picture. Jack closes the barrier with himself while Greg says that who would have thought that he would be suffocating and bleeding while standing in front of him. Jack tries to catch his breath while Greg thanks him for protecting his circle. Lara apologizes for everything that happened because she did not listen to him. Lara says that she is very sorry as long as Jack sees her as his old love. Jack smiles and mentally asks Laura not to worry as he will not allow this to happen again. Greg asks in confusion that the way she looks at him while crying is not similar to how that same woman, that girl, looked 1,000 years ago, and it is quite possible that this is the fate that all women who get involved with him face. Jack prepares a counterattack and says that he is still too fixated on the past, and Jack cannot believe that Greg fell for such simple cloning magic. Clone Jack makes an ignorant gesture while Greg realizes that it was a clone. Greg turns around and continues that unlike the clones created with techniques, their body and energy are almost the same. This is also a technique that Jack calls magic, and he wonders when Jack managed to do this rather than from the beginning. Jack swings his fist while he continues that the trace of the absorption technique remains. It was a fake since it was restored, to which Jack uses a spirit knockout. Jack prepares to hit with another Golden River punch. The entity is stunned and gets hit in the face. Jack's energy beam is punched by Greg. He is about to counterattack, calling Jack a brat. The ground under Jack cracks while Greg wonders where the basis of the technique he just used is. Jack swings his sword. Jack says that he also knows that he can't be called good. Jack makes a cross-shaped cut and asks that but did he think that the villain would win here. Jack makes many cuts and continues that then in his destiny he will become a villain. Jack continues to punch and says that he will be an infinitely cruel and inhumane villain. Jack looks at the entity and thinks that he too has almost no strength left, so he cannot absorb enough inner power to restore himself. Jack swings and orders Greg to get to the place where he is supposed to be. He delivers another series of punches and calls out Greg's name. Jack stands surrounded by geometric chunks of soil. Jack strikes. Laura watches, stunned. Jack's silhouette is visible in the fog. The smoke clears and Laura screams that he has won. Laura smiles and says that she is very happy. Laura does not understand what the divine eye is telling her and then understands. She looks forward and it calls. The guy turns around and Laura screams that it is too early to relax, to which Jack calls him an annoying bastard. Greg reaches out to Jack and says that he cannot defeat him. Greg says that while the absorption circle works, he is invincible, and if he cannot kill that girl, then he is finished. Adam destroys the barrier and uses the disclosure of the separation technique. The entity is perplexed how this is even possible. Adam takes Laura in his arms and gives him time to finish. He shouts the name Jack. Greg looks at him in horror as he goes on the attack. Jack delivers a slashing blow. The entity splits into two halves. Jack and him cut a significant part of the local soil. Adam asks if Jack is okay, to which he looks at him in bewilderment. Jack recognizes him and calls him by name. Adam enthusiastically replies that he has not seen him for a long time. The plot takes him 1,000 years ago, when Jack and Adam saw each other. Jack asks what he is unhappy with at all, because he did not even harm him in any way, and what is bad about conquering the Murim. To which his opponent smiles and replies that if someone else had conquered him, then his life would have been destroyed, then how would he feel? Jack looks away thoughtfully. Adam smiles and says that this is the reason why he is afraid. He knows that someday the day will come when he will be able to understand him and that they will meet again somewhere. Jack on the post-battle ruins looks straight at him. Laura looks at them and thinks that she can read the memories of these two. She sees Jack and his old guys and continues that his past life, or rather this one, she sees Jack's memories that were still hidden. Is it because he is weak? She looks at Adam and also thinks. Jack raises his sword and says that it seems to him that 6 times was not enough for him and then he will cut him at least as many times as he wants. To which the blonde replies that in this life he uses a different name, just like him. Laura stands in front of Adam and asks Jack to wait, because the divine eye told her everything. This man only helped them and there is not an ounce of hostility in him. He closes his eyes and says that, as his beloved said, he did not come here to fight, but because he has a request. Laura turns around while he asks if Jack would like to fight on his side. The plot takes us a year ahead. Someone says that they have survived this chaotic year and can finally put an end to the Murima competition. A flash of fire. The board shows 2 opponents and a voice asks which of them will be the winner. The name of this participant is called against the background of a passed out man. The other asks to wait and says that he is the one who remains. The fans cheer. Jack and Laura look there, while the former thinks that during this year he spent all his efforts on fixing the alliance. He stands behind the people and continues that they confiscated all the property that belonged to the Nesmiga, and the other families did not speak out against it, afraid that their tails would be cut off. Adam holds a guy by the shoulder, and Jack continues that the commotion he caused was resolved by the appearance of a random gate, and they say that this idiot had a hand in the unique. Against the background of the girl in the guy's arms, he says that thanks to what happened to Greg, he realized his weakness and therefore trained almost to death and increased his abilities to the 8th level. The girl with red hair says that she is very sorry because she wanted to finish the fight with him. Tom chews meat, and Jack talks about him, that he is still the same and formally take the place of the head of the unification of clans, and the wound from the absorption technique affecting him was serious, but he spent more money on food than on hospital expenses and quickly recovered. Against the background of a dissatisfied grandfather, he continues that almost all of these expenses were paid for by the Penn family, and Clava tried so hard to please Tom bought him almost everything that everything turned out that way. Jack turns to Dee Dee and asks if she became scared after she read his past life with her divine eye, to which she asked again if he is still worried about it. Laura closes her eye and answers that she even thought that he might not be human at all. If in his past life he was a tyrant, now he is a bit of a bad guy, and asks again if he likes such girls. Jack smiles and thanks her. Adam stands behind and says that they have not seen each other for a year. He says that calling him means that he is a little confused in his thoughts. Doesn't he mean his proposal? Jack looks at him. He answers that it means that he is saying that they are not the only ones who were reincarnated. Adam remembers the bald man and gives a positive answer, because he still thinks that all strong people who have risen more or less to a high level do not disappear after only one life. Adam frowns and says that all this time he has been fighting to stop villains who have lived many past lives, and as he knows, the end of it has always been him. Jack smiles. Adam remembers Greg and says that in his past life he regained his memories late and trained his strength techniques for less than 3 years. Even a few days ago when he encountered Greg, he could not start a fight with him, because if the strongest are reincarnated, then they need a person who would act together with him. He puts his hand on his chest and asks him to act together with him. Jack points his sword and asks if he is crazy, for he is one of the villains he is talking about, and asks him to attack and not talk nonsense. He looks at Lar while Adam says that the fact that he has stood here in front of him already speaks of his madness, because if it were not for his beloved, he would probably have died again. The people from the cliff call out to Jack. They ask if he is okay, for he has such a serious wound, to which Tom asks what he did. Adam smiles and says that it seems that he has found something more important than conquering the Murim, and he is glad that now he too will not have to be pursued by Jack and die. He remembers the old days and says that he thinks that now he will understand what he said to him then. Jack listens as he asks him to think slowly whether to live by protecting or taking lives. Jack smiles and says that he is not going to help him. He fills with evil energy and continues that he just wants to see him die standing up for the scum, and he will continue to do what he has been doing. He clenches his fist and replies that he will become a villain for villains. Adam says that he is counting on him. Multi-story buildings. An explosion. Someone stands in the rubble and calls for them to run quickly. Someone says that his memory has finally returned. He spreads his arms and says that this life will be incredibly cool and it will be great to burn everything here. He continues that this time and gets kicked in the face. Jack punches him and asks again about this guy. Adam says that in the past he was exiled to hard labor after studying the apostles in a family of demons, and he set fire to his family's estate and the surrounding area due to a sense of anger, to which Jack says that he has a bit of a dirty impression. The guy recognizes him and asks if it is really him. Jack says he doesn't know what generation he lived in, but he really does something that is only worthy of third-rate villains, to which Adam calls him to shut up, because he just wants to do what he couldn't do in his past life, and asks what his problem is. Jack says he never thought he'd ever listen to something like that, and doesn't talk, to which Adam says he'll get used to it. The guy shouts that if they want to stop him, they'll burn along with everything in the area. Adam calls Jack to leave, to which he shuts him up and he's not going to listen to his orders. Jack jumps up. He goes on the attack, saying that he'll do nonsense in his next life. He swings his arm and says that a villain has appeared, sent to him by fate itself. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.